Is this thing on? Word.
So what, we get drunk. So what, we smoke weed. We're just having fun. We don't care who sees.
Oh, shit.
So what, we go out.
Let me get a lighter,
That's how it's
please.
supposed to be.
'Cause you know I'm high as fuck.
Living young and wild.
Keep that in there.
And free.
So what? I keep them rolled up, sagging my pants, not caring what I show. Keep it real with my niggas, keep it playing for these hoes. It look clean, don't it? Washed it the other day, watch how you lean on it. Eat me some 501 jeans on it, roll joints bigger than King Kong's fingers, and smoke them hoes down to they stingers. You a class clown, and if I skip for the damn with your bitch smoking grade
You know
A.
what? It's like I'm 17 again, peach fuzz on my face. Looking on the case, trying to find a hella taste. Oh my God, I'm on the chase. Chevy, it's getting kinda heavy. Irrelevant, selling it, dipping away. Time keeps slipping away. Zipping the safe, flipping for pay. Tipping like I'm dripping in paint. Up front, 4 blunts like a leaf, put the wheat in
So
the
what, we
J.
get drunk. So what, we smoke weed. We're just having fun. We don't care who sees. So what, we go out. That's how it's supposed to be. Living young and wild and free.
And I don't even care, cause if me and my team in here, it's gonna be some weed in the air. Tell 'em, Mac.
Blowing everywhere we going, and now you knowin' when I step right up. Get my lighter so I can light up.
That's how it should be done. Soon as you thinking you're down, find how to turn things around. Now things are looking up.
From the ground up, pound up this Taylor gang. So turn my sound up and mount up and do my thing.
Now I'm chillin', fresh out of class, feeling like I'm on my own and I could probably own a building. Got my own car, no job, no children. Had a size project, me and Mac killed it.
THC, MAC, DEV, HD3. Hi, it's me. This is us. We gon' fuss and we gon' fight and we gon' roll and live
So
our life.
what, we get drunk. So what, we smoke weed. We're just having fun. We don't care who sees. So what, we go out. That's how it's supposed to be. Living young and wild and free.
Yeah, roll one, smoke one. When you live like this, you're supposed to party. Roll one, smoke one, and we all just having fun. So we just roll one, smoke one. When you live like this, you're supposed to party. Roll one, smoke one, and we all just having fun.
So what, we get drunk. So what, we smoke weed. We're just having fun. And we don't care who sees. So what, we go out. That's how it's supposed to be. Living young and wild and free.
We don't care who sees. We don't care who sees. That's how it's supposed to be. Living young and wild and free.
I said a lot of teams are praying for Heretics' downfall because they can lock themselves in if Heretics lose here. But this is the thing. They brought in Wood. Finally, we were waiting for him for 4 straight weeks. But the question is this the right choice, Kukuka? Is he ready for this big stage?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we saw how Rians performed the first time that he was on land, but as we see the map select, I'm actually surprised. Team Heretics have been permabanning that Ascend, and actually they're going to remove Split instead. What do you think of it so far, Uli?
I'm really surprised. I mean, it's a surprise. But at the same time, we know that Team Liquid has been playing so well on that split, and maybe they can have some lags on it. I think it's much more safer to just try to get the Ascent clear. You can ban it later, because normally they're gonna move into Bind. And Bind is a good map for Team Heretics.
Yeah, this is the thing. They've just removed it. Like you said, we got Lotus coming up last. I mean, this map pool is looking pretty good for Heretics.
I think so.
Yeah, go on.
No, I think so. I mean, it's a good agent pool, and also I like to see how good he's playing and we see him playing on Spain on the Crossfire. He was so nasty playing on Bind, so I expect him to be on the same level, and maybe he can just bring some of the mains.
He might have not been playing with the team for that long, but definitely there is a preparation coming after this. We know that Team Heretics has showed a lot in Sunset, and they have been already shut down. Now they have to go back to the game that they played against BBL and try and patch those holes that the boat was having time and time. And with Wood, maybe things can change, even the composition.
I mean, this is a question when it comes to the agent select. He said he could flex Patatech on these maps for playing the KO and a Viper as well. Do you expect Wood to just slot in Kakuka and take that role on?
I think that they might have a plan before Patatech was in, right? To think that Wood would be playing from the beginning. But also it has to be a mix between the idea that they had and also now that he is here, what things are working, what are not, what have they learned about how the rest of the teams play in EMEA, knowing that, again, the stage is not the same as kickoff. You do not have one day between games. You have an entire week to prepare for your next opponent.
Yeah, I wasn't here last week, so I'm going to jump you a fun fact, Kakuka. I hope you missed the fun fact. But these teams are overwhelmingly high win rate on their own map pick, and neither of them have won a map when they went to map 3. So I feel like we're going to get to map 3, but I don't know who's going to win it because they're not very good there. And here is Agent Select. And my goodness.
Lord. Okay, so just let's address the basic. Yes, Wood is playing in for what Patatech was playing, but Team Liquid have turned completely aside to what they were doing. Kika's going to be playing on the Euro, Enzo is going to be playing on the Gecko, and Yamp is going to move from that breach into that Sova. A lot of information and initiating power, a lot of flashes to work with for Liquid. I want to see how they manage to play the map, especially now that they're starting on the defense. This is not only about the preparation, they know exactly how Heretics are going to try and set up Miniboo time after time on the attack.
Yeah, and how does Miniboo go about all of these util? How does he beat this?
Yeah, exactly. He has to be prepared, right? I think that his older brother has to be, you know, on his shoulder, being like, we know exactly how to counter this. We know the problems that you encountered against BBL. We have to find new approaches if they want to keep this conversation, this composition working throughout the year.
Well, I can't wait to see what we're going to get as we head into Sunset and throw this over to your casters, the ones that have never seen Enzo lose. Over to you, Mitch and Tom.
Yeah, I wish. I've never seen anything but that. There was no need. There was just no need. But look, it's good to see
them win when you're not casting.
That's true. From the crowd, from home, but never from this position here in the booth. And hopefully today is going to be a little bit different. But our Spanish stack desk might not agree. Good to see Ulises Serviendo up there on the desk alongside Kakuka and Yinsu. And Tom, I'm excited for this matchup for a number of reasons. Sure, this might not lock a team into playoffs, but for both teams, a win here represents tournament life.
It's important. It's important for both teams. I think Heretics have had a bit of a rough spell. Liquid, I feel like they've beaten the teams that they should have done and then lost to teams they would have hoped to beat. Like, I think that's been the problem. Like, okay, they beat a Giant X, they beat a Koi. I'm not really impressed just yet, but I'm intrigued. Bringing in the Yoru, especially up against a strong Cypher like Benjamin Fish, I think that could be a direct counter. But we're going to have to wait and see for the attack, because for now, it's a defensive side Yoru on a map that's not commonly played.
Yeah, there could be some drawbacks to it, but Nats doing well to start this out. Picking up the first, but falling after just one. And that's going to leave them in a tough position on Team Liquid, having to pull back, waiting for a long flank coming out of Mystic and potentially Kiko as well. That plan should go down without too much contention, just some pot shots here or there. And it's more so in the next couple seconds, the decision on where Heretics take it. They've decided to move things in this direction. Trap destroyed. They know there's one player, and they're propped up ready for the fight on the back of the flash. Nicely handled, with Mystic already down, drawn into battle by the players back in main. That's a very clean post plant from Heretics. Now they just got to stop the defuse.
Yeah, that's the thing. From this point onwards, it becomes so difficult for Liquid, needing almost a hero play. The Mosh is going to create an awkward position, but it's not going to be enough. It will be the kickoff for the side of Heretics, opening up that pistol. And I think you're already going to see, like, why we're so excited for Wu. Like, I know that there's a lot of fans who maybe didn't watch much of the Tier 2, and maybe you did watch some of the, like, events in the off-season, and you kind of went, well, yeah, Heretics with Wu didn't look that good. But this kid has been someone that has been exciting for a good couple of years. Like, even playing on the Fireflux of before, they were fantastic. And a lot of it was down to this man's individual ability. If you enjoyed watching Miniboo, in the Tier 2, Woot was better. That's all I'm going to say. He was. We just have to wait and see if he can now match up to that.
Well, that's it. We've seen a lot of players on this stage start to, you see the jitters come through, and a very young guy like Woot, it's definitely within the danger zone for that to come through.
Did you see him in the pistol where he popped flash out around the corner?
His pistol's already good, playing as part of the team. No surprise on the KO. He's certainly played that quite a bit in the past. Talking about the fire flux back in the day, but also the interesting thing about Woot was that he has a very expansive agent pool. When we were looking at most players, who tends to be someone who's clearly leading the way in terms of agents played. This guy's happy to fill whatever the team needs, and while they're going to need a hero this time, they've already lost one player, and Team Liquid are grouped up looking to deny any further weapons being carried through. Boo tagged up low, and those rifles now in the danger zone. We'll see how many players survive on the side of Heretics, if they can even keep the round.
Yeah, it's all about damage for the side of Liquid, but with a man advantage already, there's definite opportunities. As you said, the sort of danger guns are in play, but I always get a little bit nervous when there's Guardians on the other side. A few missed shots here and there, and those pistols can close the gap. They've still got them, at least for now. And while for the remaining players, it may just be a case of going down to that spike, making sure no extra orbs are gained, and for Heretics, they recover quite well. Only the couple of players lost.
Yeah, just 2 down, 3 rifles still carried through to the next round. Disaster most certainly averted, and a good start to the map for Heretics. With 2-0 under their belt, rifles come out, and we get to see some of these ideas now from Team Liquid, because like you say, Tom, there's some ideas there that could be directed at taking down the Cypher play from Team Heretics and making them uncomfortable on their defensive side, but right now, Team Liquid are on the defense themselves. And so making it work in a rifle round like this, is this somewhere I expect to see Kiko taking a couple extra risks with aggressive Yoru play? Or do they sit back and just see what Heretics are playing at?
Yeah, I wonder if there's going to be some setups around that sort of avenue. You can already see Dizzy thrown out just for information, but a passive position held by Boo. And that is now going to be just an aggressive spot held from Kiko. Now, of course, for now at least, he has that ability to teleport back. But for Heretics, this is much more going to be like a push and probe. Look to try and see if they can find any early fights, if anybody's going to give them anything. Because you do have to bear in mind, this bonus has some real legs to it. You've still got the Guardians, but everyone else is running alongside with that Vandal.
The real danger is Boo up top. The fact that, I mean, he can't push up without making some noise at least. But if Kiko did go for that aggressive stance, he could be in trouble. Now here comes the drone. That's going to guarantee no further aggression from defensive side as they take a step back. But Heretics aren't set on it just yet. It's all part of the push and the pull of the map. Some HP taken off Miniboo. He's down to 32. Not going to be too easy to slide into those angles now. It looks like they have set their eyes on this A site, and that means all the pressure will be on Kiko. He could just back out after spotting them initially, Tom. He's just peeking a pixel, but that's his choice. Let's see where he takes it.
Yeah, his TP's gone, so it will just be him walking away. And the read from Liquid in this early round has been wrong. The stack up was on the other side, but it does look like they're playing more for the retake rather than anything else. Although saying that, Kiko's still trying to hold some pretty aggressive positioning, a strong dart to at least help him out, but it's only going to be a trade. I guess they're trying to deny this plant as much as possible, and that's exactly what young people do. He's dropped that spike on the ground. Somebody needs to get on it now, and they're not going to be able to. The timer is gone. Yumpy's won them around on his own.
Unbelievable display from Liquid. Insult to injury with Boo going down on his aggressive stance in the end, and an attempt to pick up another orb for Miniboo denied by the timer. That is maybe the expected result coming in, although considering Heretics had full rifles, I wouldn't say that necessarily carries weight. Seeing a 2-1, not a terrible surprise, but my God, the way that went down. Time and running through the mosh pit from Yumpy, ballsy decision, and one that they just weren't expecting. I'm assuming, obviously, that was Enzo's down, so he's taken a lot less damage on the way through, and just a small blind spot from Heretics that gets exploited.
You see a lot of teams doing that, basically just running through their own util. This is the change, though. Heretics have always had these really explosive attack sides with Miniboo at the helm. Now, we had a quiet week last week, but my expectation is that will not carry through into this one. He's been one of the best duelists in the league so far.
Looking at consistency, you really can't imagine it's going to be the same thing again and again. Now, ult already online for Woot as they look to take the A site. The knife alongside the ulti taking away a lot of the abilities here. Team Liquid having to do it with just the rifles in hand, and the paranoia perfect with Miniboo sliding in and securing the site. The plant goes down, and it looks like they'll wait out this KO ultimate. Utility on Team Liquid looking okay for the way through on Mystic and Enzo, but they're going to have to pack one hell of a punch to get this one done with Heretics really hunkered down.
Yeah, it's definitely looking problematic now. Losing a player before you get into the retake is always going to be tough. Again, though, this player in the corner is caught. Flash a little bit delayed, but Yumpy's doing well. He looks like the retake king. The problem is his teammates falling all around him. Benji with a late lurk through the back, and now Mystic. Again, looked solid last week, but winning from here is going to be pretty damn tough. Nobody peeking. Cam even thrown out late into the round just to make sure that he can't be defusing. And in the end, he's just going to try and fade away, but Benji is waiting. Clinical to close him out. Immediate response from Heretics.
Well, Los Niños off to a fantastic start with their 3-1. A little shaky, a little unconventional round 3, but they're right back on the horse. And with that, they've crushed Team Liquid's economy. Big round with that paranoia. Yeah. We saw it used up there again in the replay, and how quickly Miniboo is able to dive on top of them after. It's very hard to deal with that.
I think the thing that I'm a little bit worried about just early on is that I'm looking at Liquid are playing a retake A setup, but it looks like Kiko is not. Like the rest of the team are playing outside, waiting, and he is in there every single time. And if he gets killed, if he gets 2, that's fine. If he dies immediately like that, the rest of the team have to play for a deficit. And you can see 1 extra kill there, that might have made all the difference.
I think probably he was expecting to be able to get out of there with the gate crash, right? I didn't note if he had one online at the time, but as soon as that ultimate comes in from Woot, that's ruled out, and the guy is just trapped. I like the idea to get aggressive with the pistols, try to take some uncouth fights, but, well, they have met a deadly duo holding the angle. The A site now off limits for the defenders, and they'll go pushing elsewhere, but Heretics are very patient. We talk a lot about the defaulty early rounds that we see out of these attack side teams. No different here on Sunset, as we can see that map control taken, pick found, and now Heretics once again group up and look to take this late round together as a team, not looking to be isolated and drop to these pistols. They've got free reign over B side.
But this is the thing I really like about this map for Team Heretics is I think Boo calls a great game in terms of the switch up of pace. Like, you have this Neon, you have these explosive plays, you have one of the best entry fraggers in the league, but sometimes you play it nice and slow. And it's very difficult for Liquid to know, okay, do we utility dump right at the early round to try and take some space, deny you, or do we sort of play back expecting you to run at us? It's just tough. So for now, obviously this round, expectations minimal to nothing. Like if they get 2 kills here, I think Liquid have done a great job, but that's going to be easier said than done.
I think, again, you have to look at the players alive, even Mystic Nats. It's not worth them even going down to another player. The Spike will do it just fine. Yumpy already has his ult online, so not looking to do too much there. Damage and taking away a weapon was the primary goal. Well, more so the secondary goal. Primary goal, go down to that Spike in the end, and it looks like they have achieved that. Success with flying colors. Nice and easy. 4th round, though, secured for Team Heretics. All 5 players left alive. That is a worrying sign, but they were only pistols on Team Liquid, right? It's okay. Heretics get to build up a little bit of bank. They don't have to invest too much, but if Liquid let it slip here, Tom, this could very quickly spiral.
Yeah, and I think as well, even though last week we saw BBL, who definitely have had a huge resurgence, managed to beat Heretics on this map. I think prior to that, you're looking at them with wins over Vitality, Sentinels, Carmine Corp, Na'Vi. Like, this has been a really good map for Heretics. And okay, sure, lost to Paper X as well, but I think we can forgive that one. It was a great map for Paper X in their run at Madrid. So I think it was always going to be tough for Liquid. I want to see what response they have. And straight away, you're going to see an immediate use. I don't know if that was blind, but Rians has just taken out Nats. That leaves this B side so open.
Well, he headshot him with the second pull, so nice and easy. Lucky almost. I didn't think it had hit. The return, not quite so lucky. Nothing found on the side of Team Liquid as Heretics claim a free pick, site control, a plant that's very difficult to deny. When you come in as defenders, defusing that is a death sentence. Well, they're just going to smoke themselves off. Look at that, Benji allowing the decoy to go by. Deep flash, that tells you Benji's not here, but Enzo's ready for it anyways. First is found. But here's where we get to see the difficulty that comes along with defusing. Now the Spike is out in a bit of a corner that does give a wider angle to work with. Nice thrash through, player in the corner detained, but Rienz goes in for 3. The defuse is only half, and that's not close enough. 5 rounds for Team Heretics, and Team Liquid looking down in the dumps to start out Sunset.
Yeah, I think you're seeing most of the opening kills go the way of Heretics, which is definitely helping them out with these post-plant scenarios. But then it's also just their sort of adaptations. I do think that that flash maybe wasn't supposed to completely blind Benji as he was up close. That was maybe a bit of a miscall. And that's actually one of the only worries I really have for Woot. On an individual level, I have no doubt he's going to be as good as anyone else in the league, if not better. It's whether he has the same supportive utility as Patatek, because that's something I think that he was very good at, especially in their run to get to Madrid. The util that Patatek was throwing was fantastic and really good for setting up Miniboo. Now, the assist that Woot's getting, already a good showing, but some of those are off the ult, some of those are off the knife.
Right,
I'm not going to get... It's always just looking at the number alone doesn't really tell me that high level of impact, but I do think he's been in the workshop. I do think he's a player as well that has a lot of flexibility when it comes to agent pool. Like, we've seen him have a lot of games on controller, on duelist, on initiator, which for someone who's only 18 years, just 18 years of age, that is impressive.
This is what I was saying, like looking back at this guy, and I remember at the time, a long time ago, Tom, flexibility was something you talked about with this guy, but he has almost every agent played. Sure, some of them like Phoenix and Reyna, I think even are going to come out in troll tournaments where they're just messing around, but for the most part, when it comes to officials that matter, you'll see this guy pick up whatever the hell the team needs. And for a young player, one with so much individual potential, that's rare. You are going to find a lot of players, especially early in Valorant, that they just want to do one thing. They want to play that duelist.
Jet.
And Jet was the one. Jet was the problem. Looking at you, Hoodie. But there were lots of people doing it.
Looking at you, old Vitality.
Oh, okay. Well, that was because they couldn't lock 5 Jets.
We have signed 5 Jet players. It doesn't seem to be working.
Who would have thought? Our Jet players not a good support.
Much better now. I'll give them that. Much better now.
Yeah, they've done well. They absolutely have. So have Team Heretics, a turnaround from back in the day, maybe for a while, back to the form of back in the day. But I'm not sure you'll ever bring back the level they achieved in First Strike.
Yeah.
Hard to reach again.
We won't go into that.
No, we'll shelf that one.
Either way, though, this needs to be now Liquid finding a response. The streak of rounds for Heretics, their credits are starting to get to a point of no return. They've got themselves a few ults online, although maybe not the most high-impact ones. And thus far, I'm not really seeing the value of that Yoru. Now, I expect more on the attack.
100%.
But if there's no value on the defense, we have a problem.
Well, that's it. Right now, Kikyo, no gate crashes to work with, so mobility's a little limited. Has his ult. Difficult to use without a gate crash. Sometimes you gotta commit fully, or just use it as the recon. The slow push through on mid has caught them off. I didn't think Heretics would be giving up this position so quickly, but of course only one of them has the ability to transition to the B site quite this quickly. Plant comes through. And on the side of Heretics, they want to recover that advantage with Miniboo's aggression, but he's being caught in a bit of an awkward spot. Those reveals giving them everything, and Kiko now committing to the ult. He's put down the decoy and bought himself the space. His teammates coming in from the off angle and defending this spike now is a tough task for anyone to manage. Boo is the last one standing, looking to avenge his fallen brother, and he'll not even get a shot off. Team Liquid are back on the board. It's late, but it's not too late. 5-2.
No, I like the way they played this round. Like, the aggression into mid got them a lot of information, allowed for a quick rotation, but more importantly, just having that advantage. Especially in these sort of scenarios, I think the util that they put through to get them that extra information, I think that's been one of the things so far that has been kind of interesting is they've been able to walk into Nats' site or find Nats without too many problems. So the fact that this round, they basically walked into all of the traps, they got hit by all of the darts, it gave a lot of info, plus that ultimate. Even still, though, plenty more to be desired. And as said, no problems for the side of Heretics to buy up again.
I'm out of here.
Quick dash in, that was almost a chance. Mystic is down as quick as you like, and you know, it's ambitious. I'll always applaud players taking outside the box a little bit, but well, Miniboo's not going to be caught off by that. This is a big round to risk those kind of plays in, Tom. Somewhere Team Liquid come in already. Man disadvantage and low HP on Enzo, and Yampi down. But they had rifles. They had their economy on its last legs, and wow, what a strange way to approach the early round.
It was just so... I can only assume he thought that he hit him with the paranoia, so that him pushing was really risky, but to just try and TP into that corner, when you know it's Miniboo, like, you know he's going to be in your face, you know he's going to be as far forward as possible, and, like, Mystic definitely expected that play, because there was a pot flash over the top, he counters with paranoia, and then he TPs forward, and it's just, yeah, a gamble, and that gamble didn't even remotely pay off. That's probably the freest opening I think Minibu's had in a long, long time. And he also didn't have any support.
That's the thing that gets me, Tom. You know, if there's another player there, it makes sense. The trap's worked out for Nats, claimed him a kill and a second as well. Who knows? If the trap wasn't there, that might have went down differently. But instead, some damage is done. At the end of the day, though, it's not anything noteworthy for the side of Heretics.
No.
They have got plenty of cash to throw at this, and removing another rifle from Team Liquid is all that they cared about. This buy is going to be pretty miserable from that defensive side, and so far they've struggled even with the best of buys.
But that's the thing. It's like there's the extra peek there. I actually find, like, yeah, so he's trying to get away. I'm just surprised the TP's forward. That's the thing that surprises me a little bit there. But I guess it's just one of those panic moments that you go, okay, I've got to get out of the stun.
If it worked, if Minibu was hit by that, if he did slide in, if the TP was a little deeper so Minibu doesn't see it on the way through, we'd be singing his praises. A god-tier player, huge play, but it didn't work. This time, though, doubling up. Not going to have the paranoia to work with off rip, but it's sent in a little bit later.
It's the same result.
Yeah, exactly the same thing occurs. One player dead for Team Liquid, and Team Heretics sat on a default, sit back with map control, and have a little smile on their face. So plenty of time.
Just to note, in the last series that they played versus BBL, Minibu had 21 kills. We are in round 9. He already has 10. So I think it might be a different week for him. I think he's performing. Also, he came up against what looked like prime Kushner, which that's always scary. It's always scary when that guy's in his element. Sometimes there's nothing you can do. Again, though, like, just think about how many openings. I think I can think of one opening kill that has gone the way of Team Liquid. They have 2 rounds on the board. It really isn't going well for them, and they're going to have to try and play from a deficit again, with a lot of their utility already gone. It's only really Enzo that has anything left.
Decent wall bang by Mystic. He had all of that utility used from Heretics to clear this site and confirm that wasn't being spotted from, but spams through the smoke. Ultimately, will claim the kills, and the emerging from the cage. They are all caught. Oh, wow. 3 quick kills in the round is sorted just like that. The question is, can Enzo get exits? Because a 1v4 is too much to ask of almost any player. And he won't get the first even, running into Rian. 7 rounds on the board for Team Heretics. This is their map pick, and, well, it's showing right now.
Yeah, I almost feel like this pause may end up just being how do we not die to Minibu within the first 5 seconds of the round? Because the thing is, I don't even feel like they're changing a massive amount. They're throwing a pop flash, he's going for a face, there's a dart over the top, sometimes there's a paranoia, they take the same fight, they win it. So for Heretics, you're going, yeah, keep doing that. Keep doing that. If someone's going to face you each time in a different way, Minibu's probably going to win that duel, and if he doesn't, there'll be someone there to trade. Whereas for Liquid, I understand the logic of, okay, I want to try and counter this. I want to try and come up with something to beat this guy. I feel like they might have to come up with a completely different idea altogether. Even just having someone on the other side. That's been one of the things that's been a little bit surprising, is they're always fighting from elbow and not A short, which he has to run past.
Yeah, I think the idea, like, in this case, you have the second player doubled up for the initial dive. They were expecting Minibu to go deeper for the kill, but Kiko peeks out ahead of it, so then they can have the support. And the third player, you're going to have a 4th player on that side of the map just for that setup. Third player standing ready with the paranoia. Obviously, the idea being the second that they get contact, paranoia goes out, both players from elbow can push through, probably Dizzy goes out the window. Oh man, you could have had Kiko pop off with 4 kills. Instead, Kiko gets domed in the head. They run away from the paranoia, and the round is just screwed right off rip. And this is what we've seen a couple times now for Heretics. They just have this steady default. They wait for Liquid to make a mistake. They punish it, and then they move to a site together. It's worked again and again. No need to change it now, but that's a pause for Liquid. And they're going to come in with some new ideas, hopefully, but not a lot to execute them with, Tom, with the pistols. Now, I said you're not going to have 4 players in the A side, Tom. They do this time, but it's
you might as well. An immediate paranoia, though. It's going to slow down Minibu. Result still the same. At this time, you can kind of forgive it a little bit more because it's just against pistols, but he's not losing this fight. You can put as many people in his way as you want. Minibu goes elbow, Minibu gets kill.
It's insane. He's on 14 HP at least. But I don't think we're even close to having a conversation about economical damage on the side of Heretics. There's 2 rounds left to play for. They have got the cash.
The Benji has 7,300 and Wu has 7,000, and they're going to get more at the end of the round.
And Minibu has ult, and there's...
It's not particularly close. But again, it is just the same setup. The Heretics rinse and repeat, but it works. And that's the thing. When you have a youngster like Minibu in your team who can execute that kill 9 times out of 10, and then the second guy is Wu, who, I'll be honest, thus far hasn't needed to do that much because plan A has worked, He's got 10 assists. I reckon 5 of them are from that same flash.
Well, 8 of them were in the first like 5 or 6 rounds. The guy hasn't had a chance to support his team because it's like, okay, Miniboo take contact, 3 dead, okay. Or 1 dead, reset, flash out onto a site that's already clear, and then in the post plant, they got all the kills.
Then in the post plant, it's like, night foul.
They're not there, guys. Great. That's what he's had to do. He's playing his role, and his role's kind of boring right now because they're just winning cleanly. You're gonna have to say for the side of Team Liquid, you know, you have Bind up next, your map pick. Maybe we can see some more energy out of that side there, but the reality is, this map, they need a big turnaround, but they had the pause. And Eco has gone by. Didn't go too well, but it is what it is. This is what they will have discussed in the pause. Let's see what the adjustments are.
4 again.
It's still 4 players on A. Can they deal with Miniboo this time? Surely
there
they can. There it is! Opening pick for Team Liquid. Hunter's Fury chasing them down, and it's traded out. Flash is good. Turn the players' eyes away for a moment, and that is a disaster. Enzo got the one. That player's brought right back up, and the whiff behind leaves them with nothing to fall back on. A devastating display from Team Liquid as Team Heretics.
That was what I wanted to see as well. Just having the player on short to re-peek afterwards and catch them. I can't. I'll be honest. I can't believe Heretics did it again. Just so you know, I can't believe that they've just gone towards this elbow position. Like, what was it, 4 rounds in a row? They've gone for the same fight, and this time Miniboo dies immediately, and they still get out with 4 players.
That's it.
I don't know. I think wrap this one up.
The B plan was still to go here. If Miniboo gets a kill, we go there. If Miniboo dies, we go there without him, and we trade him out. And it's worked. And that first kill, beautiful, sure, but
the Hunter's Fury definitely made things more disjointed. But it's this in the. There's 2 players behind, and no one was looking in that direction. And so there had to be something there. That is just Team Liquid whiffing. That's all you could put that down to. Because they had the right setup, the right play, they had the right utility, just need to shoot people in head. And unfortunately, that was the part that failed. They're still going this way.
He's blinded and eventually taken down. Kiko's having a rough day. Let's hope it warms. Well, never mind, he's not going to warm up now. Lying dead and cold on the floor, so is everyone else. Again, they've killed Miniboo, and it's just been overrun. Yup, he's got to get out. Oh, there's a shock dart kill to even up the numbers. It might even be winnable with the shot through the smoke. Woot. Down and out, but no return.
And it's solo. It's the solo play. Nats tries to chase down that kill and instead ends up giving another 1v1. And Benji wins it from a position that they actually managed to turn it to winnable. Now just comes down to a 1v2 for Yumpy. Now, one of the rounds they've won already was based off him forcing Heretics to lose to time. See if he can do anything in this scenario. The problem is, look how passive the remainder are. He's got to try and clear nigh on everything. They're waiting to see if he rotates around the flank because, of course, you're going to play your post plants from this position. Just look to bait out that time, a smoke to even section off an angle, and you can see Yumpy is trying to clear every single angle that is possibly available to him, but at this point, that timer is going to start ticking down. They know it as well as we do that he's going to be towards that spike. Boo almost giving things away, but it doesn't matter. He wins the duel anyway. A 10-2 Heretics, as said last week, definitely didn't go to plan, but this is looking like a different beast.
It absolutely is, Tom. 10 rounds on the attack side. Say what you will about this setup and how it could perform at getting behind, Benji making his life awkward, all those sort of points we made earlier, it kind of goes out the window. Kiko's had one of the worst halves that we've seen from him in terms of potential, in terms of whiffs as well. Like, this has been a rough start, and if you imagine the sides turning and it changing, that's a tight turnaround, man. Maybe they'll get the ball rolling, and I think the real hope for me, Tom, is that they can get that ball rolling enough that they pick up some speed, some momentum coming into Bind, because right now it looks like Heretics are just a better squad after that first half.
Yeah, you don't see many teams lose from 10-2 up.
Right. Don't see many teams make those comebacks either, Tom.
No, that's true. Maybe Liquid can be on the other side of the coin this time around, but they've got a lot to do. And they're up against, as I said, I think a very competent Sunset team. I'm not surprised, even after losing it last week, that Heretics have been happy to come back into this map, especially one that we haven't seen Liquid play since kickoff. And that was a narrow victory. Oh no, sorry, a narrow loss to Koi. So They've got themselves in an afterplan, a position that's definitely winnable. They need this pistol.
That they absolutely do. The aggression hasn't worked out with Kiko falling as well. Down goes Nats, and like dominoes, these players one by one. Starts with the first, and now we're left with the last. Just Mystic, 1 versus 3, spamming through his smoke, but those bullets come right back at him, and the defuse is in with a little bit of time to spare. Another pistol found. Heretics 11-2 up. And it's difficult to imagine the comeback without that pistol. A force buy almost inevitable.
Wu has 17 assists now. Like, it's just going up and up. Like, I feel like this round was basically just him, like, just running around. We know exactly what this guy could do on an individual level. As said, thus far in the match, it wasn't really needed, but I genuinely think he's got most of those assists from just throwing that same pot flash out on
I think you're right.
to elbow. I think it's just, hey, this assist thing's really easy. Just keep throwing this flash.
I love playing KO.
Well, a leaf out of their opponent's book is going to be a push in the direction of elbow. Yeah, it's weird. He's ecoed everyone else's force ball.
Yeah, you don't see that every day. I'll tell you that. He's gone for another flash assist. That one hasn't quite panned out. Team Liquid a little slower on taking the space. Not the normal carry on whenever you see these lighter weapons, but it might bait Heretics into taking some over-aggressive peaks. Perhaps that's the hope. You see them waiting for a flash to come through, playing behind the walls to swing right after. He's out of flashes, so that's not going to happen. No point of contact there. Finding space here. Difficult challenge. Heretics are ready for it. They were thinking about re-aggressing. They've decided not to. And they'll just keep, oh no, now the re-aggression is coming in off the paranoia. They see nothing. This could be where the trap is finally sprung with much patience, but not much reward. Okay, Nats gets 2, but look how low those players are that remain. And at 11-2, we're not talking about damage. You gotta win the round. They have to pull this back from this position, and okay, Enzo does well to drop Rienz, but still 2 more to go. Still the spike to be planted.
Well, these two as well are the safe pair of hands, aren't they? There's Boo and Benji. You can't see them making mistakes. I don't think he has anywhere near enough time to run to the B side. He's just trying to clear some of these positions, but in the meantime, they're aggressing. It's a little bit disjointed, but it doesn't even matter. Boo wins that fight anyway. 12-2. Close to an incredibly dominant map for Team Heretics, and I do think after this one, it might be back to the drawing board for Liquid in their sunset.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, Tom. You might be coming in with some fresh ideas next time around because, well, this has been fast. Fast and fresh. That's what it's all about. And for Heretics, look, you can see it in how they win that previous round. There's barely an emotion to be seen on that stage. At this point, it's just another day at the office. 12-2. Barely a hiccup on this map so far, and now the chance to close it out. Another mixed bag of buys because Team Liquid force bought previous round. Nats is able to get a rifle thanks to his eco at least. But that's about where the positives start to fall off. And I actually see Nats going for an individual play. If he goes down, this rifle is lost. And look at the setup from Heretics. They're so ready for this. One player A, they've got a setup on B to cover each angle, and they're double stacked on the single place Team Liquid are thinking about sending it. In fact, as the smoke fades, that's Nats going forward and right into the waiting arms of Mini Boo. No chance to recover that weapon without a lot of risks being taken. And while this is a death sentence.
Mystic was set up to throw out a paranoia, but it never got thrown. So then he ends up getting caught by the dart because he set up a paranoia. This seems so messy at the moment from Liquid. And we're just fighting one by one. The trades have not gone too badly. They've done a lot of damage, but even still, they've taken so much in return. A 3v4, I don't know, I think we just go on to the next one.
You have to. Yeah, mentally, that's where we're at. Let's see if Liquid can pull us back in. 10 rounds in a row, 4v3, low HP on 2 players, not even rifles to play with, just the one. Big play needed by Enzo. Big mistake needed by Team Heretics, and it's not going to happen. The first is found. Elbow spotted, taken down. Now 4v1 with 25 HP, and the last shot finally finds its mark. That is a 13-2 start for Heretics in this series, and a fantastic debut from the young gun of Wu.
Yeah, he had an absolute field day. He's up there with the assists, and I'm sure he's got way more to show than that, but it is back to the regular season when it comes to Heretics, and honestly, we need a response in the next map for Team Liquid.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy.
Bang! Nice! Bang, boys! Bang! Let's go! Bang! That's what we need! Bang! Nice! Bang! Yes! Bang!
That is what they need indeed. Team Heretics, they came to play. What a dominant start of their day. I'm your host, so I'm back here with Kakuka. That was so fast.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I think that that has to be the most dominant win that we have seen so far this year, at least here in EMEA. That was surprising. We had a lot of questions. How is Wood going to be playing with the rest now that he's feeling it? Padded shoes with such little time actually to prepare just himself, and it was flawless, I'd say.
Honestly, I felt kind of iconic that he was team flashing a little bit. I feel like if you don't team flash, you're not doing your job right. But the assists was crazy. He had so many.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with the KO knife, like it gives you a little bit of a free ones, but also it's that kind of edge that it was given them to perform like this. And I think this round's number 11 sums up everything that we saw during the first half. As Tom was mentioning, Team Heretics was not discovering the wheel. They were doing exactly what they have been doing in the past. And Team Liquid, even though time after time they were trying to shut them down, not even with 4 players defending on A, they could do a micro that could actually stop what Team Heretics had planned for this Sunset.
I feel like this round just summed up the entire game. All you have to do is watch this round. I mean, they won 2 pistols, 9 first kills, 9 first kill conversion, 10 plant conversion as well.
Yeah.
I feel like, Kakuka, if you're having a day like this, there's very, very little you can do against that as Liquid.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And the homework was also pretty easy for Liquid. Like, number 1 has to be shut down Miniboo, right? You shut him down, you do not allow him to get comfortable, and then the rest will slowly but surely crumble. But they attempted, but they didn't manage to do it with the change of composition.
Yeah, Bind will be up next, but first we got Miniboo here in the AIM Labs warm-up as well. Of course, Heretics, they picked Sunset. We knew they were going to do well there, but what about Bind? How is Miniboo going to do on Bind, do you think?
It might be a surprise. Maybe we know the Team Liquid changed the composition for Sunset in preparation for today. Okay, it didn't work, it didn't go very well, but maybe Team Heretics is also willing to change something. In my opinion, maybe they shouldn't. I think that Wood's being so confident and so comfortable also on that KO for that first showing is going to give them exactly what they need. I mean, the kid can shoot. What can you do?
I still think we're going to get a map 3. I really do. As I said with my fun fact, Heretics, they always win their map pick. And Liquid seems to always be winning their map pick as well. And also, it feels like last map was one of those maps you can just mentally go, GG, go next. Didn't work out, but let's try and get them back on Bind.
I think that especially for Liquid this year, there had been a lot of those situations. Remember that at the same time, this is a team that is just recovering right now from a 13-2. They also were in the losing end. Yeah, exactly. Like they lost a 10-2 lead. So sometimes things just do not work out for Team Liquid. That doesn't mean that they are out and dusted. I think that they can do so much in this Bind, that they can adapt. But that's the other part of it. Are they going to adapt into the Euro Astra? What is going to be their approach shutting down Team Heretics, if Team Heretics can even be expected to be the same?
This is the thing. Teams have felt like they've been really comfortable changing things from week to week.
Yeah.
Did you like the Gecko? Did you feel like maybe it didn't work out?
I get the intention. To me, I think that also the last round was a prime example of a team being confident and comfortable with a composition. The way the Team Heretics was able to regain all that space onto mid means that they were comfortable. Team Liquid, on the other hand, not so much.
Well, the Gecko is great pick here. It makes a lot more sense that they're going to play Harbor Viper.
Yeah, Harbor Viper. I mean, double controller, it is just a little bit different. Yambi is also going to be moving on to that KO and Woods. Instead of playing on the KO, he's going to go for the Sky. So, of course, I think there's going to be differences. Boo is decided on the Omen, so no Astra to be seen. The Euro is going to be a very, very important part. But Team Liquid starting on the attack. Mistake. We saw a couple of missteps when it came to Bind. For this attack, he has to be crucial. He has to be helping Enzo a lot. And I think that also Nats has to be very, very mindful of his utility.
Are we sure this is a Bind? Agent select Kakuka, this is very off meta.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that especially the things that we've learned from Navi, especially on this map with the Gecko KO, the amount of utility that you have to swamp onto side has to give Team Liquid the same comfort that Team Heretics was able to find on Sunset with such a dominant first half.
Yeah, they get to start on defense this time around as well for Heretics, which feels like might be okay for Liquid.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that they have to take it one step at a time. Team Heretics probably, once they're seeing this composition, they might interpret that something has changed, that they have to adapt on the fly. But just based also on the fact that they changed the composition and more so adapted it to Wood being here, I think that they also come with a plane of their own. And now mentally, the ones that have to recover are Liquid. They are the ones that are going to come with a new plan, with a new composition, and everything has to fall into place if they want to even take this to a map number 3.
I mean, we questioned some of that potential synergy differences with Wood coming in. I'd love to see what they have cooked up with that Yoru Sky double flash combination, especially considering they got about 5 million wars that they have to flash past as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's going to be very interesting also how he measures the utility and when to use it, right? Because with the KO knife, it's not the same. I think that at some point they're going to regret not having the KO in this specific occasion, because with so much important utility on the hands of Liquid, it could be such an important part, right? Of the possibility of them going into the game and then being like, well, maybe, just maybe we shouldn't swap this one thing because this other agent would have given us so much more versatility and impact onto the round.
I mean, you said about how Liquid probably changed their Sunset comp as a direct counter to what Heretics like to do. What about these changes here? Why do you think they made the Viper Harbor?
I think that they're understanding that the game is a bit different to what it used to be, that they need to adapt on the fly and they need to show strength, right? Team Liquid is not a team full of new players, new faces that we're seeing incoming on the tier 1. No, this team has things to prove. They cannot just be average. They need to be trendsetters. They need to be recognizable for their playstyle. They need to leave a mark wherever they go. And so far, they have not been achieving that. So maybe trying to get these compositions and a new look onto things, try and pick up here and there what works from other teams might help them get the edge.
Well, on Sunset, it didn't work out that well, but let's see what they got cooking up on Bind. Mitch and Tom, what do you make of this?
Well, I'm very excited to see this. It's been a while since Woot. We mentioned all the agents that he plays. It's been like 10 months since we got to see a Sky out of him and testing his support ability. Well, after that last map on the KO, it's easy to do that with the ults. Here on the Sky, I'm excited, Tom. This could be really good with the double flashes on Mini Boot.
Yeah, the thing is, I do agree with you. I think I'm looking forward to seeing what Heretics will do, but I'm actually just more worried for Liquid.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's a more important thing, because I think Heretics, even in the last map, I don't think they had to play even close to their skill ceiling to beat Liquid. So I'm now looking at Liquid and going, are you going to turn up today? Like, are we going to see Kiko hopefully play much better on the Raze? I think it's a more comfortable pick for him, but it looks like they're going to be challenged almost immediately, as already it will be the force back as Heretics have to fall back.
A little bit of map control fought for Mystic on the Harbor. Didn't have a great debut here, but we've heard a lot of good things about it in scrims and in compositions. This is a tactic they've practiced. Enzo's been isolated with the spike. The rest of the team had teleported, and the man left behind had the most important piece of the puzzle. Now Liquid have to go to the other side of the map, and it's quite a trek all the way over here.
Liquid?
And, well, they have to fight B-Long against pretty much the entirety of Heretics. Not ideal, Tom,
no,
to start with.
I would say as far from ideal as you could probably get.
Suboptimal.
Yeah. This is not going to be easy for them to retrieve. And I think they're almost going to have to win the round before they get that spike back.
Yeah, probably. And I think they've made the right call here as well, splitting in towards Hookah so they can at least dive out and Team Liquid can crunch these players on long, but this is something Heretics are aware of. They're not silly. Rienz is left behind to watch this, and so a bit of a challenge for him. Already, though, they've caught the player up in the air. Looks like Kiko will hold on to life, but the rest of Team Liquid are the ones that are falling before Kiko gets isolated. And sure, they've got the spike back, and they can run it over to A. But look, Tom, with 4 players alive,
Benji.
They've already got someone waiting. Benji just around the corner with 14 seconds left. That should be the round cemented. In fact, if Mystic won this one, we would have to take him off the stage.
Yeah, he would need some pretty impressive mechanics / gaming chair to be able to pull that one off. But no, it's going to be another 3K for Woot in a pistol, and that is a pistol round that I'm almost certain Liquid will want to forget. And as I said, like that's the worry I have. It's not even down to whether or not Heretics are going to play to like the best of their ability, or whether Woot is going to be good enough. Like it's literally after that first map, Liquid going to show up, because that's again just another catastrophic error within 30 seconds of the game.
Yeah, I think for my mental health, I was coming in saying, you know what, Team Liquid will just bounce out playing the normal game. That was a hiccup. They made some adjustments to counter Heretics that didn't work out. That we couldn't really see the idea behind on the desk, and well, yeah, you couldn't see the execution behind it either. Now they come into a map that they're ready for, comps they're ready for, and they should be on their 2 feet stably. Well, that was about as unstable of a start to a map as you can see with the spike drop. Now they've got pistols to try and make this work up against the big guns. And then round 3, that's where we get back into the real meat and potatoes of the game. For Liquid, they've done well to isolate some close range angles, but again, the problem is Team Heretics have won every duel that they've gone for, looking into the previous map, and they're not taking these fights alone.
Yeah, they've been good in these scenarios.
Standing ahead.
Trading effectively, not taking too many very risky fights. And while, for now at least, it's just going to be down to Mystic. Even a kill here would be nice. Just try and do some form of damage. And well, he is going to be able to take out 2. Very nicely done. On to just 4 HP, so you have to think that's all she wrote. All right, Boo, they're just predicting exactly where he's going to go. But honestly, in a 1v5, he's done well there.
Yeah, I mean, he did well, sure. But we need so much more for Team Liquid before we can start writing home about them. This is a round that carries a lot of weight with it, Tom, because the snowball of the previous map starts to come into play. If this was map 1, do I expect to see Spike isolated, that kind of chaos on B-Long? Well, no, I don't expect to see that anytime, to be honest. But you can understand, after such a devastating beginning, things can be shaky. And Team Liquid need to get right back on that horse here and now. As we said, rifles coming through, but Team Heretics have some ideas of early aggression. 3 players off B, long, fast flashes. They compete for this orb, and Boo grabs 1 for free on Kiko. After all those spams coming in, a lot of the damage is going to be healed back up by Woot. And no surprise to anyone, it's another very successful early round for Team Heretics.
Yeah, similar to the last map. They've got that opener, and now it has to be Liquid trying to fight back. Now, at least they do still have some weaponry advantages. Benji is left with just a pistol to play with. Guardians, Bulldogs, it's still slightly favored, but with personnel on the other side. Miniboo also now has his ultimate as well, so he could use that just to try and get some extra information. And that walk, look how many players already here. This is very telegraphed. That information is going to be grasped as they spot pretty much every single player. It's only the lurk on the other side that could cause them problems. And they've already managed to deny that plant. It's going to have to be a fight back in. And Miniboo actually still got one there.
I don't know how, coming out of his ult that quickly. They know there's 2 players towards mid. They're not sure about that, though. That could be the element of surprise for Nats, as he's already dropped Benji Fishy, and that space to plant the spike finally achieved. That wave wall disappearing, and now the Reckoning comes into play. It's barely even needed, though. Woot's pulsing body is all that it gives away, as he'd already been dropped. A clean way back through for Team Liquid. Even after losing the opening pick, that's more of what we wanted to see.
Yeah, I think a better mid-round from them. Just being able to adapt on the fly. The timing of them pushing the smokes was pretty good as well to be able to take some of those fights, but it is the first round on a road to many. And even then, there still looked like there were moments where that could have easily slipped in the other direction. Of course, for Heretics, still going to be coming in with the purchase here. By the looks of it, we might even get an attack side outlaw. I wonder if the attempt here is going to be to fight B long. It does look like that's where Enzo is starting, just because that has been a real pressure point already, and we're just heading into round 4.
Well, the default spread by Team Liquid almost got exploited. I see Miniboo walking down back. He made a couple of steps as well, and Nats actually heard them, so he's gone back. This is delaying the attack slightly, but they're just looking for opportunities. That wall that's up towards A meant to rob them of info, but Team Heretics are grouping up on it right now. 3 players around that spot. Contemplating the TP crunch that's now come through. Kiko down and out, and the immediate gate crash means that Miniboo's ready to fight on A, so they kind of quicken the pace to take advantage of those teleported players and even dropping Benji. Now they might think the site is clear, or at least much lighter in defense. Miniboo's opportunity to strike once that wave wall goes down again.
Spike planted.
But there's a few seconds left on it, and he's just tucking away, keeping the space.
I think with an advantage already held, didn't really need to aggress, but it has gone down. Levels things for Liquid. Looking like another scenario where Heretics could just work off their advantages, but that fight has given things back into a winnable occasion. And very passive holds as well. It does make it a little bit easier, though, for them to isolate one of these fights, to spam isn't really going to be the bigger problem for Heretics here. It's mainly those after plants in terms of utility, and there's still snake bites to go. Nats, though, is left all on his lonesome, and he's just sticking that defuse all the way. He's managed to just get it while it was going on. It looked like it was going to be a round for Liquid, but instead it's gone the other way.
Well, even in the rounds that seem set up for victory, Tom, it can always fall apart, and that snake bite not chipping away enough damage, the wide angle on the defuse. This was beautiful, not just the play through the teleporter, but the team keep back, and they didn't get the reward for it. Very nicely punished by Mystic, but in the end, it comes down to these duels that leave Nats in such an awkward position to try to get that done.
It's so close.
You can see, I mean, I don't know if we'll ever get a timer on that one, but it was incredibly close. Even if he fired the second he saw him. 3-1. Yeah. Round 5 sees pistols, or a pistol in the hands of Enzo, but they're still able to muster some rifles across the board. Heretics have some weaknesses, so to speak, but sometimes those are strengths on a map like this. The judge on Benji Fishy in particular.
Especially with him being able to potentially get a kill and just fall back. You have to hope there's going to be something sent in. They just got to try and walk this. It's not going to be easy for him to get away with anything. In fact, it's okay, an interesting spike position. It's got caught in the wall. They should be able to retrieve it.
Floating in the air. Well, luckily no longer. It's come back down to earth. Spike retrieved, but damage done to Mystic will linger later on into the round, and the drone coming through spots them. Good information to play with. Seekers doubling up to cement the positions of these players in case that drone didn't see them. And gate crash from Miniboo sent out towards the A site. He can play up into heaven later on, and that is a big benefit for this squad, being able to hunker down on the site they expect the take to come in and then rotate later. And the push, as we can see, is on its way. The Mosh on site will force them into some awkward positions. Woot has to swing wide, but still free from this position, single-handedly stopping the push of Liquid. And with 30 health left on Mystic, I don't think he's going for this one.
It's the Turkish aim. He is the truth. He is the promised. Like, the one this man is able to do. We just said it at the beginning of the game. Like, in terms of raw ability, he's the player from the tier 2 that everyone wanted. And it's just headshot after headshot for Woot. Absolute filth on his first day of the stage, and he's 9-2.
This is the thing, Tom. Well, what was Liquid's idea here? Okay, mosh pit over the top. It lands on site. You know the player inside has to peek you. If anything, if we had their comms, I think that's the call. He has to peek. He has to peek. Sure, he does, but he ain't gonna lose those fights. Absolutely gorgeous. And a special shout out to Rienz as well, combining beautifully with the recon to give that extra information. No doubt that helped out in the third kill that we saw. The fourth, sheer ridiculous confidence out of Woot. 9-2 debuting. And Tom, one of the things that we said was on this stage, nerves can kick in. And for players like Woot, he's in the danger zone. It turns out it was Team Liquid that were riding in that danger zone all along, because they've not been doing well. And a timeout called already. Remember, they burnt theirs up early in the last map, and there wasn't a lot to say about them.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things, again, you have to go back to people who might not have seen Woot before. You're going to very quickly realize why every sort of analyst, every sort of commentator is sat there going, nah, just wait. Just wait. Like, the Turkish broadcasts have been saying it for ages. They've been watching this kid just light up. And the thing is, it was sad for Ascension last year because Fireflux were the team that everybody was waiting for. Like, they had players like Yedaje, who we're now seeing thrive in foot as well. Like, it was a really solid team. Unfortunately, it just didn't make it through the sort of strength of what was Turkey, even if the expectation was there. But it's so good to see him on this stage, and it's so good to see exactly what he could do. Crisp headshots to give them that round, and now, wow. They said last round they managed to at least get a buy on the board. Liquid are in much more trouble this time out. Sure, they have an ult or two, but they've already tanked the shock dart. When Kiko's almost dead, he's not even seen anyone.
Yeah.
So's Yumpy.
He was bitten by a few things, not just the shock dart, but even the Trailblazer comes up after. So all the information is there to play with. Team Heretics have a problem brewing, and then players are going to the other side. Nats is dead. Yeah, no way out. It was only him that was spotted, and the drone was super close inside the smoke, so there could be other players there. But we see the gate crash again up top. It's on its way over towards the B site. This is going to represent an early rotation potentially for the side of Heretics. They've spotted players, so Miniboo immediately comes in to help. And for Liquid, no matter where they go, they'll be running into the brute force of Heretics with pistols in hand, with low HP on Kiko and Yumpy. It seems to be a formality. They will need a miracle to make this one worth. But they could make it costly. The TP to A, well, Tom, the hope here is that they've rotated. And we can see quite plainly that Rienz alongside Benji Fishy are in position.
Yeah, they might not even expect Rienz, because the thing is Benji is firing snake bites just immediately, almost making them assume that there might not be anybody here. They're going to hear the flash go up. They're just running to their death at this stage. Again, any kills they can get would be nice. And well, the ace has been stolen away from Benji right at the end. It would have been a nice way to close out Eco round. And Andaluthia flawless, but the main thing for them, excusing who got the kills, is the fact that they're just going to keep their finances off the chart.
That's it. As we said, damage was a question, but one we didn't expect a favorable answer to come through from Team Liquid. That Shock Dart did a lot, but at the end of the day, just clean setup. Rienz needed to do barely anything with how quick Benji was on those flicks. The only player that survived his wrath was the one hiding behind a wall. 5-1. Round 7 sees ultimates for Team Liquid. Viper's Pit, Thrash, Showstopper online. That's a lot to work with on the attack, and somehow Miniboo picks up the opening again. In comes the Showstopper. Will it find value to one blast pack left? There's a player in its sights, and Boo goes down.
Yeah, again, leveling things up. Ultimates are in a pretty decent spot for Liquid here. Could use that Viper's Pit if they can get into the post bar. Instead, though, Nat's actually the furthest back. So it doesn't look like that ult's going to come into play. He's going to be able to avoid this drone, though. Rienz goes down. A huge pick that makes this much more awkward. It seems like they're also waiting for the secondary flank timing, though. It's going to be everything. If Mystic turns around, he's got a huge opportunity here. So many players just waiting. He's immediately going to take one down, but they're there to trade. Unfortunately, goes for the high HP player. Wanted to get rid of that Thrash. Even still, though, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all, because Will is just making his name heard.
Well, another little fake out from Team Heretics. Last time we thought Rienz was going to be the big player, and it was Benji. This time, Benji gets a flank on 4, picks up 1 kill, and it's looking like there's a chance for Team Liquid after this disastrous flank. This guy is ridiculous. Even gets blinded at the end. Miniboo desperately trying to get himself a kill, but you can't stop Woot. He's 12-2. And for Team Liquid, call a pause if you want. I don't know what you say about that.
Oh, you might be looking at one of the best ever debuts at the VCT. Like, it truly is just ridiculous. You can see it on Benji's face. I think in his mind, he was probably like, I might have just lost us that round because I didn't get as much as I could have. He got Woot. It genuinely doesn't matter.
You did good.
Odin on the attack side, it's something that not many will try, but Enzo always will. And at this point, you know, everything else hasn't been working, so you might as well give it a go.
Desperate times, Tom. Desperate times, and we're definitely seeing desperate measures. The tag up even onto Enzo. The Odin makes it a bit easy. No way to follow up on it, but they know there's players here. Obviously, with the Viper's Pit down, you're expecting it. There's at least 2 in bat. That's the info they have to work with. 59 seconds on the clock. Mid, pitted off by Team Heretics. Benji has that control, but they don't have the info. That's what Miniboo has got a mask in front of him for. The other dimension calling to him as he'll now go through and clear this pit. 1 spotted, 2, and he's body blocked, but he'll see 3 eventually. The shoot me comes in, but Rienz got to be careful of the decay. Be back out, and this is them cemented in their positions. Now that gate crash going into spawn has been spotted. In fact, you even have Kiko going back to spot it and kill Miniboo when he attempts it. It was a ballsy play, but one that hasn't paid off. They've got 1 less player on the site, and Rienz is 1 HP. He is decayed down and taken easily. Oh, that's an awkward spray, and Benji, he's a genius.
For 1.
For 1. He almost got more. I mean, he heard the second player.
Yeah,
I don't know how he suspected it, but then he turns and gets shot in the face. It's, you know, it is what it is.
Well, it looks like this one's going a little bit better for Liquid, being able to isolate some of these players. Woot is feeling confident enough to put the Seekers in. He's going to take down Mystic. This should be an impossible round, and thankfully Nats is going to make sure of it. Doesn't allow anything more. You can see how confident this guy is at the moment, and the Odin spraying through is going to put Liquid with a second round on the board. They committed quite a lot to this one, but it was worth it just to get that over the line.
Well, that's it, yeah, to double up the rounds at the end of the day, Tom. You've got that Odin still in play. That's maybe one of the concerns. You got Miniboo flanked, spotted, and taken down, which is always good to see. The fact that they're able to bypass Benji because he's focused on the site, 2 players coming up behind. But the Odin here, really, this is for spamming. This is for post-plant, for playing through the pit when everybody's on 1
and
HP.
100% of his kills are with Odins. That's exactly what you want, Mitch.
Well, this is it. If anything, this is proof that the Vandal shouldn't be played anymore. Get the Phantom out of the game. This is the only one that you need.
Yeah, if you want to go 1 and 7,
use a Phantom. You go 0 and 7. There you go.
Well, they're back on the board again. They've still got that Odin in play. Operator up for Miniboo. Of course, he's going to have the ability to rotate very quickly back over to the other side of the map, although his TP has just faded outside the A site. You can see this execute being built in. And the late lurk of Nats, it could be problematic. No, he's going to win that fight. Maybe Miniboo facing back. That will be 1. And this time now they're starting to shut down these individual plays. Woot tries to make a play through the smoke on his own. And because of that, this round is already over.
Yeah, Heretics have made the call. They're bailing back from the site. A very quick play from the side of Team Liquid. And one that they don't run into any hitches on. Woot and Miniboo, the 2 big dangers, dropped immediately. And Tom, that's not one that we've seen to be a repeatable strategy so far from Team Liquid. They got this in a couple rounds, literally 2 on Sunset. And any of the rounds where they picked off Miniboo, it was an immediate loss handed to them in return.
It also seems like the last few rounds, Woot has gone for God plays in every single round. He's succeeded twice, he's now failed twice. I think Liquid are starting to get aware, like, okay, we just have to watch the smokes, we have to be ready. And they're starting to adapt to some of the risks that are being taken. Even still, though, looking like they should keep 3 weapons alive. Yumpy almost managing to take out Rians, but it isn't to be. And by the looks of it, we might be getting ourselves a pause here for the side of Heretics. I think maybe just not wanting to allow this one to get too far out of control.
I think it's the right call. Steady the ship in these moments. Liquid are starting to creep up a bit. They've already bested their score on the last map. And it's early days, no pistol under their belt either. It's a more competitive one for sure. But with a player like Woot sitting 13 and 4, Miniboo yet to be really activated, and Benji already showing that he's not just scary on a Cypher, an agent that we almost saw the entire comp of Liquid trained to beat on the previous map. Not efficiently, but they didn't get to really have their attack side get started either. But this pause in Heretics, like I say, steady the ship, get them back on track, and I guess refine any of those future, because a lot of the early plays have been grabbing the information and going for the flanks, getting players behind them, threading the needle. Benji managing to sneak his way all the way down B. And there's a question at this point, coming into the last 3 rounds, do you want to keep up those risks and potentially give away picks? Because remember, that kind of aggression did end up getting punished with Miniboo trying to make it into their spawn on the gate crash and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Seems like Team Liquid are a little bit more on their toes now.
Yeah, as I said, even in the last round, you see Woot try and make a very early play to catch them as they get into the site rather than waiting for the retake. So it might just be a moment where, like, the coach, Neozinio, is just seeing a few players getting a bit ahead of themselves. You go, okay, let's calm it down. We're in the lead, but we don't want to allow Liquid back into the game, because they could definitely turn it. They can definitely turn it back on. It's been a very slow start for them, especially on map 1. But they've definitely got the caliber of players, things can change.
Keep that defensive side set up on B. Yoru's got a clone inside hookah and a TP. Deep flashing as well for information. And the idea here, you fake them out with the decoy, TP in, maybe on the back of double flashes, and that is your control to take. Team Liquid won't be walking into that setup though. They've gone towards the A site. Maybe we'll see that in one of the future rounds on hookah. For now, it's a straight spam through the smoke, taking down Enzo, and leaving them without that Gecko utility for later on. As well as that, the spike will not be planted, the denial coming through as the little guy is now out of the round.
Yeah, the problem is as well, Benji has managed to reclaim Shower's control, so that's something that's going to be fought for. It's whether or not Nats actually predicts him, and that late round could be denied completely. Obviously, you want to have any utility available, although Nats doesn't have much to play with. Benji's position is perfect, and now giving them a further advantage. The aggression, he's completely blind! Just pre-fired while sprinting forward. Eventually traded out, but now it's left all optimistic. Needs to go huge, and again, the trades are there for Heretics. And this is the thing, when they get in those advantages, when they get into those retakes, that's where this team have been sublime.
Well, that's it. We saw it on their attack as well on the previous map. It's the ability to group up as a team. Once they get on the same page and approach things together, that's nasty. They don't lose. They haven't been losing. 7-3 right now.
Just can't even see a thing.
And yeah, that's the thing to remember, right? On our broadcast, when a player gets flashed, you see the symbol on your screen, but you can still see. They can't see a damn thing. But he knows the map.
That's when you have confidence in your teammate. Yeah, like he throws a flash that blinds you completely, and you're like, he blinded the other guy. I'm going to keep going.
He got it. If you can't see me and I can't see you, that's a fair fight. Well, not if you're Woot, I suppose. It's still stacked towards him. Unbelievable debut from this guy. But yeah, it is against the Team Liquid that are showing some issues, showing some signs of falling apart here. And I like it. The same setup again. We said we might get it tested by Team Liquid. And it does look like there's going to be quite a bit of presence thrown towards here just from Kiko. There's the TP, the flashes, and the decoy. But it hasn't got them anything. It's a little bit preemptive. And if anything, a good play from Team Liquid early to rob them of some of that big utility.
Yeah, I definitely like the setup though. With the paranoia, it's very cool. But instead, they're going to try this again. Falling back. Rian's going for some of the same pre-fires into the site and utility to try and clear the backline. Same result. Same guy. It's going to cause them problems of getting into the afterplant. That removes the easier options. Utility be sending through. This time they're going to isolate Benji, though. A good adaptation from the side of Liquid to pick that man off. And Kiko starting to come alive a little bit in this round, but it could very easily fall apart. Even still, though, Boo on the other side. A 1v2, he was waiting in case they TP'd. Now he has a long road back into the round.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the rotation. What a play it would have been if they just repositioned, and many teams would. But now Team Liquid hunker down. 2 rounds left to play for, and this one could be so valuable for them.
Yeah.
At least put another on the board. Boo not looking to save this weapon. He wants to get in, get involved, but he's conscious. These players could be absolutely anywhere, and the time is ticking away. Bit by bit, slowly running down. He hopes he can catch them off guard, but as we can see, they're in good position. At him, and it's Nats to find that kill, putting another on the board for Team Liquid. The gap is now down to 3. It's manageable. They want to close out this last round, but put themselves in a good fighting spot for the next half.
Yeah, big round from Kiko especially. Finding them the openers definitely made a big difference to being able to get into the site because they struggled to clear Rians. And I also like the adaptation to isolate Benji. As said, last round, he gets to hold on to Shower's control, takes out Nats. They don't have him alive in the late round, which is where Nats a lot of the time will do his best work. Getting rid of Benji has been a struggle, but they succeeded in that last round. Early pop flash, same fight we saw in the previous, but this time they're going to force them back with utility and actually claim a lot of ground.
Oh, Heretics aren't giving it up, but, well, let's say without a fight, because Rian's has gone down, and now Boo has to second guess sticking around that angle. The rotates begin. And look, expect a gate crash to be left behind. I glance at the hood. Mini Boo has none left. No quick rotations for him. Woot's on his way over. Has Seekers, but he's not going to use them. They've heard the players coming. Oh, the knife. It's delaying some of the utility, leaving them in the open, and Kiko's easily able to punish. Spike plant could be undeniable this time, but I see Woot running around on this side angle. I'm getting worried. He has the info to play with. The wall will keep him locked out for just a moment longer, and the Tiger gives away his position. But they've all ran back. The post plant setup in full effect. Thrash coming through. And that's actually going to delay them a little bit, cause some problems, or pull them into Woot, giving a chance for another kill. Team Heretics, though, in a 2 versus 4, both players in known positions. And Liquid shouldn't be giving this one away. That time already ticking quite quickly. Mini Boo, the last man standing, won't have a chance, and this one will be a 7-5 half, short of a miracle.
Yeah, no, there's absolutely no time for them to play with. It will be 7-5. Good resurgence in the end from Liquid. This was a game, again, that looked like it was going to just completely slip away from them. But getting 4 of the last 5 rounds, seeing some of the individuals in the form of Nats wake up, Kiko wake up as well, and ultimately being able to deny Woot from just having an almost flawless half. He's still 16-7, an absurd stat line for someone playing their first match within the VCT. But either way, we now have to see if Liquid can continue that run. Especially with, they struggled, didn't they, in the pistol rounds? I don't think they've won one yet.
I think you could be right, yeah. I think last map, no, actually I'm certain last map was both pistols going towards Heretics, and I think a lot of that blame lands on the shoulders of Woot. This guy has been popping off, what, 2 out of 3 pistol rounds? He's got a 3K so far?
Yeah, that's true.
He's not quiet by any means. 16-7 right now. A chance here to extend that stat line from what we've seen in the past. Team Liquid on the defense, 3 players on B. Your Viper wall is coming into position to block out the retake on B to get you back in on the retake. But the fight has come in. A site, Miniboo on his way through with the flash, and it's going to be Woot, the first to fall. He is finally dropped in a pistol. The return swings towards Liquid by a narrow margin. The low ammo catches Nats off guard. Boo, Rienz, and Benji Fishy full control over the site, and they're tucked in to play this one together.
And Mystic's going to try to isolate some of the angles. Still got Shock Dart available for Rienz. A perfect flash from Yumpy with the trade. Is immediate, however, Enzo's there. The IGL leading by example. They've got themselves their first pistol under their belt, as it will be just 1 the difference now between them and Heretics.
Well, that's a much better look from this squad. And honestly, it just comes down to kill and move. That's all you need to do. So much more in Enzo running through 14 HP and being able to find both of those kills. That could represent him with a little fire lit under. That was Enzo doubling up on his frags so far. The whole first half concentrated into just 1 round.
So you should play either an Odin or a Ghost.
I reckon he's got some karma to make up for honestly. Every smoke, just start popping shots through it, because he was domed on the way through a bunch of times with no vision.
Yeah, Rienz might have more kills through smoke than he has not through smoke.
That actually might be true.
There we go, though. Expectations for this round for Heretics, very low. And again, any damage they can do could be a problem. Kiko looking a little bit different on the cam.
Looking good, actually. All their players are looking good today.
They are. They're all. You would say you have a crush on all of them.
They're just so beautiful. Every single one. Well, opening shot from Kiko. Almost no reaction in his player cam, but he has managed to find one as Team Heretics close the distance, and apparently you can hip fire this weapon, but it's in the hands of Kiko, you can at least. 3 players survive for Liquid, and the scoreline tied up 7-7.
Yeah, big round from him. Still a few weapons dropped along the way, so not going to be too clean, but enough that they'll still be coming into the next round, and this is where we expect to see a response from the side of Heretics. Rifles available. They've also got that dimensional drift online, which, especially going into the attack side, that's normally where you see the heavy value from it. You can clear a lot of angles for free, and especially when there's weaker weapons, that becomes incredibly important.
Well, off rip, we're going to have an ultimate out of Miniboo by the looks of things, scouting out the A site, where previously you'll see a Brimstone combo with this on the ultimate. Yeah. You don't have that in this composition. In fact, you don't have that on the server right now. Miniboo's got a lot of space. Finishing out here, he spotted Nats. Nice easy kill, and a huge amount of control on the back of that ultimate. Team Liquid are locked out with Heaven control and a super late flank coming through from Mystic. The man advantage might be even, but the weaponry definitely sits with the attackers for now, and tag onto Enzo. Drop down that little bit lower, easy to finish off. There's some damage done in return. We haven't seen the kills come through, and the wall bang is so good. 26 HP left on Miniboo. A tag onto Boo as well. It's manageable. It's winnable on some level, but with Kiko going down, the odds definitely not in favor of Team Liquid. Mystic, the last man standing, and they'll find one, but the ammo is running dry, as were the chances for Liquid in that round. Lead stays in the hands of Team Heretics.
Yeah, it's the thing with this round that's actually a little bit more annoying is that I understand why Liquid went for it, because it was close. But if they hold for the exits there, I think Heretics are screwed, because you had Mystic on the flank, you had 2 players up above, like basically just holding them in to position. The only safe exit was actually through the showers. So obviously you go for it when you're that close in a position, but they could have done a lot of damage in that scenario, if not for a little bit of unlucky timing with the flash and different things like that. Nonetheless, we're still going to have them on a purchase again. We're going to see ourselves that Outlaw. And already, we're going to see Heretics looking to try and take some early control towards B long.
Looks like Liquid are responding in kind. Kiko making a slow play through bathroom. At the same time, Benji Fishy sneaking his way through A. Got himself a nice position, opening pick onto Yumpy. All these players in Heretics hunkered down long. They've been spotted. I'm surprised Mystic sticking around for that fight. He has support of Enzo, but they've already lost Yumpy on this angle. I think you see them desperately wanting to recover it. Now, we mentioned Kiko lurking up through Bath earlier. Here's his reward, finally found, and found indeed.
I'm getting a little bit nervous, getting some flashbacks to the last map. Even still, though, evening things up. Now, they've got really good positions. It just depends if they sort of walk around expecting this to be an A hit, but now with the utility going down, Liquid are actually in a very good spot. A wraparound already coming through from Enzo. They have to run through the Snakebite. Miniboo is going to be up for that first fight. He knows that one of them is, and actually Mystic goes down. Natch now under pressure. He's managed to find one, but it all comes down to this late lurk, this late rotation coming in from Enzo. The first is free. They know exactly where he is, but he also knows the same. Showstopper should be able to make things truly problematic for them getting a plant, but the fact is, look at where Boo is. He's gone.
Crept into the shadows for a plant. And right now, Team Liquid putting together the pieces. There we go. You see Boo try to go towards spawn. And his position here is key. You know Team Liquid are going to group up. He wants to force the fight as they rotate, but they've gone the other way. There'll be some time before he realizes that. It's nice and open at least. He could be in almost any position. Even Bath is a viable spot for this post plant. Not optimal, but something that they have to be worried about, and the time doesn't let them clear everything. There's the info. The first player dropped, and that could turn the tides in their favor. Enzo defusing halfway already. Is he ready for the Heaven Peak? In fact, he looked like he was going to stick it. He comes off for the fight. That Boo happily obliges. Team Heretics extend their lead up to 2 and show no signs of stopping.
Yeah, I know. A huge Red Bull clutch coming out of the side of Boo as well. Like, this guy, it always seems to be like you put him in late round scenarios where he's able to just focus on his own individual ability and he pops off. And it's been a quieter, like, think back to the first weeks at kickoff. He was probably the best player of anyone in the league. Yeah. It's definitely been a little bit quieter since then. But these are the moments that sort of make big changes in what the match could become, because up until that point, the read from Liquid, fantastic. That late wraparound coming in from Enzo, perfect. The showstopper being used as well because they knew they already had that hookah control. But it does have to be infuriating, because just isolated battles, not expecting him to be in that aggressive position, and because of that, Boo's able to win the round. And another one that Liquid are going to look at later and be like, we let that one slip.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of those in this series so far. They're going to need to tighten the ship if they're making it all the way to Lotus, to map number 3. Heretics on a likely 10-7 lead, currently sitting on 9, but they've got rifles, some ultis, and Team Liquid will come into this next round with nothing. They've called a timeout. I doubt that's necessarily to talk about round 17 strategy. It's more about the next one when they have the rifles in play, piecing together everything that's been going wrong so far. And keep in mind, because of the pause we saw earlier, this is the last pause for Team Liquid, the last chance to touch base with Emil and Bacon. And now we get back into things. 10 seconds till the barriers go up. You can see exactly what I was talking about. Team Liquid don't have the money. They're not going to force buy here. Thrash is online next round. Viper's pick could be there as well. Even if it does come online here, I doubt it's going to be used.
There.
And an aggressive wall used to slow the A push, and they're going to go walking through it on B with the flash, but Woot was ready for that. What a beautiful position, avoiding the flash and catching the players coming through on the other side.
It's a cheeky attempt from Nats, but it hasn't worked out. And again, just the patience of Heretics is what's paying off for them here. I don't know if he's going to get away with that orb. There was definitely players in a close enough vicinity, but not going to actually be fighting for it. And after they've heard every single player TP, it is no surprise that Heretics are going to go straight into the B site. Knowledge is power, and so is the afterplant. They're going to have it comfortably at this point.
Yeah, post-plant setup. Not even seeing the orb thrown on the spike. They don't expect Team Liquid to get anywhere near it. Post-plant instead is them looking for a couple more orbs. Woot just one away from getting his Seekers online. But you can see Team Liquid don't want to give anything away. The flash will reveal them. Give the information at least. But hunting it down is unlikely. I say that and I'm looking at Woot's body language. He's definitely looking to go forward. Flash in his hand. I wasn't expecting this, but here we go. And he's down just as quickly as he goes into the fight. But that does mean Seekers are online, a price they're willing to pay. A potential retrieved weapon for the side of Team Liquid. But that's even going to go running into the site to try and claim another victim. All three died a spike as intended, and 10-7. The scoreline we expected comes to fruition. This is where Liquid have their chance to start the comeback, and well, after this one, Tom, I don't see them getting another opportunity.
No, you've already got yourself a couple of ultimates available. This way you're going to have the rifles as well, but Heretics also just haven't really been letting things slip. Like, their early halves have been fantastic, their attack sides especially. Like, that's where I look at Woot and go, you got a new player, and maybe your defense can be a little bit more problematic, or some of the setup utility. That hasn't been the case whatsoever. And now, looking like we might see some early aggression. In fact, they're going very quickly.
The flash and the return, though, 3 players through that wall. Liquid can be thankful that they left that angle before the re-aggression came through. Some space taken, but given right back up, and now Heretics look to do some of the same. One player spotted up top, revealed, at least by the information, by the comms, by the pings, and now Miniboo completing the teleport on the back of the flash. Yumpy was ready, but just not quick enough, and that's the story up against a player like Miniboo, hitting shot after shot. In comes the decoy, it's caught one, and then the peek I thought was about to come through. Miniboo's being very patient in this corner, had to give away his spot eventually, and he will go down for it, but it's still a 3v4. It's still a tough position for Liquid. They need a pick here and now, and there's setups on setups from Team Heretics. Actually, they've caught both on the way through. Boo now has to have a big play from up top. The spray from Woot is good, and he'll get more. Of course he will. Should have seen that one coming. With just 35 HP between them, Tom, Heretics survive and put 11-7 on the board.
Honestly, his headshot percentage might be 100. It might genuinely be 100. Like, it just the way that he's so patient in correcting back to the head. Like, he's not wildly spraying or panicking at any second. Like, again, this is a newly turned 18-year-old playing on the stage here for the first time ever. And he's so comfortable. The second look just corrects his aim. No pressure, no sweat whatsoever. And, well, you can understand the frustration.
I lip-read that. I don't know who else did, but I'll lip-read that one. And I think if I put myself in that seat, exactly the same reaction. What a frustrating way to lose so many of these rounds where you can do the right things, you can get yourself into advantageous setups, you can have these little post-plant plays, and yet still, on the way back in, Team Heretics have to rely on one thing, and it's not their setup. It's not, everything can go wrong. If Woot's still alive, the round is still winnable. This debut has been unbelievable, and just 2 rounds away from having a flawless record within the VCT for good old Woot.
Yeah, you know, it's pretty good, especially after back-to-back losses for Heretics, which I don't think many were expecting after what we saw from them at kickoff. Nonetheless, still got the Viper's Pit. Now, you have to bear in mind, Enzo in that retake did throw out Thrash. So they lost one of their ultimates, didn't save it for the next round because, well, they needed to take a risk. Still going to have weaponry here, but it's not the prettiest picture. And it does seem like there's a world where Heretics actually want to try and challenge into this Viper's Pit. In fact, they're going to throw out one of their own. We've seen this round already.
Yeah, we saw it with the shoe on the other foot. Team Liquid are familiar with this setup already, picking up Brienne's, but now they have to turn and face this pit. The flash is perfect. Yumpy couldn't see a thing. Kiko trying to thread the needle through, and he'll do well for one, but no chance of winning that fight up against Benji. Nats emerging from his pit at just the wrong time. From what we can see, Woot is on his way around. He won't spot him. The pit's concealed Nats for a moment, but up top is Miniboo cleanly closing that out, and Woot finally gets his chance to strike. 12-7, a 5-round gap, and that is going to be a tough one for Team Liquid to bridge the gap on almost doubling the rounds flawlessly. And Team Heretics, they really do not look like there's a lot of weaknesses to exploit.
No, they haven't lost a buy round yet. I think that's what you need to say. Like, when it comes to this side of the map, it's been 5 attack rounds in a row. They've had a different sort of setup for each round, be it using the Viper's Pit in this one to get themselves into position, be it in the previous round using the Dimensional Drift to just give up everyone's information. Every ult they've used has been impactful. On the other side, unfortunately, it seems like it's been the opposite.
Oh, for Team Heretics as well, you know, this win would represent them getting to the league minimum playoffs possible, and playing like this, I'd say goddamn likely. Tiger goes through, Won't find too much. Hunter's Fury tagging Yuppie down to 2 with the spams as well. Barely holding on to life while the rest of his team falls. Mystic still has some life left in him though. Some HP to play with, but the players are on the way to the other side of the map. And this time, it's not stacked up by the defenders. They weren't ready for this. And even this late lurk out of Benji, it's barely a lurk. He's in his own spawn, but he knows there's a player around here. And he's ready to catch them on the rotate. Mystic goes back, but Spike is
spamming on 2 HP!
Miles away, Yumpie's down, and they're separated, they're fragmented, and they'll fall alone. Together they might stand. They were not united in this round. It's only Mystic 1 versus 4. Guardian in hand, opposite side of the map, Spike to be defused. And, well, he is taking the long way around, and he's just about being heard, I believe.
Yeah, Benji knows.
He knows.
Mystic doesn't really stand a chance. Yeah, I don't even know if he'll check this, it won't matter. Heretics, they have made it with their new player. Finally, they've got themselves their full roster. And you know what, Mitch? It looks pretty damn good. They've come in, schooled Liquid, and Woot. I don't know if you're going to get much better a debut than that.
You will struggle, I'll tell you that. This guy coming in, we have conversations about nerves, playing on this stage, in front of this squad, in front of the crowd, doesn't matter. Not to this guy. He looked absolutely sublime every step of the way. Supportive utility, sure. The KO, a lot of assists. It's hard to really measure KO assists and the impact of them, but I can say his impact on this series is not hard to measure. It's hard to miss, if anything, and it was hard for him to miss. That's a name we're going to remember and look forward to seeing on the server in the future. For Team Liquid, this is a big blow. A tough run now for them to make it to playoffs without that win under their belt. The next matchup will be against Gentlemates. I think they'll even have to rely on some other games going a certain way, and that's never a nice position to be in.
I think everybody in their group at the moment has 2 wins under their belt, and also other teams have much more matches to play.
Some
like
have
you've
2
got
in
a couple
week,
of, exactly, double match
Vitality
weeks,
this week, for example.
PBL as well. So they're definitely not in the greatest of spots. For Heretics, though, they're not in a bad one. They've managed to get themselves back into position. They look fantastic with Woot this week. The team overall played well. I think Miniboo back to form. As said, he had a bit of a rough week last week. That has changed massively. He looked unstoppable in map 1. This second map, he was there as well. So I don't know. I think you may have not wanted to play Heretics before. You definitely don't want to play them now.
Oh no, we hail players like Kiko, even Mystic Enzo. They were shut down by Woot. I think it was a closer battle between Yumpie and Nats, but even then, it's not easy to deal with this guy from what we've seen. And if you go back and watch a lot of those fights, it's not like there was crazy supportive utility, like the whole team was geared up to getting in those kills. It's just the guy shooting heads, and it doesn't get much better than that when you talk about mechanical Valorant. Really excited for this Heretics. We already saw them with such a high skill ceiling, and now they can do so much more. To talk a little bit about that, we've got Boo down on the stage ready for an interview.
Right, Mitch and Tom, we do have Boo here on the stage for a quick interview. First of all, congratulations. It felt like the last couple of weeks have been a little bit rough for you guys. So what's been going on? How did you manage to come out here and win so dominantly?
Thank you. I think the main thing that we changed is it's our mentality. Like, I think last few weeks I was kind of leading the team in a wrong way. Right now we changed it a bit, and it worked. I don't want to say exactly what we changed, but I mean, we did change. Like, it's not just random that before we were like maybe struggling, now it's better. Like, we did address the issues we had, and yeah, it kind of showed.
How hard has it been to, like you said, you've had to also change a bit of your style, the way you're leading, but also integrate a new player into your roster as well. How long have you had to kind of make sure all this plan goes well?
If I remember correctly, Neil said we had 16 Scream games with Woot, so that's not a lot for a 7-map pool. But I mean, he's an incredible player, and we did play with him before. He still knows the guys. Like, there is a connection between us. Like, the chemistry is there, but still, he still has a lot to do to catch up on our game plans, like in different maps. But in general, I think he's doing well, like you saw yourself.
Yeah, it was a crazy debut. I'm glad you mentioned the chemistry and the connection, because earlier when I spoke to him in an interview, he said the reason he joined Team Heretics is because he wanted to play with young players. Now, as someone who, you're still a young player, don't get me wrong, but maybe not quite as young as some of the other players on your roster. What's it like for you, you know, having these young players and Woot joining you too?
I think it's great. Like, they respect me a lot, and I'm grateful that they respect me. I think, like, that's the reason I'm like, I can lead well, And yeah, it's exciting to play with the players that are so hungry and so obviously skilled. So yeah, I think it's just gonna get better, honestly.
Do they make you feel younger as well? Do they make you feel like you're one of them?
No, they make me feel older just because of the gap.
Well, then how do you deal with that? I guess, you know, sometimes maybe you have to make a hard decision to tell them to chill, to relax, to behave.
I mean, I think that's the way it should work. Like, I am kind of like some uncle and they're the kids. But I think the dynamic we have between each other, when sometimes I'm a friend, but sometimes I'm like a higher senior figure, I think it's good for what we do.
Is there anything that you've taught them? You know, maybe things that you felt like, oh my goodness, I can't believe they don't know this. And for you, it's kind of like, wow, that's crazy. Like a boomer-zoomer difference.
Okay, it's not that big, okay? Like, I'm not like 35.
I'm not saying that, but I just mean like any kind of like slangs or something they're using or music they're listening to that you kind of feel
Yeah,
like,
I think the biggest difference is the
about.
music. Like,
Yeah?
I'm listening for a little bit different music. But I think it's normal. We're different people. It's not just age, but different cultures. So, yeah, but I mean, we get along really well anyway.
In terms of, obviously, you had a great debut today, and as you said, he's still kind of getting used to the game plan that you guys do. Can we expect you guys to maybe be a bit different with Vuk compared to Patatek?
Yes, it was already planned. Something different, something spicy, but we didn't get to show it today, but it's still gonna be there in the future.
Oh, I love a bit of spice. And before I let you go, as you can see, Gentlemates and Vitality have taken the stage. Any predictions, Boo? I see Salah looking at you from off camera. Who do you think is gonna take this?
Vitality win, because we need them to win, because Gentlemates are in our group.
Oh, very diplomatic. You like that, Salah? Yeah, he's nodding. He likes it. Thank you very much, Boo. Congratulations, and we'll see you next week. As I said, we have a big matchup coming up. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, Vitality will be taking on Gentlemates.
Bro! What? Oh, get me up! Oh, fuck! Woohoo! No! Woo, bro, you don't understand how happy I am because I whipped like a dog, bro. Yes!
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line, I know that I'm near it. Yeah, cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Hey, easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the... Hey, you ain't real, it's like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the... That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes.
All right, all right, all right. It is a great day to be a Team Heretics fan, and it's about to get even better because we've got Benji Fishy here with us in the studio, and Kakuka joining me, of course. First of all, Benji, congratulations. What's it like to go back to your winning ways again?
Oh, it feels good. It feels like, you know, when we win the game, finally be able to go up on the stage and bow again. Oh my God, it felt so good. I was actually saying, like, while we're walking up, man, it's been so long. It's felt like yeah, I mean, okay, for me, it's felt like forever. So, you know, it was really good. I'm super happy.
It's the little things in life,
Exactly.
little things in life. Before we went live, you were kind of talking about a particular round where I think Boo was popping off. You were trying your best. I think this is a round. I could be setting you up to fail. But talk me through this.
Okay, so I told Enes to bait. I'm going to go for a long flank. And I'm like, as soon as he died, I'm like, okay, I know this is going to work 100%. And oh my God, this is so ugly. I see them from behind. And okay, I suck at killing people from behind. So I go for the guaranteed kill instead of the others, which, you know, you should go for the people that, you know, can actually shoot back. But yeah, no, I kind of panicked. But then Woot saved it, so it does not matter. Look at me. Look how hyped I am. Oh, I was so happy. I was so happy.
Yeah, exactly. That's the exact way that we were feeling. You know, you were celebrating with him. Of course, that was his debut, but he did miss a lot of VCT. Now that you're back into your winning ways, right?
Yeah.
Abu was saying about some things that you fixed. What do you think has been the biggest change between kickoff and this stage one?
Between kickoff, I mean, I think a lot of it, you know, I think after kickoff and Masters, like, we were playing super well. But then we had like this period where we came back to Masters, like we beat Fnatic, but then since then we weren't really playing how we normally play. And I think, you know, this week after BBL, like, we've been preparing super hard and just trying to fix mistakes. I think recently we started getting back to our old ways of, like, it's mainly just like communication, team play, like the important stuff, like apart from shooting. And yeah, recently we've been doing really good, and I think it showed in the game.
Oh, 100%, 100%. I just want to gas up your boy Voot a little bit. He saved your life there. We don't even remember your whiff because we were just thinking about that 3K so hard.
So we made sure that everybody else remembered?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but on Sunset, he actually set a record this stage for having the most assists on a single map.
Really?
With 19 assists in 15 rounds.
No, we mentioned it because he was on, like, I think he had 7 kills and like 15 assists, like, so early. It was like in the first half. feels nuts. I don't know how he did it, to be honest. Actually, he was going for X's. I say, like, because Liquid had a few ecos and they were just dying to the bomb.
Yeah, a few of them.
Yeah.
Let's call them a few.
So he would just make sure to knife them to get the assists.
Mate, he's smart. I'm gonna gas him up even more because after that series, I'm gonna overreact. Okay, you guys definitely take my word face value. But after that series, he's currently leading worldwide in terms of KD, higher than Aspas, higher than all of the boys out there in NA and Pacific. Can we just say that he's the best player in the world right now?
I mean, I think it's been proven.
Yeah.
If the stats prove it, then I mean,
stats don't lie.
Yeah, stats do not lie. So I guess he is the best player in the world.
You agree, Kukuka?
Oh, totally, exactly. As a stats person, I totally say that he has to be. He is the best player in the world currently.
Okay, I'm glad we settled that. I feel like now NA, they have to kind of watch him a little bit and be like, we got to get higher stats than that guy.
No chance.
But let's talk about the next match of today, because after your win, you've kind of thrown a little bit of spanners into the works. You know, the group standings, the permutations are kind of going up and down here because Kukuka, of course, both of these teams are still in playoffs running, but it does feel like Vitality might have a slightly harder job to do than Gentlemates.
Yeah, exactly. I think that the jobs is pretty much the same. You mentioned that it's a harder job because Vitality actually has to play twice this week, right? That can be ruthless, but the situation for Mates isn't any better, right? So I think that whatever happens, Vitality has to come on top today if they want to keep thinking about those players, just because of how the Alpha team is looking.
Yeah, luckily if Vitality just win the remaining of their games, they will lock playoffs no matter what. There won't be any sort of like tiebreaker things.
And of course you want them to win.
Oh yeah, I'm a Vitality fan for life now. I mean, okay, for one day.
For life. You want some honey?
For one day, I am a Vitality ultra. Like
is the Golden Hornet?
Golden Hornet. Yeah, there you go.
I'm a Golden Hornet for today.
A new Golden Hornet. I bet the Gentlemates fans are loving that. But it feels like Mini was more of a kind of Gentlemates fan, even after they beat them last week, because he said here, scores aside, Mates have an interesting playstyle, and I can see us incorporating some of their concepts in the future. He's a little bit ominous there, but I do want to go into this and segue this into our segment, which I know everybody loves, contender or pretender. Benji and Kukuka, I'm going to give you a couple of things. I want you to tell me, do you think they're a contender or pretender? And I'm going to start right from the beginning. Kukuka, you'll remember what you said last time. Do you think at this stage, as a contender for playoffs, are Team Vitality a contender now? Because you said they were a pretender before.
So a part of me just wants to go against Salah, just because it's Salah and I just want to go against them. So I'm going to say they are a pretender because they will make it to playoffs and then they will be bombed out round one.
Ooh,
wow. All right.
That's bold. Wait, am I going now? Okay.
Yeah.
You know what? I believe Vitality are very good. Okay. I'm going to say contender. Okay.
For playoffs?
For playoffs, yeah. Okay. I don't know how they're going to do after playoffs, but I believe they're going to make playoffs, yeah.
Why?
I think they've got a pretty good team, man. You know, I was playing against Safe. He kind of destroyed me. I'm going to be dead honest. He did kind of destroy me. You know, we have these little 1v1s on Icebox mids sometimes, and he kind of owns me. But, you know, I'm working on it. We'll figure it out.
I appreciate the honesty. I mean, now you're Golden Hornet, you have to say
yes,
they're
oh yeah, no, I'm a full believer. I'm a Vitality fan.
Oh.
Actually, the colors are not that off, so you're good.
Close enough, right?
Yeah. Salah's going to love that answer. But let's move on to the next one. I mean, Mini said that he kind of he can understand the playstyle of Gentlemates, but I want to kind of go one step further and talk about the Gentlemates Phoenix. Is this Phoenix pick, Benji, you think a contender or a pretender?
Phoenix pick specifically, I like the Phoenix pick, okay? I think it's only on some maps, you know. I think their playstyle kind of like resolves around, you know, getting the Phoenix ults, you know, having these sort of set rounds. Like anytime we play against them, like they just have so many set rounds. Like they know what they want to do from the start of the round, it feels like. But me personally, I'm not a fan of their playstyle. I don't like the way they play. So in general, I'm gonna say pretender.
I'm gonna say contender just because I feel like saying the opposite. Yeah, I feel like that. No, and I do agree with Mini. There are many things in that playstyle that we can take apart and actually study. I love how every team has a different style or different things that they want to achieve this year, and how they look at the game and the perspective that they have is different. I do think it needs some finesse in, but I think that there are very, very cool ideas in the way that they interpret the maps.
You think that, so they're a contender for their playstyle. Oh, I like it. Last but not least, obviously the Gecko meta is in full swing. Every single team seems to have adapted. We even saw Koi finally bringing out the Gecko last week. But Gentlemates, they just don't like the Gecko, it feels like. So do you, at this point, Benji, think the Gecko, in general, the Gecko agent is a contender or a pretender?
100% a contender. I mean, I think like you can tell just by how many teams are playing it now. Like it is so strong. Like the buffs have made it super strong. Like the 10-second like flash, you can just infinitely get util. Like it's crazy. And just like Wingman in general, like it saves you on so many maps. Like on binds, you know, getting the plant down on default without like a sage wall or like anything is quite hard. So having a Wingman little guy just going in to go try plant, tank all the damage, and then you know you can do anything. You can try fight them while the Wingman's planting. You can flash out a smoke, whatever. Like I think it's super strong.
Contender for me. In this one, I have to agree because I'm a huge Gecko fan. I agree with everything you say. I think that the cooldowns are ridiculous right now. At the beginning of the day, we were talking about how when Astra was introduced to the meta, her cooldowns were double as they are today, right? Sorry, half as they are today, and they had to like nerf it super hard because of how strong she was getting. With Gecko, I feel the same. I think that they altered a couple of things that made him too strong.
In which case, do you feel like Gentlemates are maybe living life on hard mode by not
I think that Gecko will get a slight touch-up and in the form of a nerf, and then we will all think the Gentlemates are geniuses because they foresee it.
You agree, Benji?
You know, I think they've got their own style of playing. You know, if they don't want to touch Gecko, that's not my problem. That ain't my problem. They can do their own thing, you know. So yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy with whatever, to be honest.
You just want Vitality to win. You just want them to win so bad. Do you have an allegiance in this race, Kakuka? Do you want Vitality to win as well?
I actually do. I agree. I really like the team. I like how they're innovating as well. I think that most of the teams that I like and support are the ones that are innovating. That also brings me, you know, to the maps that we might see today. But for me, Vitality has to make it to playoffs so they can lose in round 1.
Oh, wow! Salah's going to be in your DMs today.
Oh, he will.
He's all going to be liking that. But what about Gentlemates on the other side? Because we talk about how, you know, Liquid, they were struggling because we just don't see an identity in them. Whether we like it or don't like it, it feels like Gentlemates, they have an identity. They are here. They want to make it work. So maybe, Kukuka, you think that's inherently good for our league that we have a team like Gentlemates?
I think so, yeah. Also, we need to keep reminding ourselves that this is their first year on the league, right? They haven't been very successful until now. They found some success, right? But I think that they're still finding the pace of what it is, being here, living this day to day, and how exhausting some things can be.
And speaking of that, Benji, I feel like this is kind of cliche, but there's not just one way to play this game. You know, there's so many different ways. Do you have a preference? Any playstyles that you feel very, very interesting that maybe you guys don't do?
That we don't do? I mean, if I think about teams in particular, I don't know, I really like how Sentinels play. You know, right now they're kind of in a bit of a, you know, slump, maybe. I think it's a lot of it's due to, like, being so exhausted from Masters, but I think the general way that Sentinels play is very good. I think they've got very good chemistry, like their team play is very good, and I think that's kind of what we try to replicate, like, in our own sense, so, yeah.
Also, Clove is available from today. Do you think that they're going to be played today? Maybe, you know, Gentlemates playstyle fits into it?
Maybe, I don't know. Clove isn't very, like, there's no stopping power, right? Like, compared to, like, Omen's got flashes, like, and then you've got, I don't know, Astra, like, pulls. Clove, you just got the decay. You just got the decay nade. So, you know, it's not the strongest agent, but maybe. I don't know.
But you can double control it, you know?
You can go double control. I think that's the only way that Clove is really going to get played. I don't think you can play Clove as a single smoker.
Kakuka thought Safe would be picking
Hear me out.
Do you
Safe
agree?
and Clove. Think about it.
Yeah?
I mean, Clove suits his play.
Fighting 1v1 mid on Icebox.
I see it. I do see it. I understand. Yeah, well, I understand. Yeah, he's pretty good, so he could pull it off probably.
Is that what you want to see? You want to see other teams maybe play Clove first?
Yeah. I mean, us personally, I don't think we're gonna mess with Clove, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see in a few.
Oh, poor Boo. Let him have some fun. Let him have some fun. But we are gonna head to walkout in just a moment. But before we go there, I know who you guys wanna win. But how about actual predictions? Put your brains on the line here. Vitality versus Gentlemates.
I mean, I need to see the maps, but actually before, you know, I have my notes on what I expect Gentlemates to permabind that bind. I think that there is going to be a lot of shooting, a lot of maps with a lot of range. I want to see a 2-1. I want to see Gentlemates to put up a good fight.
Ooh, Benji?
2-0 Vitality.
Oh my, he's
2-0
sticking with
Vitality.
it.
Let's
He
go.
is sticking with it. Thank you. I love having a new Golden Hornet with us from here. But of course, these two teams, they are very, very familiar with each other. They played against each other a whole bunch of times, but it's about who's going to show up here today. Here's Gentlemates and Team Vitality. This is not the first time, not the second time, but the third time we've seen these two teams on this very stage. At kickoff, Gentlemates only played against Team Vitality, but it feels like they've come a long way since then. Of course, Benji, you've played against Vitality already. If you were Gentlemates, what would you be looking out for?
Just don't aim dual safe is what I would say. I think that's a pretty good.
It's a safe thing to say.
Yeah, it's a safe thing to say. Just don't aim dual safe, and you'll maybe be okay.
Well, I hope Existence is listening to you. And Kakuka, this is the maps that you were so excited to take a look at.
I love the fact that Vitality have gone for the ban on Ascent. I think that is what makes the most sense for them. Gentlemates stays with the bind, and I think it's so interesting to see Icebox being the first map picked here. Knowing that Gentlemates, this is the only map that they play with a more standard composition.
This was your map pool when you played against Vitality. The exact same maps here.
It's going to be a hard game for Gentlemates. I'm going to be dead honest. It wasn't fun to play against them, if I'm being honest. I wish Gentlemates the best of luck.
Okay, so then I love that we have you here, because of course we can expect Vitality to run that KO Gecko on Icebox. What do you think is the strongest thing about that way to play it? Also combining it with a race, you know?
I don't know. I think like they have so many good ults. Like they can start, like if they get some good momentum, they can start cycling really good ults, like KO Gecko Raze ult. They can exec like super well. I think that's like part of the strength for the comp is like just the ult abilities.
It felt so annoying having to play against.
Yeah, it wasn't fun.
It doesn't seem like a fun comp. But on the other side, Gentlemates, it feels like, you know, they stick to the what used to be meta, what Fnatic are going with as well, just the bog standard stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be very surprising what we find in this first map. Also, the second one being Sunset. You know, as a Sunset expert yourself, you know how cool that can be. But yeah, let's go back to the Icebox, because of course there's a lot to unravel here, especially if Gentlemates stake with the comp.
They do not. They finally play the Gecko.
And they're gonna go. Oh my god, they're going to go a duelist list into this map. I absolutely love
I like
this.
it. Wait, I mean, yeah, we were playing no duelists. Wait, is that our comp? Maybe that's our comp. I don't even. Oh, it might be our comp. I don't remember.
That's the fucking Fnatic comp, and I fucking hate it.
I mean, I think that's still there. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
And Kakuka, what about if they can take down safe? What else?
I mean, there is a lot to unravel. I think that the way that Kicks and Runner have been fitting into the team, we do not talk about them enough, even though they're up and coming talent from the tier 2. I feel like they've been eclipsed by some of the
Raze, though.
That's you're to blame. But I think that they make such a good duo. I think that they have so much potential, and we need to see
Vitality is
Runner
playing like
in the runner-up to be one of the duelists of the region.
Well, the Sentinel comp, like kill Gecko, where you can like kill flash
the or die a week. Thank you very much, Benji,
Dizzy, the
newest
Gecko
member
Dizzy.
of Golden Hornet, to join us.
Right, so it's not
Anything that you
broken.
want to say to the Vitality fans that are probably welcoming you with their warm embrace?
Except they don't play the Raze, they don't play Jet, they play Raze. which
Vamos, all right. Vamos, okay. Well, he's still from
I mean,
Heritage,
outside of like
yeah, he has
defending
to,
A,
what do you think about that?
I think it's a worst agent. I think you should never play Ice on fucking
seal of approval. But it's time to jump into Icebox. Thank you, Benji. Thank you,
fucking
Kakuga,
Icebox.
and bring in your
Unless you plan on
counterspells
only
top this.
defending A and going A.
Well, okay, it's a different Obrigado.
Jet is just way better. You have so many lines for ping and
always
stuff.
great vibes. But what is also great is matches like this. Vitality
And
versus
you have
Gentle
like
Mates
extra
always being a
like
banger. And there's a
smokes.
spice in the mix this time. We're seeing some
Because you
different
only have the
compositions.
Viper.
Yeah, they have stolen your comp, Benji. Just in case you're wondering, this is the comp that you guys
I
run.
just
and
think
I'll
Jet
be honest, it
makes
makes me a
more
little bit
sense.
nervous because there is a team in this league that nearly always runs double duelist. They didn't on Icebox before, but now they go no duelist, which is something I never expected to see. And Takas has never played Gecko before.
Well, let's see if Gentlemates this time around can win against Vitality. And Icebox so far, they're 0-2 in that score as we enter this derby straight up.
Nice shot.
With flying colours, picking up that first kill.
Yeah, that's not the start you're looking for if you're over on the side of Gentlemates. And you can see that Takas is still going to try and fight this one, really using this almost like a something duelist. This isn't even a lurk. This is the majority of the fight.
No idea. And already Sender is there on the back flank, and there's all of the players there to assist him. Takas really needs to scramble themselves out of the situation. I think they may just have Safe alone, 1v3. Well, Benji Fisher did say don't take an aim duel against Safe for one-on-one, but it's a one-on-3 here.
Also don't like that
So
start.
much left to clear. They didn't check yellow
Like,
the first time. I think he'll definitely
You're going
do it
for a
now,
ghost.
and he
I
has
get
the
it,
tank
it's long
already.
range, but you're going for a ghost instead of like your utility as a killjoy.
Business. But he's got to get the spike, it's so far away. And there's also
You
a
know?
lurker from Logan.
If you're gonna
Safe
go
we're
for a
talking about.
ghost,
The
like,
VCT
just go
EMEA
for a
MVP
Deacon.
last year.
Just go for a Sherry.
Oh, and it might even be a possible fight. Oh, Takas is low and he's scared for it.
30 seconds
It's
left.
just a chase.
It's not scared, it just plays with his
Takas is
teammates.
able to find the better angle in the end. It got dicey, but Gentlemates get the first round locked and loaded.
Yeah, I kind of see what Benji's saying. You don't want to face off against this man when he's in form, but the thing is, that round initially at least was played so well by Vitality, they just didn't check yellow. That's literally the only reason they lose this round, is they are so focused in on killing off Takas that they
Yeah,
end up
because they
losing it
killed
because they
someone,
didn't expect the second player
so
to
they
be there,
don't
which,
expect
to be
someone
honest,
else.
with how far forward Takas was and how far back Natank was, you kind of understand why they made that mistake.
That's very true, very true. Great start for Gentlemates, especially considering the map pool. I'm not quite confident on it, right? Both of the first two maps that they've got, they haven't had the best history with very quick fight with Vitality.
You really run down to lose
double
weapon.
kill from Runner
Like,
to put
what the fuck
Vitality
are
on
you
top in
doing,
this
Gentlemates?
It's just an absurd
Holy
way for
shit.
things to get going. He's also managed to
You're gonna
pick
lose
up
that
a Guardian
eco.
and find another kill. This is, well, from a great round a moment ago to
This.
maybe one of the worst.
We all got caught with our pants down. That's what this round is. What can Gentlemates do with it? Realistically, nothing much. Taka's got a Vandal though. If he can get it to connect.
They just run and die, like, they're gonna
It's
get
incredible
flawless on
how
their
this
eco,
has,
like, on their anti-eco.
Changed the tempo of this game, with Vitality not only getting the follow-up to the pistol, but a flawless one at that.
Well, yeah, Bae was saying on the dash she wants to
Do you
see
really
Runner as
save
the runner-up duelist. I think
Bulldog?
he's going for the first spot because
And they have
to get two
they have
opening
4
kills
guns, they don't
off
even
the
have
back
to
of a
buy,
ghost,
like, just buy armor
you're not going to
and
get that
that's
every
it.
single day, and a lot of the time when you have these sort of second round victories, maybe you're seeing
Damn.
like a defensive side stack or a lot of trade kills that roll back in. Not just your duelist taking 2 opening fights with a pistol and winning both of them. It is
Fucking
something you have to talk about
Gentlemates,
when you
man.
see this
For sure.
Vitality squad is there's so much depth in talent. I don't even think so far Runner's actually hit anywhere near the peak that we kind of expect him to, because the rest of the team has made it so he hasn't needed to. This is a team that's already sort of 2-1, and the other thing as well, I think that's really important to talk about with Vitality, they've played the hardest teams they're going to play, in theory. The next 3 games, if anything, I favor them in all of them.
Should be an easy route for them. But if you look on the other side, Gentlemates, not so much, right? Not going to be looking like a great one considering they've got the likes of Foot, I believe, to be played after this. Not an easy endeavor.
I think they've only got Liquid.
Oh,
So
yeah, you're
it's
right.
kind of, if
You're
they're-
right. It is Team Liquid. It is Team Liquid.
It's Mitch's nightmare.
It's wow. That is poetic.
Yeah, it would be one hell of a way. We don't even know how, at that point, things will align, because we've got many more games to go, and Liquid, everyone in their group currently is on 2 wins or more, so it's definitely not a bad spot, and, well, not the greatest of spots for Gentlemates here. It is going to be a difficult round. Bear's obviously keeping that rifle over. I will be honest, he's normally more of the supportive player. Like, he's good in clutch rounds. I think that's where he makes his money. He has to do a lot here.
He does. Bayaz might be the first in contention. The only player with Gentlemates that realistically has a gun and a chance, but Safe instantly rips his head off his shoulders. So that's going to easily open up this site for Vitality as they waltz right in.
Plenty more that needs to be done. Logan with a Sheriff, always deadly. But I think at this stage of the round, you have to look at Gentlemates and say, any damage they can do, great. Other than that, die to the spike.
Spike planted.
But it looks like Gentlemates are actually going to go for it this time around. Taka's very deep, gets caught. And this just keeps the chances of being further lower for the other Gentlemates side. So there, yeah, they are going to be saving this. But you're right, this is a match that Gentlemates have got to win if they want to have a chance for playoffs. And you know, when the fate is in their own hands, it's still a good thing. It does, you know, they don't really depend on other teams winning, losing. They've just got to win this match. And the one against Team Liquid, an explosive end to that round. Andalusia flawless going out to Vitality. 2 consecutive ones at that, by the way. And yeah, it's exactly what they needed given they lost the pistol.
Yeah, the thing is as well, Kix being able to pick up those remaining kills is going to put him in a great spot. You're already going to have Thrash online, high impact ult. That's something you can really build up with this Vitality side. Like, if you get a Showstopper vibe, it's a bit like every single ult is high impact. Like, a lot of the time you're going to go, Cypher ult's okay. Like, maybe you look at other things that are going to be in play on the other side, but like a Res, very situational. But every single one of theirs is super high impact. And it looks like they may just build into an early A site execute. Natank getting a bit aggressive.
Yeah, it's not only Natank, but he's got the reassurance of a back line for him as well. Maybe front line, everybody lining up here, but Runner super accurate on his first engagements. And Vitality, in a matter of seconds, are way ahead in this round.
Yeah, that looked way too easy. Like, that wasn't even like, I don't think they threw a particular pot flash or anything that left them awkward. That was just dry firefights for Runner. He's just won both. And it's exactly the same as round number 2. It's a very bad sign early on for Gentlemates.
And it's brilliant that you highlighted Runner earlier today as well, right? One of the rookies that came into the season and has had high-flying performances. He hasn't really stood out, given that we had so many other rookies that have popped off. But let's be fair, he's one of the reasons why Vitality has done super well the past few times we've seen them play. And he's keeping those stats up, keeping those entries, and pretty much allowing Vitality to play off the advantage every single time. Vitality going for the chase. They've got money for days. They've got no risk in this. And you can see there's this whole swarm trying to close in on the Gentlemates roster right now, trying to get rid of all of the rifles. And are we going to be seeing another flawless? Are we going to be seeing Logan dying here without taking one down with him? That's exactly what we're going to see. As Safe gets Logan in bed as well.
There, you've got 3 players, 5-on-1 right now for the side of Vitality. Like, it's almost just looking too easy for a lot of these players in their battles. We're now starting to see like the ultimates as well building up. And they might have something to actually play with going into this next round in terms of there's not going to be much on the other side, and they can also just come in with everything.
That's very true. I mean, it's crazy that Vitality did get that Thrash very early and still didn't have to use it. And now they've got plenty to their disposal in this attack. A little bit of a slower start to this one. Gentlemates not going for a fast exchange. They do have Natank lurking very deep on that left-hand side. They won't be greeting much apart from keeping the information. Wait, Gentlemates are going in for another fight, though. Historically, hasn't been that great for them. This might be an opportune situation, given that they've gotten so many players stacked up onto this A site. But still, Vitality are vigilant.
Yeah, I think as well that Dizzy just hit 2 players. So they already know there was a couple aggressing there. You might expect another supportive player, and actually, it's a full stack up. I thought for a second he might go down, but no, it's just going to be surviving.
That's such a massive dagger. They've realized they're full players here, but they've already gotten 2 kills. What's the call here from Vitality? Did they back away? Wingman sitting in, Safe on the lurk, but they're still being caught. Gentlemates have got numbers advantage. How did that even happen? Thrash catching one, but how much can be done about this? Kicks on the chase, still 2v2, Natank on the lurk. Do they know of it? Classic out. Judge not really good on the long distances. But now he's close up. And personal! Runner drops! And so will Kix! Gentlemates are right back in the fight!
Yeah, it's a round as well where you kind of look at Vitality and go, you have that lurking player, didn't really push forward as maybe you would have expected. A couple of players caught immediately off the back of the Dizzy, and as you mentioned, the knife as well. So I kind of sit there and go, it seemed like the information was there for Vitality, but it was just those firefights. We see the individuals on this Gentlemate side work it with the pistols. Natank and Takas always up there on the board. This duo has been fantastic throughout the season, but it's just whether or not those rounds can actually turn into anything, because that's been the major issue. It just hasn't really gone anywhere.
It really has. And Natank is one of those players that has overshadowed the likes of Runner. He's got the top ACS score of the entire league right now. I mean, that's kind of insane given that Gentlemates haven't had the wins that other teams have had. And he's still being able to perform time and time again.
This round at least is not going to be too problematic for Vitality. Still have finances, still have that showstopper. And after Util is broken in mid by the defense, you can already see Safe is going to re-aggress. The thing is, though, it seems like they're just going for those same executes again.
Very true. Quick collapse. Respected by Gentlemates. Runner falling low. But yeah, until that showstopper is thrown out, no engagements will come through. But Safe is being a cheeky man. All the way around. Not even considering mid, actually going up tube instead. Sender keeping an eye out for the lurk on the back end, and Whalers is no more.
They played so well with the utility here. His flank could be absolutely everything. Safe in a perfect position. He's just playing on that timer, waiting for them to try and execute him with two players ahead of him so desperately low. Now he could almost just play with them, try and pull them back even further.
Exactly, all he has to do is just stay in that position and just play with the feelings of Gentlemates, because they've got no comfort going in, no comfort falling back. They'll have to try and save these guns, and Vitality, will they let them? Runner on the chase? Yeah, they're just happy to pick up this round as they do sustain their lead. You can see Kicks already. He's thirsty for this blood. He's thirsty to get rid of these weapons. But the job has been done. Yeah, put them to sleep even more.
Yeah, it's more just, I like the way that they're playing with this. I think it's something that Gentlemates are going to have to adapt to. Like, you can't allow Safe to just get in on the flank, especially when you're actually running a Killjoy that should be able to get you that information. We've seen teams, I don't think it was Foot, had that problem with their defensive side where they don't run this Sentinel, that you're going to give up that control. When you do run it and you take that control initially, I'm a little bit less forgiving when things go wrong. Like, they definitely weren't ready for his play, and even though he only gets one and goes down, that's absolutely fine. He bought the time that was needed.
I mean, we can see the approach here from Gentlemates. They always like pushing up a little bit, whether that's the sidelines now in mid, up against Tube. No one will be greeting them, but maybe they can break the bots. It will cause a little bit of uncertainty for Vitality as they push closer to this B site. But they've only given an audio cue away here from the orb. And it seems that Gentlemates have got an inkling of the happenings.
There's lockdown available though, if they want to use it, but in fact they might even be able to just get this plant down for free. Yeah, it's not going to be denied. So now a post-plant lockdown, they've also got themselves Thrash. This is not going to be an easy retake for the side of Gentlemates.
Not at all, and I'm trying to look at the utility from Gentlemates, and they don't even have a flash available for them either. Dizzy has just been thrown out. Oh, and it seems to have worked so far. Lockdown is going to delay. It's so huge. The Thrash from Kicks is still there for the guarantee. Whalers approaching, two trying to sidestep Sender's peak, and the flash on the defuse already. Diffused halfway, Sender running out of bullets, but it seems to not have mattered because they're off the spike. That's the important part. Whalers on the chase, Thrash after them as well, but back on the spike again, and there's not much time to it. Limited visibility, and Gentlemates get the execute.
I can't believe he held that wall for so long. It's just a last-second throwdown of utility, and yeah, that looked like a round that should have gone the way of Vitality. Like, they had the post plant, they had the ults for it. I think just some good utility being thrown in by Takas. Like, I think it was his mosh that forces them out and his flash that leaves them blind. So, especially, I was a little bit perplexed as to why in that moment he's actually using his util, because I'm like, oh, there's a lockdown, you can't even push. It was just to clear yellow, just to clear that angle and give them a little bit of extra space. And then again, on the way in, the tank does the tank things, gets them through with the defuse. Still, it's an incredibly costly round, and well, Vitality are not going to sit back and just let them run away with it. They are right back on their tail.
Runner did the exact same thing he did in round number 2, but this time without the kills. Wait, Sender might be in trouble here, because he's got to check this far deep corner and won't be able to find Logan. So Gentlemate's playing off of an advantage.
I like that. He actually places his util down after, so they can't go in for those late lurks. Again, though, they are going to be able to deny it this time. And now they have to fight forward. Logan in position again, and he's actually just taking over.
He's stepping up. That's exactly what Gentlemates need. Start to have your individuals showing up and getting these frags. And Vitality now in trouble, perplexed. Denied the opportunity to put that spike in the ground. And Gentlemates, all they have to do is play it slow. Wait for their opponents to move into them. But Whalers, discomforted, moves out into the open and gets caught out. Still, Vitality have to go for the push here. Rez will bring another to life, and Logan wants the ace. Only one left to it. Bayaz will steal it, but it's still equilibrium when we look at the board.
He's just playing the ult orbs, you know? That's what he was doing. He's like, you already got your lockdown. You don't need the ace. You don't need it for the confidence. And Logan's another one. Like, you talk about the highs of this Gentlemate side. He's definitely been on the quieter side. Like, he's been someone where you look back at this roster, going all the way to even, like, previous French rosters as well. He was one of the deadliest players on this Sentinel. And he's definitely had his shakier of starts, shakier of matches. But what a round to take away. Putting them level on that defensive side as well. And what started to look like a fairly dominant start even for Vitality is now level again.
It's fairly fast-paced as well. Every single time, both of these teams forcing some sort of issue. The Viper's bit preemptive here. But what will Vitality do to react? This time a little bit slow on the pace, but this match, man, whenever Gentlemates, Vitality play up against each other, there's always going to be some feistiness to it. And round 9, we've already seen it happen.
I think they're gambling on the idea that Vitality are going to try and pressure this. They've already put a second player behind the pit. They've got another watching into mid. And less of a defense when it comes to this A side. Definitely a little bit shaky. Maybe just opting to try and play a retake, but I'm looking at where their defense actually is on the map. It's very far forward still. I think now that the Boombot, okay, that makes sense. Now the Boombot's gone in, they are actually going to fall back and just play this as more of a retake. I was a little bit nervous they were just going to brawl.
Vitality, perhaps with a hope that they would find someone, some presence, gain an inkling of what the positioning of the defensive lines looked like. Poison Cloud unable to cross. Alaba will spot Bayaz on the lookout. Unable to find a pick, but Whalers is going in for another turn. Outside of his own Viper's pit, but he's as comfortable as ever! Triple to his belt and Vitality in the ground. Kicks wants vengeance, but will not be able to live long to revive. Safe, only one against the 4. He might be one of the best this league can offer, but honestly, it might be a tall ask with so many up against him. But we'll give an effort for the swing. Valiant try, but Gentlemates have found the lead.
Yeah, I actually think Gentlemates in that round, even though they take it through, they were a little bit unlucky. Their initial setup was spot on. They were expecting a lurk back through mid, they put their utility there, and it actually just took a hero play. Like, that's what it was. They got all the information. I like the fact that Whalers realizes if he stays in his pit, he's either going to get forced out from the front or wrapped on, so he opts to take a risk. That risk pays off massively, and this is what's always been exciting about Gentlemates. They have these explosive players. The way they won Ascension, was it the cleanest Valorant in the world? No! They won some of the most insane rounds you'll ever see. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. A huge round from Logan, a huge round from Whalers. And well, by the looks of it, Vitality might be a little bit rattled.
To double down on what you said, Tom, Gentlemates is the type of team that will play well in the moments that they're most under pressure. Right? Whenever we've seen them at their best, it was when they were about to drop off from a tournament, about to, you know, be in a final, for example, winning Ascension, making it to VCT EMEA. And now, they are up against the wall. They have to win this game in order to make playoffs. Perhaps is this what we're seeing? Comfort in discomfort. And yeah, this time out here from Vitality, evidence that things aren't going right for them.
Yeah, especially again, how this started, how they've been able to actually do quite well to push and pull the map a little bit, like put people into awkward fights, and then just those players in awkward positions seem to be able to take things over the line. Even still though, financially not too much of a problem. Logan has been reading the book of old school Yumpy and has decided to bring the operator out on the Killjoy. Obviously they don't have a duelist, so it does kind of make sense. If you're going to run it, it has to be on someone, but looking at where he's going. Again, he's looking for that mid-fight.
You can't be that aggressive either, because the lockdown is there, so you can't afford losing it in case of a retake.
First time watching Gentlemates. He was the one that stuck around. He was ready to try and take that fight. No fear. Running out. Oh, it's awkward.
It is. Whalers barely alive after that exchange. 10 points of health. But Vitality not going to take the opportunity to push just yet. They've realized there's a reaction here from the French side. But they do cut noise.
They're going to try and deny the plant, which I think they will do, yeah. Double utility, it's a lot thrown in, but it just makes things so much more awkward for Vitality as they now have to go and pick that back up, man disadvantage, and of course everybody's now here from the side of Gentlemates.
Trex has got both of his flashes left, so this is going to have to be an explosive fight here from Vitality. Lockdown going to come out straight away out from Logan. And won't need to peek just yet. Oh, might he? Bayas triples up, is feeling it today. Andalusia flawless for Gentlemates as they keep it going.
Yeah, they've started to streak it together. They've started to work out what their opponents are doing, these early fights going their way, but also just, again, this is one of the flaws of the composition that's being run by either, well, no, more so by Vitality. When you have that Sage Wall, the real value it brings is you can create some sort of blockade between the plant and anything else. When you send in Little Bro, your wingman, to try and get the plant, they're just denying it. That's all they're doing. Double utility. They used a fragment and a mosh because they were like, okay, if it's on the corner, if it's not quite in the right place, one won't do it. So let's just deny it and we'll just play from that position. And it's working wonderfully.
That is absolutely absurd.
Ratty.
This time Runner, though, does find the answer, at least. Thrash going to be used straight away, though. Vitality don't seem like they want to mess around. They've already been denied the opportunity to be ahead at half-time. So how can they react to this? I'm actually amazed that Takas is stuck by. This might be his downfall, though, or he might be able to change the tide of this round. Well, Wingman has been stopped, and so is the Spike Plant. But this elevation from Tex is just so dangerous for the rest of the players from Gentlemates to start moving, and it's already evident with Bayas' cross instantly put in the dirt. And Vitality finally have some comfort to this. Within the Viper's pit, they can hide the toxic screen as well, giving some space for Runner. But instead, it's Trex to lose his life. And Takas is going all the way around, behind. How does he work around it, though? Because he still can't see his opponents. Still, it's anyone's game. Oh, but Kix reveals himself to him! The intuition in Takas' head is absurd. And there's still an opportunity for them. Wailers is the one to find the final kill, but Gentlemates are keep on giving.
I love watching this team. It genuinely at times is just sheer lunacy. Like, you've got the wall to start it off, nice trade, but it's just the fact that, I don't know if he saw like a gun barrel or something, or if that was just like, I'm just gonna tap. No, nothing. No, absolutely nothing. Just decided, I guess, that's gonna just clear out a Viper's pit. It's gotta be infuriating. Oh, wow. Existence has got a little smile on his face. I can't really blame him. 5 rounds in a row now for the side of Gentlemates. A map that was chosen by their opposition because of, again, some of the struggles we've seen from them. The last time they played this was versus KC. They lost 6-13. They've already got 7.
Yeah, I mean, in the same matchup, the last time these two teams played Icebox, it was 13-3. Kind of mad. And this time, Gentlemates have brought a twist that Vitality did not expect. So far, so good on the defense. We'll have to see how that works out on the attack. But for now, one more round left in the half. And Runner might be in trouble here. 2 players lurking around here from Gentlemates, and go for the double swing. Quick way to find yourself numbers advantage.
Where's the support? If he's claiming an orb, you need somebody watching around that angle. We know the Gentlemates are not going to shy away from a fight. Especially in the last round, that orb is going to be worthless in the end. You've got the lockdown at least. That might get them into an afterplant scenario. But again, just look at some of the ults that are already online and are close for the side of mates.
Saw you, Mosh!
He's breaking the wall. Oh no, he's not. He's just stuck on the step. I thought there was something in the way. He's just stuck.
Well, it did take him a while, but he will get to his spot. Thrash in response. Can he save his teammate's life? It's Kix to do so. But Takas needs to check every corner. They could be anywhere, because they've been quite ratty thus far. But the lockdown will allow Vitality some room to get the spike down.
So much util still available, though, for the defense to try and get back in. They've got flashes, nano swarms, snake bites, and even Little Bro to try and help them.
Mate, they've won with numbers down and the Viper's pit on the site. Making it work with a numbers advantage should be a walk in the park, unless Kix can do something about it. This is a position he hasn't taken before, but turns around. Not the timing he would have liked, but at least Safe and Trex have got something going for them. But Takas, this game, he has stood up and gets Gentlemates the final round of this half.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I'll be critical of Gentlemates in some of these matches is that they've kind of overcooked, and also I feel like they've narrowed themselves down to a composition that revolved around a Phoenix, revolved around maybe a Yoru or some aggressive flashing sort of duelist. In this case, they've gone for a composition, they've seen another team run, maybe they've run it in scrims, we don't know, but it looks great. We're seeing the individuals pop off as well. There's not one player that I'm going to be like, this guy's carrying them, or yeah, it's Natang just doing everything. No, he's second on the board, but there is a very minimal difference between the rest, and everybody's had their big moments. And that's what we love about Gentlemates. When they're on, it seems like everyone's just performing.
I mean, coming into this one, we looked at the maps, we said maybe this is quite bleak for Gentlemates. Everybody had them as, you know, the underdog, and definitely showing up here, definitely making everyone to second guess themselves. They've got double the amount of rounds Vitality have, and I believe it's a 6-round winning streak for them as well. Logan already with first blood and the second pistol of this game, and he might want to keep it going. That's aggressive. He doesn't even have friends, and he gets the job done.
Yeah, that was basically a 3v1, and he comes out with 2 kills. A dink hit by Natang as well. They are feeling confident at this stage. Okay, Spike not planted. All right, Natang. Maybe a little bit overzealous, but look at the HP. 11 and 12 for the side of Vitality.
One bullet should do it on either of them, easily.
They're not going to go around.
Oh, we're talking about Gentlemates here, Tom. They are going to go around, and Kicks, oh, he's not looking at them! And instead, Wailers gets to pick on Sender. This is bloody upside.
Oh, they're waiting as well. They're so ready for absolutely everything. It's just these mid-rounds again. And look at the position of Takas. He's just waiting for him to try and come back through mid. This pistol couldn't have got any better for them. A huge opener for Logan. A great reposition as well from Mates, calling off the charts. And while Vitality, they're not looking good at this point.
It's the same thing over again. Keep them on their toes, keep them thinking, keep them second-guessing. Keep them having their eyes on their backs. Watching out every single corner won't be enough for Vitality. Because Gentlemates are everywhere this game.
It's one of those games as well. If you're like a scoreboard warrior, you just sit there and look at the kills. You're not thinking this is 9-4. Like, genuinely, just look down. It's actually ridiculous how close a lot of these have been, but in those big round scenarios, in those clutches, that's where Mates have been better by a hefty margin. And while obviously this round, Vitality can't really afford to invest much into it. You're going to have a Sheriff, Ghost, not much more. It has to be a gamble. It has to be a risk taken. And actually, for now at least, Gentlemates are taking this one quite slow. But bear in mind that that's what this comp sort of allows them. You've got an awful lot of utility that you can play with, extra flashes, that you have the knife as well, you have the dizzy, everything that can find you out where this stack is going to be. And then if it comes down to it, you can just use the wall to get you in an after plant, and with pistols, there's not a whole lot you can do about that.
No, not really. Last time Vitality lost the pistol, they had an answer to it. Not quite as fruitful, no 2K for Runner straight away. Natang is looking to get up and send his face.
This is not how you meant to play a Sage.
There's no way, and he's going even further, and again Kicks is not ready for it. You've got to have your gun out every single time, every moment of the game. If you don't, you might as well die. Well, if you do, you might die anyway. Gentlemates have turned up with thirst for blood.
That's the pistol player. That's the only guy who had a pistol. That's why he was playing like a lunatic, because it didn't even matter if he went down in this round, just earn up an extra orb. But that's another Andaluthia flawless. And honestly, this looked like, you know when people go into like one of the other gamers, like playing Unrated or something, and then they upload clips to YouTube and they're like, look at me playing Sage in a real game. This guy's doing it in pro games. He's just running around having a laugh. Putting up grim walls, just doing that. It's crazy.
Absolutely ridiculous.
He's a maniac.
Insane. But we're the insane asylum here, because we're the ones witnessing it.
There's my buddy.
How does Vitality even come back from this mentally? They've got guns now, right? They've got something to work with. But it's the final straw. Lose this and you'll be losing the game. Your own map pick, by the way.
Yeah. It's more so as well, this bonus has a lot to it. Like, you had the one pistol that went and farmed up all the kills, then you have the rifle that's brought back up, so it's Bulldogs alongside a couple of Vandals. Mates as well, normally pretty good on their attack side of most maps because of that sort of structure of training that's been created by Existence. And, well, once they get in the after plant, they're ever deadly safe as well as Caught. He's gone for that peek into mid, and with the tank already getting that opener, I'm really nervous for Vitality.
I am too. Gentlemates knew that their fate is in their own hands, that they need a win here today. And honestly, it looks like they want it more. Onto this B site they go. 2 defenders for Vitality, not a bad read. Sender, though, not going to play the safe. Oh, this is going right after him. But he had to give away his position. Goes for the outside swing, but Logan is there ready to deal with him. And as long as this round goes, the more Vitality feel like they're behind. Spike going to be going down. What's the answer here for Vitality? Well, not much, because Bayas is going even further. Again, not allowing Vitality to set up, not letting them feel comfortable, but it's Shreks. If this is the round to bring Vitality back, then I don't know what we're watching here.
He's been given the jewels, he's been given the fights,
Wow.
but eventually Takas is going to be the one to put him in the grave. It definitely got a little bit dangerous, but again, this is a much more disjointed Vitality from what I'm used to seeing. That was barely a peak, but you could see Sender force into the open, no one really there to back him up, and then just, again, like runner left, it basically just came down to these fights where, yeah, mates are just going to go running into the site as a group, and we're now looking at this, they have won 9 rounds in a row. There's been no response for a long, long time.
That's crazy. I don't blame Salah for taking a timeout here, because Vitality, honestly, obviously under pressure, they've started to take risk. We're starting to see isolated fights come out for them. We start to see unassisted fights, whether that's orb collections or over peaks. They're getting a little bit in their heads here, and we're not, you know, we're not strangers to seeing Vitality get into their own heads. They've had struggles closing out maps. They've had struggles closing out series. We're not strangers to this at all. But yeah, Salah's trying to put them back in their place here. Get serious about this one.
I also think just Gentlemates, like a lot of the time you're going to see Gentlemates either play very, very sort of like close games or games where they look fantastic, because a lot of the time they'll drag teams into their style of play. Yeah. So like look at the way that at that round, for example, Sender going for like a bit of a ballsy play. We saw Whalers do exactly the same thing in the last half and get 3 kills. And that's the thing, it's like, you look at this and go, okay, they're pushing me, I want to try and bring the round back into our favor, and they're like, ah, you're playing our game now. You're in our court now. And that's the thing, they've come into this, looks incredibly well prepared, they're running a composition that is not very Gentlemates-esque, and it looks good.
It really does. Taking a page out of Heretics' playbook, and so far, looking pretty spicy. And honestly, we haven't really seen too much of their attack, to be fair. It's all been Vitality being trampled over. Maybe we'll get a chance here, but it's pistols for Vitality. They've got to respect it. It's going to be one of those rounds that we've seen so many times before over on this A site take.
Bomb grenade out.
But maybe they need a bit of a confidence boost. The Save getting a couple of Sherry headshots. Starting to feel they can smash heads again, because that's what they know how to do. They've got really great players on this Vitality roster. They need to remember that, of their capabilities, right?
Yeah, the annoying thing though, again, about what Gentlemates is running with this comp, is you have all the utility, minus obviously Runner's Raise, to just clear every angle. Like you can have a fragment, you can have nano swarm, snake bites, whatever you like. Then you just have a wall. So against pistols, you just spending all your time breaking it.
Well, that's explosive. And it looks like Gentlemates will get an Andalusia flawless. It looked casual, it looked easy, probably because it was that round.
Yeah, no, again, once this gets into an afterplan, especially when you're up against pistols, it's so difficult to get back in because, again, they're happy to brawl. A crazy streak of rounds. 10 rounds in a row.
Double digits.
We were in favor of Vitality the first few rounds. It looked pretty scary for Gentlemates, but the turnaround has been impressive. The stand-up from their individuals has been even better.
It's been one of the criticisms from Gentlemates, right? They do have very good shooters in the likes of Logan and Tank, but it felt like the rest of the team fell a little bit far behind. They're all shooting today. They're all alive. They're all participating in the action. And maybe that's what they were missing, really. I mean, we knew that's what was missing, but
Sender
definitely
again.
Not this game.
Sender again's under serious pressure. I can only assume this is going to be a retake, because there's not really much he can do, especially with a Thrash already looking to clear some of those close angles.
He's still close to the action, though. And with Save's first blood, there might be an opening, but Whalers has been caught behind. Good thing they throw out the Thrash, because there's no way, I don't think they would have expect this. Easy pick. Can they just find the landing here? A little bit troubling. Bayaz again being sneaky. No way. No way. They don't check this.
Oh, he flashed him.
Oh, no way. They still don't check his corner. No bloody way. Still 2 kills just hasn't been the timing for them. Oh my God, it could have gone either way, but Vitality get the stick in the end and calm us all down.
That might be the most annoying thing about Wingman. It's just that he has to shoot Wingman because it's defusing, but he doesn't want to because he wants to get a kill. So it's sort of like you have to try and choose the lesser of evils here, and unfortunately for him, he's not quite able to get anything done.
Safe was looking the other end, so the only player that could have possibly spotted the Dizzy hitting him was not looking the right direction. That's why he went unchecked for so long.
Well, the streak has been broken. It's 10 of the last 11 rounds, still an awful long way to go. Runner's Operator really didn't get seen in that last round, so that's again going to be aggressively taken. Look at the pace, though. Pace are just running it down.
They really are. Press W, press mouse 1. That is your recipe of success at this point. Sender, what on earth can you do here? It's a completely different setup for Gentlemates this time around. Vitality need to find the answer. They've got to know how to deal with this, otherwise it's over on map number 1, and they're down their own map pick. Takas wants to go aggressive, and for good reason. Runner finally puts him to rest. But how much more can you find? Sender's in the fight, still on site. He needs reinforcements, and he doesn't quite have it yet. Gentlemates playing this together. Now Tag finding presence. A triple already to him, and he knows exactly where Runner's going to come from. Trex is going to try and assist, but it's all too lost. It may all be in vain. A 1-on-3, that just cannot be. It's Gentlemates, but there was nothing gentle about that first map.
I think we were owed about 3 aces within this series that all ended up being 4Ks, but what an incredible turnout from Gentlemates today. They've always looked good when it came to facing off against this Vitality roster. Honestly, Vitality need a response, Pavlos. I guess we'll see after the break.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. No, you lying, you don't know me, dog. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me, dog. Spent a bag on the whip, parked in valet. Just took another trip, skipped a drive, called my pilot, then jet down to LA. Yeah, tell me, who you know like this? Let the beat bang, turned off the light switch. I was in the VIP and met a spicy mamacita. Took her ass straight to Costa Rica. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. No, you lying, you don't know me, dog. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me, dog. Step back, homie, don't let this freezer go dripping. Cause these
These jewels might mess around and flood the whole kitchen. Took a bit to get it, was on a mission. And now it's platinum plaques, back to back. I spent a couple mil, you spent a whole rack. Bought the block just to give it back. Remember I was moving rocks, now I spit crack. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. Now it's facts. I'm too cold for you. Diamonds straight out of Mount Everest with it. Yeah. It's a whole lot of ice, homie. It's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. Yeah. It's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. Now it's facts. I'm too cold for you. Diamonds straight out of Mount Everest with it. Yeah. It's a whole lot of ice, homie. It's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. Yeah. It's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. Now it's facts.
What a fantastic start that was for Gentlemates against Team Vitality on Icebox. I'm your host, Yingsun. I'm back here once again with Kakuka, joined by Mitchman. Now, you don't have much luck with Enzo, but it seems like you are a real good luck charm to Logan over here.
It feels like it. It feels like it. Every time I'm in the building, I see the guy win, I see the first guy lose. It's unbelievable. I can't cast Enzo, but I can be on the desk for Logan, and the guy looked pretty good today. I mean, just another day at the office, I guess.
I mean, I think it was not only him, the way that they actually managed to bring it back, you know, play into their strengths, but also reading into what Vitality was doing was very, very nice to see from them.
I mean, Kakuka, now we can understand why they changed that comp.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, not only that, we've gone from a team that either ran that super vanilla comp or plays a double duelist to play a duelist-less map, and the way that they were doing it was by looking for every single initial duo from the defense, right? You do not have the jet, you do not have a way to deny that trade, but it didn't matter for them. Natank on the wing, excuse me, have you heard of Natank on the wall? That was unreal to
there it
watch. Perfect timing, thank you, production. But I think that we can see the spirit of any of the players. We saw Natank, even though he was on the stage, he could not care less. He's a duelist at heart, and I think that changing the composition adapts them to the times that we're seeing today, and to a certain extent, came as a surprise for Vitality.
And the beautiful thing about it, just to piggyback off that, Natank is leading stats, bar Woot. Woot kind of ruined that, but let's say people that have played more than 2 series, he's dominating stats for ADR, for ACS, for absolutely everything all season long. This guy is playing unbelievable, so it's no surprise to see him still deliver that kind of performance here.
And this is the thing, they refused to change the Gecko to the Gecko this entire time. And Mitch, they finally did it. Did you think that was a good decision?
I think so. I think generally it's a pretty good decision. Works a lot better for them as well, having the utility to actually get into a position to plant versus like what Vitality were running here. I feel like there's a lot of problems for them. Something I was talking to Ulysses about backstage during this game, that they just can't get into the site. They're using all the utility to get in, and then they have nowhere to go afterwards. Left open in duels, and that's where Gentlemates dominate every time from what we've seen.
And even with that, like, the pressure was not there. We even saw some post-pass situations where you could see the Gentlemates had the upper hand time after time.
And this is the thing, Benji was telling us, if you want to have a chance against Team Vitality, you gotta shut down Safe. And here he is, Safe, that is, in the AIM Labs warm-up. I mean, they were shutting him down, but the thing with Safe is Kakuka. He never really has a bad series. He could maybe not win the map, but we just know that he's probably gonna come out swinging on the next one.
Yeah, hear me out. I think that Vitality is gonna come in super prepared for that second map, for that Sunset. If we think about it, and the last time that they faced against each other, they played this map twice in the 2 encounters that they had, but the last one was a 13-3. Although Gentlemates ever since changed the composition. I think that that they're proving that they're very good and adapting from week to week, understanding why some things are not working and what can they do to change them.
Yeah, it was weird for me at the start seeing their Sunset comp, seeing Logan move off a Cypher isn't something that I expected to see. The guy is in my brain etched as one of the best Sentinels we have in the league for various reasons. Some happy, some not so much. But the reality is, they're all happy. We love good Valorant. The reality, yeah, his Sheriff is pretty good on any agent. But the reality is, this is a team that's shown that they're willing to change things up even on individual comfort levels. And I think that's essential to stay ahead in a league like this. Add to that what they did well here that other teams haven't been able to do was shut down Vitality and Pistols. In all their close games, like up against Foot, for example, they're coming out barely by a handful of rounds. And then you look back and you see in the first 6 rounds, they found 5 of the rounds in most halves that they've played so far. So when they get off to that slower start, we haven't had to see them bounce back that much.
I absolutely love that you bring up Foot, because actually in their match, they managed to bring it back, to go into map 2, forgetting what had happened on that map 1, even though there was Ascent and should have been pretty, bland, it wasn't. I think that the Foot came up with so many ideas, and Vitality were just not ready, which is literally what is happening right now. So for Sunset, a map that they knew was one of the pivotal chances, especially after they banned the Ascent, they have to be prepared, and it has not to do with the composition or anything else.
Yeah. Well, we saw in the AimLab shoot-around, we were looking at Safe, and he's who I'm super excited about coming into this. I'm a sucker for a good Viper player, right? You talk about Liquid, it's not just Enzo. Mystic back in the day.
I thought it was just the Odin.
He caught my eye. Hey, the Odin definitely does its work for me, but reality is his Viper is scary, and coming into Sunset, that's something they're going to have to lean on this side if they are able to beat stats leaders like Natank in a series where they're already on fire.
I mean, this is the thing, Vitality, they have to win. They have to bring it back. We were talking about it this morning. They're one of the few teams that had their own fate in their own hands. If they just win their remaining games, which on paper doesn't look extremely difficult for them, they will lock themselves into playoffs. And if they lose here today, Kukuka, that changes everything for them.
Yeah, of course. And also, having Trex coming in, I think that there is a lot into their minds. Not only that, they have to play twice this week, and starting off with a loss is something that no team wants to face.
Yeah, exactly. For Gentlemates, though, I feel like the pressure was off them a little bit. I think Palos is even mentioning they are the underdogs coming into this. I'm interested to see what they're going to have here on Sunset. Do they make another change? What do you guys make of this?
Okay, so Takas is going to be moved onto... Okay, so they bring in the Sage. Okay, Natank is just feeling very
He's on the wall, like you said.
He's on the wall. Natank on the wall, hear me out. And Takas is going to be moved onto that raise that Natank was praying previously. I mean, there is no Gecko, but I can see the ways of this working. I think that the usage of the Sage wall, especially on the defense, should give Whalers a little bit of more room to move around the map.
I have to say, I'm a little bit disappointed, though, because I was expecting to see Takas on the Neon, where he has just been flawless in terms of opening duels. They're very good at setting them up. Someone like Beaz's flash is consistently hitting. And you're playing against Vitality, who don't typically run a Cypher, so you're not worried about those traps. But no, we won't see the Neon here today. Let's see if the Rays can live up to it, though.
I can't wait to see it indeed. Vitality, they have to win here. Pavlos and Tom, the pressure is on.
You making that rhyme there, but yeah, there was nothing poetic about Vitality's performance the previous map. They really have to amp it up. They really have to show up on the second map, Sunset, where they have had historical success against Gentlemates, but that was against a different composition.
Yeah, the fact that they picked into this map, I think, clearly shows that they're feeling confident that they're going to be able to upset a team that have been able to basically beat them on this map 13-3, 13-10. So I think that obviously it's a different time, changes completely in their composition, and their last one was very reliant about like set plays, and this one can be, I feel, a little bit more free-flowing. I also think it's disruptive. That's what the Sage does. That's what Foot have done very well with the Sage on other maps as well. It's just making things awkward.
Well, let's see if they're able to make it awkward yet again, but this time on the defensive side. Quick push coming out from Takas. Lovely flash coming through from Beaz, allowing 2 quick kills, and Gentlemates already on pole position for this round.
Beaz, someone who I think has very underrated supportive utility. His breach on this map in the past was fantastic as well, but again, the pot flashes, this man is selfless when it comes to a lot of the fights. And, well, you could already see how this one, again, is just going to be a blink and you miss it. Gentlemates have won this round and very clean indeed.
Wait, I blinked. What happened? Oh, right. Gentlemates won. Everyone died.
That's what happened.
Yeah. Very quick, very explosive, and I don't know, what adaptations are we looking to see here from Vitality? Because the last one, they started to get a little bit nervous, a little bit uncomfortable with their positioning. They made mistakes. I don't know, how do we expect them to fix that up here on the second map?
they've always been pretty comfortable on this one. I think a lot of what they do well is those sort of slow default rounds. We saw it quite a bit during kickoff, obviously slightly different in terms of their personnel, but the idea behind it is not going to be too different. Happy to sort of play the map and just sort of work off the picks that they can get. And that's the thing, and Gentlemates are a team that like their set plays. We've seen it in the pistol round, like those combination of flashes. This one, can't really expect much.
Yeah, there's a crossfire setup here. Well, they are able to lock out Natank from this round.
Not 2 maps in a row, please.
Yeah, if anybody has watched the previous map, they know what happened the second round. Conversion from Vitality. But this time around, Bayas has got a response to it, and all of the Vitality players moving in together, they're walking into a Cypher setup.
A little bit wary of mid, so because of that, we're not really going to see Whalers paying a massive amount of attention. Normally, of course, we're looking at Logan playing that Sentinel role, but I guess just wanting to have a little bit more maneuverability, put him into more aggressive positions, which you can do with that Omen. The fact is, though, Vitality have got themselves in an afterplan. Doesn't look like they're stopping there, and
Takas does Takas things.
Yeah, never mind. Never mind. Again, we've talked about the multi-frags. This one may be the least impressive of the lot just because it's up against the full eco, but they did need someone to pick up those kills.
And I'm going to be honest, Takas at the start of the season didn't quite show up at the level many expected him, right? Think about his run from Ascension, from the Challenger Leagues, getting into VCT EMEA. He has been a star, but he's flown under the radar if you compare them in the likes of other duelists playing up, you know, other performers in this league. And today he seems to be doing pretty well, already getting his stats padded up from this round. But I'm also considering the previous map, right, where he had a lot of those opening kills, a lot of those conversions were down to him.
Yeah, I think also it might just be down to keeping things a little bit more simple. A lot of the compositions that Gentlemates like to run, as said, like the initial comp they ran on this map, it revolved around a Raze Yoru Breach combination where they try and set up stuns across the map to sort of put these players into play. I think today we're seeing them go to more meta comps, and that will be more exciting for me if anything. Not the comps themselves are more explosive when you watch them the other way around, but it's more so I want to see if Gentlemates can do it, because if they can play the meta and then have those explosive comps, that makes a great team rather than one that can cause an upset here and there.
Yeah, for too long maybe they have looked past the flexibility these compositions provide, and now they feel a little bit more comfortable to be free-flowing, right? That's where they thrive most, being able to switch things up all the time. Orb will be collected for free from the tank. Get that res a little bit sooner. Takas is pretty close to a showstopper. Only 1 orb away.
And they're not really pushing and probing around the map too much. Potentially just looking to play more of a retake. That aggressive wall can, again, just be an irritation. It gives free information. Also, the slows more than anything. It just disjoints a lot of what you're going to have. Of course, the timing here is going to be everything, but that slow, again, is just going to be annoying. It allows already the rotation to fully begin. You can see across the map, already making their way back towards this A site.
And the fact that Vitality are tiptoeing their way into this A site, it's going to take a while for those to come into fruition. The tank, Quake on the opener. And even if he's blinded, he still finds impact. And Gentlemates have got all of the cavalry arriving just in time. The smoke is a little bit too deep, and Whalers is able to surpass it, no problem at all. Still, though, Vitality finding some answers, running out of time. The wingman is sent to put the spike down. Whalers and Logan are there to secure the dub. Vitality are really not allowed any round wins today.
No, and then again, it's just the explosive individual plays that drag them through. Huge round coming out of Whalers to sort of just break this apart. The thing is that the counter flash, I believe, in that early fight that came out of Bayers actually saved him, I think, because he could see the player flashed rather than just being completely blind, but also his opponent can't see anything. So again, just solid counter utility from Bayaz, a silent hero, while Whalers might be the, I guess, the loud and proud hero.
Very true. Well, someone else that has got to be proud this round is Existence. I mean, looking at his team start to shake up a little bit better than they have last time. Or last kickoff, I would say. Any other of the other times we've seen Gentlemates play this year, to be fair.
I'll be honest with you, I came up here earlier during the first game. Yeah. He was having a little nap. I'm going to assume he had a really long night working counter, because this is the thing, like, people who don't know him from CS, don't know him from previous games, this guy was a mastermind and is a mastermind, not only in just setting up his own team, but also in finding counters for his opponents. So I think that's where you kind of look at Vitality now and go, okay, is this a coach battle?
It could be. Run up, first blood here. But you're right, Salah must have grown up looking up to coaches like Existence, right? He's definitely been around for a while, but this is Gentlemates restoring what should already be the status quo. Superiority in this round. It is, after all, rifles against the pistols. But yeah, I believe Salah is still the youngest coach in VCT EMEA right now. 23, 24 years old, something like that, in existence. He's been around for a long time.
Yeah. 30 seconds left.
I was watching him before I got into esports, so that's all you really need to know. There we
Got
go,
nothing to say. Nothing to add to that.
Paranoia. It's going to get them in. That's the main thing. Get into the after plant. A trip doesn't look like it's been broken though, so falling back might actually be a bigger problem. But with the weapons they have, you expect aggression. Safe, Sender. Okay, this just got interesting.
It became doable, that's what happened. Natank in the smoke is not able to find the pieces. Bayaz has to save it. The IGL of Gentlemates looking to save the day! Sender having the backline covered allows Vitality collect the Thrifty.
That was so close to him pulling off another absurd round to give Gentlemates another victory that they probably shouldn't have had. But hey, it's the pistols, those sheriffs. You know that your opponents want to fight against you. Logan may be a little bit overzealous, but it looked like they corrected the round. But I like the adaptation from Vitality. You don't have the weaponry to hold. You just don't have it. You don't have the utility. So you have to try and get aggressive, proactive, and that's exactly what they did.
I love seeing Safe trying to hype up his players. He's been doing that a lot this season. He's changed completely in approach, kind of getting a leadership role in there. Fatherly approach, I'd say. But is it enough to put Vitality in? There are guns to work here with Gentlemates, and they've got a trap.
Don't lose to Bucky, please.
Well, it's Natank. Natank on the wing! And he will succeed with the first kill. Whaler's there to back it up. Replenish himself with some health.
Still there.
And he's still alive, kicking, breathing, and may want to go for another fight.
Okay, I like it. Kicks from above, showstopper put in, rifle collected as well. Taka's going to be able to fall out of there without too much damage, and Logan's waiting as well to try and lock them in. The thing is, if he goes down here, this round is back on.
That was a bar fight. But now they've got to take a breath. Fresh air, Logan on the look! A double kill and round secured for Gentlemates.
He couldn't have timed that any better if he tried. Just peeks in as both players end up lining up, and I'm not happy that this worked. Obviously, he was just there for bait, but the fact that Natank manages to survive there for such a ridiculously long time, and you can immediately see the response from Vitality. You just lost a round that was based around a Bucky.
Just gonna let that sink in for a little bit.
Yeah, it's not something I've said so far this season.
No, I'm just talking about the situation right now, right? It's not looking great. And Safe right back with his mouth to the mic.
Yeah, this is one of those scenarios as well where you kind of wonder how much is going to be put into play here for the side of Vitality. Because you've got to send it with a little bit of extra cash. Maybe they try a hero rifle, because they do have themselves some pretty solid ultimates. Showstopper 2 away, Viper's Pit 1 away, and then everything else is online already. So even though the weaponry is not going to be ideal for a round like this, the ults are so good that you might want to try and gamble it and get yourself back in the game.
The thing is, it's not really the time to get back into the game, given how deep into their pockets they need to run in for this one, but they're not. Gonna hold it out for the next one, but you're right. Ultimates are there. If an opportunity is presented to them, there may be a chance that they can take it back. But with that, there's a prerequisite, right? A kill or two. Can Runner be the person to bring that to them?
Yeah, it's using that extra cash in the exact way I'd like to see it. Give him an opportunity. Is actually pushing this. He's got the one way to sort of give him a little bit of extra space. He also has backup from Bayaz. He's going to know that Safe is on the other side. Can Safe hit another wonder shot? No, he can't. That's going to be the opener they were looking for again.
And right off the angle, Gentlemates really good with finding these off positionings. And not only on these eco rounds, not only on these pushes, it's always, every single round, they're able to get into positions that Vitality would never have expected. And these advantages just keep on mounting up. Potentially looking at a 5-1 here as they walk directly into Takas's territory. Not affected by the Dizzy, but the spray down is damn damaging. and may want to stick around for more. Runner does have the rifle and eventually puts it to use, but Gentlemates are already reacting to this.
Yeah, they got the information off the back of the knife. Got to be a little bit careful, though. These solo fights, when rifles have now been retrieved, definitely makes this round a little bit more dangerous. The cavalry is slowly arriving, though.
It really has, but Vitality have taken so long to push through. They don't have a chance to be winning out on these trades. They're playing off of a disadvantage. Center trying to save it all out for his team, but not going to be happening this time. 2 survivors by the end of that one, and Gentlemates look unrelentless on this defensive side.
Yeah, still, for Vitality, not a bad round at all. Like, you invest one rifle into it, you didn't use any of the ultimates, they're now all online, and you're going to have yourself the rifles coming in for the next round. This sets them up at least to find a return to form. I am just getting a little bit nervous from them, though, because a lot of what Gentlemates are doing, again, they're taking risks, they're gambling on some individual fights, as you see, but a lot of it they're getting away with, and I'm waiting for the moment where Vitality are able to shut down some of those pushes.
That's very true. And once they do, Gentlemates might feel a little bit flustered. They're no strangers to that either.
I love the idea. I love the idea. It's so ratty from them just going up over the top of the wall. You can see an attempt being made by Safe to find a response. With the smoke fading, he has to fall back.
And Gentlemates, just like that, again, find mini advantages here and there. And even though Vitality have got everything to their disposal, they feel threatened. They feel hurt, limping their way towards this B site.
They're going to go through. They're going to go through the smoke.
Oh, yeah.
Safe is under some real trouble. There is absolutely no way he gets out of that. Perfect flash. Get rid of the lurker. That now makes this take onto the B site so much more difficult. And they've got no utility either.
Runner, you're going to have to come up huge with the showstopper here. You're going to have to find a wonder triple kill of some sort to put Vitality back in. And Gentlemates know they don't really need to pressure this, but Bayas is pushed up quite far forwards. Not to be expected. Sender drops. Runner, retaliation, found, but kicks ain't kicking no more. Runner, what do you do with this? Blinded as well. Across being covered by 4 players. And he can't have a chance with that. 20 seconds, but it's a countdown to his demise. Barely any health on him. Will try and go in for a bite, but his final mark will be seen by a blast pack to send him off. And Gentlemates collect themselves a 6th round.
I genuinely love watching this team. They have so many just risky but cool ideas. Like the initial wall over the top just to take a fight that nobody's going to be expecting. You smoke that off, you think it's almost an iron wall on the other side, and then to not only just sit there and go, okay, that's our aggression done for the round. No, there's another layer. They pop flash through, take out the lurker, and then it's just like they are boxed into the site. There's nothing else that Vitality can really look for. Again, they've now got 4 ults. One of them was used in the last round.
And they're still pushing. There's no freaking way. And this time Takas not really spotted. Not quite sure if that was the same from a tank, but still, they keep on winning these fights. I can't believe it. I just can't.
Yeah, I guess Kicks must have just not seen anything as they just walk down mid. That is, again, just a blip. But Vitality have got to feel infuriated. That's their entry. That's Runner gone for the entirety of the round. Nothing they can do about it. Showstopper out as well. And now you can see this is what Gentlemates do. They have that initial aggression, and then they just fall back. Maybe there'll be a re-aggress later in the round, but for now, they don't need to do anything.
Absolutely not. Logan does get walked onto. Uppercut. We'll put him to rest for now, but Takas, well, he'll be in trouble here. Not quite finding the
1-for-1
within that nade, but still drags one down with them.
Yes. What?
And Stave stuck around for Bayas, but the rotation has come through for Vitality. They head towards this B site, and Gentlemates' defenses have greatly been extinguished.
It's a little bit awkward. The trips are still there. There's one more just in an obscure position. Rez has been used on the other side of the map, so it's actually going to be even for the retake. Whalers, though, he's trying to be a little bit cheeky, and that's exactly what he does.
No way, it works out. Catch a sender on the cross. And now there's a Viper's Pit available for Safe. Will he be using it? I don't think so. There's no real need. Actually, he goes in for it. Tries to find another angle. Maybe keep Gentlemates second-guessing themselves. Try and spray down upon them. Safe going around here. And the tank, though, I'm pretty sure he checks this. No, he doesn't. Walks right past him, shorty in hand. But Safe is right behind him, lurking like a shark. Looking to move out from the depths of hell and drag them all down.
Holy.
Is there enough time? I'm not quite sure there is.
Save
there
5
it is.
kills.
There's plenty of time, and Gentlemates will be securing themselves
He could
yet
have
another
got
round.
6.
Man got 5
That's
kills,
an ace.
still lost the round. That's got to be one of the most brutal things ever. He would have had to get a 6k to take that one. The bonus ace would have been needed for Safe to be able to get that. And it's, the thing is, it started with such a strong performance from the side of Mates. Aggressive positioning, good clearing off utility, and then this man just went absolutely ham, but it wasn't quite enough to get things over the line. Vitality, they're going to take their second pause within this first half.
Damn.
The fact that it came down to Safe needing to pull out a miracle kind of shows the spot that they're in.
I mean, we're starting to see individuals shoot back. We're starting to see some positives from Vitality, but again, even though
Safe.
Vitality gets something going in their favor, yeah, they've got Safe. Benji Fishy said it. Don't 1v1 Safe. Don't do it.
Yeah, they didn't. They 1v3'd
They
him.
1v3'd him. Still.
He still almost won, but let's ignore that.
But Gentlemates had an answer in the likes of Whalers this time, who, to be fair, hasn't had great performances this entire year. But and it's one of those moments that any other player, any other team, you see a player like that isolated going for 1vx in any situation while there are other players around to help is ludicrous. It's insane. It's a play that shouldn't happen, but Whalers went for it and it paid off.
I think the reason I think they've switched up the comp and put him on the Sentinel is because I feel like he is that smart player. He's the guy who is going to play the odds in the right way. Like, a lot of the time, Logan is a risk guy. Like, he will win you rounds with a Sheriff you'll never see before. Mitch is having flashbacks as we speak. But the fact is, Whalers is the person that, again, safely uses his cam, gets the information, takes a 1v1 he knows he can win. And then it just works for the team playing off the odds.
And Vitality, their players, albeit being of some of the greatest caliber that we've seen in this league, haven't been quite showing up, apart from Safe. Okay, we said his name a few times. Got #1 Estonian on the server, yet to show his mark.
Don't you
That
dare.
is nuts. It's going to be checked by Vitality. It's at least traded. They expect Bayas to be there, but they drop back.
That's the thing. Again, that was more just conditioning. They've been placing that wall every single time so they can get themselves the orb. So this time they try and play on top of it, and they managed to take down Safe. Now, obviously, the trade is there. But at the loss of Safe, after one of the only times we've really seen a round look competitive. Vitality, though, it's a pace change and the showstopper gets nothing.
Again, it's a risk play from Logan to actually make it work. He just holds his ground and presses that mouse 1 button. Vitality got the plant for them. At least they've got that going for them. And the Trex null command does deter Gentlemates from using any utility on close proximity. Takas wanting to go in with a showstopper and by Trex, keeping Vitality alive. Still a 3v3 though.
That's a night TP by Sender too.
Can now, not only do they have to get on the spike, but they have to deal with all the players hiding out. And Main still blinded, doesn't care. Into the smoke. Vitality are starting to lose players left and right. Gentlemates are winning their trades, and there's nothing Kicks can do about it.
Damn.
They're just doing everything right. Again, the util coming through, the team play and the retake looks fantastic. The fact is that showstopper was dodged by a millimeter. It actually sent the TPs out the way in the last second. But again, it's just locking in some of these individual fights and being able to take them all over the line in the end. 8-1. Running away with things. After what was a matchup that they played 2 times already this year. The first time they had a dominant map, then they fell flat. We've seen it before as well, where they've been dominated, even in some of the games where they played against Vitality. But every single time they got better. Every single time they've improved. And honestly, unless Vitality have something left in the tank, this might be the first victory for Gentlemates in this matchup.
I thought you said in the tank there, so yeah, I thought you did a little bit of wordplay, but no, it's not the case. Ultra aggro from Runner doesn't pay dividends because, quite simply, he's not a Gentlemates player. Because only those things work for Gentlemates players. It's gotten a bit under control. Well, not really. No one's got control over this one. Perhaps Safe does? No, not really. Gentlemates, they took a bit of damage that round, but it's still theirs.
Yeah, there were moments where that looked possible. But again, it's only been that round number 4, that round off pistols. That's it. It's a Sheriff round. That's the only round that Vitality have managed to win in this one. you can understand in this round why there's some aggression. It literally is the battle sage. It's something I don't feel like has truly come back for a long, long time. Like, people would talk about it. Okay, maybe you could say Cracks did it when he brought it in, CNED a little bit. Other than Foot, no one has been running a battle sage. The tank is a battle sage. He is a duelist that just happens to have a heal.
Not a very good heal if you're healing yourself, but...
He's not just your healer.
No. That's the advert. Should be a next line of the Nana Tank song. But let's see how this one works out. Wow, very difficult save here. When works out, he's being sent on a mission, a solo mission, and comes out on top.
I can only assume that the tank thought that Logan had that cross covered, because the fact that they were so far forward already, definitely a little bit deadly. Oh, he manages to shoot it, but it's a good pick off. Runner very quick on his feet, and it leaves just one man actually defending the site at the moment.
Honestly, if he got a pick off of the kill on Thrash, I would have been bowing down to our new king. It would have been nuts. But Vitality have some room to work with here. They've got numbers advantage. Dagger spotting out 3 players doesn't prompt a rotate here from Vitality. They're actually sticking to their guns, and Gentlemates know of it. They've got this whole thing red. Flash is superb. Can they find an answer to it? Thrash in retaliation. Vitality, this is a chance, but Tuckers has come into the mix. He looks to spice things up, but it's still a 1v3, and an operator isn't the right gun for the situation.
No, at the same time, financially, not in a bad spot. He can actually opt to try and risk this one. Try and go back in for something. He might not have the opt for the next round, but I don't think he'll mind.
Is he going to pick up a Vandal and go for the 1v3? Or is he going to go all the way around? He's got a knife out, though, and Shrek is going to look at him. That timing! Imagine if he had his operator out. That could have been a collateral, and this would have been an entirely different world.
Finally, we see a resurgence for Vitality. Again, good openers. I like that this time Safe almost just takes the initiative. Gets aggressive. I do think that there was expectations that Logan had that cross. I think that might just be slightly miscommed or just not catching him as he goes past, but that actually leads the tank going to his death, and he's been the main problem that they've had outside this A site. I think he might just go back to the standard of just walling something off at the beginning.
Is this the round, the catalyst, if you will, for Vitality? Can it all be the round that they needed, really? Draw it all back.
I don't believe.
Find the confidence, but they are going to move quite quickly into this one, but there's already strong defensive setup here from Gentlemates. Seems like Vitality have no respect for it. Runner instantly in. Hasn't found an opener. Whalers just spraying down. Toxic Stream goes out, but the flash is superb. Not quite enough to keep the Gentlemates defenders alive. But Runner has gone berserk, found 2 kills for himself, and Vitality heavily in the lead this round.
Holy shit.
It looks like the 9-3 will be happening unless the tank has a wall that we've never seen before. A single kill will grant him a res. There is the kill. That's something at least. That will bring back theirs from the fray.
Hold your horses, everybody. This round's not over. Although the spike is ticking quite frantically. They've got to get on it quite quickly. A wall perhaps. Marsh, yeah, that's the denial. That's it. That's the end of that. But hey, wait. No way. No! Bloody way! Bias doubles up. There might be an opportunity here. Runner's going to have to push past it! Oh, Gentlemates! The impossible possible!
End it there. End it there.
Holy shit, that wall.
There was literally just enough time for him to put that wall down and defuse. If he hesitates, what was it, 0.29 of a second? They lose that round. I literally cannot believe that we've seen this much impact of someone peeking in a round that was over, and then Bayaz just the bodyguard. Like, you are not getting past him.
Look at that smile from existence. Sorry, I need a second. I need to breathe. I need to sit. This is not reality.
I want a friend like Bayaz, you know? Someone who can defend me, make me feel safe.
Well, we all do need a friend like that. But here, Vitality trying to find something work out in the pistol. Yeah, we're all still overwhelmed from the previous one. Imagine how the Vitality players are feeling right now. That was stolen away from them. Cold-blooded murder.
Oh yeah, that's got to be like one of the biggest throw rounds I've ever seen.
He's breaking the timeouts, right?
Yeah, that only happens because Drex dies, but I can't even blame him. Like, why would you expect them to be able to win with that much time left? A 3v3. The site of A is completely open. Like, there is nobody here. even though there's aggression coming in, they may just opt to try and group up and play this one as a retake. I don't think it's worth the gamble for Sender to try and play this one, especially, bear in mind, he's got the Paranoia. So he has the perfect piece of utility to try and get them back in. The thing is, though, if this is cleared quickly enough, they can get him, place that wall down, and just make things awkward. And as said, I feel like that's what Gentlemates are excellent as. It's just making a lot of the retakes, or a lot of the takes in the first place, awkward for the side of Vitality.
I guess Vitality spent the last few seconds taking a few breaths in. Might as well take any chance you get, because Gentlemates don't give them many of those. It's all down to timing on this exchange, which Sender does win. But again, it's Natank in a weird angle.
You'd see the wall and maybe guess that he's up here, but I'm
guess.
not so sure. Paranoia's not even going to hit him. They're looking to break the wall. He peeks up, takes run for free.
On the wing! Bow down to your king!
It's actually Whaler.
It's Whalers with the triple. It's Gentlemates on 11, 2 away from closing out this series.
Whalers having a great time. 13-4 at the moment. Just, again, the thing is the synergy of the risk. Like, you see the tank go over the top, and his teammate is with him all of the way. They have a spot. They have a little bit of a gap in the wall, which was actually created by Vitality, and he's just so ready to try and play off the back of it. At this point, Gentlemates are so high on life that they aren't losing this game. I just cannot see it happening. They're winning every single clutch. Even
Damn it, the 13-2 Vitality, that's
they
like...
have to gamble here. They're having to throw everything into this round just
That's
to try and have
huge.
some form of semblance of competitiveness. It's depressing.
It's depressing. It's heart-squashing. If that's even a term, Vitality, though, they've had to...
Because they won 13-5. Like, if they're 13-5, 13-2,
to open up this round safe.
Vitality, it's like...
Up, denied any opportunity to do anything, Kicks. You've got to come along.
Oh
here,
my
but
god.
It's just too damn clean, too damn accurate. Snaps on his head.
Just pushes everything.
It's the only thing we've been hearing, snapping sounds. It's been Vitality's heads, skulls being cracked wide open. What truly can you do? Close up the distance. You've got this thing as wall is being troubling to deal with. Safe, only good for the one as Takas looks to clean up with a ghost. Send up. You sent your team into death, and now you'll have to follow. All right, let's make it a bit comedic for Gentlemates, a little bit. They can't win that cleanly, but yeah, they are on map and
Takas
series
decided
point.
to help them out. He's like, guys, I'm playing so well, I'm just going to name myself to end the round. He was 1 HP, to be fair to him. Like, I don't think it was... I hope it wasn't as close as you might think it was, but he's had a great round anyway. He also chucked off the rifle as well. Did it bounce back and he ran into it? Yeah, he did.
Ooh, yeah. There was one shell over the wall that caused his demise, but they're laughing about it. Why wouldn't they?
Of course they are.
Of course they are. Vitality have only gotten 7 rounds this entire series.
Unexpected, to say the least. I didn't expect anything of the sort. Runner looking to try and put the pressure on, but they're very quickly out of there. Look at the buy. This is what is left to try and save Vitality. It's something that revolves around SMGs. No, I would say primary rifles either. But they do have safe. They still have safe.
Found a good kill.
Might be the only thing they have. Whoa. The riflery still seems favorable for the Gentlemates side. But anything that Vitality do, they need to second guess it, triple guess it. Very deep positioning here from Takas in mid, while the rest of the cavalry moving in towards this right-hand side. Safe's holding out. Only defender towards this A side. I mean, who else do you want? But honestly, if it's up against 3, even the greatest will struggle. Flash out indicating presence. Save has to drop back, respect it. Trex, good read onto Takas' positioning mid. Vitality have softened it out.
30 seconds left.
An opportunity. Safe again. He's just trying to buy time. 25 seconds left on the clock for them to try and make their move. He's going to drop the spike as well. There's a trade. Still a chance for a clutch. And it would be the most Gentlemates way to close it ever.
Again, Tom, do you reckon? Logan on the plant. Bayas on the swing, but it's Vitality to finally get a win.
Okay.
it's not been their day.
This is not a mountain to climb, Tom. This is...
No, you're climbing a volcano. Even if you get to the top, you're gonna get burnt. Like that I don't see how they can possibly get back into this game, especially with the way that their opponents have been playing, even just on an individual level. Like someone like Whalers or Takas or Bayaz on a tank or Logan will clutch out one of these rounds. Screw it, if it goes far enough, maybe Existence will jump up on the stage and clutch one.
We've seen everything today, Tom. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that. But yes, Gentlemates in the stratosphere.
Get out of my way.
Merci. Oh, 1 sec. I will deal with him. And yeah, I'm sure he would. Buy round on both teams. Vitality, they've been able to hold on for a little bit. For how long can they do so though? Sender flashed off, but mid kept wide open for Gentlemates to move into.
Yeah, that flash was thrown in basically just as a ruse. It's forced them back initially and allowed them to claim space elsewhere. The rotation won't be anywhere near as quick as normal.
Runner there to try and stop up this onslaught. So far good for it, and it's clutched up from Trex. Good pincer movement. And for that, Gentlemates will have to wait to close out this game.
Tripwire destroyed.
Now Whalers has some space.
Come on, are we really believing again?
I like the fact that we're seeing Vitality basically just not overface this, not overdo it. Like they know that at any moment one of these players can just take over a round. So now that they have such a huge advantage, just don't give them those fights.
Logan trying to find an alternative angle to this. They know the approach has come mainly from mid, and that's where Whalers has shown his presence earlier, and now has done so again. Not quite going to use the cage just for it. One-sided smoke, yeah, that's going to complicate everything. I mean, 30 seconds, even if you do pick up the spike, you've got to go for the plants.
30 seconds
yeah,
left.
This is not going anywhere. But good stuff from Vitality, though. Reacting good on the fly, getting a good crunch into mid, stopping Gentlemates, getting the right read. I think that's a big aspect to it, because I feel like Gentlemates have been keeping Vitality blind the entire game. It felt like Vitality are trying to read an invisible book.
Last player standing.
Yeah, I think also just what they've been very good at is with sort of utility. A lot of the time you can't do a lot with. They've been very good at doing a lot with it. Like, again, just like a Sage Wall. The amount of times they've been caught by something silly off the back of a Sage Wall, that it must just be infuriating. In the end, Logan's going to get to keep his gun, but there shouldn't be much more behind it. Maybe a few sheriffs here and there. They still have the res on the tank as well, so maybe they can put something into play this round. I think the only other real danger will be the showstopper. If that gets close, maybe there's a chance that Mates can steal this one.
That's fair. I mean, given that Logan has also won away from the shadows, we might even see some crazy luck. I wouldn't be surprised. We've seen everything. We've seen everything. Gentlemates, though, looks like with their setup, they're having their eyes onto this A side, which Vitality have heavily occupied this time around.
It's a common point of contention, especially early in the round, and just sending Runner. He's got a showstopper as well if they really wanted to try and put them in the dirt. It's going to be a triple peek, and actually they've caught Logan. That is the one rifle. I think it's going to be retrieved, though, yeah. Takas will be able to get that without too many problems.
Logan was dubious in intention there. It won't work out for him, though. Takas will have to give it a go with his Vandal. Not to say that the Sheriffs don't hit hard from Gentlemates. You've got to respect it. The safe is front line on defense here on B.
Poison's off.
And Gentlemates running up the clock.
Not anymore.
That's very true.
Yeah, the information garnered. You can see players already in position 3, in fact, as they look to actually aggress off their own utility. This looks like it's going to be an absolute bloodbath, just leaving the tank. And now Bayaz, I don't think he's clutching this one out. The streak of rounds continues for Vitality again, though. It's the weaker weaponry. Now is where we'll actually see the buy.
I mean, it's rounds like those that when Gentlemates won, they left no survivors. Vitality, though, not really having the same success. You know, they lose a couple players here and there. It's always, their economy is always kept in check, right? Not really allowing Gentlemates, not really allowing Vitality, rather, from gaining momentum here.
I will say, when you're 12-5 down, as long as you can buy it, doesn't matter.
I don't know. That's very true. That's very true.
They have enough credits to buy every round until they lose. I think that's what we're looking at the moment. Unless all 5 players die, die like 2 rounds in a row, I don't think that's going to be Vitality's biggest problem. And actually, they are going to get another pause now because Gentlemates are going to take one instead. I think it's a good time. Like, the ults are pretty much all building up. Like, I don't mind if Gentlemates even just, like, stack them so they have all 5 and then just go, okay, all we need to do is take this 1 round. The only thing is it's the same for Vitality. You got 2 ults that are just 1 away, 2 away, and then you have yourself the showstopper already available. So it's not a bad position for both sides to be in. Again, though, you just still have to look at the amount that needs to be done. This would have to be a 10-round streak, the same as what we got in the last map. For Gentlemates.
Yeah, and there are many types of timeouts also that coaches bring out, whether that's kind of for tempo swing, but I feel like this is Existence laying the lay of the lands, right, for his team. They've got a lot for them this round. He's just making sure that Gentlemates have got the right plan of action to just close it out right here, right now.
Yeah, I think as well, when you win that first half in the manner in which you did, where it was basically just from strength to strength and pretty much no rounds you could lose, I think when it starts to come back, even at the early stages, when you have 2 pauses, use one of them.
Hyper-aggressive from Runner here, trying to disrupt anything that Gentlemates have got going for them right on time. As soon as the dagger falls out, Runner reacts. And that's the early pick and damage onto Bayaz.
Oh, it's Takas as well. He almost wiped out 3 players. That would have been an absurd way to kick off the round, but even still, he's done so much.
But Vitality take long to back away, which gives moment for Gentlemates to enter into this B side.
What is he? The man is used from the shadows to go into their spawn. I love that they've had. This is like the most matchmaking strat I've ever seen. Like, use the distraction, the disparity.
You can see Vitality are going for a check. Going to look out what the hell is going on, but Logan has found the right timing to change the tide of this round. How the tables turn. And Safe on site in trouble as well. Gentlemates, no way this is a round that they are able to win it off of losing early players, early damage. Takas, he knows exactly where Vitality are. They've got the spike planted, they've got numbers advantage. Vitality kicks and Sender holding hands on this one, hoping they can make it through to live and fight another day. Whaler's dropped. And that makes things a little simpler, but they've got to move outside of a smoke. They don't really have a flash to do it. They're going to have to go for a try peek. And Logan puts them to rest. Gentlemates, a 2-0 that no one thought possible, keeps their hopes for playoffs alive.
Honestly, we've always had nightmares, or many people have, when it comes to Logan. You think about his Killjoy, you think about his Cypher, mainly Sentinels. Yeah. People are going to have nightmares about his Omen tonight. They TP'd into the sport to close it out, but it was a team performance today. From bottom to the top in terms of kills, just 5 difference from the entirety of the team. And that's the thing with this Gentlemate squads. When they're on the same page, when they're running it down, when they're working together, when they're trading effectively, and when they have the right plan, they could beat anyone.
Got to add something to that, and when they're feeling it. And let's be fair, today they were feeling it.
Yeah, I think the tank Sage as well, like, just allow that man to go for some trickery no matter the agent. It's just a little bit of fun. He's having a great time.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him. What a tremendous performance from Gentlemates today. Not only did they show up, but they made Vitality leave. Right there, souls and hearts went in this one. Gentlemates, well, they fought really hard for this, and they definitely deserved it. They are your victors of match number 2 of the day with a 2-0 victory against Vitality.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Sound guy?
Let's go!
Well, Gentlemates, they have finally gotten their revenge against Team Vitality. And what a way to do it. Welcome to Postplant. By the way, we will be joined by Whalers in just a moment from Gentlemates. But for now, I've got Mitchie. I saw Natang dancing on stage there. Do you reckon he was dancing to Natang on the wall?
It could be. I saw him dancing on the wall quite a bit as well, in and out of angles. And my God, it's been a while. I heard Tom say it on the cast as well. The Battle Sage, it's back, baby. And Natang made it look like it was 2021 all over again. This guy was unbelievable. And I said going in, stats leader in many ways. He might be competing with Wood again after that, even with the smaller sample size.
I bet you he feels like nice to be off the Phoenix studio for a little bit, you know, because it felt like that he just had to like get the orb all the time, flash all the time, ulti to go in all the time.
Yeah.
But who knows? You can just stand on a wall and do all of that.
I mean, this is it. We're going to have Whalers later, and I want to ask him about this because it's a weird philosophy. You look at this guy on a duelist, you go, he's pretty good, but let's change it up. Let's put him on a better duelist, on the Sage, where, I mean, even that wall to win out the pistol round, to have bought the wall, to be in the right position. Oh my God, the guy is just unbelievable.
Well, he ward, and then he got himself onto another wall, which wasn't his wall, and then won the round as well. I just feel like maybe the Battle Sage meta, we should bring it back.
Well, it was a buy round, right, where he gets the kill, gets his res online, res is a teammate, goes back out, 2v3, still looks unwinnable. Wall, perfect positioning. They almost break it, but then I think it was Bayaz swinging in to kill them all as they try to stop the defuse. That was like a movie scene playing out. Just perfection and perfect Valorant.
Oh, honestly, hearing the Gentlemates fan go wild as well when that moment happened was so nice. But the problem is, where does this leave Vitality? Do you reckon this is going to be rough now for them to even make playoffs, given everyone else in their group is basically winning their games?
Well, this is what we touched on in the previous series, right? Like, this is a stacked alpha group, and for Vitality, making it, pushing it through, it's going to be really tough without that win under their belt. They have, I believe they're the team that has 2 matches this week, right?
Yeah, they got Giants.
So Giants up next. Is it Koi after that? Yeah. So, like, that's somewhere they could take those 2 wins, but now they're in a similar position to where Liquid are, where the win or the process to get to playoffs is sort of in the hands of other teams. They have to rely on other results not going their way and on winning both of their games. That's the one leg up they have on Liquid. Liquid only have 1 game left. They have 2 chances to take a step forward.
But this is the other thing, though. They got 2-0'd because I feel like we have teams here that even when they lose 2-1, they can grab a map. Maybe you'll get yourselves into like a 3-way tiebreaker, and then the map might kind of send you through based off of the tiebreaker rules. So I'm a little bit worried for them. I'm a bit scared for them.
Yeah, I would be pretty terrified if I was in their boots. I think, especially with some of the other matches that teams in their group have coming up that look to be kind of the easier ones of their season, the chances of them making it through now, very low. And also, you have to think about the potential then for ties to come through. So it's not just about getting those wins in terms of series on the board. It's about getting your 2-0s, dominant victories in those matches. So if it comes down to something like round difference, you will at least have an opportunity to push it. And this 2-0 definitely doesn't help them out in that regard.
I will say that you've suffered in the hands of Logan. You know, you've been on the receiving end of what he can do. How are you feeling about his performances right now?
The guy's unbelievable. I mean, it is strange as well, like I say, to see this guy not on a Sentinel and still deliver that level of performance, but he's just next to untouchable.
Yeah,
hello, Whalers.
And speaking of unbelievable, Whalers, welcome. I've been waiting a long time to have you here with us. Welcome. Congratulations for today. Before we ask you a lot of questions, are you aware of a chant that involves your name, which we're trying to like push into everyone's brains right now? Like a fan chant.
A fan chant? What do you mean?
With your name. I made one up, and I'm trying to.
I didn't hear about it.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Because I feel like everyone in the studio hate me because whenever you're on the screen, I just go Whalers, 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 just like over and over again. And I did that a lot today. You really popped off.
Thank you. Yeah, but I mean, it's been rough for us because we walked really hard, and I don't know, we couldn't like show like how we walk out on the stage, so it was very frustrating. But I think today we just came and showed up a new face. And we just played like we were supposed to play, and yeah, it worked for us.
I think today was a real statement because you faced Vitality. I feel like they're the team you keep facing. This is the 3rd time you've gone up against them. Do you feel like all of the experiences you had going up against them before maybe helped you to get the reads and not be so afraid of them this time around?
Not really. I think just like kind of against Fnatic and Casey, we just didn't play like ourselves, and it cost us because they're really good like individually. So yeah, there was just a no match, and that was so frustrating for us. So yeah, today we just showed up a new face.
I have to ask, man, like coming into this series for Vitality, do you think that they're a team that delivered their highest level here today and you guys were able to defy that anyways? Or do you think they played a little bit below their level? Like Icebox, for example, coming in, their attack side was really tough. Do you view that as something you guys did extremely well or something they did poorly?
I think like we came with a new like comp.
Yeah.
And I think it maybe, I don't know, they couldn't play like they were supposed to, and yeah, it worked for us. So
this idea of bringing in the new comp as well, is this something that's coming from Existence? Is it a team effort? How did this come about?
Yeah, it's come from Existence.
Of course. He was smiling so much today. I'm glad you mentioned the comp, because let's talk about it a little bit more, because everyone else in this region, except for you guys, play the Gecko. You were the last team. It kind of felt like you didn't want to, or maybe didn't suit you. So why do you think it took so long? And do you think maybe the Gecko is helping you getting some wins here?
Yeah, obviously it helped a bit, but like I think we can play without it anyway. So yeah, we just didn't play like ourselves. So I think we can play in the agents. That's not a problem. But yeah, obviously like when you play when you have like an initiator like Gecko or Fade, it helps a lot. So yeah, we are. I don't know. I think it just like make Valorant easier if you use
Life
Gecko.
on easy mode.
Yeah, exactly.
Life on easy mode. So why did you guys wait so long for this Gecko, and why today to bring it out?
Because we believed in a comp, and it was working pretty good in prax. So yeah, unfortunately not on stage, but yeah, it just helped us. So we just took it.
And what are your views, Mitch, on the Gecko? What did you think?
But the Gecko in general, I agree with you. I think it just makes life a lot easier. That flash right now for info, when you throw up the Dizzy, you're knowing exactly where players are, how many of them there are, these sort of things. It's a really useful agent. I'm curious for you guys, watching you with some of these pop-off plays, the energy went super high. And what we see, like you guys were screaming, you're getting up, you're very animated. And we see a lot of coaches and a lot of teams call for pauses when those things happen to calm the team down. But you guys didn't seem to do that. Do you play well with this energy?
Yeah, I mean that's why that was like actually a problem, because we are really we are a hype team. So if we are just not hyping each other, it just fell off. And even if, like I don't know, like Nathan was clutching last game, and no one was screaming for him. So we just like change everything and say, yeah, let's be ourselves.
I mean, talking about Natank as well, these walls, how much time was spent on the ideas for Sunset? You guys were so aggressive. Well, walls inside of mid, fighting on top of them. I mean, there were some cool ideas where like a couple of times you'll wall a position and then 3 rounds later, someone's on top of the wall to surprise them. And these things are cool, some conditioning, but I've never seen a team, or at least not recently, have so many ideas of how to use a wall so aggressively. Is this something you spent a lot of time on, or is this something the Tank spent a lot of time on himself?
I don't know if I can say.
Of course, if you can't say that, that's okay also.
We just pass on that one.
So I will give you an easier way to answer. Is it Natank that wants to be on the wall? Is it Existence that's like, hey, yo, get on the wall? Stand on the wall.
I will just not say anything.
Okay, when the year is over, we can talk about this when the year is over, maybe. I also want to talk about your role as well. Obviously, Logan, you have your teammate, one of the most experienced Sentinel player, I think, in the world at this point. He was spamming Killjoy Cypher over and over again his whole career. So I think for the rest of us, it felt weird that you and him switched agents. What was the reason for that, and how comfortable are you on the Cypher?
It's mainly because I feel like the Sentinel play way different than last year, and it was more suiting for me on depend on the map, obviously, and yeah, it just working now. So.
You like it?
Yeah, obviously I like it.
Yeah, you're enjoying it. There was some cheeky little Cypher camera stuff you were doing as well. Actually, speaking of that, in terms of you coming into the role, I know compared to everyone else in this league, you know, you didn't immediately switch at the beta. It wasn't like you were grinding all the way through those years. I know in 2021, 2022, you kind of came in a little bit, competed a couple times, but it wasn't until 2023 that you really committed to switching. So do you at any point feel like there is catching up for you? Do you ever feel like maybe it's harder for you because you haven't been playing as long?
Yeah, it was harder for me because of the keyboard and mouse, obviously. So yeah.
Wait, so when was the first time you used keyboard and mouse for this game?
I mean, I played CS:GO, but you know that was just on my extra time when I was when I was pro back in the days on COD. But yeah, I think the mainly thing was like to step up on the keyboard and mouse. That was the hardest thing, because I think on the macro I was alright, but not on mechanically I was terrible.
So did you have to train a lot for that? Like spend more time using?
Yeah, obviously, yeah. Because I think it was way easier to switch for Logan, for example, because he came from CS than me. So yeah, I'm working hard. I'm still working hard, and yeah, hopefully, like I will be at my prime in a couple months, maybe next year. I don't know.
I think you were looking great. out there today,
Yeah,
right?
that's what I was going to say. You know, you're saying you guys are trying to work it out. It looks like you've got a lot of it figured out already, not just on the server, but mechanically you guys are popping off. And actually on that point, so you guys started out, you beat BBL, but you've lost to KC and Fnatic, arguably two of the best teams in the region. I wanted to ask you guys, coming through the tier 2 scene, right, because all these other teams, they've been locked into, they can scrim anyone, but they're playing officials against only the other franchise teams that are often unproven, rosters that are put together by coaches and get the slot. Do you think that the experience of going through that tier 2 system, going through Ascension, playing all of these different teams, helps you guys, gives you a leg up in terms of adapting to things on the server versus our other teams here in franchise?
I don't think so, because I think the tier 1 team actually play way better than the tier 2 team right now.
Okay.
And I think there's like a couple teams who actually play good in tier 2, but right now there is a gap, I would say. And yeah, we were struggling a lot against tier 1 team, but now we just keep evolving, and hopefully like we just like be the best team at the end of the year. But yeah.
So it's almost the opposite, if I'm reading you correctly, then, that coming from that system is almost a disadvantage for you guys, having not played against top teams consistently, right?
Obviously, because like they have the advantage of the experience, like of the stage, everything. So yeah, obviously it's an advantage.
Have you felt the stage has a big impact on any of you, or on you in particular?
Not really me, but on the team in general, because I'm very calm, so it's all right. But yeah, on the team, so that's why we just switch and change everything.
Okay.
Honestly, I can't believe you're saying you're not at your aiming kind of prime yet with mouse and keyboard, because when you reach that, holy moly, you've been diffing some players that's been playing with the mouse and keyboard for years.
Yeah, but I think the most hard thing is like to be consistent with mouse and keyboard, and that's what I'm reaching for.
I can't wait to see it, Wailers. Speaking of consistency, you guys have now shaken up the groups a little bit, because I don't think a lot of people expected you to come out of this 2-0. And if we take a look at the standings here, obviously on the left, the Alpha group, at this point, I don't know who's going to playoffs. I feel like anybody can still go. And your group, again, is starting to get really competitive. So what do you make of this?
Yeah, I mean, I think the road to playoff gonna be hard. And yeah, I can't wait to see like the last matches of the season.
I feel like anything can happen.
Yeah, everything can happen. Yeah. That's why.
And obviously, you guys are only playing against the group on the left, and of those, I said you beat BBL, but you lost to KC and Fnatic, who are currently fighting for that top spot.
So you got Liquid left, right? Is that it?
Yeah, Liquid next week, and as well as that, it's almost a rematch of the Ascension Finals. Three of those players will be really cool. But I'm curious to hear your perspective, because it's hard for us to estimate where you guys are in the tiers within EMEA. And I'm curious for you, do you guys view yourself as the number 1, the number like top 4, top 3? Like where would you put your team right now in its today's form?
Today's form, I don't know. It's hard to say, because like I said, we just keep stepping up over and over, and I can't really like put ourselves in the like third place or second place or first place. Like we just can be everywhere. It's just gonna depend of the way we're evolving during the season. And I think right now it's good matches to just step up our level and actually now show real things.
Is there any team that you think if we beat them, then we're in good form, or is it all just take it 1 week at a time?
No, it's just gonna be match per match, and
okay.
Yeah.
Top 11.
Top 11.
Top 11.
For sure.
At least 11. Yeah. Wailers, this is the first time we've had you here on Postplan. So we do this tradition where we ask our guest to leave a question. Actually, before that, we actually have a question for you. I believe we have that, right? We had a Safe here on Postplan last week, and he left a question for you. Okay. So let's roll the question from Safe.
Would you like to take a photo with me?
Would you like to take a photo with Safe?
After the win, yeah, obviously.
Oh my god, I bet Safe didn't expect that Wailers was going to be answering that question. So, production, let's make it happen. I want to get Wailers and Safe together for a photo.
Safe, if you're still in the building.
Yep, please.
You know where this is. Come on.
Please come by. Now, it's your turn, because tomorrow, Na'Vi will be taking on BBL, and we will have a player from the winning team here in the studio with us. Obviously, it could be a player on BBL, could be a player on Na'Vi. Would you like to leave a question for whoever it might be as well? It could be any question on this camera. Yeah.
Actually, I have no question.
It could be anything. We've had like What would
What's
you
your
like to
favorite
eat?
color?
What's your favorite? Anything like that, yeah. Maybe ask them what keyboard they use, something like that. What
Okay,
mouse they use.
which keyboard are you using?
Ooh, okay. We're getting recommendations.
Okay, hold on. I have a better question. What is your aim routine?
Oh, that's nice.
I like that a lot. What is your aim routine?
I'm trying to find myself right now, but I'm doing aim labs, range, dispatch.
You got a playlist? We can hop on your playlist, maybe?
I have no playlist, no.
Oh, damn it. I wanted to see how bad I was going to be. I wanted to boost your ego a little, just be like, I am terrible at this. But Wayless, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the win again. Thank you, Mitch. Gentlemate's lucky charm, I feel like. When you're here, they win.
Yeah.
And of course,
Every matches.
he's going to be here every game now. Thank you to everyone else, the casters, Kakuka, all of you guys at home for watching. We're going to be back with more Valorant tomorrow, starting with
So we have
Sebastian
2 hours.
versus Foot.
A little
Have
bit
a
more
lovely
than 2
evening, and we'll
hours.
see you then.
No, not really. Yeah, 2 hours. Before any. Because the games were storms. So, I mean, if you're watching the VOD, skipping 2 hours if you just want to watch the VCT, you know? But for the live, I don't know. Maybe some PoE? Maybe some PUBG, some cheat PUBG. Okay.
Who's next?
Yeah, let's go PUBG. Okay. No scopes, no scopes, no scopes. Give me a scope, at least a time for some shit. Ooh, SK. Just need a time 6 scope. Oh my god. I forgot to all my daily quests. My dailies. I need a helmet, I need a bag. What fucking chicken, man? Honestly, I have good gear. Maybe a can sight. But yeah, I should go. I'm far away. I need a car or bike, something. Uh, Fuck me, dude. Damn. Those fucking games today.
This'll do nicely.
I can't do this just yet. My spirit is spent.
Sometimes I tire of this job.
I can't do this just yet. My spirit is spent. I can't do this just yet. My spirit is spent.
Thank you for the follow. Hi.
Hello. Warm nights.
I can't do this just yet.
Yeah. The fucking Scorch mode.
My spirit is spent. I can't do this just yet.
Exile? Warm nights.
My lord, you are murdering innocent souls.
you find a corpse in all this misty emptiness? Oh, I see now. How strange.
I can't do this just yet. My spirit is spent.
We'll be expecting visitors.
I can't do this just yet.
Salah.
Okay, that's gonna be it for like the PoE stuff. Gonna go check if we have the fucking games. Like some pre-show or some shit. I'm gonna take a break first. Take a quick break.
And what map would you like to pick?
We pick Breeze.
Love pick Breeze. And would you like attack or defense?
Attack.
G2 select attack. And what map would you like?
We'll pick Icebox.
G2 pick Icebox. And would you like attack or defense?
Attack.
Love select attack. And you have one map ban.
We ban Ascent.
Love ban Ascent. And what would you like to ban?
We ban Bind.
G2 ban Bind. Decider map will be Lotus, and Lev, you have side select.
We play attack.
Lev, select attack. All right, best of luck today, boys.
All right, so there you have it, and look at that, the power.
That's a Lev win.
You know, we made it here.
Did you take the train or your legs?
No, it was like teleportation or whatever.
Oh,
sick. You know?
Snap, like Yoru.
That's a
guys,
fucking
we have a
Lev
$12
win.
million budget, didn't you hear?
Wait a minute.
No, oh, never mind. Oh, that's right, it's Monopoly money. So.
shoot. This ain't go-to, cause you know it's G2. Can't be called a newcomer. We've been up for several summers, seeking how to step in conversation.
Leviathan wants to continue to prove that they are the monster of the Americas region. Meanwhile, G2 Esports have an opportunity here. We talked about it yesterday with MIBR maybe being able to pull off the upset, maybe pulling some inspiration from what we saw from AG. Obviously, different circumstances, different opponents enter. But if there's one thing that we've learned about this Super Week is that, honestly, anything is really possible.
Look, anything is possible, but this is also Leviathan, who I think is looking like our hottest team at the moment off of the heavy hitters.
But what happens if G2 comes out of the gate swinging and Leviathan get rattled? Do you think that is that could be a potential?
The players
here?
are so experienced on this roster. I don't really expect that to happen. In my mind right now, I'm kind of writing off that Cloud9 game. It's the first of their season. They came out, they stumbled, and they've looked incredible since.
I mean, they talked about how they fixed their fundamentals off of that loss. So I feel like that loss, yeah, it may have been just a bad day, but also they needed that to become the team version that they are today. So I think it's going to be really good. And actually, I never talked about this, but for a short period of time, I had Ito Fata as my coach on an org that we shall not name. And I know that his prep is dangerously good. Everything is very thought out. So going into these maps specifically against G2, where you might have techs understanding how Valen calls, I think it's really scary.
See, I think that's interesting too, especially because we're starting things out on Breeze. And the last time we saw G2 play this was 2 months ago, right? But before Icy era, they were playing Leaf on the Yoru. They were playing a Harbor as a second Smokes. And since then, I think a lot of teams that are playing the Yoru still have a Jet alongside them. If you're playing a second Smoker, it's usually something like an Astra, right? So you can get those circle smokes and do a little comboing with that Yoru. And I'm really wondering what it means for G2 as a team. Like, do we see Leaf going into a Cypher role? Or are they playing something more like a Gen G and going no Senti?
Yeah, that is a big question. And I think kind of following up off of that, it's all surrounding Icy. If they're playing into this map, it's very likely that he's playing into the Jet role unless they go for a very weird composition, or at least a slightly different off-meta one than what most of these teams are bringing. Then there's questions around him, right? He's yet to have that standout game that we were promised.
Yeah, and speaking of the Jet roles, when we've seen Ospas on that defense side, he's done such a great job with that operator, which I feel is a must for a map like Breeze. And when you put that up against Icy, I don't know 100% if he's going to be able to do the same amount of damage on that operator.
I think I know 100% that he's not going to be able to do the same amount of damage. Ospas is the best player in the league.
Yeah. Without a doubt here, Agent Select now starting to come through. We'll see what we end up getting locked in for both sides here, but I am quite interested. You guys raise a really good point. G2's kind of coming into this one as an unknown quantity here, which could be something that works to their advantage, potentially, if they try and throw a spanner into the works. But that being said, again, we keep reiterating it. It's going to be tough to pull that off against Leviathan of all teams.
Yeah, and really, I'm just waiting to see what we get Leaf locking in here, because I think this
will tell us where we're going.
This would be a great map to see if they wanted to play the double duelist, but with Valen looking over towards the Harbor, that seems maybe a little bit less likely to me. Harbor sort of helps you in your scaling a lot of the time with those push walls, which makes having double dive maybe slightly unnecessary.
Yeah, I think the thing about having double controller on this map is the amount of fakes and mid-rounding that you can do gives you just so many more options. And for someone like Valen, who loves to mid-round call around these things, I think it's going to work out great for you.
And with Leaf locking the Cypher, that means Icy is going to be on that primary duelist, being the solo dive player in this composition.
Still remains to be seen whether or not that is the Yoru like they were running previously with Leaf on that one, or it could be something like the Jet, but I'm a big fan of the Yoru. Yep, happy to see that one locked in.
And I think the Yoru has looked solid for Icy. He's played a lot of it before.
Even on like Bind.
Yeah, we heard in that post-match interview from Ethan as well. It gives you so many options, so much freedom. Hoping to see a stronger game from him, but he's up against the GOAT, Ospas.
It's going to be an exciting matchup regardless. Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. After 5 straight days, one can say they might be a little eepy. It's Brent and Sideshow.
Yeah, we're just two little guys. We might be a little bit EP.
I'm not EP.
It feels illegal to say that when we are approaching the age of 30, to describe ourselves as EP. But yeah, it's nearing the end of the Super Week. Here we are. And what a match we've got to really set that stage, I think, as well. Because this is, you know, I would say it's a must-win for both of these teams. They're going to be thinking about it in that kind of fashion. Not in terms of eliminating some of them from playoff contention. Yeah. But if they do win it, it sets their sights towards playoffs. And I think for Lev, if they win it, they will make playoffs. For G2, they're in a group with some hotly contested teams. You know, currently Crew sitting at 3-0, NRG 3-1, C9 3-1. They need this win to get themselves that third win, so we can stay in contention of it.
The whole day today is big for LATAM fans because both of the LATAM teams are in a great position to get some big wins. But also, Sen fans should be rooting on for Lev here because G2 getting wins is bad for Sen at the bottom of the table. So all of these kind of things. And listen, one of our big stories is going to be who can shut down Aspas. Is he just going to run rampant? And immediately he goes down.
Yeah.
Mazzino baited into making another re-clear play as well, thinking that G2 would probably leave that area after they got the early pick. And so, listen, this pistol round is basically wraps already. G2 are going to be able to get in, get the plant, and play a post plant in a 5v3. And Leaf, miles away, can connect on some kind of post plant flank as well. You couldn't write a better beginning for G2.
No, you really couldn't.
GB was asking the question, what happens if this team gets out to a strong start and slaps down Lev early? Well, this is looking good at the beginning.
One of the questions I had was that who was going to be shutting down the monster player that is Aspas. Now, Leaf,
wait,
is that? Hold on. They're just defusing! There's no shot! They're getting away with that!
That's a 5v3! And they're inside the Viper orb. What's going on?
What happened there?
G2, how have you let that slip?
What a problem with the snake bites? What occurred?
I mean, they've got...
I just assumed that was wraps. I'm not gonna lie, I assumed that was wraps. It missed.
Oh.
Selena missed. Good catch.
I mean, Lev know that they've gotten away with it.
That's unbelievable, to be honest. Yeah, well,
I mean, if Tex was not already talking his talk in the comments, he's gonna be after that mess up from G2.
That's right, the revenge match. Tex versus his former teams. But, you know, listen, he didn't seem too hot on it, the overall narrative. We're trying to shove it down his neck. King definitely was, and his team definitely was. You know, Jonah P's managed to go walkabouts through mid, and there's that gap into the play, which Con was unaware of. So he will fall and get punished, and an upgrade acquired for Jonah P, but dropped just like that.
Speaking of players in gaps, while this fight's going on, there's also Leaf all the way back into spawn has picked up Mazzino.
And so hold on about this is a 2 versus 2. Valen sticking his plant. Doesn't expect this one though. Aspas, he spotted. Brooks player crossed up though. Valen takes the peek. Very much alone here, so it draws it into that 1v2 for Trent. Only with the Sheriff, 2 shot darts, dart. Not really planted for him, so he has to just open himself up wide into the angle.
A nice try from G2, but early on here, we are actually seeing gaps in what Lev are going for. The fact that on a pure eco, G2 are able to walk a player, they make it feel like a big A main push, and they're able to walk a player double door and walk a player up mid into nest. Look at this.
Yeah.
Massive gaps in the defensive setup there. So, yes, it doesn't end up with a round win, and yes, somehow we're 2-0 up for Lev, when it really should have been 2-0 for G2, based on how the pistol round began. But we are starting to see things that we've got to keep track of throughout this game that could be holes that G2 are looking to exploit.
Mid take from Lev. Down that angle, of course, G2. Only the one player sitting there. It's Jonah P looking to contain, and they're just going fast with this one. The Reckoning to set themselves up. Even the reveal onto King is going to be a bit of a sitting duck here. Jonah P could clean up, surely. At least hearing multiple footsteps. It's a hard rotation of Lev. Many mollies being forced out already just to try and push them back and away from this plant.
And this is going to pull out a little bit of the cove. There are 2 players that would die to 1 shot of Aspas as well. So there's still going to be this pressure to get the plant down.
Timing to take the fight. King, he's dropped Trent. These rifles are not really doing too much at all. They swarm the position. They've got them surrounded. There's not a single avenue that's open for him. Jonah P has got to offset and contend with way too many players there. 3 in a row. The Leviathan.
That's lovely. The utility that came in to deny the plant for G2 is immaculate. G2's compositional strength, having that cove, you should be able to get the plants down a little easier than running default compositions. But we saw Fragment Grenade coming through, Snake Bites coming through as well. And it's quite reminiscent of the way that Lev were playing their defense on Bind against NRG, throwing stuff at those players, stopping them from getting into comfortable spots. And that's a bonus round conversion. Man, the more that Lev run away with this, the more I'm going to be coming back to the fact that G2 threw away the pistol.
Yeah, what a massive beginning. That could have potentially been that early utility. Oh, it should have maybe set them up for a nice early fight here. Still, it's the rifles that do win out the day. So Lev, that 2-player advantage now. G2 are definitely going to be looking to slink themselves into some forward positions. Right behind this high tide. They've cut themselves up onto the left side approach.
Mazzino's picked up the back of it though, so even if there was a lurk into Nest, they have that trip halls, and then Mazzino's watching for any kind of deep play. So Lev should still feel fairly comfortable. They went for that push into elbow, and we're seeing a couple of teams do this. We saw the other LATAM team go for it as well, where your Cypher and Jet push out together, one holding elbow, while the Jet tries to get on top and get that really nice sightline into mid. And that's an evolution of the play. Prior to this version of the meta, the Jet was just doing it on their own, so you're seeing kind of the interplay between teams. And G2 now driven into the B site.
Got access to it, at least the first portion of it. Still, they haven't cleared out the backside players, which is left. So to be able to get this plant down, the question is, how do you deal with this guy? Right now, Aspas is online with it. Easy pickings. Trent just can't quite withstand it. Slev, they are really running away with it at this point. I know it's a half-by round, but the economy is getting built up entirely now for Leviathan. Ults on top of it as well.
It's going to be a long time before Lev have to run any kind of eco round.
Yeah.
Even if G2 make a massive comeback. Trent, one away. Oh, yeah, got the Hunter's Fury online with the death there. So they might be able to make some kind of play. It's very common to combo the Euro ult with the Sova ult. So if they can get another orb, and this is the play that I'm talking about, this double walk down mid. I think it conditions the attackers into being very scared that that could be an option.
Yeah.
And Aspas has barely had to buy anything other than the Outlaw so far. He's now going to make the upgrade to the Operator, though, so full armor on almost everybody on G2. Not going to save you from Aspas's one-shots again.
Look to do some damage. Look at this early peek into elbow. Will anybody just walk right into him? What an adjustment and a flick. That was a jump spot from Icy.
Oh, that was so good. On Icy's extended arm as well.
This off angle is dirty as well if you're not anticipating it. It's rare that a Jet would really play up here, but a couple of stray bullets means that Trent does have that level of awareness. At least to push him back and away off that angle, but another first kill going their way.
Despite the fact they're in a 4v5, it's the positioning up here of Leaf who might be able to do something. He's got himself into a very deep position over at Halls. And now G2 coming back to A, and they're in a nice spot to make an A split work. Leaf still has 2 cages. He can cage this off, open the door, put a lot of pressure on these players. Close here.
No way, just a dry swing and peek for that mid-round information. Not set up with the util yet. He still survives.
Leaf didn't go for a
kill, and yet Leaf was not able to survive that Horse lurk. This is just falling to pieces. Rattled is how G2 are going to be feeling.
Aspas got shut down in the pistol round. First death of the entire map. What's the stat line? Oh, 11-2.
Oh my god.
Oh, right. So that was only one of the times you've actually been able to punish Aspas.
Yeah.
Who otherwise has been running rampant.
This shot's
That's absurd. Slow that one down for me. Oh my god. That's an elbow. And by the way, that's not a wall bang. Don't understand how. Don't ask me.
Pixel perfect accuracy from this guy. He's unleashed. And he's the monster in the server, man. He really is. He's the number one checkpost you got to try and mark if you are G2. How do you shut this guy down?
In that round 2, Lev went for a wide swing and shallow swing re-clear into A main. It's dry, but it's well coordinated between the 2 players. And that was just to gain more information because they knew that they'd lost the Halls info. Leaf also doesn't cage, so Aspas gets that free pick over towards Halls, and suddenly the A-split falls apart. But then the follow-up was so nice too. Yeah. They recon flashed for Aspas to peek in when there was only 1 player left alive. Lev have been doing a lot of these defense re-clear strats. It ruined NRG. It absolutely pasted what they brought to the table. Breeze is a tough map to do that kind of stuff.
It is.
Look at the utility that Lev have to work with. If they want to do heavy defense re-clears, it's nothing like the Gecko Breach comp that they had on Sunset. And yet they're still finding opportunities to do that kind of stuff with what's available to them. Even throwing in the dry re-clear of A main.
Yeah.
That's a scary team if they've got the confidence to go for that kind of stuff.
They're just constantly being creative, inventive on the fly in these rounds. And they're making G2 feel comfortable to set up for it. And look at that. I mean, talking about the comfortability, Aspas, this guy is lighting up the server.
Just predicting that people are going to be pushing up behind the cascade.
Yeah.
And he's bang on.
Sending the G2 players scattering.
And I was talking earlier about G2's possibility of syncing up ultimates. It's really common to have Yoru ult into the Sova, because you basically just Sova ult your Yoru while they run next to people.
Yeah.
Another big combo with the Sova ult is the Reckoning into the Sova ult. And Valen's death there will get him slightly closer, but he's still pretty far away from getting that one online.
And there's just no assail in these positions. Yeah, they are so damn sharp today. Lev not missing a beat.
They are looking like the scariest team in America right now.
They really are. They're the team to beat. My mind keeps going back to that pistol round, Josh.
Yeah.
You two are going to be kicking themselves for it. And I hate to draw attention back to all the way, I mean, at the beginning of the round, but that's the only time where Leviathan have looked like they've slipped up.
Yeah.
And they've tripped up, but... Yeah,
and they just stuck the defuse
and won anyway. Defuse and win anyway.
So G2 need to manufacture themselves a way of using these ults to gain themselves around. They're going to go for this fake play up halls. Actually, the gate crash here is committal, so it's going to be a real take of halls. Icy's somewhat committed. You'd imagine he's going to use his ult to disengage here.
What did he crash? Dimensional drift forwards here. I mean, somewhere the other side of the map, that's Aspas actually going down into elbow, and he's spotting out a few of these stragglers who are seeking to defend now this B side, but it is easy access for them, or at least it should be in theory.
A little confusing on Icy's ult pathing, but it's got G2 the site. They're going to pit.
Yeah, pit down. Tag onto the backside player. Shock darts. Rebounding. Sending in that long-range artillery, but Mazzino eager to not make any noise. Just waiting for the rest of his team, trying to play inside this pit, and that flank attempt, while it does pay off. Tex taking out Valen. They still have to deal with a lot of obstacles that are here, but that lights them all up towards the back of the site. Leaf is doing dirty work here all around the map and the site. Struggling, contending. How will have turning this? Jonah P.
Not again.
Last one left inside the pit, but this time the molly is correct on the course. And a spray down as well, anticipating that fight. That's a Red Bull clutch and a wonderful turning point for G2. They needed that round on the board.
That was a must win, especially when it got into that 1v2 scenario. Jonah playing it well, hitting the snakebite this time. The turning point in the round, though, was Aspas getting punished, so let's see how that happened, yeah. Just going for the setup. They'd heard a lot coming up holes, so Aspas felt like he was safe to go for a peek like that. And that's the power of the Yoru. You have the Yoru and the clone running up holes. It makes it feel like there's way more players over there.
Yeah.
It was a little weird the way that Icy was ulting from halls to B, but listen, they get the job done. Aspas with an early peek.
Never go things. Hunter's Fury, though. That's a deep dart that was sent flying right at the beginning. The gate crash to evade the shots.
That's a rarity, Com not getting a pick with his ult.
Yeah, with those players lit up as well, there was definitely opportunities for Com to get some value.
So this is one of those times in the mid-round where Lev are lacking information towards mid. They've got the trip tunnel, pit B, and good info A. So it's really only in mid that they're missing info. So it might not incentivize them to go for some kind of reclear strategy just yet. But if G2 can take a bit more map control, it might spark that initiative out of Leviathan.
Aspas biding his time, waiting for the right time to pounce here. Online, Mazzino's the one who has to defend his back here, straight through double doors. Maybe hearing a bit of a sound cue. Let loose spray of bullets. But this is very slow by G2.
They're trying to bait out Lev into going for some kind of push.
And here it goes. The go button pressed here with the drone through, getting the one tag, not spotting Aspas, but now they're calling him out. Kind of kills he's gonna be able to get here though with a deep dart over and away. Clone dodged, juked with the cages, really just making this one hard to collect any sort of kills, but they are flooding in the direction of Lev for now. Updraft, dodging away and avoiding. What is that adjustment? Aspas right now will not be denied. And this guy's just flexing on him.
Delivering the 7-1 to G2. It's so ridiculous what he's able to do. But G2 there, very clear game plan, trying to bait out defensive aggression from Leviathan. But the problem with the strategy was they didn't actually have enough map control. You have to take away parts of the map to incentivize Lev to go and look for information. The only part of the map that G2 were threatening presence in was mid.
Yeah.
And even then, the trip was still up towards tunnel, and there was a player watching watching Nest, sorry. So if that's your strategy to try to bait out defensive aggression and punish it, you've got to do more with your default.
Cage triggered.
This time everybody coming knocking though onto Texas side, the high tide. Again, it's used prior, so it's going to get them that easy plan, which won't be denied. They haven't cleared any of the site, and it's even the nade. I mean, Valen's just sticking it, seeing if he can get his team into a favorable scenario. I see.
Good timing.
Yeah, it is a good timing. Aggressive with it, but Texas right there behind. And wrangling control of the beast. It is that rifle. Making short work of these G2 players. You can send all the lineups in the world, Larry, but it's not going to be working out. There's far too much time on the clock, but that's a good one to find here still. Molly should land, but they know exactly where he is, and with him cleaned up, yeah, Jonah P will not be able to win this one. So just a bit of extra pocket change really with that plant down. Lever just in more than firm control, man. This is domination.
It is. And we're getting dominant rifle rounds into then G2 looking, you know, they're just kind of throwing it out there when they have an eco. It's got to feel like a good round for Tex to have, though. He gets that rifle advantage and he's able to bully his former team in back of sight.
One enemy remains.
There's Leaf trying to make something happen on the opposite side of the map. But he just hasn't been able to make those lurks work to offer openings in the round. You know, he hasn't really been able to provide Valen those mid-round opportunities. All right, Harbor ult, Sova ult, massive combo. It will ruin you if you try to anchor B against that.
And they will be knocking on the doors. So it takes to try and push this one by.
I think he's read it. Look, he's so far offside.
Yeah, he's just way out of dodge here. I mean, he's been playing in his backside position pretty frequently. Clone sent in, along with the dart. It's going to clear out most of the side with a cove into the choke, but they have to wait out those mollies. And, I mean, Lev have already followed these sound cues. Guess what? They've already rotated into position. Either for a flood defense, or now they can just start sending it out, but they're going to let Icy get this plant off for now. Gate crash, back to safety now, into this post plant here. King. In a corning, aware that Leaf is already just going to be playing tucked into it. He doesn't actually have any util or snake bite to clear it. Hunter's Fury forwards. Leaf finds that first fight with the Hunter's Fury as well. These players, they cannot stand their ground and shoot back. Lev putting it difficult now. Snared up into the sides. Aspas seeking that rifle. Pressing forwards now to 2v2, and they know exactly where Valen is. Dashing forwards, dart rebounding. It's absolute chaos here, but what can Aspas do against it, North? And in that particular moment, 8-2, G2, a second round on the board.
I really like the idea that if the Reckoning finds no pulses, they save the Sova ult for the post plan. I think that's very well played by G2 with their ultimates. But they had the opportunity to use these kind of ult combos way earlier in the half to try to make this an even one. And at best case scenario, it's going to be an 8-4, even if G2 win the next couple. They're finding their footing, but it might be too little too late. They've got Icy's ult to build around. Again, another one that can be extremely useful. They're going to start working their way up mid. Last time they got up by Aspas, but he's not here this time.
This time Icy just using the gate crash to get a little bit deeper into these angles. The dimensional drift. The spot out and clear out. Almost the entirety of this side. In fact, yeah. It's free for his team to now take and get into the post.
One of the problems with Leviathan's retake in the previous round is that they didn't have people flanking. That angle is filthy.
Just sees right over the top of the high tide, so they assumed it was a safe plant. Not the case. Flash, peek, Icy in the back, but his anti-flash dodged. Zeno looking far too clean with the reflexes. 3 players. Leaf's gonna have to do an awful lot of lifting here to try and make this one winnable. Such a large disadvantage. Now time is being bled off the clock, but they're losing out these duels, and the lineup's still going to be played from afar already. Mazzino sticking, gets his half, and it doesn't even matter. No more players will be dropping. They're just fully aware of the game plans that are being played here by G2.
The snakebite also missed again. So even if that had been something, they're clearly missing some coordination between the plant positions and the lineups. It was a different lineup position, not one that's standard. We normally see people running the lineups from outside cave. This one was more towards EMEA. But frankly, that's like a side note. It's not really what won the round.
Joking.
Wow. Just as the planter was about to be covered by the cage as well. They're running a double smoke comp with a Cypher. They have a lot of tools to be able to disguise where the plant position is, and yet it's not quite getting there. And now G2 come into round 12 with a bad buy.
Last chance to do something. Zeno not being faked out there by the clone, but I mean, Icy is playing anti. Tex follows through now with a Hunter's Fury. He's going to be chasing all sorts of kills. The Cove making it difficult, but well, the Cove will not withstand that kind of pressure. It's galvanizing. Oh, this is just ripping them to shreds.
Tex is such an eco-cobra in this game. He's running around, snaffling up the players of G2. See if they set him up for the next one. Can he drive the dagger into the heart of his former team?
Yeah, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
It was Com eventually that puts Jonah P down. A 10-2 half. Terrifyingly good from Lev.
I mean, that was fast as well. There weren't much slow play being played.
No, this is speedrun time.
We have speedrun this. I mean, I don't know when we started casting, but yeah, that's...
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, the fastest one that we've had so far was G2 themselves playing against Furia. 13-3, 13-3. So beating the speedrun record here for Lev, beating G2 would be amazing.
Keeping track of it.
Someone in Salt would be making a video about it.
Yeah, we'll be putting the category up on speedrun.com. But yeah, what an absolute blistering pace. Send it over to the analyst desk to break it down so far.
Thank you so much, fellas. I think, you know, in the streets, we just call that a good old-fashioned beatdown. Okay, that's what we're seeing. Only in the streets is it called that. But honestly, real talk, though, it all started in the first round.
Yeah.
Literally, it was just round one, and then that point.
Stuck on.
It didn't have to be this way. Like, it was just a massive blunder from G2 in the pistol, where they started out, they go up into a 5-on-3 situation, but they've got 2 players late rewrapping and 3 players playing off-site. So it's just a full stick waiting for mollies to come in. It was just a disaster in a space where it absolutely shouldn't have been. And then Lev get this bonus round as well.
Yeah, I mean, Lev in this one, I mean, credit to them. They did a good job of getting some stall util, forcing that planter off. But consistently, that util was pushing the G2 planter off. And then they were going for these fights into backside to try and buy themselves some space. But when we saw these late round fights, it was generally uncoordinated, right? One player swinging ahead, getting punished by a sheriff, getting punished by Ospas. And I feel like that was a story that repeated throughout this half.
Yeah, it definitely felt like Lev made G2 struggle with their utils, struggle with their comms. Like, a lot of the util they were using didn't really make sense for how the round was playing out. It felt like they didn't understand the timings that Lev was kind of taking as well, kind of putting a wrench into all of their game plans. They couldn't hold down sites. It should have started as a 3-0, but it felt like they just started losing that momentum.
And because they lost those critical swing rounds, then in round 5, we have Ospas with the first op for the first time. Lev wins that. So then it's an eco round. So we go into the situation where every other round for G2 is an eco. You're never going to win a game like that.
On top of that, we're seeing these hard walls go up and Lev being able to sneak up and go for these flood retakes. They were constantly ahead of the pace, and they're in a winning position.
Yeah, well, now we're in a position, as you said, Mimi, where Leviathan could very well close this out quite quickly, and you might be talking to us pretty soon. So we're going to send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
I prompted a question near the beginning of this game, you know, who is going to be shutting down Aspas as the monster on the battlefield. But so far, no one's really stepping up to the challenge. He's made this map look like his playground. Jumping around all over the place.
I think that's what makes this map pool so damn scary. For G2, that is. Because you've just got Aspas running around on Breeze and Icebox here in the first 2. How on earth are you going to stop that?
Who's going to step up to the challenge? Even when they do bring him down, it just seems like divine intervention that Lev still end up winning those rounds.
G2 with 2 players towards double door, heard Lev pathing that way at the beginning. And now, as things go silent, they're looking to go and re-explore. Valen and Jonah P here know that there is nobody in mid, but where have Lev gone? Is it towards the Cypher that's in the halls, or the opposite direction?
They've lost a lot of control over towards B main as well, so there is that uncertainty. That's why G2 are making their way over towards B, just in case. I see. Good kill to collect. Text a lurking player down towards halls, but now pretty aware of the fact that this is going to be an A plant. The dart. Lev are going to be using that to take that backside control. Com could definitely get caught here by this fast flank occurring right behind him. Yes, was unaware of the fact here, and he is going to be squeezed from every single position and angle. I mean, with the classic, how much work is this guy doing? Having to dodge and juke and duck away from these shot darts up onto the ropes. Jonah P does win that fight out. This is a great start for G2. Advantages to be found, and they are making it nice and clean. Aspas. Last one now. Try and push them all back here. Only 5 more bullets left, and there's no easy shots, no easy targets. Valen now sticking that defuse, and guess what? Not planned it for him, but the cove in place. It's a pistol round wrapped up nice and pretty there from G2, with some really, really elegant ideas of what they wanted to do in the mid round.
They certainly didn't have a great idea of where Lev were going, but it didn't matter. Because when G2 double up at double doors and then re-clear mid, no matter whether you plant on A or B, they're getting fast flank retakes off. And the cherry on top of that was that when Tex went down, the trip is disabled. So they then get a good flank onto Cobb.
Let's go, boys. Go. Simple, simple. Starts with one.
It does start with one.
Yeah.
You need one at a time, but you need many of them.
But they got the right mentality. They're going to even make that a possibility.
Jonah P getting hit by the knife there. If that happens on rifle rounds, it will open up a little bit of an avenue for Lev.
Wow.
Good awareness. What a sick off angle for
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Just anticipating the lurk up. Fast on the play by Aspas. With him shut down, a lot of the danger of the eco round does go away. Lev now looking over towards this B side. Now Mazzino probably going to be waiting for the knife cooldown. If Leaf get tagged up by it. Oh, it might even go down to a few stray shots here. It's this setup that's going to be pushing them back in a way. Lev are really quite keen and eager to try and get themselves into the side, but now different direction. Pivot out towards Albo.
They're going to know where Valen's positioned. That's one of the weaknesses, I suppose, of running the harbor, is that you always give away where you are every time you use that high tide or cascade. But this round is more to do with feeling out what G2 are doing on the defense. It's not like Lev are really coming in here expecting to win. But you think about the way that G2's comp is going to work on defense. They don't have the jet. So if Icy does try to go aggressive, it should be a little more readable, a little less easy for him to escape. Here comes Lev.
Now, yeah, straight through. And the Classics doing a decent amount of work here, but the Trips snarling up King. So no one stepping over the boundary. That was that B site.
So my point being that when you have that solo Yoru duelist, I think what the desk was talking about after Ethan's interview, remember Ethan plays Yoru on this map and has played Yoru at an astoundingly good level on multiple maps, but Ethan always plays it with another jet player. I think it changes things drastically for Icy being the only duelist, because instead of being able to play supportively, he actually has to be the tip of the spear.
Yeah,
if you wanted to do any of these defensive pushes.
I agree completely.
So it's kind of got to be all in from G2. And look over towards B right now. They are doing one of those all-in pushes.
Yeah, just trying to make sure they get the punish here onto Texas. Only job really is to just stay alive and contain and call this one out. But with the high tide, it's misinformation thrown into the mix, especially with the clone. He's going to think there's potentially more footsteps, more bodies there than before.
It's quite cool to get Leaf into such a deep position.
Not only that as well, I think they were just trying to make Lev rush into a decision, potentially to rush into the A side.
And if you react into A, that's where Icy has the gate crash.
Yeah.
It's well thought out. Do they think about Leaf? This is where the high tide was pointing.
Oh, it's just not expecting it. But yeah, great awareness from Tex, knowing that that was a slight gap. Had to be re-cleared here. Now Lev can make their moves all the way over. Valendo, Outlaw in hand. 2 shots will do it. Volleys have to be dodged and juked and avoided and evaded, but not the bullets. Tex is just lighting them up right now. What a takeover and a round. Subtle with it. He's one away now from the ace. Feels like we haven't seen too many of them, to be honest, in the Super Week, but...
This is one of those aces where you get the 4 kills very impressively, and then the rest of your team tries to help you hunt down the final one.
They know where he is, Jonah. P shots. Landing. That is denied. I mean, Aspas just stealing it away.
Oh, that's brutal. Tex did such a great job at getting 4. He's playing against his former team. He's got 20 kills across 15 rounds. He's overtaken Aspas. Maybe that was the reason that Aspas stole the ace at the end.
He needs the kills.
He's like, all right, get down. Get down.
I'm the one playing for the stats. But that is insane. Yeah, I mean, just feeling just empowered, I think.
I swear, Tex has got most of these kills as well when G2 are on eco buys or lighter weapons. Round 15 again, it's like an anti-bonus for Lev, and he runs them over.
Weapons out for IC. And it's got a very long sight line to look down with the Marshal here, while Lev are exploring into mid. Drone used for some of that information.
Heavy emphasis towards mid here. You can see the G2 playing it somewhat similar to the pistol round. This is what their setup was. Val and Jonah P. When they heard this movement away, they started walking into mid. And you're seeing a similar thing happening right now. They're walking forwards as Leviathan start to take A main. And this puts G2 in a position where the retake A comes from many different angles. But the difference was on the pistol, Tex also went down, so that trip was disabled.
Spotted out a shoulder. Tex wins that fight. No else left immediately, but Valen, what a response from him. I mean, just 3 kills toppled like that into the main, executing. And we talked about it. It was the difference maker last time. The double swing is lovely with the coordination. All caught to perfection, and rinse and repeat, I suppose. Mazzino. It's an ace on the cards here for Valen. Wall still up, he can back away, and he does have the spike. With only 17 seconds to utilize it. Running short and shy of the time, so Mazzino sticking the plan. Valen gets a bit of a run on, and there's the kill, okay!
Valen's got to be feeling decent about that one, but they're still so far behind, it's not time to celebrate just yet. I think it's slightly worrying as well that they've only got one strategy that's working so far, which is this defense setup where Valen and Jonapi push down mid. Now, it's great that it's working, but it's such a single-minded idea on your defense that I think Lev are going to read into it real quick. It's a little confusing. They haven't got the idea about it even at this point when it came out on the pistol round. But I would imagine the brains inside Leviathan will be able to figure out what's going on, because it's whenever they go towards mid and then run away, that's when they're getting caught in the back. I think it's pretty easy to put 2 and 2 together. Different defense setup here for G2, not going for that same kind of play. The Reckoning is good to try to stop these sight hits from coming through, and Lev are going for an A split.
Yeah, wow, more command waves emanating out now. It's going to be catching all the players towards the back of the site and more. Jonapi, he's feeling that squeeze. Valen to the side, playing that anti-flash through the cage as well. Many targets to deal with. He is being overwhelmed here. Jonapi just can't provide that supportive fire, but the rest of G2 still alive and kicking into the 2v2. Aspas wasn't dropped in the midst of this one, and now he's going to be re-exploring up towards the stairs. Trying to take a good fight as well, but doesn't overstay it. Dart doesn't get broken in time. Aspas playing out of the position. Trent, what a fight to take. Got the confidence back with that one. Com would have to be ridiculous from him. And the fight to be an isolated 1-on-1. Sova versus Sova. Shot Dart, rebounds away, getting the info, getting the knowledge, the jump spot, an additional confirmation, and Com running round and round, but Trent is way ahead of it.
What a round from Trent there. He gave away his position with the recon dart and allowed Lev to know where both players were, just swung out on his own without Leaf's backup, but deletes both of the players he was taking fights against. I guess sometimes when you get outclassed as a team, you have to take matters into your own hands, and that's what Trent did here. Look at that anticipation.
Yeah, I mean, he's so aware in the clutch there of where Com is going to be playing.
And for the first time, Lev are going to get knocked down onto an eco round, and this also prompts the TAC timeout. Some time here for the coaches to come in and probably talk about the strat that was used in round 13, round 16. So that can be a small adjustment. But also, potentially, Lev looking to try some other stuff out. I think, to be honest with you, Lev's attack side calling in that round, the split through A, I think it was all sensible. They didn't quite have the most coordinated peek out through the cage. They double underhand dashed, but the dash from Aspas was under yellow instead of on top of yellow, and that meant that they couldn't coordinate a double peek out through the cage. Small details like that, you just tweak them a little bit, and the rounds will be even more going towards Lev, I think.
Let's see if they do make those adjustments here, because right now G2 are, stringing together quite a substantial amount of rounds. Money as well is just piling up, and the ultimates.
And that ult combo still exists, the Reckoning into the Hunter's Fury, which is massive, especially, I think, on B post plants, where you have those players tucked in ladder and boards that you need to clear out. A win here for Lev in this round looks like pulling out some of those defense side ults.
Repel them.
That's what they'll probably be looking towards.
Listen, it also might look like Aspas killing 5 with Bladestorm. but I think
Always on the cards.
Set the expectations reasonable.
Yeah. But you never know with Aspas. Everybody grouped up. Aspas is the sole player playing towards double doors here. He will be applying that extra pressure and squeeze through from the main players. They are not looking towards it. Hopped up, get the info. Just barely ahead, but missed out with the Blade Storm. Hunter's Fury will relieve quite a lot of this Jonapedo. Weave it in and out, but the Phantom Spray just can only do so much. Still, 2 kills to donate over the rifle with him falling. The plan down as well.
There's a fight on the flank.
What are we
here.
feeling? Worried about it? Yep, this flank potentially being hurt here by Leaf. Reckoning used to take this space up and scale quite fast onto the approach. King has already caught himself a kill. Already with that rifle that has been donated and only just being dealt with. In the main angle, they know where Leaf is now at a position. And time ticking away. Despite being planted, Leaf is getting a move on here. He's not really being shy about it, not really obfuscating any sense of his positioning, and just not ready to collect that kill, so it's a thrifty win for Lev. You talked about best case scenario for Lev and what they were expecting. How about winning the round?
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing with this team. They're just so good.
Yeah.
I love that eco round strategy though. And to explain what's going on for Leviathan, it looks like on the minimap they're splitting A, but they're not really. They're making it feel like a full A main push. And then your Jet with Blade Storm is creeping quietly up through double doors. The idea is to disguise the fact, to make the defenders all look towards A main, and hopefully Aspas opens things up. Actually, Aspas just ended up being the distraction. And it was King overwhelming a player on site and stealing a rifle that ended up winning the round for them. But the strategy was great. Talk about making the best out of a rough situation.
Oh, yeah.
And G2, again, in an advantage situation, letting it slip away from them.
It's the trouble when you go up against teams with the on-paper quality Lev have. At this point, it's not on paper. They've been showcasing it past few matches. Is that you just need the extra element. Whether it's firepower to shut down those players, because they will. They'll make melons out of you, man. They will force you to make mistakes. And if you make mistakes, of course, they're going to capitalize on them.
Yeah. I think, though, that with Leviathan, it's actually not even the on-paper quality of the roster that I've been most impressed with recently. It's the fact that they've come together as a unit.
Oh, in such a short, a short amount of time. It's a 180, essentially.
Yeah. Because, to be honest, they looked kind of crap in the game against Cloud9.
Yeah.
Like, that match, they were out of it. And the fact that they've managed to come back from that and really retool a lot of what their ideas are and come in with such a fleshed out strat book on their attack and defense side, very impressive.
Quite a short amount of time indeed. With G2 loose that Viper ult, the pit's going to be covering up the main angle here. Lots of threats to worry about, especially with Tex lurking up halls.
It's a contact play up elbow and halls. All right, the Shock not clearing either of those trips.
It's intended for the unbreakable one. The trips are pushed a little bit further back. There's no way. Ball's nowhere to run really here. It's a tight corridor, confined. It's exactly necessary for Trent to confirm that kill. With Tex falling, G2, you get that advantage here. What a time to do it as well when the weaponry wasn't looking too ideal, but Lever immediately just taking up all the space into mid.
They're making this again feel like they're getting set up for a B hit, while this lurk from Aspas and Com is very disguised. Look at the player archers. They're all looking at the site now, only just now thinking about the mid lurk.
And they've lined up perfectly for him.
Look,
Com and
it's
Aspas,
so good.
they're tearing them to pieces. I mean, they were using their own high tide against them to get into that top mid angle as well. Just a bait and switch. Valin really just seeking to pluck him apart in that mid angle as well, but he's not going to be able to get too much done now. Still, the pit will fade away. Jonah P, they've got to be aware of his position, and now definitely so. Dart just lights him up. Shock Dart's pushing him back and away. Mazina with the plant and a pit to play within. Should be a done deal, except leave. No! Just util out at very wrong timing. Leaf now hopping around the place, man. He's seeking an avenue, a kill, anything at all, and he is making it look relatively fancy. Really putting that Spectre to good work, the jumping out, and why? But he doesn't have a rifle for it, and it's such a long sightline. Damage done to Aspas, updraft for the info, high ground angle played, 5 HP to Leaf's name, sticking half, already gained. Can he get it? Not quite at all. It's Aspas. shuts down that attempt of heroism, man. And so map 1 is going to go the way here of Leviathan.
The final round, it got chaotic towards the end, and Leaf did the best he possibly could. But I am massively impressed with what Lev are bringing to the table.
Yeah.
Those attack side rounds towards the end, where it feels like one strat, and then it turns into another. You know, make the eco round that feels like a full 5A main or a 4-1. And instead, Aspas is on the fast split through double doors. This round, they lose a player early, Tex in halls, and then they make it feel like a full B exec while 2 players lurk onto the arches, guys. This is advanced play. This is really good. And Lev are pulling it out after, you know, retooling their whole approach.
Nice. Dead impressive stuff from Leviathan so far, but early days in the series. We're going to step away for about a moment. Map 1 all wrapped up. The desk is going to break it all down for us.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of this?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic.
And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
go for this one. Ult committed. Fight through.
Hacia atrás, King acaba con la vida del robot, rompe la definitiva, Maltino prevalece tremendo.
Here with Gokit from Leviathan, a very convincing map. It was your map pick, but I'm going to bring it back to what we were talking about before when I interviewed Tex, when we saw before the game, that sort of Tex revenge factor that the team was talking about, that Tex was talking about, that even G2 was alluding to as the kind of leader, the adult in the room, if you will. They're all adults, but as the adults in the room. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, when I tried Tex for the team, I specifically booked a prac against G2 to see how he would take it, and he destroyed them. So I can tell he's very hungry to play against them, and he demonstrated it on first map.
Well, you almost got an ace, so he's looking pretty good. Well, best of luck on map 2.
Well, whether it's the practice or it's the actual game, seems like Tex is doing perfectly fine against his old opponents in G2 Esports. Leviathan just look absolutely fantastic as they shut down G2 on Breeze. And I mean, Myrna, I think it just goes without saying, like, this is what we had expected out of Leviathan, considering the firepower that is on that team. But man, the way that they started things off was just something else.
Yeah, for sure. They started off strong. I mean, G2, they have a defensive comp, and they couldn't even get enough rounds on attack in order to put themselves in that good position. But as we can see here, the whole team on Lev contributed to some sort of a win in this scenario. It just felt like they were on top. They played their game, and I think they played it really well.
Yeah, and for Ospas, especially in that first half, getting the op online in round 5, it was lights out before that, but once that came in, there was nothing G2 could do to beat them.
Ospas was ridiculous, and in the head-to-head against Icy, it was completely one-sided. There was a lot of pressure put on the rookie for G2 to play that solo Yoru. Generally, we're seeing those Yoru Jet comps, and in this head-to-head, when he was going for these opening kills, he was getting shut down, and a large part of that was how ridiculous Ospas was playing.
Yeah, and look, it's not a surprise that that happens. Like, we came in full well knowing Ospas was going to have the upper hand, but it's a thing of beauty to see game after game, series after series, how well Ospas is performing. Like, he does not skip a beat. Ever since that match against Sentinels when he dropped 47, it has just been lights out over and over.
Yeah, I mean, every single player can shoot back, but it's the matter of Ospas being insanely consistent in top fragging. And it's not only the matter that he's just top fragging, he can take that operator in any defensive stance, move it around, get lines for his team, get information, and it's almost like you can just leave him on an island and he'll be fine. Even though he's that duelist player, doesn't have that much util set up behind him, he's just doing great by himself.
Now, that actually happened a few times, where he was just like on an island by himself and just dominating everyone.
He's so good at setting himself up for success. But despite that, he wasn't the #1 player on that scoreboard for the side of Leviathan. Tex was owning.
Wild stuff, honestly. Tex really just with a point to prove, or I don't know. I mean, honestly, I don't even want to look too far into it. I just think it was just Tex popping off because my guy was out there just, Wild Westing it.
No, I mean, especially on defense, right? Whenever they came in towards that B site, and it wasn't always like him waiting for them to come at him. These are two very aggressive plays back to back. But I also just thought that the quick tempo retakes that Lev had around that B site, because the harbor wall not fully giving control to G2 over the full site, Tex was just so often on site as the spikes being planted to farm kills.
Yeah, it takes a lot of nerve to kind of either play on site perfectly or fall off site. And I feel like every single round, Tex made the right call each time. He knew when he could go aggressive and kind of take the fights by himself, and he knew when he should fall off and set up for the retake. That is definitely like a team combined effort, but Tex specifically played that insane.
That's what I've really liked about his kind of switchover of roles now, joining this Leviathan roster, having to play the Sentinel instead of the primary dive duelist agent, which he was playing with G2 when they were going on their run last year. He still will throw in some of those rounds where he makes a play, is like pushing through a cage and getting proactive, but also can fall back, be more of an anchor. There's a lot of depth to his play.
And usually those aggressive looks are based on something else the team is doing. Like, it's a clear, cohesive plan that they've built around to enable him to go look for the
like I feel like it's two different situations, right? Ospas, he could just do it on his own because he can't, because that's kind of like how the team's been built. Whereas with Tex, it's really fascinating to see how the team, and even though the team still supports Ospas in that regard, it's great to see them put Tex in those positions.
But because he needs less resources, you can put these resources into setting Tex up for plays sometimes too.
And I think what it's really manifested in is for Leviathan having the most flexible defense that I've seen in Americas. Like, they can...
It's how they stomped NRG.
Yeah, exactly. And they do it based off of the trap plays that you'd see on a map like Sunset or on Icebox or Breeze, having consistent defaults that then you have the aggro peak of an Osboss or a Tex coming in to just really surprise you. It is those types of looks that make Lev such a dangerous team to prep against.
I mean, they're just so solid on their fundamentals and their protocols. It is insane. I think they've worked so hard specifically on their foundation that you can see it coming out, where they don't hesitate for a second when they all know what to do at all times.
Well, look, G2 need to figure it out. Thankfully, we're going to hear from the coach at G2 with Elizabeth ahead of map 2.
Here with Coach Josh RT of G2 Esports. Now, that map didn't go in your favor. You were attempting to bring it back, not quite, but we are going to your map pick on Icebox. What are we fixing from map 1 into map 2?
I think we just need to trust each other more, believe in our plays, be aggressive when we need to, and don't give them space. But also make sure Osboss doesn't get picks on us on our attack. So I think those are the keys.
Would you say Osboss is like the biggest kind of X factor for Leviathan right now?
I think we couldn't get into our attack side. Like besides the early blunder, of course, he was able to get a man advantage for them constantly. So it didn't get us like into our groove.
Best of luck.
Yeah, I think it's especially important hearing Josh there talking about how they can not allow Osboss to get those free picks as we move into the map of Icebox, where that Jet is so incredibly dominant at re-swinging into lines. This is where G2's scaling fundamentals will be challenged to a T. They have to be perfect when they're working up into B main, A main, not to fall prey to that off.
I feel like on this map, G2 has a much more better fundamental understanding of how to rotate properly and play this map, especially around Trent. He's been so good at getting that information and providing it to the team, and they have that Gecko to get a lot of this information. They don't have the duelist player, which I'm a little bit scared of, so they really need to win out on their defense here.
You can play Icebox with no duelist. I think the comp is totally fine. And in fact, I think these double initiator comps have been playing super well into these more default Jet Harbor Viper comps. When you have the Gecko and the Sova, you have a lot of ideas to flood retake and fight through that util.
Well, G2 Esports need the win right here to force that map 3, but Leviathan could very well shut it down. Let's send it back over to your casters, Brennan Sideshow.
Yeah, let's find out if they can really mount that, I guess come back into the series overall here for G2. And Icebox is their map pick. They're going to get their choice of that at least. And with the composition they're playing, it does give you a lot of options, I think, as well. It also can be quite limiting to a degree. For me, personally, I keep harping on about this, but when you don't have a duelist into this comp, when you're trying to set it up with the double initiator, who's the one who's going to be taking that space? You have the tools, but who's going to be the tip of the spear for you? I think that's going to be a question and something I'm looking at, I think, for G2 on this particular Icebox.
The desk was talking a lot about how Aspas works with or without resources.
Yeah.
And that is an applicable conversation to have about G2 as well, because the resources are kind of given by IC and used by IC. It's his job to push off the back of a lot of his own util, which is a little more awkward sometimes. But I think while the meta comp, it might not be, Leviathan's usage of it was amazing the last time we saw it on Icebox. All of the details looked sublime.
On-time plays through and through. This so similar by G2. I mean, look at this. Hard flank up through mid, making sure that they take all that space. They realize it's coming on through A. It's a flank with 3 players. They contact into the turret and they actually just think twice about it.
Yeah, the turret's broken, so now Leviathan need to look behind them or try to react forwards. Com seems to be prepping a recon for Aspas to push.
And he's incredibly deep and aggressive onto the angle and approach, but he has just skewered the man. Sheriff in hand. He lets it sing. Jonah P. It's quite a good job, honestly, of just trying to shore up the offense here. Onto the retake. Leaf now is alone in it. Spots out the 1 and the 2nd, so he's got to know these players' positions, but he needs to find the kills with only 5 bullets to do it with. Spraying him through. Needs to get that reload online, but doesn't anticipate this angle from the back. Doesn't know where to look. With the spike ticking away, time has ran too short for it. So Leviathan up 1 round here by winning that opening pistol.
If G2's game plan was to not give away early picks to Aspas, and that's just gonna feel so brutally awful for them. Aspas is hunting in every post plant on A for these kind of fights. But what is this angle?
It's insane. I mean, you just don't really... You're never going to expect somebody to be playing up there.
No, and it's such an unusual spot. Valen tries to tuck close and then get the wide swing into it, and he swings his head straight into the crosshair placement. It's just, he's everywhere. Aspas is always going to be a menace. If you give Leviathan the ability to take sight, Aspas is not going to drop back and play some kind of passive close plan. It's going to be in your face.
Yeah. G2 have pushed players aggressively. Spotted though. Trying to take the fight there, Harbor v Harbor, but the better weaponry. Wins it out for Mazzino. Take a bit of a breather now into the moment, realizing that they were playing aggressively for that orb.
And they're going to be holding for any kind of mid re-clear. Something that Leviathan were caught by a few times on Breeze. Not happening in this round, though. No. G2 just holding, just believing in the read, believing in the gamble.
And hoping that Lev will just walk right into them, which is the case here. But the question is, can they really overcome that? Not quite. It's a full flurry and rush towards them. Anybody that was going to be doing some damage, potential going to be removed here onto the side. So a free plan for Lev again. Never free round for them. Building up early.
There's an interesting dynamic in this match. Which, you know, we've been talking a lot about Tex against his former team, but we've also got two of our biggest heavy hitters from last year's regular season, Aspas and Leaf. Both towards the top of the scoreboard at the very early stages of this map, but one now moving from duelist to kind of anchor position. And Leaf's not always going to be anchoring on this map. Sometimes it's the Killjoy's job, in fact, a lot of the time, to just be kind of monitoring mid and playing the float. But I am intrigued to see that, because as much as Aspas has just been incredible since the very beginning of his time on Loud, Leaf last year was matching him for impact on duelist.
Ooh. Ever so slightly missed time in that one, but the punish for the orb. But you're right. Leaf and Aspas going head-to-head. Not always in the server, but definitely when it comes to contending for the top spots.
Right here.
In terms of the statistics over the course of Americas.
Yeah, and that was last year. I don't know whether the same is going to be said for this year. You know, with the shift for Leaf in terms of team and also role.
Different career direction.
Whereas for Aspas, it's just, he's continued that.
Continued it. He's so agile as well. This guy, fluid in terms of the way he plays. Look at him, fearless. Just hopping up over towards 410, seeing if he can take an early fight. They put down that pressure. They do force out a high tide from G2.
And I really like that. Aspas's steps forwards there actually disguise the steps backwards from the rest of Leviathan. And then he knife out walks away so that there's no footsteps given. So 3 players staying over on A. Now, normally you would wait for King to hear people rotating off, but Lev have just gone B, thrown a bit of utility, and they're hoping that that will have pulled players off site. King hasn't heard them leave. So this is a bit more of just a gamble rather than a hard read where your lurker's giving you that great info.
And G2 have got players tucked deep onto the side. Valen, he's going to be one to watch. Lowered angles, high tide rips its way through and across, and he wins the fight. Guarding the angles, it's a flood attempt here. Time's running really damn short, really damn low. Can even get themselves onto the side to get this plant online. Where is the spikes been dropped into the middle of nowhere? In fact, I mean, Aspas is going to have to stick this one just where he stands.
It's a very safe plant. Leaf's not going to be able to disrupt.
Now, are they going to be able to double up? Where are these bullets flying through? Right through the screen. Leaf wins it out just as we were talking about that head-to-head battle. Matters into his own hands here. G2, a great idea of how they wanted to disrupt that one and not falling for that, you know, bait and switch.
Round 2, Leviathan go for an A re-hit. Round 3, they go and throw fake utility over to B, A re-hit. G2 are reading into this. I don't know if this is based on VOD prep or whether they've just got a good idea about what's happening. But for this site exec, there's no recon dart available. They're going in without a lot of their utility because they previously just used it to, in an attempt to pull players away, but actually there were still 3 defenders ready to receive. So Lev trying to play an advanced game and G2 not reading that bluff at all.
Same early util here. Snake by shock dart. They know how hard G2 are playing for those early orbs.
Poison orb emitting.
So far, Valen's calling has been quite good. Very aware in terms of the possibilities that Lev could be landing over towards A, having good game plans cooked up. This time it's, I mean, heavy emphasis onto mid. I mean, they've got 4 players watching.
Yeah, so you've got this mid re-clear potential going on. And another thing to draw attention to is Leaf's ultimate.
Yeah, but maybe
He's just sent
Tex.
it?
Yeah, just sending it. I think just hearing that pressure over towards the A side, maybe just trying to buy
so
some
weird.
time. It is a strange one. It's early on into the round.
If you use that for retake, I don't think Lev have any tools to break it.
Now Mazzino, that's his cue, ends up sending the reckoning. Hello, fight! I mean, just startling and scaring each other there, but Icy, he does win it against Text. Valin, a wide face there, just trying to dodge and avoid the stuns that were sent flying. Vulnerable up, but it doesn't matter. Never win it out with a gunfight.
Oh, Jonah P. Snakebite actually takes down Mazzino, who gave his life and the Cove to get the plant.
A real chance here. I mean, Jonah P. lurks his way up top, but the angle's watched for by Com here. Pit's going to be covering it. It's a blight on the map as well, and it gives the right angle here for Aspas.
Bren, I think G2 were in position to win this round, and all they had to do was allow Lev to plant on A, and then get set up for the lockdown. And I think a re-clear through to mid, they should have been able to fight over screens. But what they're probably scared of is, once you get Aspas in position in the post plant, you might find it difficult to even get to screens, but you can just put it heaven.
Yeah.
And then play the retake from there. So I'm really confused as to why Leaf decided to use that lockdown so early on. It gave Leviathan still 45 seconds to use Harbor Ult and commit to their attack. I think that was a big misplay.
Of a almost punish. But yeah, you're right. I mean, you're just making a decision-making easy for a team like Lev there. And they see they have that much time on the clock.
The lockdown retake is not very good against the Gecko KO compositions because they tend to have molly lineups to break the lockdown. But if you're playing against a Viper Harbor comp, they don't have too much. Maybe they specifically know that Tex and Com have great Nanoswarm shock lineups or something, but surely you'd be able to break the nanos. I just... Sometimes Occam's Razor, it was probably just a misplay rather than some kind of advanced 5-head strat.
It's usually the case. Well, single shots will have to be the case here for Jonah P, but only the one before the trade is down and out. And this is really one of the first times we've just ended over towards the B side with 48 seconds left. Second shot of the Outlaw not quite landing, so Aspas is alive and kicking. Will they live to regret that? It's going to be the question. Turret broken. King calling for that pause here, seeking for a kill or two. Shock touch, just obfuscating the angle there, just making it nice and awkward. King does collect up that kill, and now with the plant, does need to be held for him, making sure that nobody can really push him away, which T2 grouped up. They've only really got the classics to work with.
Good cover from Com there, making sure that King could get the plant down. And King was pushing forwards with full armor, so wasn't worried about getting shot by the Outlaw. Aspas barely dodged a shock dart, and Trent's still got another to work with.
Know roughly where Com is, but yeah, they just don't really have the guns for it, do they? Border util sent flying on top of it. It's Nana Swarms and Snake Bites. Dwindles your chances and opportunities to even win out the round. Valin hope to do some damage here. Potentially to the economy. Might even really go down to a player, honestly, because he was one away from the ult, but instead just decides to deny them any chance of snowballing further.
Don't think Valin will find it easy to pick up the A orb, though.
No, they've been pushing him away every round.
Yeah. Molly shot combo over there is difficult to try to contest. But this one, while Jonah did open it up, generally speaking, a pretty decent anti-eco from Leviathan. Getting deep, not just playing the default kind of flowchart gameplay on this map, actually pushing a little deeper, making sure that they clear out Leaf. To get that plant down easily. And we're back to A.
And it's a pivotal one with this round, indeed. The economy for G2, they've got to start winning some rounds and stringing them together here and now. An attack early on, and it's right on target and right on line for a potential disaster class here for G2. Two players getting tagged down as well to the really just double digits of the HP. Tex forward now with the rest of his team over the top of the ropes here, and they don't want to slow down in the slightest. Mollies might make this one a little bit tricky and a little bit awkward still. Gonna hold down that crowd. Aspas delivering death blow after death blow. This guy is just unstoppable right now.
Nobody on G2 can stop him, especially when King is working his way forward, so that first most difficult kill is a trade for Aspas. He doesn't actually have to brute force his own way in. He can trade out his IGL. Great 1-2 combo there from Aspas and King. But also, maybe this is me with my 2020 hindsight at the end of the round, but Com starts so many of these attack side rounds when he has Hunter's Fury by just droning, getting a tag, and getting a kill. It is just constant that he goes for that. And it's a really common thing that a lot of Sovas do on the attack. And I think G2 instead were anticipating that shock molly. The conditioning of the constant shock molly made them worry more about that than a potential that they could die to the Hunter's Fury. But if you give Com a tag off the back of the drone, he did like so much damage.
Unreal. I mean, a kill found and softening up two of the players that were anchored onto the site.
Yeah.
Just from this here.
Look at that one. The final pulse, I think, hits onto Trent and Valet. Just opens up and softens up G2 for the rest of the hit.
Yeah.
And that's ruined them. We're in a similar position to Breeze again, where you only need one rifle round and you're back to an eco, and then it's another rifle round and you're back to an eco.
It felt like I was just describing how important that round was for G2. With the economy, if they lose it, they're going to be broken, and they have to get the turning point started here and now in that prior round. It's forced out the timeout now because they've lost it. The economy is going to be in a really poor place. I mean, it's only Valen who's got the rifle that he kept from the last round that we just watched. They do have some ults to work with as well still, but this is just Lev that are in world beater form, I think, currently. They've just made such a miraculous 180, which it's, listen, right now we're kind of accepting that, oh yes, Lev, of course, they've always been the super team.
Yeah.
But it hasn't always been the case. They had a slow start to the stage, and honestly, I've seen the playbook written out so many times over the course of just esports history of the super team doesn't work out and it implodes.
Yeah.
And there was that turning point for them, honestly. And I always circle back to, Com, I think it was in a post-match interview, God knows how many matches ago now, but talking about the team having a big sit down, talking about communicating, identifying how they wanted to play Valorant as a team. And since that point, they have just looked unleashed.
The meteoric improvements they've made have been astounding to watch. And the players have all got tons of experience, but aligning those different ideas of how to play the game can be really difficult.
Yeah.
There's that shock molly again, this time with Com not having his ult to work with.
With how important the ults are for G2 as well, I mean, you can see it's such a clear game plan for them. They want to go for it every single time. Whenever they can, possibly to just at least farm up the A orb using the high tides, but always push back. Spend it at every single point. G2 have just been on the back foot.
Now, Trent and Valen don't want to take the ult orb too early because it gives information to Leviathan that defense has pushed up on A. But now that they've taken the whole of B, they've missed their opportunity, still don't have the ult online. Not that it'll particularly matter for this round.
Snake bites. Not quite going to land into the corner here, but with the... Ah, they just think it's entirely cleared up here. Leaf, how's he managed that? 2 kills. Just with the Sheriff can't quite manage the third, but definitely damage being done. Lev instantaneous on the response. But it's a 1v1, just like that. Flip of a coin. Blink and you will miss it. Trent doesn't quite have the gun to really do the job. Tex with the rifle. He's holding this one at an off angle. Plenty of util though for Trent to work with, and he is going to send loose that dart. Gets the acknowledgement now that he knows where Tex's position is. Dropping down with the turret. A few shots fired, and it's a game of that timing's wrapping around. Just the Kraid, a tap, not quite, just full stick in this one. Swinging so wide! Trent! He rips his head clean off!
I mean, what a way of playing it. If Trent had gotten off that one before he got half, that would have been an incredible way to win the clutch from Lev. But instead, Tex made to look a little silly in that.
It's insane.
And look at how this play happens. The snake bite misses the corner, and the recon dart takes so long, that pulse, to travel to the corner, that actually it's not cleared by the time the cloudburst dissipates.
Concentrate, Sova.
The time, it was ticking there. I mean, the widest of wide swings. Lev will be hoping that they'll be fine still throwing that one away.
It's got G2 back into it, though.
Call that one a lifeline.
Yeah. With the ults now as well built up, just from them losing these subsequent rounds. Aspas is going for these early peaks with the Blade Storm. He does make this map look like, again, a playground. Use the term a lot, but he's so agile. Knowing all the ins and outs of the angles. Meanwhile, pressure over towards B. That will force this Viper's Pit out.
They've missed Jonah.
They have missed it.
Oh no, got the tag.
Got the tag, yeah, in the end. And Tex is quick onto the approach. Look at this. He's got to be worried about the snowman position. Just doesn't really think about it.
Yeah, Leaf gets value from basically the same spot 2 rounds in a row. And also, it felt like Tex had an opportunity there to spam onto Jonah P. 2 rounds in a row, maybe Tex is feeling a little bit of sympathy for his former team.
Yeah, going easy on him.
They deliberately sent him to Lev. It was an inside job.
For this match right here. Holding the Reckoning. But honestly, it just looks like Lev. Okay, it looks like they contact as far as they're willing to go. Setting out the Reckoning. No golden beams of light in the air, so they know it's relatively free. But now sent out by G2, Hunter's Fury, Trent. At this particular angle, Aspas trying to go for that same spot once more that just did all that damage from behind the flank. It's all synced up. In the chaos of the situation, Leaf is striking them right where it hurts. Zeno can't reset the aim and doesn't even expect the second player to just be swinging out there from lower. So G2 are getting these rounds now together right on time.
That's that 1-2 punch from the Reckoning into Hunter's Fury that I was talking about on Breeze. And G2 pick a great time to use it. That put a ton of pressure onto Aspas, forced him to take a fight he wasn't quite ready for. And that's now 2 rounds in a row where Leaf has also had massive impact. Picks this one up on Tex, comes around on the flank and kills another 2. Lovely round from Leaf. They're gonna have to make an adjustment. It's very clear the area that Leaf is now playing on that B defense.
Yeah.
In back Snowman, well, he can be isolated. You can try to send a harbor wall that cuts off Snowman and fight into that area.
Yeah. You also have to consider as well, it did take 3 ultimates for the win there for G2.
Yeah, but I think, yeah, I mean, that's very valid. It wasn't an eco swing round. Leviathan were coming into it with a bit of a half buy.
Now taking his time out, seeking the right course, I think, as well, to see which direction they really want to take it into, because there are some stuff that they do need to correct, just in terms of how they're ending in some of these rounds. But yeah, that one got a bit funky with the Viper's Pit down, the Reckoning and Hunter's Fury to clear through. Just who won't have those tools again.
A couple of mistakes creeping into the game from Leviathan in what has otherwise been a pretty flawless series so far. So cutting them off early, nipping it in the bud, very important.
Icy with the op. That's interesting. Fallon with the purchase there. Bit of access to it.
Icy is gonna have to be opping on the low ground here, and you'd expect him to be peeking underneath pipes towards the right side. But that's a really pushed up position. He needs a lot of support. Yeah, this is the angle I'm talking about, but you know, if you miss the shot here, you're really relying on Trent and Valen.
Zeno, some level of awareness. No, not quite. Who's going to jiggle for that one? It's a combined offensive. Icy! It's given time to rescope him, but Aspas will not let him get away with that. Who's so hot on his heels, and he is deep into the site now, claiming all of A. Just the entirety for him. Leaf, though, immediate shutdown.
I have the spike.
Another situation, actually, where Leaf's having impact. This is going to be difficult for King. G2 could even play full A retake in this position. I think you can play full A and B retake. As long as Leaf and Jonah group up and find an opportunity to use the lockdown, they should checkmate King.
That's what they're doing. Backs against the walls, making sure that they cover the cross and the blind spots of each other. But King have open access here to the A site. Go for the plant, a lockdown committed. And this will confirm King's position no matter what. Does make it more predictable. He wants to get ahead of it. And guess what? So does Leaf. Way ahead of it. Expecting that to already be cleared out and respected, but King, it will do nothing of the sort. Into the 1v1 over the ropes, missing it! Slightest of blind spots, but maybe just not paying attention in time. It's Jonah P. Seals up the round there.
I thought King had an opportunity. He played that situation so well, but Jonah coming across on the ropes, very unexpected. I think the difference maker in this round is the fact that Icy is able to get the kill onto Comp. This big fracas occurs over towards A, and Icy gets the opener and still has time to scope back in to get another kill on Vent. On Belt, sorry. It shouldn't have required Aspas to shut down Icy. But you can see Leviathan didn't want to bait out that play. They just wanted to crush it. And that ended up with them going into the triple stack on A. The AWP has moved.
Oh, it's getting competitive as well with that early kill. Straight down mid, up the gut. King falling nice and early. These advantages flowing the way of G2.
I think that's got to just be spammed through smoke, right? King must have bloomed his Viper off.
Got to think that's insanity occurring. I mean, G2 just like that. talk and talk and talk about Lev being this world beater team, and then just like that, G2, they answer back in kind. Aspas trying to dash and make something of it. It's a flawless round. As quick as you know it, 5-5, evened up.
Another round where Leaf dominates. I'm not exactly sure how he's getting so much value by playing Killjoy in this map, but he feels like he's all over the place. Some rounds he's defending A, some rounds he's getting spam kills in mid. He gets a spam kill in mid and then pushes Tube for another onto Tex, while Lev fruitlessly tried to drive into B. Getting the op online and getting Leaf more active have been two huge win cons here for G2.
Yeah.
But now, massive amounts of ultimates available for Leviathan.
And so in theory, it should swing really the advantage of the favor for this round here for Leviathan. But already, G2 are making moves into mid.
Yeah, Tex cannot afford to get caught here. The turret watches.
Broken, going for a swing and an attempt. Tex! It's risky, but ultimately wins it out. McCom helping out with the Hunter's Fury. Any sort of connections? No. Any sort of space gathered? Not quite. Team not really taking it just yet.
I think you could slow this down if you wanted to. You don't have to go into the plant immediately.
But they're rushing straight into it. A lot of util as well. Expended there with a shock darts. He's trying to break that one. The plant is down for them.
You've got Pit here, lockdown. Lots of opportunities to make this difficult for G2. The drone's already in. Did it tag onto Mazzino? It did.
Gonna P to get that early tag. Forces out the shock darts here. On the side, G2. How do you get around this? Difficult to chew through and work through. It's a really hard pit, man. I mean, it just obfuscates all the available angles. Wingman sticking onto the defuse here, but broken. An Icy Decay down to 1, single digits. Dwindling the chances here. Might be able to get some exit kills, but really that's all about it. So, as foretold, expected Lev to be winning that one with that ult advantage. And, you know, crucially as well, still keeping a lockdown for this next.
I'm amazed they kept the lockdown, to be honest with you, because I was expecting the lockdown to either open things up or close things out, and Tex instead was so willing to just duel in mid and risk the potential of that ultimate falling. But they've saved lockdown and reckoning for the final round here. So getting greedy with the ultimates, but in a really solid kind of way.
Yeah.
Rationing them out perfectly. So they still have an ult advantage to go into this round. It's going to be very difficult to defend A.
Just like that final flourish and finesse here. The last round of the first half. That's conditioning.
Yep, that's to stop Val and get the ult as well.
Now they're going to be letting loose with the own reckoning. Okay, good tags. Push back the players on top screens. Aspas is eager to lay waste, isn't he, to the opposition. And this time, what kind of positions will he be playing into? That's a very deep Viper Orb. It's going to make it tough, but here we go. Icy. The Thrash sends it forwards. Will this team be able to take the space off it? There's so many smokes in the way and out of lockdown as well. Nothing's going to be breaking this one. It's just slowing down the timings for G2 once more.
They have a Shock, Molly, and Nano.
And all of that's going to be delaying. Creeping towards inevitability here for Leviathan. The players are going to be toppling out towards the back of the side. Aspas cleaned up 3v3, but again, it's that util. How do you deal with these players? And awareness. Leaf is running rampant right now. Spraying through, going to break this code. Already diffused, stuck all the way. And that's G2 making it nice and pretty. 6-6. There's parity here between these two teams on Icebox so far.
Lev looked awesome at the beginning of this. The first quarter dominated by them. Aggressive post-plant positioning where Aspas could take over. And then more mistakes. G2 getting into good positions. Leaf waking up. Top fragging at the moment on Icebox. But all that just to get even in the half.
Just to get even, but maybe that's enough here. I mean, 16-8 is a phenomenal performance of Leaf and Leviathan. Some questions that they need answering as well, I think, on the other side of this. Let's send it down to Liz, who's down on the floor.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. A 6-6 half. And now I'm here with the manager of Leviathan, Juan, who is, I was talking to you before, you've been doing the manager thing for a while. And, you know, there are people who are watching, like the Tariks and the Finesses, who have that professional experience. There are people like me who have zero professional experience, people out there who have zero professional experience. So a couple questions for you about being a manager. What is it like supporting your players kind of like away, literally off stage from the side?
Okay, they're pretty like easy to handle.
Yeah.
And then usually you have to have like their necessities, like please, you know, like for them to be happy, to be comfortable with the org, the team, on the stage, everywhere. Like they just need to be happy, comfortable, and the only thing they have to worry about is like to play good.
Yeah. So what is the hardest part of your job?
It's related to what I said before, because there are some. I mean, each player is different, so each player needs some different things. But once you get used to it, like it becomes like pretty easy. Like you flow with the team, you know.
Is the flow the easiest part of the job?
Yeah, when you flow, it's easy, but like the hard things, like to manage altogether, like to adapt and get that flow, you know.
Now we were talking before. You play Valorant. What's your rank?
I picked in Morla.
All right, well, I didn't. So thank you very much, Juan. But we have a game to get back to. So casters, please take it away.
You could, Liz, if you put the effort in. I believe in you.
I believe too.
It's possible.
It's very easy. Josh has done it.
Yeah, listen, if I did it, then anyone can, can't they? I mean, I am a talentless sack of meat. We're about to head back into this one, and I think this is still going to be a bit of an uphill battle for G2 with how good Leviathan's defense has looked so far across all of the recent games that we've watched. And with Aspas still looking good. I know it's even, but I think the impetus is on G2 to prove that they can push this across the line.
I would agree as well. I mean, Leaf has been able to do it for them in that first half, but he's playing quite fluid, you know, as much as a Killjoy player can, but taking peeks down mid, winning those fights out.
You can force fights a little bit when you play the attack side Killjoy here. You know, if your team is defaulting towards B, you can try to take a lot of space on the other side of the map. Normally, people are going to play it passively to avoid getting punished. But if he's feeling like he's got a good read on the game and his aim's hot, then you can try to make more aggressive lurks.
A lot of possibilities racing through Aspas's head. Look at these players peek from, meanwhile. That noise made earlier by G2 out towards B. Oh, just spots Leaf.
Yeah, Leaf's hoping that there was nobody home. Because G2 have droned over towards B and put that cascade up, they're expecting and anticipating that Lev would lean their defense in that direction, but it's still very spread.
As he used it, it's going to be clearing close here, but only 30 seconds left, and Lev have got the right read on this one. You can tell it. The high tide. They want to seek to fight this one and disrupt this plan before it can even go down. It's going to come down to the bullets spraying through, along with the util denied in the moment. So now G2, they do have to get that move on, picking up the spike here. Dizzy over the top, not watched for. It's not even broken, but the right clicks. Mazzino doing his best to sell copies and countless amounts of the bundles here still. Icy presses forwards. He's tucked though, his position is noted. Has to be the combined might and swing. 1v1. Leaf versus King. Tapping away, Leaf! Whips it away.
Continuing to have such awesome impact in this map.
He's taken over.
Certainly has. You saw him trying to get the more aggressive lurk play on A. Couldn't find his opportunity. Called for that timing of the hit back over towards B. And then secures it for them in the post. Nice refight there as well, actually, from G2. Icy with the high Dizzy catching Com underneath. And even with Mazzino's response, that's a great beginning for G2.
Oh, yeah. Lev are going to be taking a bit of a wander out towards aggression, I guess, onto the A site, pushing Aspas forward. As soon as Aspas gets no signs of life, they've hard rotated players away, especially with the drone being used by G2 to clear.
And I don't think they'll do this as much on the rifle rounds, but on the eco, it's so worth the gamble.
Yeah, a little gamble stack. Definitely win rounds from it. Taking the dart. Should be a bit of fear into the backs. He's the back of the minds here, the G2 players. Lev overwhelming them now, at least with the bodies, but again, they can't really quite get it done. They don't have the guns for it, so toppled over G2, and look at that high tide as well. It really makes it so that they can take these easy fights. Frenzy from range. Not up to snuff though. Not quite against the Bulldogs. So G2, 2-round lead here. Win the pistol round. Let's see if they can win the bonus and really make a go of it.
It's certainly plausible. Icy got enough kills in that round that he's one away now from the Thrash. And either looking to Wingman plan to get that down, although Lev have been on top of breaking the Wingman, or more likely just pushing people away from the ult orb and then trying to play for it. The economy here, though, it's looking okay actually for G2. They've been able to put together a buy. Only Jonah forcing.
Yeah. Jonah buying up into it, but still competitive. Dizzy through, along with the wall. Has to get broken nice and early here. Forwards being played. Even the drone being broken. That's just spam through.
That's a good read, I think, actually, as well. The defense would be in an open position, looking to try to spam Icy, so you counter spam. And here comes that Thrash.
Yeah, using it to really pave the way forwards here onto the site. Make sure you can reclaim it for later.
Flood defense, set up to go.
Man, to get this plant online. And here's the Flood out through the cove as well. He'll take it into the right-hand side and approach over the rafters. They're tearing them to pieces, man. And again, it's down to Leaf. To 1v1, just like that. Him versus Aspas, and how much have we talked about it? This head-to-head. He has taken the timing forwards on the rope silently. As you go, Aspas. Any sort of expectation. The adjusts it. Snaps it up top there with a rifle to shut down his adversary.
All of that damage already done to Leaf, put him at 37 health, and a single Vandal bullet was all it took from Aspas. I really like the way that both teams have played that. I think G2 had fantastic awareness of the way that they were going to take space, take Alt Orb, and get the plant down. But Lev on defense was set up immediately to flood defend. Everybody was on rafters, immediately ready to go. They all swing out the same direction. And that dash from Aspas to get over to Nest from rafters was phenomenal stuff. The economy, I thought it would be in a better spot than this. It looked like it was only one player that had forced on the bonus. It looked like it was only Jonah, but we've actually got 3 players coming in with only pistols.
I'm not too sure if they're just saving up the money as well, because they know, okay, well, Aspas likes to force this outlaw, and everybody falls. I mean, just like that. Yeah, barely expecting it here, but 8-8 for Lev.
They hit the deck. And if it is the case that they wanted to buy up, you know, take around and buy up rifles instead, they've actually allowed Lev to get closer to big ultimates. You know, Mazzino now has Reckoning online. King's one away from getting a pit down.
Yeah.
They're going to kick themselves if the ults end up making the difference. A timeout here, tactical called for G2 as they reassess the situation. Leaf's excellent play at the beginning of the half has given him the lockdown. There's lots of places that you can use that on the attack side. Over towards B, which is a fairly uncontested area, you can get the site essentially for free. It's going to create enough space for the wingman plant. But Lev have looked very aggressive and coordinated with the retakes. That would scare me.
Yeah.
Because
worrying about it, the pressure that it could apply.
Yeah, even if you get into a post-plant spot, the round is probably not going to come down to utility. Because util only buys a certain amount of time, and Lev are in your face fast. So there needs to be extra layers to that. Do you slow them down by getting deeper positions on site? Do you try to set up post-plant lurks? Do you try to just win the round rather than go into a post-plant retake scenario? You know, by doing more splitting instead of just going straight in.
Look at this. Aspas was considering the outlaw into the round. Sides against it. King just drops him his weapon.
It might have been a good idea. 3 players on G2 with light armor. It's a decent read.
Yeah, definitely chances for him, but instead he's going to be saving up for the operator a little bit later, and we know how much damage he was doing on Breeze with that. He took over the game. Now just the rifles over the top here with the ropes. There's no one to receive this one on G2's side. Not going to be hearing much noise at all. All eyes and ears face towards B and mid, now grouped up.
There's a bit of danger there with G2 taking the tack time out. It's given Leviathan the read that they can post Aspas in this spot.
He's so damn aggressive. King just getting sprayed down into the mix. Has to dodge just the sight line here of the Dizzy and the drone, which isn't going to get broken, so it clears the way. Peace of mind for G2. Up top, though, it's a high-low setup here with a Reckoning forwards. They want to try and fight this one. Lev really getting active now into the mix, trying to take that initiative. Jonah P. Just a fadeaway shot there. I think maybe even getting slowed down in a moment, but he does find his target here. Sprayed through into the cove. G2 trying to fight over this one. Tooth and nail, but the util is just chopping them up. Anyone who tries to hold that ground with the back sight of yellow nano swarms not being broken here. Now the lockdown. It's perfect timing for Leaf.
They're going to have to go.
And they have to go fast here. Cove has to be broken, and it is indeed. Everybody just getting chewed up, chopped up onto that defuse spot. Aspas, no choice now but to respect this one. Running around, but detained. And that is going to seal it, no matter what. Gives the acknowledgements for G2. They are just out of there, hightailing it, keeping the guns, keeping the weaponry. and crucially, getting a bit of a lead.
So I was talking through G2's responses of how they can drag out that post-plant situation. And they did apply quite a lot of pressure as the plant was going down. They got up fairly deep. They didn't just use the lockdown to get on site and get a post-plant. You know, they pushed forward. They tried to take space all the way up to danger, dropped the Viper wall, tried to play with the Harbor wall. And then when they were pushed back by the Reckoning, then Leaf goes for the lockdown. So really good idea of how to counter Leviathan's fast retake setup there. Just creating more threats, essentially.
Yeah.
Aspas was A in the previous round. Now he's gone to B. Both times G2 have avoided him. Not by virtue of having any knowledge.
This time just chance, really. Luck at a draw, especially when he's got that operator online.
And another round where G2 do a good job pushing back the defenders and picking up an ult.
Yeah. What's a call here with a Reckoning? Flooding through. Lev looked like they wanted to have a good chance here, just trying to flood back into this one. Maybe with a Hunter's Fury, they might still choose to. Cleaves its way forwards. Only the one tag here. Icy not going to be pushed back away from the plant either. I believe that's just the wingman. So into the post plan with the pit down. Lay it out on top of it. Got everything necessary here. King is way ahead of the rest of his team. He's caught a nice little timing there, but has to dodge and juke away from the mollies and still dominating these angles. Not going to be pushed away from the pit. G2, they lock it down. Retake it into it with the operator, just not an option here for Lev. So another steady lead now being accrued up. This will be the 10th round for G2.
I think Valen's doing a great job calling around his ultimates. He's keeping it simple. He's getting into good positions this time, you know, picking up the Reckoning to open, pit to close. Just making it tough for Leviathan to always set up these retake scenarios. And now in the next round, you know, if you're thinking about him calling around the ults, he's still got Thrash, Hunter's Fury to work with. An opener and a closer again.
Yeah.
I think Valen's got a great idea of how to snowball these kind of rounds. And Leviathan, they're the team under pressure here. I was talking about the fact when we were at the 6-6 half that I thought it was the impetus was on G2 to prove that they could actually get things across the line. But now the pressure's in a very different direction. And I think as much as he's always carrying that weight of responsibility, it comes to Aspas again. He has the op. He saved it from the previous round. And he's just not been quite able to get the read on where G2 are going.
And that could be a blessing or a curse, because when you're playing full retakes into these comps with an operator, you're late to the party often.
It's very difficult.
It's brutal. It basically takes you out of the game.
Now, he does have Bladestorm to work with now as well. So he's going to have chances early round to set up an op peak, and then he could retake with Bladestorm and just, you know, pass the op along to King or something like that. But getting him in position to actually be a threat in the early round is something that G2 have failed to, Leviathan have failed to do the last couple of times. Because G2 are not really, they're not messing around. They're not defaulting. They're picking a side of the map and they're committing on it. And so if Aspas guesses wrong at the start of the round, he's out of it.
It's honest to God Icebox gameplay. We have it any other way.
And when you have the ults on the attack side, you can call like that. You're like, all right, well, this round we're going A, we're getting ults, we're committed to the
Very
site.
structured game plans.
Yeah. You can't do that as much when your ults aren't cycling. So Aspas looks like he's looking to try to walk down tube and get the peak here with a recon dart from Com. And he might end up finding an early pick onto Jonah, but they're just not giving it to him right now. However, I do still want to draw your attention to the sight line that Aspas is on, because at the moment, there are two portions of G2 that are unconnected from each other, whereas previously we've seen G2 very grouped up on one side of the map.
The early peek, though, just to remove the turret. And he wants to be mobile, following where the action is. Currently, well, that noise being made, Mazzino. An attempt to get that mid-round information for his team to play off, just results in him paying him with his life. And he's got the information, but what cost here for them? Because G2 now open for the taking is the site. Aspas, there's so much you can really do in this spot. Like I said, I mean, waves of smokes and util. Not exactly like you can get aggressive either, but he does still have the dash active and the Bladestorm. Plant. Wingman from IC not being spammed down, so still getting into the post here for G2. Not being pushed back away from it.
I think this is probably a situation where you want to just,
going for the spam kills. I mean, vulnerable Dub, Leaf just locking down that angle. This guy is on fire right now. Aspas wants to just get out of there with the operator again, having to save it. And it's that You know, that curse that I was talking about.
Yeah. I was halfway through the retake. I was like, right, well, drop the op over to King and see, pop the Blade Storm, see what you can do. But they didn't even want to commit to that.
Oh, and he's not going to be able to save the op.
At least he's got the Blade Storm to work with in the next, so it's a buffer for the economy. You know, at least silver lining, he didn't pop it and try to go for it. But I just want to take a moment to again credit Valen's calling, because they've come out the back of a Leviathan timeout and decided to run a fake. 2 rounds in a row, they've just grouped up and picked a site, exec on it with ults. And then this round, where they could do the same again with the Thrash and then Hunter's Fury, they actually fake A, contact B, and they catch Mazzino going for a really wide jump peak, not expecting anyone to be there.
Forcing a hand here for Lev.
Oh yeah! Monster
And
on the
again, with G2, I mean, there you run the fakes, you're talking about the conditioning is so damn well timed here. 5 players grouped up from G2. They're not hiding their intention here over towards B.
Yeah, you run the fake in the previous round, now you can use the ults. Thrash to open, Hunter's Fury to close. And this is where you need hero plays.
That's why Aspas is taking those liberties. Yeah, G2 will set themselves up now again with the wingman plan forwards.
If Tex gets a kill, he's got lockdown. And a lockdown here is amazing for retake. But he would need that kill.
And how does he even find it? It's too much to work through, man. I mean, walls on walls here, flying forwards into your face. It's a Thrash. It's going to be expended here and pushing you away along with the darts, the raves of all that util emanating out. Outer Lake Lurk as well on top of it. Leaf is really causing that distraction behind them. They've got so much to worry about right now. And how do they really even deal with it? Taspas forwards here. The Blade Storm shut down in his place here. Up to 12 now for G2.
They didn't even need the Sovereign. They had so many other ways of closing out that round.
Not sweating.
They had Thrash to stop any fast retake from happening. Leaf was on a reflank through mid. G2 are comfortable, easing into their calling. And even their Valen catching 2 before the Cove can be used.
One enemy remaining.
Massive credit to G2.
Yeah, I think they're calling a great game. And I think this map shows you how momentum becomes real.
Yeah.
Right? It's always described as like a vague process, but it's having that conditioning. It's having those economy spirals.
Turret down.
There's Mazzino. Chance to do some damage.
Made a footstep, I think.
Did hold up. How's that fight going, Leaf? Losing it. It's a rare one. Sitting at the top of the score, but I believe 28 kills to his name. With him going down, first kill advantage now going away of the Viatan. Maybe that's exactly what they ordered.
Yeah, taking a risk and it paying off. Lev have tried so many different things to get players in advantage situations. This is one of the rare times that they've got one.
Toxin screen down.
All grouped up now, though.
Com's position is really odd. You don't normally run your Sova behind yellow.
Just the off angle here in the movements. Is Com going to be a backup policy right from the back here with the Guardian in his face, but he's blinded up. Dizzy doing most of the work there for it, so all the kills. Tex seeking that timing. He's walked up right past even the wall. High tights on high tights again. It cuts up these angles, and it's an unfortunate one here because Mazzino just doesn't realize that he's not even set up for that fight here. But as it fades away, doubled up, they were able to make that one happen. Valen making noise now up through the flank here. They've got to try and deal with him in a dash to disengage and away, fading through. Lockdown needs to be broken, and Icy delivers that death blow. That's a 13-8. Flourish and finish. Map 3, ready and waiting. G2 proving that they can hang.
Nice showing from G2.
An excellent attack side from Valen. Just so many opportunities to flex his calling. And Leaf up
Like
top
they
there,
beat C9.
400 ACS, 28 kills.
Oh no, it's Relatives. No. Oh no, they beat Furia earlier. Yeah, it was the same day. Earlier this week, on Monday.
Mitigated. To be honest, there's a bit of a mixture of the calling, but also Leaf having a good game. Definitely didn't hurt them. Popped the hell off, and what a comeback that was as well after getting brutalized in map 1 of Breeze. They've made it a possibility. They have a chance here. We will be heading over to map 3.
forgetting about you. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control. Should've known better. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You said forever. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control.
Icy has a flash to set him up if they want to go for this one. Ult committed. Fight.
Desde atrás, King acaba con la vida del robot, rompe la definitiva. Montino prevalece tremendo.
We got a game, folks. We're going to map 3. G2 Esports manages to shut down Leviathan on Icebox, and now we find ourselves in a very fun situation here. Of course, Golden Boy alongside with Athena. You got Mimi and Ender. Let's just go ahead and dive right into this one because there was a lot of interesting things to take away from this game, but I think above all else, Valen just called a great game, was very smart with how he was using, all of the pieces that he had available to him, and it just felt like it was what you want to see from an IGL like him.
Yeah, it was a good start for this Leviathan squad to get going into this one, and then you had that moment, which was so strange, right? Tech swinging, losing out on that clutch, and then it started snowballing out of their way. Leaf in particular, I think, had a ton of impact with these reflanks and was really punishing the Leviathan posts.
It really felt like they managed to use their util in all the right places. I feel like this is such a big contrast for G2 from last game where they weren't able to use their util to punish and capitalize on kills, and now they completely denied retakes. They denied so much and just allowed Leaf to lurk into places that he should not have been in.
Yeah, and rightfully Icy has been a magnet for criticism for this team, but in this game his op towards the second part of that first half, super impactful to continually get these opening kills. But we have to talk about the second half, where I think it was a complete failure of Leviathan to adapt.
Yeah, they showed, especially in the second part of that, no ability to contest space around B at all. They did not do a lot of aggressive fights into B main, and the times they did, it was a very strange jump peak, really swinging out into the open and dying, and then trying to play full 5-on-5 retakes over and over. But you're doing it against a comp of G2s that is so stacked with post-plant utility. 4 different agents have mollies or shocks.
I mean, you know what's so weird is on Breeze, they did so good at denying the plant and denying anyone going through choke points with their util, but Lev just did not do that at all this game. And all the controller walls, they couldn't get past it.
Yeah, I think a lot of it came down to to the difference in post-plant utility. But before we even get into that, we got to talk about Leaf.
Yes.
This guy was
Popped
lights out this game, almost dropping 400 ACS
on the Killjoy. Yeah, and a lot of this too was in the post plants around that B site where he was just frying and getting multiple kills. And I think the big difference I saw between this G2 and Icebox compared to Breeze was that they weren't overcommitting on the re-wraps on attack after they plant the spike and then sending those flanks. Leaf did it a couple of times, but more often than not, he was sticking with the team and getting 2-3 kills in those post plants from back yellow.
And seeing this comp now for the second time from G2, I really like it compared to the default Harbor Viper. We saw how good the Gecko and Sova tools were in the post plants and for those flood retakes. On the other hand, with this single Sova initiator, Leviathan, it felt like they were running out of tools to make those retakes happen on that B site in particular. 7 rounds where their opponent had a post plant. Lev didn't win a single one of those retakes.
I mean, a really big thing that Lev was trying to do around their defense was play around their Opera and set up Ospas. But G2 was literally just finding where Ospas was and was avoiding him straight up.
Again, goes back to Valen's calling.
Exactly. They knew where the weak spots were. Leaf at some point is just entry fragging his Killjoy. Like everything was going really
The
well.
Leaf rounds were ridiculous. He's literally just running in.
Yeah.
If you look at him, I would think he's still playing Jet.
Yeah, and honestly, I wouldn't even be mad about that because the way that Leaf had approached that whole game is something that you certainly need to be proud of if you were a G2. But now you're going into, well, some dangerous waters here. We go into map 3. The stakes are high here. There's a lot on the line for both of these teams.
100%.
But for G2, it's to stay alive in this tournament.
And for more teams that are just playing in this game, right? Because right now, there are 3 teams in the Alpha Group with 3 wins. G2 were not supposed to win this series. If they somehow manage to win map 3, they are then tied with those 3 other teams with 3 wins. And Sentinels will sit in sole last place in Alpha Group, which we know is the harder group.
I mean, I literally have no idea what is going on. This 1 week that you guys invited me to be on this show has just been
blew it all up, you know. I'm real.
Like, you guys brought me on the most confusing roller coaster ride ever.
Every game that we think is going to be a stomp is a close game or an upset. Every game that should be a banger has been a stomp. It's turned everything topsy-turvy, but the real victim of this, honestly, is Sentinels, right? Their weak start in a couple of these games has meant that they are now at real risk. But for G2, winning this makes playoffs so much more of a possibility.
Yeah, and for Sentinels fans, you are now Leviathan fans, okay? You need Lev to win. Not need, but it will make your chances way better.
You know why things have been so crazy?
Why?
Because it's super weak. That's why, baby. I just wanted to get the explosion in there one last time. Yes.
No,
all right, let's go ahead and move forward. They want to kill me. To map 3, we got Lotus on the docket. We saw how this one goes yesterday. A lot of attack rounds were won. Question is, you know, what are the adjustments that can be made here, Ender? You know, who are you really going to be keeping your eye on as we get ready for this map?
I mean, I'm just still remembering the 47 bomb from Ospas on this Lotus map.
Yeah.
So as boring as it does get, I do think G2 still need to have a focus of getting around this guy. We heard Josh RD come out after game 1 and say, hey, we did a bad job of dealing with Ospas. In game 2, we need to do better. And what did they do? They called around Ospas on their attacks. They weren't just running into that operator. Now it's going to be the Rays coming in for Ospas, but they still need to deal with them.
I mean, I feel like going into this Leviathan, if they can pull out the way that the things that they normally do, like on that sunset where they have those trap plays, Lotus is a map to do it, especially with those raised nades, especially being able to fight forward. I feel like if they just have that confidence in order to play the way they normally play, they can set themselves up for success. But, I mean, Leaf going crazy, if he just starts running in like crazy, I don't even know how to predict this.
You saw that manila folder that GoKid was carrying? It's just Ospas Go Kill in there 15 times. Seriously, though, they have a lot more depth on this map. They've looked great here. Their win over Sentinels was not just off Ospas. It was off an incredibly well-called attacking side. They do a great job of pushing and pulling in the mid-round. King is great as an IGL on this map.
Yeah, I think all of that is true, but to me, the single strongest thing they do is their opening round skirmishes. I think they are elite on that front. The variation they can pull, especially when they fight in both Mound and Rubble, you are hard-pressed to find a team that does better than them.
They also do a lot of really good mid-round reclears that are super effective if you're not ready as an attacker. attacker. We're into the agent select here. We shouldn't expect any surprises, but what we're very likely to get is Icy on the Raze. And again, the focus has to come to him. All those opening round skirmishes, all those big moments are so often built around the Raze on this map. He needs to be great.
I mean, we just saw him playing Gecko, being really good util for the team, being good kind of behind enemy lines. We saw Leaf take that forward positioning. But
It's a
on
different
map
brand
like,
now.
Yeah, on a map like Lotus, you need to be pushing, you need to be confident, you need to be taking all this map control. So we'll just see if he gets to do it.
This is going to be awesome. Here we go, the third map. Can G2 pull this out? That's going to be a massive one if they're able to do so, or can Leviathan shut it down here and now? Let's send it over to Brendan Sideshow for the call.
And you guys have teed this one up perfectly, I think, as well. Just showing the tables between these two teams and how it is really so important for G2 to take this away from Lev. It's a matchup. Listen, we didn't think it was going to be the case. Lev have been looking lights out, but they brought him to a map 3. And there's chances here. There's real chances starting on Lotus as our third and final map.
And it's not even a joke. Like, it actually does affect Sen's legacy.
It really does.
Because they're down at the bottom of the table, fighting against teams like G2. This is a prime opportunity for G2 to come out with an amazing upset victory. But they'd have to deliver an excellent performance here on Lotus. We have seen the attack side teams generate crazy streaks across Super Week. And so my eyes kind of go to the defenders, weirdly enough, of like, can you stop that?
Yeah, how many rounds is going to be enough?
How do you avoid that from happening? Something to highlight early on. We call this the Chad pistol round buy. This is wild.
On the attack side as well.
Yeah.
I mean, normally you want your ace player to be, you know, taking initiative, moving in with some satchels.
Yeah, normally you either want a satchel for some space creation, or if you're going into like a B exec, or you'll want the Boombot to be able to work with, you know, sometimes the teams will run like nano swarms on the Killjoy too.
Not as fast though. Sheriffs. And a slow take of A-Rubble once they realize that they're pretty much being gifted it for free.
The door being opened as well favors the attackers in this kind of spot.
Gives them easy entry if they do choose to pivot, but they're just holding for that util in their hand. Valen spots it out with a jiggle. Wall up in their faces. Now the door open wide. They're really starting to press forwards here. They're all tucked in through tree. The nade pushed them back and away. Paranoia. Icy not looking behind him. Again, his back is being covered here. Aspas, what is that? Adjustment, really. A flick of the wrist, whatever you want to call it. He has just opened up the sight.
That's a ridiculous kill. Icy should have had that one, but Leaf responds. Leaf up top.
He's nice and fast into the action, isn't he? Right into the fray here. 2 versus 3. Still have to have some more magical moments, and Trent, he delivers one right into that lapse here still. Leaves it to Leaf. But he had a monster class performance! What is that kill? It's traded by King.
Yeah, it doesn't matter in the end. But for a moment there, I thought Leaf might have just blessed the Classic to deliver something for him. Lev, though, the way that they burst out through that smoke, excellent stuff with the Haunt. I felt like Icy was good for it. He was holding the right point in the smoke as well. Just the reaction time's better for Aspas, anticipating a player there, perhaps.
Magnetic, just snap into the head.
And it didn't really matter that he had the Sheriff, but certainly stylish.
Oh, good opening beginning here for Lev. G2. Plenty of ways to now play this one here on the eco rounds of the defending teams. You can try and fight for some of these orbs. See Mazzino, he's a little bit scared here of the potential of a trap play.
Yeah, there's another thing I want to point your attention to, which is that King's Viper Orb has been thrown as a lineup so that it balloons into C. And this is going to keep players attached to C. Because that Viper Orb means that you can exit out. It makes it more difficult to hold, more classic kind of ways of, you know, this is like a normal sightline that people would hold for information over towards C.
Just removes it though.
Yeah, and it's freed up A entirely, right? I mean,
yeah. Lev have this knowledge now. Look at this. I mean, the
Aspas is staying around.
Essentially in their spawn. Aspas is staying around. He throws a nade out.
The nade is great. It's going to keep people tethered over towards C. It's going to allow Lev to stay there. Or rather, allow Lev to get the plant down on A and cement their position. But one of the side effects of getting this kind of instant plant is that G2 might try to deny ult orbs to Lev. It is possible.
Or to walk right into him.
Yeah.
Aspas, the target. You don't really want to give the ult orbs to. You don't want to give him any sort of kills. Okay, everybody just whiff their shots here, but that's fast forwards. Past that one way, and now just 2 away from the showstopper.
Yeah, and I really think this is a misplay by G2. I think in this kind of spot, you have such a low chance of winning the round. You actually want to deny ult orbs in this spot. Aspas is now 2 away from getting a showstopper. And this is how, you know, Valen should recognize it. This is what he did on Icebox, is generating that momentum.
It's the basic game plan. We talk about it almost every single time for the attacking side.
But I think G2, all right, this is normally where Lev are going to pull something different out of the book. G2 need to be ready for some kind of fast set play. What do your early round protocols look like here? This is looking like a clash over towards Rubble. So Valen and Icy have got to be ready to put this one back. It's going to be a horned up over the top towards the top left of Lev.
Spiller, there's a lot of pressure. Zone horn slipping past. We're being pushed back here, but the door opens up for Valen. Still going to hold it down here. It's got the one way in the wall, of course, up, so the threat of that decay damage. And the all being picked up there. A few stray bullets, but nothing connecting. Aspas now 1 away to the big one.
I assumed it wouldn't be that relevant in this round, but Aspas actually has the opportunity to go and get the all on C.
Yeah, they haven't fought for C either. So this is when you were talking about what options are available for G2. I wanted to see them fight over at least one of these orbs.
Yeah, and
deny it away.
They've done neither. They've made this very winnable for Leviathan. Because now you have to worry about that showstopper, and what do you do with it? They also haven't used this opportunity as the ult orb is getting taken over towards Mound to do some kind of re-clear play on A. They've just got a passive setup everywhere around the map.
Yeah.
They're giving Lev their run of the place. The only benefit to G2 right now is the time on the clock. 30 seconds, 3 players defending A.
They're seeking to delay this one here. Okay, Rocket. See what sort of damage that Aspas can do with a nade. At his feet, drop down to 54 health. The fuse, just before it runs out, sent flying. And it has put that pause into G2. They couldn't quite disrupt that plant from going down. So into the post we go here. And they're holding for a heavy heaven setup. 2 players here, a little bit of a cross there. This was one into the pit. Orbs dropping, Icy. Chances to come alive into this one. Maybe he can make something happen for the rest of his team, but there's still smokes in the way. They want to clear out Rubble.
They want to clear Tex first. This is a new protocol that teams are adding on the retake.
It's too much to clear really for them. Eventually trading him out. It's barely there, but how much more have they really got? The util, it's sent flying forwards and away. Mazzino's still with that high ground position, but he tucks away just at the wrong time. Aspas dropping them all like flies in a moment.
And that's the bonus round for Lev. Off the back of G2 being too passive. Offering Aspas both ult orbs. Hey, you want them both? Well, we'll just decide to fight over nothing.
Yeah, this isn't exactly, you know, rocket science. Teams have been playing Lotus for quite some time. With these comps, you know how they operate.
The one silver lining is that you don't have another ult available for Leviathan to use. But the problem is they're now dropping G2 down onto an eco.
Yeah.
So this becomes the kind of like farm round where you just run around and try to build up ults. We're already into things here. King got punished. That would be a great start for G2. They need some element of magic here. Maybe Lev will just take this one as a bit of a gimme, try to overfight, and G2 will be offered something.
Yeah, G2 have recognized at least they overwhelm that A side, so they take up the orb before it's even available. Lev have got different ideas.
Good paranoia.
Yeah, Orb's going to be pluming here. Good movement as well to just topple themselves up onto the box. Showing a P, just the one before eventually falling. Smoke timing. Blocks off the heaven angle, but there's a slightest gap. Can't quite nail it. Leaf was looking for an easy shot there.
Nice shot.
As well, Trent tucked close and a bit of a one and done, and it's really just a one and none.
I'm not sure I'd want to push that, Zeno, because you know that there's a player inside there with a Marshall.
Marshall will do it. Hold up. This is eventually going away at G2. I mean, he's picked up this upgrade now, and Leaf, yes, his position is noted and known. Aspas, but he has to win out this fight. He's being distracted. Flying right over him with the satchels in play. Icy is making all sorts of distractions. Up and over you go, but you ran out of bullets. The right click.
Holy.
Leaf,
that's a 50 for G2.
That is a thrifty round conversion, and G2, they bloody well needed it.
That's the magic you need from G2 to stop the avalanche forming. In its tracks. Another amazing round from Leaf. But why are Lev trying to fight into spawn in that situation when one of their players already on 63 health? They didn't go immediately, so they couldn't dominate the smoke. And then when they walk in, they're walking into a crossfire from Waterfall.
Yeah.
It's just, there's simply no need for it. You have a plant in a spot where you can play it from Mound. They just got roped into playing things too aggressively there. That's the kind of mistake that G2 were begging them to make. It's given them a route back in.
The defensive side of Lotus as well, you know. Question becomes, how many rounds do you really need? Already have one on the board this early. Set the sights on a second one. Potential's definitely there, but this time Lev moving over towards the B site. Nightfall. Good acknowledgement there. There's no quite tags happening whatsoever now. Their own Nightfall going to be used, and this is rapid by G2. I'm going to just flooding right back into this one, making sure that all those noise and sound cues cut away. There's nothing really that Lev can rely on. No comms in sight. Lockdown, even being expended, just making sure that Aspas has no avenues.
That was such a sick call from Valen and Trent to immediately pop through Hobbit and just Nightfall the whole of the site. Really fast reactions. It's left Aspas in a essentially unwinnable spot.
Shouldn't be a way in.
For a player of his caliber, you've got to give respect, but you don't want to give too much space.
Take the fights together. Has to be the call by G2. And just spamming, waiting off somebody's contact. Yeah, as soon as Leaf takes the point, everybody else will follow through, so even if Leaf didn't get the kill. Locking it up, so G2 on that second round now. Stringing it together. What's the economy looking like for Lev? It's broken.
Yeah, they might try to put something together because they're very close to ults. But look at the pace on this. There's a lockdown, there's a Nightfall, they're applying pressure. They're going for this flood retake so before the plant has even gone down.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not even, you know, technically a retake round, but they give the site and then they collapse back onto it.
They are mine.
There's a tiny amount of danger here, but really not a lot. A Vandal, a Guardian in the hand of Aspas. It could snowball if Lev get a pick.
I just said with how close they are. Burning the showstopper. Even the Viper's Pit as well. If they get themselves onto the C site, would be difficult for G2, but they're actually going to use their own Viper's Pit first. Trying to P, making sure that he holds down that one choke point. Everybody now making movement towards B, but G2, look at this.
There.
It's diligence and discipline together, just holding it with a triple face out towards A. They are going to be so fast if they choose to flank this one. And already there, I mean, Colm was just jiggling, peeking out wide there with a knife, not expecting players to already be on that approach.
This is a nice call, though, from Lev, just re-clearing this spot with the contact, knowing that G2 are likely to back away. The satchel from Aspas might have given the game away here, though.
Oh, Trent, Odin in his hands. Lots of bodies, the wall drops, though. That's a classic play, you've got to be ready for that one as well.
This is now worrying, because Showstopper to get in, King's Pit, G2 have got to prod up some resistance here.
Looks more than winnable. Paranoia flying. Aspas. He's not shying away. He's brought down though. Icy, that's on his ult as well. Showstopper here with a rocket. Rebounding, potentially waiting. And it does strike back. Even anticipating that re-swing through the smoke. It's all heads up. And there was danger there, Josh, you're right. But it's all navigated quite perfectly.
It's Icy in the round, shutting down Aspas as he goes for that. It's nice pathing from Aspas. He gets hit by the Paranoia and blasts back a small way into sight, anticipating that it wasn't being held, and Icy was there to back up Valen. So far, G2 are calling really nice defensive setups. They're getting into sights at the right time, they're flood defending at the right time, catching these opportunities and putting the pressure onto Leviathan. Things here, though, start to reset again. Lev have ult advantages. They can start that snowball going once more. Big ultimate for G2.
I mean, Leaf is so far forwards here. How is he going to be escaping from the iron away? I mean, it's 1-for-1, but Leaf does so well to even get it in the first place.
Mazzino is so deep. He Omen ulted way into spawn.
Into the back line. Trent spots him, though. Smoke drops down. It will cover the retreat at least, but he is, I mean, just behind enemy lines, entirely expecting it, in fact, hearing it. With a satchel play, he knew that Icy was on that high ground angle, and he has caught a timing of a lifetime! Trying to clear this guy out of position, and it's just crumbled and tumbled out of the hands of G2.
That's a chaotic round. We've seen Mazzino go for those all the time. He was running that strat constantly on Leviathan last year.
Years ago.
And people were dealing with it really easily. But there, throwing the smoke for himself, playing inside of it. Wonderful punish onto Icy. And this, Another bizarre, chaotic way to open the round. Nice from Leaf to dominate the attacker's smoke. It's about the only way that you're going to be able to stop them there. But a very aggressive approach from Leaf. Normally, we wouldn't really be a fan of the Killjoy player getting up and aggressive playing in front of their setup. But I think it's justified in a round where the attackers have crazy ults to work with.
I agree. I think if you can try and force it out, maybe go 1-for-1 in that scenario, it does make it winnable. Unfortunately, it wasn't the case because they couldn't deal with Mazzino.
Exactly. Mazzino just creates all the chaos and wins the round single-handedly because G2 fumbled the attempt to deal with him.
Yeah.
But I find it difficult to assess where we're at with this half so far.
It is hard.
Because we've had such blowout attack sides. Almost every time we've seen Lotus be played in Americas recently, people have been getting 8, 9, 10, no problem. I mean, 11 sometimes as well. On a
and then comebacks occurring anyway.
Yep. So G2 getting 3 already out of 7, I think this is looking pretty decent for them. They're going to have another period later on in the half where they catch up with the ults as well. So even if Lev can build up a bit of momentum, I think G2 should be sitting pretty, especially with how well Valen called on Icebox.
I think that's carried forwards here. He's definitely cooking up game plans, thinking about the ultimates to a certain degree. And I just love the decisiveness, I think, as well, that G2 are making these decisions to take fights together. There's always the confidence there. It was missing on Breeze.
Horn one way, thrown over towards Mound. Leviathan, this is their classic way of being able to take it. Sometimes go for the one way, sometimes go for the closer smoke. It's actually the positioning here of Icy that I'm paying close attention to, because you can use your nade positioning to counter the lockdown. And again, the defenders have got to be thinking about those attack side ultimates. And you've got a great opportunity to do like a bounce nade. Can't exactly do that on the minimap actually, but you know, bouncing it off the corner there.
I get the point though.
And you can also try to do the same thing over towards B if you get a good read on where Lev are going.
Thinking ahead, trying to get one step ahead, really, of the lockdown in case it could become a problem. Not really too many good places to use it over towards A, so just the one way to cover Valen.
And this is supposed to be dragging players over. Lev applying that pressure to A, it's supposed to be pulling people, but Valen's opened the door, seen that there's nobody there, and he's calling the C hit already.
Oh yeah.
Excellent anticipation from Valen.
Very, very ready for it. What ults will even be offloaded?
30 seconds left.
So Nader trying to take the initiative forward here with a seize, and they collapse right through the choke point. There's a cacophony of util enough.
You should run.
Makes a foul concoction, but with all that expended, the lockdown now has a bit of freedom to get used. Still, the plant does need to go down here. And time was running short. Still, it clears the way all the way through, even connecting onto that kill into Leaf. I don't know why he's taking that fight out wide.
He's trying to break the lockdown there. He realized the lockdown was in a position where he could break it through the door, and he decided to send it.
So doubled up, smoke up, cuts up the angle. One more approach away for G2. Paranoia's good though. Satchel forwards! Mazzino, no way! Oh, he's just gliding through the sight, slicing him as Icy's going through the air.
What a player to step up and make his impact felt. He single-handedly wins one of the previous rounds by using his Omen ult, and this time navigates the near sight. What is this?
There's no
Tracking
shot.
Icy through the air whilst running backwards.
No way.
He's so good in those scrappy moments.
It's on a knife's edge that round was. Lev will find that footing. Zeno TP'd forwards. Valen, you really seek to try and refight this one. They're not even thinking about it. Mazzino again, the difference maker. You've got to have an extra layer, I think, if you're going to try and fight a rubble like that. Expecting at least that there could be a player to take up that space and positioning. Valen risks to be taken, and he knows it. Almost going for it. Speaking of risks as well, Leaf, look at this guy.
Trying to make the hero play. Down 3v4, knows that he can't make a normal defense work. Jonah on an off angle, another kind of hero setup.
Should get traded immediately, surely. Surely, locking it, ADS, Bulldog! That is just binding up to pieces! Shredded in place! Decay to vulnerability, all applying at the end there.
But he should have been traded.
Oh, he should have been traded immediately.
These defense players are so willing to take risks, and it is catching Lev off. despite the best efforts of Mazzino. What is this? Aspas looking to clear the box. It's the kill on King that's the most surprising, in my opinion. King should have been able to whip through that wall.
Yeah.
And you see glee and a bit of disbelief writ large on the face of Josh RT.
G2 this half. I mean, it's steadily becoming just an absolutely brilliant one. Like you said earlier, that given all the 9-3s, 8-4s, whatever else, we've seen one-sided in the favor of the attackers. Still could go into that direction, but that's an interesting one.
That's unfortunate. Leaf pulls it back.
There, recalls the alarm out anyway. Texto, opening kill found there. It's towards the B site.
That's a great shot. Jonah P was just jiggling to get a snake bite now. He must have barely shown himself.
Some of the G2 players scattered a little bit, I think, wondering where else Lev might have worked their way up through.
But once again, G2 are getting a really nice read on this, understanding that it's not an instant pivot into B. They've got 3 players ready to defend A.
Making the right call.
I'm very impressed.
Paranoia through the door there. Valen was blinded. He even just cuts it up with a smoke of his own here. This is excellent, to be honest. And even close quarters, action spraying and praying, but Icy is rewarded for it. And now that quick pivot, they hear the door being broken. Mazzino is going to be this extra backstabber lurking angle. Hearing it now, and he's got the ultra as well. Disengage entirely. He's backing away and through into the main angle. Leaf is going to be fast through with this one. G2 as well as the double-pronged attempt, and Leaf is none the wiser. Didn't expect Mazzino to be repositioning there with a place down, sitting nice and pretty onto that B site. This is now just an impossibility for G2 to decay. Already kicking in here for Trent.
Barely dodged the snake bite.
Yeah.
It should be too much.
You got to give it up.
They're going to look to save because these 2 players are the only ones with 4 credits the rest of G2 can buy. And as long as they keep bleeding out ults and putting themselves in good positions to win these rounds, it's going to end up being a decent defense half. They're chasing, Lever chasing, they're hunting.
Want these kills, they know the money's running low. Can hold tab and see it.
That's close.
Yeah, he's going to be safe, surely.
He almost got caught by the spike.
Almost, but...
Another really nice play from Mazzino, though.
Yeah.
They have to cancel the A hit. Oh, it was through the smoke as well. That's ridiculous, the kill on Jonah P. But yeah, Mazzino, you know, they have to cancel the A hit, pivot into B, acts as that insert in tree, gets the pick, Omen ults away, and Leaf's broken the turret, so he is ready, posted up.
I love the mixture as well of players stepping up to the challenge that we've seen so far in this series. I mean, we're being treated, to be honest. It's
nice gameplay.
Not the outcome that many of us were really expecting. I mean, Lev looked like they were just absolutely dog-walking most of Americas, to be honest, with the turnaround they've had. But this is G2 holding a candle to them still. But is that lead steady for Lev? Jiggling the angle here. IC with the nade and C's as well as combo. Seen Sentinels running something very similar. No connection there with a tether.
Tiny bit of chip damage onto Aspas.
Off the back of Mazzino TPing, I think, is what they chose to use it. Lev have found out there's that slight gap now over towards the A side, so they're walking into it. Leafs holding it, just slight pixel angle here. It's straight down with the Odin. Only a bit of damage though.
Very cool angle.
What is that?
That's so nice. It's an angle where the Odin can do damage, but you can't really get counter spammed. Penetration just not good enough with the Phantom or a Vandal.
There's hesitation in the left camp. They're calling for which direction to even go into here with a Paranoia to really just supplement and help with the supportive util, waiting for that wall to go down. Mazzino, he wins the fight out eventually. Icy dealt with. TP across. They realize that they've got access to that B side. Only a few players to really have to worry about. Trent up into heaven. And the back's against it as well.
This is not going to be a free retake, even though G2 have a player advantage. Lev have space, they're taking position over towards Waterfall, and it's a good plan for both them and Mazzino. Could easily be another round where Mazzino pulls out magic.
Who's it going to be swinging into in terms of the favor? I mean, Texas going walkabouts into their own spawn here, but the door opens wide. There's a fight. Snake bite.
Mazzino wasn't quite ready.
Yeah, Mazzino wasn't ready for it, but he's going to be spraying through. 6 bullets, got to reload. Another fight comes through. There's a Horn to set that one up and forwards. Tex still onto the angle, but now the last one left. Last man standing. Not for much longer. G2. They even this up here on their Lotus defensive sides, honestly. It's going to be really just a lights-out finish for the first half.
Got to agree. got to agree. G2 have handled this beautifully. I think they've got the read on what Lev are going for. They interrupted all of those moments where the momentum could have overwhelmed them.
Yep.
And even bringing out really cool stuff like that. I don't think I've seen that angle before for an Odin player. But it's a really nice one.
I'd have seen PaperX play it.
Yeah?
I think Forsaken when he picks up the Odin sometimes,
I mean, I could definitely believe that. The economy, not good. 2 stingers for Lev's top fraggers.
And the ults. Cherry on top of G2. Again, another one of these angles that just could be so punishing, but nobody steps into it. Side set forwards though. Aspas, Showstopper slowed down with a bullet tag. Has to commit the rocket though. It's just a 1-for-1 in terms of the ults going out and wide. The bullet tag on with the nades. He's a little bit delayed.
G2's flood defense here is going to be massive. Nightfall, Showstopper, how to Lev hold on?
They're so fast. Through it, I see. This rocket that could have been a difference maker. They would have taken the fight straight to them, just holding and locking down that choke point. That is the waterfall angle. Or the tails and trails are not going to be stopping them. I mean, the sound cues cut away. It matters not for them.
Bow down. What a round from King. Incredible shutdown and a 2K to boot.
You're choking.
I think it's still an excellent defense half from G2. But Lev have just stolen one back at the final hour.
And the money was bad.
Yep.
Barely any ults to work with. And yeah, it's a 7-5 finish. Flawless in the end.
But it probably should have been a slam dunk there with Nightfall Showstopper coming through from Waterfall.
You gotta imagine.
I want to see a replay. How on earth does he hit the shot onto Icy and then follow it up with another 2?
It's just insanity.
Yeah. A great, great finisher there.
Look at that. Yeah, just not watching for the angle. I mean, just cuts us up and around the pillar.
Just the timing. You see from Icy's POV, just doesn't see King at all.
Game of that timing well. Who the hell knows what's going to be happening into the second half here. Realistically, I mean, G2, they have set themselves up very nice and pretty up for their own attack side rounds. I'll send it down to Liz. She's down on the floor with some special G2 fans.
And those special G2 fans are Nicole and Jason, the parents of the superstar player Trent from G2. Yes, give it up, because this has been back and forth nail-biting. Nicole, I'm gonna come to you first. What is it like being here in the arena watching your son play?
I'm a nervous wreck. Like, I just, it's crazy. It's crazy. I just want them to do well and play their best, and hopefully they come out on top all the time, right? So, yeah.
I mean, I was watching you guys say, shoot, 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 shoot. It's this excitement. So I feel like if you're the excited one, what are you? Are you like the calm, cool, collected one? Are you more excited?
I try to be, but I'm pretty excited. It was a very fun journey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're the dad with a cool hat. See, that says Trent. Look at it right there. Beautiful. Nice embroidery. Now, I was talking to you guys before, and I'm a big believer in learning who has sacrificed what. You, as the parents of Trent, what have you sacrificed for him to achieve his dream of being a professional player?
Parenting, like he's basically like done it all himself. Like, we're so proud of him. He made this all happen for himself. We just support him. Like, we're just right behind him, cheering him on, and he's just making his dreams come true. And he's doing it all, you know. So happy for him.
When did you realize as a parent that, oh, I might be the mother or father of a superstar?
Well, that would be when he came to us and said, "Hey, I got a contract you have to sign," you know, because I'm not 18 yet. And I was like, I don't know what you're talking about, but let's sit down and figure it out. You know, we had no idea. No idea. We were blindsided.
So now you kind of like understand the game of Valorant, and you're like, all right, now you get it? All right.
Yeah, now we get it.
Now we have a game of Valorant to get back to. So casters, please take it away.
I mean, that's very funny to me. Trent just coming out of nowhere. Here's the contract, legally binding, 30 pages. Need to look through this.
I think that's a story we've heard many times with many of the pro players too. Turning that hobby into a career and becoming, a household name in American Valorant for sure.
Yeah.
Now, both of these Fade players playing the more supportive roles have not had those enormous impact rounds just yet.
Where are you?
Delayed horn up and over the top. Broken.
Yeah.
As we get into the pistol. Oh, and that's so much damage.
That is brave. A lot of damage done. Lucky to be alive there. Barely skirting past. Turret gone and done and dealt with the haunt as well. So it sets up IC nice and deep into this angle. Man down 2. Big fan of this position. You can play the post plant in a variety of ways. Tree control becomes important as well. Valen's going to be that first line of defense. It's just playing deep onto the site.
It's Leaf's positioning, actually, that I'm paying attention to, because he's going to be able to backstab the Lev players when they go for the retake.
Here comes Lev. Nade flying forwards. Doesn't really set them up nicely for that fight here, but Zeno is going to be rapid right through the approach there, but not expecting it. Jonah P tucked corner. Right click's not doing it, but just down to King. Only 48 health. He's got to spot out multiple players. Finds the kill, but already the time's ticking. Already drifting away from him. Pistol round for G2.
And locked up by Trent. A great opener for G2 there. We talked about the fact that 5 rounds on defense of Lotus. Already in the current meta, that's looking great. But to add a pistol round on top, at G2, they might be behind technically, but they're in control of this game right now. Icy's getting great value. I think a lot of people would be anticipating him getting gapped in this by Aspas.
Yeah.
And that just hasn't happened. Yeah, Aspas played phenomenally on Breeze, but map 2 and map 3, Icy's been right there. Blow for blow.
Putting up the numbers.
So this is a little different. Jonah using his Viper Orb to create that pressure over towards Mound. Swapping around the Omen and the Viper's responsibilities, Valen and Jonah.
Interesting way to take it as well.
Yeah, I think it's quite cool for your Seaside default, actually, because you can drop the orb whenever you like. I like that element to their game.
So push back that space. Start making moves over to a different direction. Leaf's also going to be seeing if he can probably get too much space done or work done over towards B on that side. Now, Lev have called a stack. It's a gamble from them, but might come up correct. Just depends on how much poking and prodding I think the rest of G2 do. They don't want anything to do with A.
It's a little unusual to end B against weaker weaponry, but I think Lev's buy is so weak here that you're not really worried.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, so due diligence shown, at least with the util. Clears a path. Taking baby door.
And this is another situation where
Placing sentry.
I think Lev just want to throw themselves into the spike. I don't think you want to allow those ult orbs to get harvested for the attackers.
Because then you go into the flow chart, and then it's a bonus round. They might have some ults to work with.
Yeah, and even though G2 did take the fight on the second round, I think they kind of made it more difficult for themselves, even though they did win out in those later situations where they stopped the avalanche. It required a bit of magic.
Yeah, Trent's going to go hunting. He's 3 away. The big one. He will go down, but it's still 2 away now from that one. And G2 will seek to get a bit of a move on. Losing a few players.
Yeah, this isn't going to do terrible damage to the economy, but I think it is good that Lev have just thrown themselves into the maw there.
Yeah.
Poison's off.
Who's the closest to an ult? I think it's Trent with his
It is Trent, yeah, he's 2 away.
Yeah, and 2 away. Probably, like most of the time, I don't think you're going to have that available this round. Now, we did see G2's defense be really, really passive in round 3. So I want to see a change from that from Lev, but you can definitely feel that they're thinking about that, right? Just the way that they've even played round 14 here. They're conscious of the fact that they don't want to be feeding G2.
Yeah.
So a force buy from Leaf.
Knocking down the money. He's going to be holding.
Aspas denying that C orb, or at least making an attempt to.
In fact, Lev doing it on both sides of the map. I mean, look at his deep position of Zeno.
Yeah, I've missed whether or not they've already taken the A orb, actually. They may have done that. And of course, if you've taken it, then you can give up that space in the mid-round and you're not so bothered.
G2 going for that A-Rob will retake, though. They put a cross-map molly.
It is still there, the ult orb.
Snake bites. Some out wide.
And Aspas has drifted, was defending C, now over to B.
Zeno, I mean, they just cleared us with a snake bite. They might not even expect him to already be up there. Oh, he's in the animation. Spotted him, backs away. TP might be necessary here, at least to disengage in a way. Yep, it's an evacuation.
He was literally in another world. I mean, Omen players getting jump scared as they come out of their smoke animation.
You can probably relate to that.
Look at the positioning here of Com.
Door opens. About 40 seconds to the mark now for G2 to start to make some movement around the map. Nade forwards here, but they haven't cleared out. This guy is tearing them apart across 5 set up Valen. There's that response. But he's been softened up down to 7 HP.
30 seconds left.
Does have the spike, but just, yeah, not anticipating that position. So, Lev winning the round. That gun advantage.
Yeah, and I did misspeak actually at the start of the round. I thought it was only Leaf that had forced, but Leaf and Valen both forced in that, what should have been, I think, a bonus. And now their economy's in a bit of an unusual spot again. Team's not playing these pure bonuses, and it's hurting them. Nice bait and switch setup, though, for Lev on defense.
Yeah.
Com only had 1 kill, I think, in the first half. Playing very supportively. And now he's starting to find more opportunities to have impact.
Ripped up from G2, but Aspas taking punch shots, and heads will roll. It's answered, but honestly, the damage has been done here by Aspas already. Might be able to receive a rifle.
If Tex goes down...
Upgrade. Tex, though, it's the off-angle play in the movement, just ajar with it. Not making himself that easy sitting duck.
And a pointless hypothetical there. If Tex goes down, he's good for it.
Yeah.
He's been excellent in this series. The third map, you know, it's slow to heat up, I think, hasn't really had that same level of impact that we've seen from some of the other players in this squad, Zeno in particular. But Lev's win in round 15 has really changed the tide of this game. Rifles finally back for G2. Valen actually ended up buying down again in this round, so he's coming in with a Bulldog again. Mismanaging the economy a bit here for G2.
Yeah. Just prioritizing the full armor, I think, as well, just in case Aspas is going for an outlaw purchase, which he's known to do. Aspas on the other side of the map, he's already got his ult on through the A side, so that should trigger some response, at least from G2. Valen commits it with the ult as well. He knows he's got that space there with a... Can't get the kill. And the Prowler was just chasing, biting away at the heels.
He knows that both of these players anchoring on C have no audio because of the Nightfall.
This retake from Lev now does have some potency behind it, like I said. Well, that A pressure, Valen. He's dropped nice and early into this one. Nade rebounding forwards, but some kills need to be found here on the G2 side. They can't just give all this ground freely gained. Aspas, now is the time to let loose with it. And a rocket, it's a racket, not too much more past that. The rifles really seem to be doing most of the work. Torpedo, plan for Mound is still having to clear out these players, and they are doubled up onto it. Really miscommunication, but eventually getting onto it with the defuse, making sure that they can shut down that G2 approach.
It's a nice idea for G2. Nightfall, Omen ult. See if we can set up a play where Valen wins the round, because the headphones have been disabled for the defenders. But he couldn't find his opportunity. Almost got the punish. And instead it was Tex who turned around and dropped his former IGL. A change of fates. Some bitter irony. At G2, they were in the driver's seat. In round 13, 14, it felt like we could have seen some momentum gained. But that defense side for Lev, they're finding those openings. A reminder that Leviathan's defense on Lotus, when we saw Aspas dropping crazy kills, 47 kills, their defense wasn't that great.
No, it wasn't. Losing a lot, but honestly, those losses you can learn quite a bit from. G2 take this opportunity to go for a fast B-pop here. Sticking onto the plan, you got to be joking me, man. And it's so rapid in terms of the flirt. Just trying to push them back and away. Spike. No man's land for G2.
Very similar to what G2 went for themselves.
Yeah, they did.
The Nightfall insta-flood into B.
Great response. Away the sound cues. I mean, it's G2. They don't know when to actually take those timings to try and fight them and push them back. They don't know what's occurring.
And you're there so quickly, before the plant can even hit the ground. A great way of keeping G2 reeling.
Love staying more than competitive here. 50 seconds into this round. It'll take a miracle. Noise made. Reclear's caught by Lev. But even though the Valen's got this rifle here forwards, the paranoia, it's a good connection. Tripled up as well. They're really leaving no gaps at all. Not even a single crumb. So Lev here up to 11. So the 7 rounds that G2 have got, and for as much as we were talking about how good that half was for G2, time has to be taken. I completely agree with, because they're really running out of chances.
4 rounds in a row now for Leviathan. And I agree. G2 were in the ascendancy. It was looking like they had an opportunity to get a massive scalp here. And instead, this chance at an upset against Lev is slipping further away from them. Sen fans rejoicing.
Apparently so, just at least to give them any chance to get themselves into playoffs. But
And a reminder that these kind of games are actually pivotal. Leviathan essentially lock themselves up in the playoffs with this win, and G2, they're in a battle in such a competitive group.
It's the most competitive group that we've got. I mean, almost everybody up there. When Sen's at the bottom of the group, you know you're in a competitive group.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And G2, they're 2-1 right now. If they lost this game, they would have the same record as Sentinels at the bottom. And no guarantee that there would be more than the average amount sent from the Alpha group.
Yeah.
And the desk were talking about how the rules
There's all
work.
sorts of possibilities.
Yeah, there's still a lot of different ways that these groups can shake out.
Right now the focus is all on this map. All on this match, this series. The turning point's got to start here for G2. Lev being in control 4 rounds in a row now.
Time to work.
Tools are available here for G2.
Mixing things up. King was defending over towards C. Now he's moved A to give Tex the backup. So rotating that defensive setup. Lev play for mount control, open the door. Now they have front B control. Happy to drive the whole of G2 into A.
Oh, they want to fight this. Leaf. Oh, he's just found him. The one lurking player playing in that position and angle, and the entirety of A now opens up for him on top of it. Icy. He's going to have that ult to showstopper. Does he choose to use it here? Yes. Maybe to offset it at least. Make it a nice and even. Flying forwards. Maybe not the intended target, but I think he was just hoping it would catch onto someone. And now, shoes on the other foot. G2 find themselves advantaged here into the post, still holding those close positions. It's up to Lev really to use that Utah to try and clear it. It's a Paranoian peak, and that is beautiful. Mazino, good timing and discipline taken with it. Satchel forward from Aspas. Smoke up, horn broken. Close corner by Valin, not anticipated. And this guy, a thorn in their side here. Leave it to Aspas once more, but it is an unwinnable situation. It should be, in all likelihood, and he recognizes it. Up and away, satcheling. Needs to keep this gun. Not entirely the end of the world if he does lose it. 5.8k to his name, but still, G2 hunting down the kills.
Lev's game plan on defense worked. They cleared out the lurker and drove the hit into A. But what they weren't anticipating was that Icy would be able to find a pick with the showstopper and then cement himself nicely onto Heaven. They found 2 kills here. You know, one onto King, and then immediately afterwards, the showstopper came through. And then didn't clear the site thoroughly. Mazino still had Paranoia to work with and was just, you know, running forwards to tap the spike, expecting that G2 had fallen all the way back. Big rubble fight now.
Massive one. This one could just turn the tide. It's fighting all the way through. I mean, listen, lit up like beacons here, but no kills really to be collected. Running through them with all that util. I mean, they're just choked entirely. Can't get past the snake bites. And Leaf. Almost the entire chamber expended there.
Yo, that is a nasty anti-strat from Leviathan. They're throwing down Mazino's smoke so that Aspas can hide inside of it and dodge the haunt. Look at the difference in value that the haunt gets there in that rubble fight. The attacker's haunt is designed to try to light up Aspas when he goes forwards. Look, Aspas is inside the smoke here.
Fully hidden.
Dodges the haunt. Meanwhile, he's fighting somebody that's lit up, and then Mazino teleports up on top.
1-2 punch.
Sick play that Lev have not brought out very much here, and using it at the final hour to get them up to match point.
And that has got to be a defining moment, hasn't it, surely? Like you said, match point. Map point. This is it. Mazino breaking that haunt again, disrespecting them. A pit drop down towards C. The avenues closing away here. Lev just seeking to ferry and push G2 right towards them. Got a stack of players over towards B. They haven't lost control of rubble at all. Nanoswarms making sure to clear that alarm bot that is commonly placed.
Leaf takes lockdown. How do you run it here? No matter where you put it, it's going to be right next to King's ultimate. You've got to try to push King back, lockdown, and then punish him if he goes for it. No, they back away.
With a minute left here, again. You're taking your time with this one. The back of my mind, I'm worried for G2. Aspas of a showstopper.
Yeah, I think no matter where Leaf tries to get this ult off, Aspas is going to be kind of tracking them around the map.
He's going to have answers for it.
Because it's it's almost impossible for the lockdown to be used on C, and I think Aspas is going to realize this in a moment.
And here's the chokehold. Lockdown. Got to be respected here.
30 seconds left.
Not quite though, Aspas. Look at this guy. I mean, he just sends flying for the nade. Will get out, so he's not quite detained. Trent is beamed down in the approach. And yes, detained, but Icy needs to follow through with this one. He needs a few more kills right into the choke point. There goes the nade. It does prevent that one with the pit drop down. Now the showstopper. Aspas. He's finding that value, finding that work down. 3 left to stand for G2. And the hopes and dreams of this series. They stand, and they might just fall right here, right now. But G2 from the moor almost. Pulling it back into their hands. And it turns just like that. Aspas again left in this spot in a 1v3. Has to give it up. So tenuous between these two teams. You just didn't know which direction it's going to go into here. But G2 looking to breathe another day.
I think that's another one of those situations, Brent, where running at Aspas with the showstopper and forcing it out early is the play that's won G2 the round. They can't afford for the showstopper to counter the pit. You know, if Aspas runs forward with the showstopper and everyone on G2 cowers and hides, he's gonna get a ridiculous ult off. And instead, I'm not even sure who it is, but somebody jumps in front of that one and just takes it for the rest of the team. Here it is.
Yeah.
Leaf putting his body on the line, getting that ult out early, and it allows the rest of the team to dominate the pit. Great work from Leaf. Tack timeout for Leviathan, who are up on match point. They've had 4 opportunities, or rather, they have 4 opportunities. 1 of them now gone, 3 left.
What do you call this timeout as well? I mean, having to use ults to really even just fight back here. G2 barely squeaking through.
You can try to run trap plays off the ult orbs. I'm actually a little surprised that they haven't tried to do that at any point.
Yeah.
We have not seen, what were we talking about as Lev's biggest strength in the game against NRG? It was the defense re-clears. We've actually not seen many of those. We haven't seen them lose mount control, take front B and do a trap play into mount. You know, where they re-clear with a paranoia or that kind of thing. We haven't seen them put Mazzino into tree and do a horn paranoia re-clear of rubble. We've not seen any of those kind of strategies come out from Lev. And I think identifying this round as one where Trent is 1 away from Nightfall, pick an ult orb, do a kind of trap play off the back of it where you re-clear that space. I think that'd be a really nice idea to go for.
You might have read your minds here. Side by side, Mazzino and Aspas over towards C, looking to contest this one. It's a one-way. Pre-placed, looking like Aspas as well. A high-low setup.
Mazzino's positioning here is really nice to see over the top of any kind of orb, any kind of smoke that G2 used to take mount. Having said that, actually, it doesn't really work as well with the Viper smoke, does it?
Doubled up, though. Off angles from Lev. Guns, barrels might be spotted. This game of timing is just brutal. G2 picked to pieces here as they look to just re-aggress over towards A, and they just don't expect King. The bait and switch play. Straight from the playbook of Lev. I mean, they pulled this one out earlier.
It's great. They dominate both ult orbs in the fight. C fought 4, A fought 4, and Tex, he gets that opportunity to drive the dagger into the back of G2. It's left down to Trent and Jonah P. In a 2v5, it's not possible. Lev have navigated these difficulties.
Where are you?
And it's all but wrapped up.
35 seconds left in the round. Contact plays in order here just to try and find any sort of advantage in the round, but it is wrapped up.
30
Surely it
left.
should be. It's a mountain to overcome here, but Lev tested, pushed. Trent finds it. At least 1 kill to stay alive. A bit of breathing room into the round, but not surely the series. Tapping, not even sticking here into it. Paranoia in his face. Wide face, Mazzino. He finds that finishing blow. And Leviathan, they were pushed. They were tested in this series, but they come out on top. And with that, I believe, locking up their playoff spot.
Great work here for Lev.
Damn. It's crazy that G2 had a better showing against Lev than like Sentinels and Energy.
Into C, hiding inside the smoke. Couple of big rounds. He's tracking on IC to deny the showstopper as the retake was happening in a different round on C. major moments. This team continues.
G2 is
to
actually a
impress. Yes, it was
solid
2-1
team,
victory.
like.
Yes, they couldn't really convert on their icebox defense, but there are still really nice positives to take away from this game.
I've got confirmation yet. Lev have locked up their playoff spot with this win here today. It's a hard fight for them. I mean, G2 really did put up a fantastic fight, pushing them all the way to that map 3. But today, it's Lev again, largely in charge. They made such a turning point from the middle section of Spain.
Yeah, their last game is against Crew, right? It's like Leviathan Crew, and it's like.
The 3 Brazilian teams who are all struggling, and the only other team that's doing fairly well is 100 Thieves in there. But Lev looking.
Oh no, they played. No, Crew is unbeaten.
Maybe making a case for the top.
Yeah, they lost to C9 on the first week. They won against Sen and Energy. Energy. And then they win against G2 here. So they should play Crew next week, right?
Heroic moments. It wasn't just, you know, Aspas dominating. Individual step-ups across the board on both of these teams, I think, as well, and the calling of Valen. You know,
yeah, they play Sunday. No, they play Saturday. It's Energy and the Thieves. Crew Leviathan.
Exactly, it looked like it was just going to be over, but to bring it back there still, unable to get it over the line. Lev win the day today. But man, definitely deserved. They're looking like a team that are making a claim for that top spot in NA right now as one of those world beaters.
The LATAM teams are both at the top of their respective groups. I think Crew is still at the top of the Alpha group.
Yeah, Crew is Rio. They're playing against Loud tomorrow. Oh no, they're playing today. Yeah, it's the 4th match.
Let's send it down to Liz, who's down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Man, I kinda like both teams, you know. I want Crew to win because they've shown a lot of cool stuff. And they've been very solid.
You are one of the best players in the world?
I don't think. No, maybe. I don't know. Maybe.
That's fair. That's completely fair. Now, I have to ask.
But I also want Loud to like wake up, you know.
Was this revenge for Tex this game?
For me, it was another game. Maybe for Tex was different, but it was a fun game and a tough game.
Yeah, how was it playing against G2 going to a map 3? Did you expect G2 to be that difficult?
Yeah, I always expect everything from the enemy team. You can never like go in a match thinking, wow, it's gonna be easy. You can like, you need to do the best that you can when you are preparing for a match, so you never like look down on your opponents.
So I learned, you just told me you got married 5 months ago, and I was talking to a lot of people. We didn't realize that you're a married man. So talk to me about having the support of that partner, your wife.
Oh, it's really important. She's always with me. Like every day that I have match, she cooks something for me because I eat at home with her. And she's always support me with everything. She's always with me. And in every decision that I make, she's giving me the support. So even if I make something wrong, she's there with me.
Oh, I love that. And very last question. Brendan Sideshow said that Leviathan are making a case for being one of, if not the best team in the Americas. Do you believe that? Do you believe you're one of the best teams in the Americas right now?
I don't know. I hope so. We are working really hard, and I hope we can like make the efforts work.
Well, from me to you, you are absolutely fantastic. Your team is absolutely fantastic, and the fans absolutely adore you. So thank you so much, Aspas. Literally the record holder. But we're gonna go to a break, but stay tuned because we have a heck of a match. It is Crew versus Loud.
gives you wings.
Siento que el AO tiene un equipo bastante sólido en el tema estratégico. Siento que tienen como a un capitán IGL que es Sadak, que resalta mucho por su forma de cómo plantea el juego.
In a 2v2 now, Sadak has his ult. Sadak's gonna have to do it on his own. The flash up. It's Jazep on the other side, and Sadak clutches it out.
O jogo contra a Cru eu acho que vai ser um jogo muito difícil, principalmente porque agora eles estão com um jogador novo que é muito bom mecanicamente, que é o Hit.
Positioning here, still he will pick it up without really too much of a challenge here because the players are low. Jorgamon, so into the open, the trades are not online.
Agora o nosso próximo confronto vai ser difícil, eles são um time que está muito bem no campeonato, então realmente a gente vai ter que se preparar muito bem para enfrentar eles porque não é um time bobo.
De que que Cru quedó 0-9 el año pasado y queremos demostrar que no va a ser así obviamente este año. Queremos darle una alegría a la gente de LATAM y siento que se la estamos dando y falta mucho por entregarle.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. We're finally here, the final match of Super Week. Look at this guy. And my guy's he's doing the jumping jacks. He's doing the whatever. Look at me. Do I look like I work out?
And the bottle flip?
Oh my god.
Hold up.
Crew's winning it all. There is no... This is the proof that this team is undefeated.
Hold up. We got to come to the camera real fast. When we get to the studio, we're going to have to engage.
We're not coming to us because they're still going. Oh. Okay, you did not show that.
All right, you're a pro player.
Oh my gosh.
Myrna,
oh my god.
Bottle flip.
Do it. Team building exercise.
Team building exercise.
Oh, that was looking good.
So
Yo, I blame the texture of the desk.
No, he plays in Pacific.
Oh, God.
Oh, that was a good one.
Honestly, that's most.
Don't worry, GB, he's done.
Guys, I'm fired. Everyone can rejoice.
Most relatable analyst test of 2016.
That was good. That was good. All right, well, let's go ahead and talk about some big news, breaking news, because Leviathan have clinched their spot in the playoffs with that victory. And if you're a Lev fan, you're excited about this. If you're the Lev guys, the team who didn't think they'd be in this position at the start of the year with the way things were going.
Yeah, I mean, after that match against C9, a lot of people were big doomers about this team, but they bounced back so strong. It's a fantastic win for them to secure.
Yeah, I mean, their last 3 games in a row have all been super impressive wins. I think against NRG and Sen in particular had people believing in this roster, and they close out strong against G2.
Sentinels fans also eating good.
Yes.
Yes, now that G2 are still tied with them down at the bottom of that alpha group.
Yeah, that's right. All right, well, let's go ahead, though, and shift our focus here to our match at hand. Loud, of course, the defending America's champions. Now, they just finished 4th in Madrid, and here they are in a very precarious position, Athena. They find themselves at the bottom of the standings, which when you think of Loud, you think instantly of success, and yet that's not the case this stage.
Yeah, it genuinely makes no sense, but it does make sense when you do watch the way that they're playing. So unlucky. It feels like a lot of their strats, a lot of the way they normally play, they're just so out of form. And I don't know, I feel like they've had a game plan, but it's just not working out for them.
Yeah, it felt like a lot of, they had a good initial game plan. I actually liked some of the new comps they were bringing out, but when it got sloppy, when it got into like the weird late rounds against Cloud9, the pinnacle of like winning in sloppy, scrappy moments, Oxy running into their spawn, things like that, they really struggled to deal with those kind of off-timing plays, and then that started to snowball for Cloud9 into winning that series.
And that's something that you'd expect Loud to be so good at, especially dealing with, a very aggressive duelist. This is a core that's been together for so long, played at the highest levels every single time, never missing international. Like, this is a team that should not be getting run over by those sorts of things.
And it's funny because Loud has always been a team who has regular season games like that. If we remember last season, every win was 2-1. Every win was coming down to these last little minutes. But the thing then was that Osbos and Les were constantly bailing them out of these situations, and we just haven't seen quite that same firepower, that same ability to salvage these crazy games from Quick and from this year's roster.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of questions as we get ready for this matchup, but thankfully, though, we got Elizabeth standing by to hear from Kalmanzine to maybe get us some answers.
All right, Kalmanzine, come on over. Hello. So let your team go through really quickly. Yeah. How are you?
I'm fine.
Good. All right, I have a question for you.
Okay.
You are now secondary calling. So what has that change been like now that you're fragging out?
Agora você é uma espécie de co-capitão, né? Como é que você se sente agora que isso está acontecendo?
Acho que eu me sinto muito bem, porque eu calo muito pra mim na frente junto com o QCK. Então eu pego umas killzinhas, baito ele, e pra mim tá sendo bom.
I think for me it's really good. I am right at the front with QCK, and I do the calls, get a little kills, so it's kind of cool.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
There we go.
All right, they got that fist bump. That's what's important. Okay, so, well, let's actually talk about Kalmanzine, stepping into that role a little bit here, because it has allowed Sadak to get a little silly and have some fun. And
but that's inferring that Sadak didn't get silly when anyone else was secondary.
He stays silly, but now he's sillier.
Deadlock is peak silly.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
Pushing in front of your deadlock wall is even
that's what's
more
crazy to
of a
me.
peak of
Because
silly.
I liked some of the ideas with the deadlock. We were kind of trying to break it down, right? You have like these stuns that make it really tough to clear towards C. But he was just fighting in front of his util every round. And I think he was put in a position where he felt like he had to be the playmaker, which was so strange.
I mean, I feel like when you pick Deadlock, I am so excited to see the plays that are surrounding it. But literally, it just felt like he just kind of felt like it. Like,
He just wanted to protect his utility. Come on, guys.
Space select.
No, he literally just started using Deadlock the way that he wanted to play. And I'm just like, I wanted to see a lot more. There's so many more things you can do.
Yeah.
Absolutely shutting down choke points. But I didn't see any of that.
I think defensively, I didn't see that. I will say on attack and post plants, that's where Deadlock is at our strongest IMO. Like, that is so dominant, where you can lock down an entire choke with the
that
wall.
wall, when you're on that like 40-second timer, is so huge.
It just eats bullets, eats time, and then you're also getting stunned as you run into sight because you have to make noise to retake a site. Like, I do think that's where it looked pretty solid for me when they were actually able to plant the spike.
Sure, but I think the issues did come down to that defense where they were really running out of time, running out of options, right?
I agree.
And they ended up constantly losing A on Lotus, so they felt like they had to make these forward plays there and pull the Deadlock away. That setup was never actually getting tested towards CNB.
I'm not a Deadlock sympathizer.
I was going to ask, do you think that we see a little bit of Deadlock today, potentially?
I mean, I would imagine if they get Lotus, they're playing it again because it's their second match in Super Week. You don't have a lot of time to adjust and pivot.
Oh my god, I'm not ready for that.
I did forget about that whenever you say the word.
I mean, when you do, maybe this time when they play Deadlock, it's going to be actually, they're going to watch their VOD and realize, like, here are the mistakes that we did. Like, here's what happened. And so maybe picking it now, they'll be like, we actually know how to play around it for defense, and maybe just don't be too silly.
Yeah, maybe not to be too silly, but real quick, Super Week.
They just don't like you, Mimi.
They just don't like you, Mimi. I just wanted to make
That's
sure.
okay.
All right, well, let's go ahead, though, and look at their opponents on the other side of the stage. You got Crew. They're 3-0 in Stage 1. The top team in Alpha Group. Words that I'm saying out loud. I am so thrilled for these guys after the ringer that they have been put in to find themselves here today. But it is important to note, though, that their wins came against, I don't want to say weaker opponents, but just...
You could say that.
Yeah, I guess so.
MIBR, Furia, both winless thus far.
Yeah.
Who got the crazy
Just a
upset
nice
against
guy.
Sen, but was definitely not in that form against Crew. I think it can be questioned how real the run is, right? But still, the way in which they're winning the games, the dominance at which they're pulling it off, the level the players are hitting right now makes me think that even though the opponents haven't been a big challenge like they'll have today against Loud, they are, like, this is real. Crew is
another undefeated or another winless team in Loud, right? But I agree with you in the sentiment of
it's a little different with Loud.
Yeah, 100%. And honestly, like, I think that I want to not go all in on Crew just yet. I think that's dangerous, but I do think it's perfectly fine to start getting more and more excited.
So you
about
think
this.
it's like a steady amount of crouping?
Not gonna lie,
Scaling the crouping.
the yapping is fucking killing me.
10, how hard?
If you want to listen to that, go somewhere else. Okay, finally.
God, what a turnaround for Crew. I'm such a fan of this team right now. I love what they've been doing, how Klaus has revitalized them as that new IGL. Really fantastic work. Crucial. So crucial that Loud get the win here.
Interesting, we actually see Sadak, instead of Coenzine, picking up Breach duties now. The latter, of course, over to the Sky instead. Maybe related to some of the role reassignments here for Loud. Les wants to try and advance up behind this poison orb here, but spotted by the camp instantly, perhaps with some of his cohorts there in B main.
Cam placed by Klaus, which is interesting. Typically playing the Viper, and Shy would be the one on the Sentinel, but a small switch as Loud take the site with these. Full retake now for Crew.
The nades, that hits hard. Sadak is able to get away, but only barely. No trips here on the B side, just the one in the middle of the map. So Klaus is going to have to get this done the old-fashioned way. QCK takes a swing. Klaus, though, opens up first. Newly dubbed caller for Crew. It's going to be Heat trying to work his way through rafters here. And Coenzine would love to try and start a pinch here with the players in B main, but this has to happen at the right time. It has to happen together. Shy forced away back around the corner, but Coenzine has to overextend to find the kill. He does so. Still 4 defenders on the site. Coenzine and Co have to act quickly, but Sadak has fallen as well. Les is going to bully his way through. Coenzine got close. But Klaus will come in with a defuse.
Fantastic play from him, just slips out early. So many kills on the retake. And crucially, that first one, the fight against QCK, a duelist that you're looking at to seriously step it up for Loud at this point in the stage. Yet to put up a positive performance on a map up until this point. And of course, massive shoes to fill in the form of Ospas. That has just been the narrative all of this year when we're talking about this squad. Fantastic start here, though, for Crew, despite Coenzine's best efforts. It was that one tripwire in mid from Klaus that alerted them to that. The Cypher making a difference already. We've seen it so strong in this current meta. It's what Sentinels use on this map to win Madrid.
Fast hit up ramps here for QCK. Melsa gets caught out there, stunned up by the fault line. And now we'll actually see Loud pull it back. Not even towards A main, no, like entirely. Cutting noise and cancelling on this hit. But where else do they get activated?
And Loud, of course, they have actually opted to force into this. Great entry from QCK. That standard double satchel up ramp with the Sky Flash to open the round. Just an easy way to get map control there to pressure and at best get a pick, which is what they've done. And in the meantime, it was just Sadhak containing over towards B so they can work now into that site. Where Klaus has just left his setup to get the information, which he's about to have. Actually goes for a kill, a little bit risky, but once again, going to be able to get out. In similar situation to the pistol, we're going to be in a full retake situation here.
Cam still getting value though. Big Brother presiding over the B side. Trips got cleared by the Trailblazer now, and Loud are in and amongst this site, but Kesnit chooses this moment to emerge from defender spawn. 2 years nicely done. Shy picked up. Klaus needs to check new box steering. He does. Very, very low as the Cypher, but still a lot to do. Into the back of sight, allowed. They are grouped here. This could be a mass swing from Crew. It could be dangerous. It'll be a trade of 1-for-1, but Sadak has seen better days. Tunis has the off angle, though. And Loud converts.
Great setup from Loud there. I mean, you can't ask for much more, right? They have full site control, so of course they're going to plant for B main. Double stack in the back. Player around pillar, player in B main. How are you ever going to crack that crossfire? Nigh impossible. Well done from them. And credit to QCK, we were just talking about him. They force into the round. Bold move from Loud. And he opens things up, makes it all possible. And again, we are just looking at him to step up for this team. Get Loud's first win of this stage. A win they need so desperately. Crew now on the eco.
Might be another fast hit towards ramp, or at least Sadak is gearing up for a fault line. There is no capitalization from Loud there, though. Very much just conditioning, as we saw in the previous round. More of a default look for Loud now, and they're not looking for any early fights.
Crew actually expended their paranoia there, thinking that there could have been a player up into that A ramp position. And because they didn't catch anyone out, look at that massive rotate towards B. Loud have just completely cut noise. They're going for the re-hit.
This macro is so good for Loud so far.
Working the map quite nicely.
All they did was cancel on A, and 4 players from Crew get dragged over to the B side. Now it's time to strike while the anvil is hot. And that's exactly what Loud will do. Into the side they go. Rotations on the way here for Crew. Kesnit is just about to get some action over there at screens, but already 3 players from Loud onto the site. And now they're well embedded, well anchored, with a player left over towards ramp, and another right in towards sewer.
Meltzer gave them the smoke to try and work in, and Keznit takes advantage of it. Clean fight with Sadhak to open things up.
Cowanzine probably unable to believe what just happened there. He had no opportunity to make the trade. 2 Years has a great angle. He's able to TP up there and be a nuisance. Melzer eventually will get a sniff and doesn't want to come down, but Unreal from heaven? Cruz able to find that key kill. The Classic starting to sing, but QCK once more has risen to the challenge. Keznit's very, very low, and Melzer will still go for it. No reason not to. Getting that goal off QCK would be big for Keznit. There might be a chance here as they cross each other. 3 for Keznit and a rifle. Not too shabby.
We'll take that. I mean, I like as if Bro thinks he's on the team. But Crew will take that for sure. A lot of damage done there for against the Loud team. And with an opportunity to start getting their economy rolling, and that's going to get stopped in its tracks.
The reads here from Loud are impeccable, Wyatt.
I do like how they played that. I mean, it was just based on whatever player that was who was hanging around A, heard the paranoia that was sent out, the false info that was, you know, gained from Crew pushing forward there, and Loud take full advantage of it. It was really nicely done. Early dog here from Cowanzine, gonna get broken by Melzer, and from that pressure is gonna TP off, but a pretty key piece of utility nullified right away.
Have a bit of a pause in the action here as Crew do dedicate some resources to this A side of the map. Strictly on virtue of what they heard earlier. Klaus here. In a position to peek towards B main, sees very little. Shy though gets some attention up mid. That's a fault line. It's going to force him back over towards ropes, allowing Loud to set up here in the middle part of the map. This will draw some attention from the B Heaven side.
Good reposition here from Melzer. You can see he's over in A main, and that's allowed Crew to stack up a little bit more aggressively towards Heaven, with Shy as well playing back towards A. So they're going to be quite fast to retake here into B to be able to pressure this hit that's about to come in from the Loud side.
Heat there, heard it, everything he needed to. Okay, aftershock there to the back of the site. That's the cross with the satchel. Clouds flash briefly, but holds his line. Paranoia comes in, and that one's going to be harder to fight through. 2 Years, though, crucially, takes the sky down. And now you've got to try and come back into this with no flashes. The snake bites at least. Les can set up with those in the post line, and once more, you've got the triangle set up with a player in B main. Shy steps up, sat down instantly. It's all up to Melzer, yet to find a kill, at least with a Paranoia.
Could be the key piece of utility, but again, look at these positions for Loud, just spread into a perfect crossfire here, even without the spike planted, you know, or rather with the spike planted on default, not in B main for the perfect crossfire setup. I mean, even still, how can you crack this as a lone player, right? Melzer's just gonna opt to save, bring that Hero Vandal into the next round, see if he can make something happen then. Of course, a lot of talk about him and being the ex-IGL of the team was last year, and is now swapped over with Klaus for the sake of his own comfortability, for the ability to to pop off, have impact moments, be able to frag, focus on his own game. And we've seen him able to do that so far in this season. I mean, really, all the players on Crew have just been showing off so much of their individual prowess. And just how much that one simple move, swapping that IGL role back to Klaus, has really unlocked some of these guys.
Pretty strong fundamentals there for Loud, just those trades into B give them a favorable post plan.
And you can see right now, Sadhak on the map, it looks like he's ready for a stun going up into A Heaven. And there's gonna be a fast play up there.
Yep, they've been conditioning this fault line, Wyatt. Now they might look to actually play off of it. Also though, goes deep into B main, gets a fair bit of information.
Actually taking things just a little bit slower right now.
You see the feet. Clouds pings them out now and even gets a tag with the cam. This is going to force QCK to head back down ramp. Cowanzine to follow.
Keznit dropping down, just actually given a hero rifle, but gets swatted down by Les. Can that rifle even be recovered at this point? Yeah, cage thrown down by Klaus to get it back into their hands. The only real thing that could be the key into getting an upset round win here. And B main is being controlled by Melzer, has been this entire round, just putting down a smoke there, which has allowed Crew to play elsewhere on the map, focus more heavily on A, which is where the real hit is gathering up. And Klaus, frankly, he has a chance to be the hero with that Vandal. Trip set up on the site. He could go crazy anchoring right now. One through the wall already.
Perfect off the timing of the Seeker. Cloud strikes. He's found a second here. Aftershock would have been a problem for him, but Sardak brings him down anyway. A rifle there to be potentially recovered by Shy. Beautiful explosion by Heat there from Rafters, and now it's up to less. With the spikes so far away, the Seekers are going to confirm the position of the Viper here. The crew have all their angles covered. Melsa doesn't want to challenge this necessarily with just the Sheriff.
10 seconds
But another confirmation.
Yeah, the drop.
Swing the smoke. He's going to have a crack.
Okay.
Crew get themselves one back.
Really well done from Klaus. I mean, he was the man in position to make or break that round for Crew, and he steps up Loud, hitting into that Cypher setup. Him just able to swing back elbow. I mean, of course, listen, the first one you're just spraying through the Viper wall, we'll take that.
I mean, it's off the Seeker timing, right? That was nice. Good for two, and then this explosion. Oh, I love that.
A really nice flood there from Crew. In the 4v5 as well, Coach Adams happy about that. He's been doing a great job with his squad since last year. The success they had in LCQ up till now. Fast play in to be here from Loud. And Kevin shuts it down.
Perfect. Playing off Melza there, hastily getting out of B main. Loud kind of knowing that Crew must have stuck him up pretty close to have peace of mind about remaining on A even after they cut noise in the prior round. That is a great exchange. Let's
just pick 1v2 die. Holy.
Rolling Thunder available here for Sardak.
Shy just jiggling to spot things out. Gonna play this one safely. Just keep backing up, jump spotting. And nobody has it getting aggressive, but Satchel's going a little bit awry.
I mean, he's pushing people back, like, he's gaining time.
In that space, they've been able to re-clear it, and now it's on Loud to
They
have
lost
to
the Cypher, though.
that space again. Kawanzin does have the dog.
It's a lot of
on this
holds
3-on-4 now.
on the map.
But with only 40 seconds left and essentially no map control, this one is going to be extremely tough. If they do end up in A, they're going to run into that Cypher setup as well.
Cypher is dead.
Should he need it has a Trailblazer to re-clear. There might be a
30
play into
seconds
heaven,
left.
and it may well spot out.
We see
Kawanzin
the
on
trap
push.
on the map because it's a bug, I think. They said they would like change him.
Screens as Kawanzin starts to encroach. There's the re-clear. Now they know. The enemy sky is
Like they talked about, I don't remember why, if it's on Reddit or Twitter. Like they said there was like a bug where you could see your Cypher's util on the map.
As well, 2 of them, and the trips aren't dealt with. This
And there was also like a bug for Split, and Split was gonna be disabled next week, I think.
Too late to the shot. Sardak here now. Rolling Thunder into 1v2. Does he push ahead of this? There was a TP to get past the Rolling Thunder by Melsa.
I don't know how they're gonna do, like, because it's gonna fuck up the pool, like.
For some reason I thought Klaus was alive. Those trips irrelevant, but a good effort from Sardak nonetheless. Well traded out from Crew.
Has struck fear into you when you still feel those trips after he's died.
I've watched too much John Cutie at all times on Split. I'm way too worried about the Cypher on defense. Anchoring on A.
And cool. 3-3.
So strong.
Shifting,
so nice
shifting the momentum back
What do you think about that
a
Rolling
bit.
Thunder there from Sardak?
Listen, it was a bold move, but he had the audio cue on both of them. He knew that they were coming screens. Listen, I'm not mad at it. Sardak is honestly, in terms of his individual play, has been really strong recently. Even on that silly deadlock last week, he was going off. His aim has been crisp. The mechanics have looked good.
Okay, straight up mid here. A lot of mid presence for Loud. Shy into ropes here, back to safety for now. It's going to allow Kawanzin to embed, and he has the means to check this more than once. This is audacious. He hears plenty of footsteps there in heaven.
Might catch an amazing timing. Look at the 2 players on Crew. They want to.
It's crazy that your lurk is fucking.
Kawanzin makes noise. They're so aware.
It's the fucking sky.
Still fighting in main is Klaus, a bit disconnected from the rest of the squad, and it gives Loud an opening to get into
I guess
the
it's
site.
okay because they play. That's a nice ultimate. It's okay because they play with a breach, and so they have flashes on the breach too.
Attempt this retake with only 2, and Kesnet, as per usual, wants to waste no time in doing so. Didn't spot QCK from behind the barrier, but now knows he's there. From below is Sadak, dragging him down to the 7th circle.
Okay. And it's like blow for blows.
Cowanzine taking a page out of the Brazilian brothers book from MIBR. A little bit of that lurking sky activity. 2 times in the back line there. A bit of that distraction though. Listen, he did pull the attention away there from, who was that? Heat and Shy, I want to say, that were up there in heaven. And then Klaus got in that awkward little disconnected fight where he was alone in main. Sadhak got that crucial kill to get them the space, excuse me, to get into the site. But again, QCK coming up huge right now. Wins them around outright with a fantastic rocket. Man that we're looking at to step up for Loud.
Once again, we have a non-committal set up here for Loud and the fault line for Sadak available. They are walking ramp. No one in heaven though. Look at this push down mid. This is so crew. Go in an eco. Send everyone mid with pistols. Sadak is about to get more than he bargained for.
1 for 1 though.
Down A.
They have their own ultimate. They don't care, like, if they take the site, the Omen can just like run on the site and ulti the spike. He's gonna be scared of a potential push. He just ulted. And he's tipping in front because he's scared of someone sewer.
He's more than happy just to play back on this a little bit. Paint shells affecting 2 years here. Who has the spike? He does not want to get interrupted here. Kezit though brought down.
Blind.
The anchor presence for Loud on A is very
Sure,
strong.
you have to blend though.
This spike punch should be well protected with crew trying to probe their way down ramp, and now they'll split.
Shy, a great player in
He's
these
gonna
round
smoke.
situations, has been such a fantastic addition to the crew squad. This is where he thrives, but Les catches him out.
Can't.
And he just
Cannot.
relegated to saving this van.
That's a save. He could save a pistol too, right?
There could have been something there, right?
There was a pistol, I mean.
But they don't know who else is in sewers.
I guess they have enough money.
Tough to continue pushing down there, right? Because if they do, they're going to be facing a player. It's so likely, right, that they're set up when Sadak is there that it's a 1-1-3. There's going to be one guy B main, which was the case. And then if more people are coming back sewers, all of a sudden,
You check that line?
Bad weapons, bad situation. And frankly, I mean, just Tui's having his ultimate that round simplifies everything for the Loud guys. 5-3 lead now on split. A great start for them. And we said it before, but this is a must-win game for them, damn near.
And they're treating it like that. Classic little tech is there to recover the spike. Mel's aggression in B main is helping crew make more informed decisions about whether or not to gamble on that A side. It's going to be a timeout for them now, presumably. Looking to try and work around some of those ultimates they build up, a chance to buy back into this round. Loud are doing a very good job. They're going for these early probes, cancel, cut noise, sometimes pump fake. It looks like crew's having a tough time anticipating.
They've been working the map quite well. Impressed with Loud so far. I think that typically from what I've seen this season, I have been more favoring their attack side play than their defensive play. The calling is still just so good from Sadhak, which we saw last week on Bind when they took that win. And so right now, perhaps getting as many as they can get, and we'll see if things switch up when it goes to the defensive side. But right now, it's Adam taking that timeout. Again, a coach that I've been very impressed by. I think he's done a lot of great work with crew since joining the squad last year. Of course, going on that LCQ run, and then into this year with these roster moves they've had. And a roster move they didn't even intend on having, Heat joining the squad, and look at how well he's been able to integrate him in here. I think you got to give that man a lot of credit. We'll see what they want to do here out of the timeout and around where they have 3 ultimates. You can already see Shy is in mid. Almost a certainty he's just going to drop that Viper's Pit to control that space. They left Klaus over on the B side with the setup, and the rest of the team focus a bit more towards that.
Could be just a fake here on ramp with a fault line. Sadak doesn't have the spike. Left that behind a little bit. Melzer again always wants to fight for more of that early info. Hit by the fault line and the flash confirmed, but no mechanism for follow-up there for Loud.
And Shy not even really feeling too pressured to have to use that pit in mid.
Fighting for top line a lot.
And Klaus getting that info B main, which he is about to get.
See
This
the-
trip's gonna have to be broken.
The Viper, but it's expected. She can play with her role to lurk. Now they're gonna have full info.
At this point, they're gonna refight.
Of course,
They're gonna get QCK.
Works out well. Trying to bring QCK down. Cohen's in a little bit late into heaven. Just the one.
Sadak.
Though not committed in the hands of Sadak here. And this means that Les has to try and find a way in here on the A side of the map.
Just trying to work off of that wall right now as Sadhak slowly heads over to the A side. Some decent space, but of course
Sitting
doesn't know
way
about
back.
on ramp,
Like,
so
there's a lot of
just hoping to
space.
see if maybe there's someone he can find back.
Even
Sadhak
by
trying
Ho.
to pick deep here. Might end up in a
I
fight
really
with
don't
Kesnet,
want
but
to get picked.
it's
I
all
want
a
to
game
play
of
that
timings
5v2
right now.
retake.
Kesnet spots them out.
Holy shit.
1 HP, and he may have scuppered the plans for Loud. Sadak at least able to respond. And there's plenty more where that came from. Crew get themselves a key one.
Kisnet is insane,
So
dude.
nicely dealt with. They didn't even have
Like,
to use that pit in mid, so
they
still got
played
options to
way,
use that later.
they played well
Never
in
really felt any pressure.
fucking,
On clouds. This guy this season
what's it called?
revitalized his career
Kickoff?
entirely.
Right before Master Madrid. Crew played actually well. I liked what they did.
Stuff from him. Anchoring the ult.
And since the stage 1 started, they are playing even better. Like,
They love the double flashes. Sadak has said it many times. He doesn't think Sentinels are
like Heat
that
and
important. He'd rather
fucking
have flashes to dump into the enemy
Heat
team.
and fucking Kisnet are like
Form
crazy.
of 4 with the breach in the sky. Good for the big executes for sure, and they're gathered up for one on A.
First the Trailblazer here, scouts outside, gets caught in a trip briefly. Klaus down to the paint shells though. He's looking to face up, but a turn away from the flash, but Sadak
I
gets
tell,
away the second one. Loud dumping that util just as we discussed into the site now. Shai might try and challenge this. No, the aftershock forces him off that rafter angle, and Sadak is still able to
Sadak
find
is doing the
Melson
job,
with all to do, headed towards
killing
screens.
3 people, planting.
Sadak as well. Fallen is still available, is going to send that out. Doesn't catch Melser, but
What's
really good
the
position
start
right
for
now from
split?
Loud. It's going to be so tough.
I think
for him to
it's
get
a
anything done
defense
here, and
map.
he's just going to opt to save this. A good move if you look at the economy as well late into the game. They're going to be able to have a good buy on this following round.
Yeah,
Loud
it's
just-
slightly
As
defense.
we were
It's
saying, they take advantage of
54.
the comp that they're running here, able to pull
It's
off
more
these
than
massive
slightly.
executes. That's
It's a defense
what the
map.
breach excels
Ah,
at.
it is
doesn't
54.3
flow well at all times
for
throughout the
defense
game, but when you
win
have a big set piece like that,
versus
dealing with him is incredibly
45.7 for
Feels
attack
like
win.
Sadak sees 2 players come for him there in mid.
gonna
Communicates
get
that to
4?
Loud, saying, hey, I think A
No.
is much more lightly held
Okay.
right now. You can probably just contact in there. And so they did. So much of this game swirls around Sadak there as the eye of the storm.
QCK again. I believe he does count as the first kill, I believe, when he got that nade in there deep.
We have a Viper
We'll
pit.
see. Oh, well,
Klaus got it first.
All good. They traded out even. That
The
counts as
question
first
is, do
kill
you
and a
put
first
it
death
in
for both. It won't show that on the stat
if you're
sheet, but
cool?
we know that in our hearts. QCK has really been doing a better job this game than
Yeah,
some
the
we've seen
Viper
from him
is done
recently.
mean.
Impressive stuff so far.
We should
And
see
Sadak
a norm.
by making those more coach-esque
And
decisions
if
now.
he sees
Able to continue to take
QCK is
strike
probably
mechanically.
gonna pit.
Melsa fault line.
He's
So
jump
always TP
picking.
away from that if required, and Kesnet was there.
Typically on these rounds, Melser has been
We have a
controlling
fallback
game
from the
with
Sky and
ease
the
for
Cypher.
most of them. And Loud have just dealt with that with a fault line.
They're just
Pushed up
holding
2
back.
minutes to
They have
get that
pistols, so
space, keep his eyes on it. And then, of course, in the meantime here, it's Les and Kalanzine just working towards the A side, trying to see if any crew players are going to go
still
for
jump
deep
picking mid
posted
for
up on
the
angles.
Viper. He saw nobody.
It's crew.
And now just waiting for the rest of the team
Heat.
to rotate back on this anti-eco round. And there it is, Heat finally.
Stop.
Just too tempted, just had to find out what was going on ramp.
The
It gets
ultimate.
Playing right
Flash.
into Loud's hands. Here the
He
head
caught
towards the
some
side,
people.
though. QCK stunned up though.
And all that
They'll eventually
utility.
make the way over to A with
They're
3
gonna
of those
get
crew
on
players
to
grouped up
side. The
towards
camera
Sadak
is
has
destroyed.
close to it. Maybe even that was through smoke. That rafter smoke dissipates, but no one from crew is taken up. Residents inside heaven. Slowly, Melsa looks to try and re-clear it and have a vantage point with that sheriff. But Loud are so embedded here. They're virtually in the walls. Melsa at least is able to dodge away from that flashpoint. Kesnet steps up to meet his maker.
Double swing with Sadhak and Too Easy, who's playing over on the ramp side. Just making things look easy. Sadhak is just fragging out in this game as well. This guy is really stepping it up individually.
I don't know.
It's pretty mental to watch.
Like, if you're loud, you should send fucking QCK, you know? You have your ultimate on the breach. The Omen ultimate is not that useful. Just try to send the fucking A's. Farm some orb for the last round, you know? Maybe you can have like a post-plant ultimate or like for an eventual clutch. You know they are in eco, so they're gonna buy next round. He's walking in the one way, like with an orb. He's asking for an accident.
Oh, there's 3 ops on attack right now, ready to drop, pick up a rifle.
But they are asking crew to contact
They are tempting fate right now. I mean, of course, they have no idea this is ridiculous, but some opportunities for Loud to get a cheese kill to open this up.
2 years is off the silly sauce. I think all of them have left Vandals in easily accessible locations. So Loud making a switch up here. On this 1 minute timing, sending QCK and Cullen up mid.
And at this point, they've made quite a bit of noise across the map. There are op shots on both sides. You can see how spread the crew defense is right now. Shy pops
Okay.
to try and slow this down.
Viper ultimate invested.
QCK looks
Some
to
spam.
Shy wants to inch forward. The paint shell's though going to make him think twice about that. He will inhabit that pit for the time being, and this is forced Loud
Shy.
over the direction, but the
Fairly
Seekers
safe.
crew see all of this.
Oh my god.
Klaus anchored on the side, hit by
That
a
cross.
Cyber Casey give him a little
You have
bit
to
of
win
room,
that.
and he wins out the
Good.
battle. That's a big one, but there's more to be done.
Showstopper, it's no one. But you know they are crossing. You know they are pushing. And that's the stop. Good shit by Crow.
He's had a great game, but this might be too much to ask for. Crew get themselves
You-
before the half. And that's a sigh of relief here, Loud.
I mean, it's your map pick. It's a defense-sided map. You end at 5 and 7, but that means Loud pick that side. They picked attack, right? Even though it's a defense map.
Loud with 7. Let's see how this plays out in that final round here. Rough one for Loud.
And that's probably because they don't play the Cypher, you know? If they played the Cypher instead of the Breach, they would probably have played the defense side.
Win game for Loud so far, and they're playing like it.
So we'll see.
Head over to our desk to break down the action from Split so far.
I wonder who's gonna play like the Lurk. Probably the Viper. Then you have your Cypher as your attack in your attack side.
It absolutely was. They got that win right at the end, but even from round 2, Loud forcing up and beating out to get the momentum back in their favor, it did start to slip away from Crew.
Yeah, it just looked so rough for me because I felt like there was so many opportunities.
Which is generally not how you want to play your Cypher.
Re-clear information. You know, you knew Loud was using their fault line towards that B main almost every single round, and instead of re-clearing, regaining that info, it felt like Crew just fell off, played a little bit more passive, put a lot of trust into their team to just hold down the side, and the Sky was just playing A every round, not getting any info.
It was a little weird seeing some of those Sky re-clears going on the A site when the Cypher utility was also set up there. And it's not always super problematic to play Sky on the same side as the Cypher, but to, like what you were saying, it's very important to get a forward line posted, usually by your duelist player, on the other side of the map so you do have balanced information.
Absolutely, and for the other side on Loud, it's a little bit of a continuation of the last game where Sadhak is taking over, winning a lot of these rounds out of the scrappiness. But let's look ahead towards that second half. What are you looking for on Crew's attack, Mirna?
Damn.
I mean, I would
He's
love
really
to see a
making
little
the
bit more
most
useful.
out
I
of
feel like all these
Oscar's
fights so far
Wardle.
have just been
Like,
kind of walking up,
holy
contact plays.
shit,
I would
man.
love to see more and more mid-rounding information and setting up to bait that breach trap play.
And usually how they get that mid-round info is by inserting Kesnet very far up into mid, into mail or vents. That's what I'm looking at.
Loud's gonna have to deal with it, but they already have 7 rounds and a chance to close this out as we head back to the game with Mitch and Wyatt.
And we're on the same page, I think, as our desk here. So much of this depends on that breach utility. Sadhak always seems to be at the locus of the action. And he's able to call a lot of this information over to the rest of his team, especially about the weaker sites on the extremities.
And on the defense side as well, Breach here just notorious for so many trap play setups. Though usually you would see that kind of thing off the site for the agent that Sadhak despises, but even still, that is going to be a main point of this Loud defense. I mean, almost just some random spam to open things up here. Paranoia Separatuis could get big value if this mid-push comes to fruition from Crew.
Probing here, but no commitment yet from Crew. Poison Orb thrown up, and 2 years... Let's throw a smoke down. He was preparing a Paranoia, I think, for that push. Gearing up for some of this breach utility.
And Loud have read this. I mean, look at the stack. They've got 4 players onto the site already. This is going to be so tough for Crew.
Look how far forward Cohen-Seen is. That's why. 2 years again. Stealing sight. Paranoia this time. How does he look to play off of it? Cybercade's thrown up to give Crew a little bit of protection. They'll take a smattering of damage, but an aftershock from Sadhak claims heat. Devastating. Less a little bit low. Klaus is actually able to step up and get a can through into heaven. This means that Crew can now flood in and play from this high ground position. Paint shells now thrown down, but 2 years is at the
Sadhak is still on site.
Kez at the very least, but it's a one and done. Sadhak at 6 HP from the side eventually is accosted by Shy, but Les gets involved from heaven once more. Melsa will likely have to play from elbow here.
At the dog.
Trailblazer is going to look to seek him out. Paranoia gets eaten. He's a flash over the top, dangerous for Melsa.
Oh.
And this is what Loud are looking for.
Was he flashed? I think he dodged that flash.
Just pushing all the way up into like B main, right up to the tripwire there.
Because we saw his screen like light up and
towards the A site.
He didn't.
With that mid push not coming in, it was just all
flick
readable, Mitch. They were
right back on the sky, so I don't know if it was like fully flashed or like...
The crossfire setups from Loud, how can you deal with that? And a perfectly played 2v1.
Yeah, it was flashed.
Closing things
No?
out, not giving Melser a chance, and that's 2 pistol round wins now for Loud in this game.
Probably not. Probably not fully flashed.
Can't ask for more than that in a scrappy matchup that we've seen transpire here on Split. It's a fault line, but no follow. Again, the conditioning begins here for Loud.
And a pretty typical open that you're going to see here when they have that Cypher, right? Just watching.
Nice shot.
Players probing, trying to take other areas of the map while the Cypher tries to find an opening.
Lot of util lamp.
On a round where you've only got pistols, I mean, nothing is really going to.
They want to win the anti-eco.
Won't come easy at the very least, will it?
No, certainly not.
Klaus those on the tools. He's putting the work in. Cowanzin was pushing up on those rafters, gets punished. Less brood within the smoke and chooses his time to swing it. That was a crossfire.
Oh, and hit got quick.
2's extremely low. He's going to hear some of this though.
And you see the Cypher lurking. He's already screen.
Lots of noise being mauled by Shy. Okay.
Holy. And they're gonna get anti-eco too.
I mean, you've got to be joking. The second I'm talking
They're gonna
about,
get eco, sorry,
they
too.
lost one. I mean, how the hell do they pick up those 2 kills in mid? That just should never be happening. But when we're looking at Crew, we're looking at the individual skill, the form that these guys have been in the past 3 weeks. It feels like at any point, anyone on this team can hit a crucial shot. Melser seals the deal onto Sadhak. What an eco round. That pistol win, be gone, irrelevant.
What a way to subvert our expectations here. Let's see how that went down. You're gonna talk me through why.
Holy close.
Shot from Klaus. Oh, let's just, I mean, this awkward double swing. Again, what a shot. I mean, these guys have just been so cracked these past few weeks. All of them just feel revitalized individually. Guys that when we were looking at Crew in the past, it was Kesnit and friends. And now the friends are, they're really good. They're right there with him.
Well, Les just wanted to swing that smoke. Didn't respect the mid-presence. Some early action here. 2 years able to get out, but only just. Kesnit could have pursued, but doesn't know about that heaven presence. But now 2 years, he knows his number is up. Kesnit starts to take advantage. Smoke in heaven will cut less than QCK1 out of the action. It's a fault line from afar for Sadhak, but nobody remotely bothered by it. Paranoia Actually hits Kesnit there, but as 2 years tries to cross the safety, Shy brings him down. Here's some attention from Heaven now, and it's a shooting range. Just Sadak. And he doesn't have much to do here.
Another 1d4.
Get some damage done. Oh my goodness, Loud got folded.
It's small things, Mitch, but I appreciate that in the midst of that execute. Was there an opportunity probably for Kesnit to just push up, wrap, fight 2Es and kill him? Yeah, but they just slow it down and nade him. This team is just playing a very fundamentally sound game, which is just in juxtaposition to the crew that we remember of last year, where at times you're watching Kesnit and you're watching a guy who feels like he has to go nuclear all the time.
It feels like he has to win the game for his team in the past, right? Now he says he's the Kesnit that plays for his team. Operator here in the hands of QCK. That one though is down mid. 2 years will be staved off by that poison orb.
And falling off B main now our crew as Kesnit and Klaus just trying to work up, get some space off of that Viper wall. Facing now into the site as the rest of the team gather up with them. Flash is going to get some info from Cow and Zine, but not enough to convince the rest of the Loud players to rotate just yet.
They don't have B main control Loud. But eventually they are going to start sending less to reinforce this A side. Anchor players will be Cow and Zine and Sadak as per usual.
That off and mid from QCK is offering some pretty decent info though, and it has allowed less to pick up.
Let's rotate mid.
Wow, actually rotating potentially up into mid now. QCK is in fear.
They don't go in the direction of the operator in the end. Another fault line towards Heaven here as crew trend back towards the A side.
Nobody's speaking of that utility though. It's just to delay some time. But nobody's rotating either. Like,
Kamanzi wants to hold the line, but Shy's a little better. Oh my, the anchors!
30 seconds left.
Absolutely torn from the side, and the
Loud is just dumping utility for nothing.
Limited options now for Loud. I don't think Les even bothers.
What a fantastically called round from Klaus. The IGL, just as he said, that pump fake, just suddenly that pressure onto QCK. You know he's getting worried. He's saying
they're saving?
They're coming up vent right now. He has to fall off, and you can see less on the minimap. He was watching Heaven from the spawn side. He starts to fall off a little bit. Things are just getting so messy, and crew take full advantage of it. Then they burst into the A site, just swarming the two anchors. I mean, what can they do when they're getting pushed down from elbow, from main, Heaven? What a great round from crew.
Elaborate too. The mid-rounding was pretty elegant.
Absolutely. I just love what I'm seeing from Klaus. This stage.
Just walk up here. Oh, the pressure on Sadak. He
just doesn't know where to look. He has to just watch everything at once. He's only got 2 eyes. He doesn't have a third in the back of his head.
Yeah, 2 eyes, 3 A's, but not a hope.
And a timeout for Loud.
Timeout here called by Loud because they've maintained that operator from QCK. They can still play around that. But the looks of things here to be Sadak, who really doesn't have a whole lot economically to contribute. The crew have evened up this game. They've lost both pistols here on split. Despite that, they have made it more than competitive.
At the top of the board right now for them, Heat. Just a guy who didn't even think he'd have a place in the league this season. A guy that was at the top of the Brazilian scene at a time, a guy that you were looking at on the international stage like he is the best player in Brazil, and then didn't even think this season that he would have a team. And of course, I'm referring to many years ago, but what a turnaround now. Picking up a new role has just looked fantastic.
And MTA also continue to be developed as a 6th man for this roster. Obviously coming up from that academy scene in Latin America.
And crucially, Sadhawk now, as you mentioned with the economy, he's opted to just get a light armor and a stinger, going to forego better weaponry to get that utility to try and set his team up. A lot of eyes on the operator here, which is actually now, hold on, that's being swapped over to Les. He's got that to watch the line on A, while the rest of the team, it looks like they're set up for a big play in B main with Sadhawk fault line in hand, ready to fight here.
Okay, it's actually a defensive smoke, not even a one-way, and yet Loud want to try and push through this. That made enough noise to wake the dead. Kesnit Does he have the right angle? He's trying to play it off angle here in advance, but still through the smoke. Here comes Loud. Kesnet's got nowhere to go, but still does the dance.
Okay, 2v2.
That is absurd. How does he navigate that situation?
I thought Loud were screwed when they were jumping out of the smoke. I couldn't believe they get 2. How does it? I mean, full blind brings it back to the 2v2.
Not just that. I can't believe that. They're in a favored position now. How about a contact here towards A with no threat? Not that I know that. But look at this, straight away, Kesnet gets there. That's
He's just running alone.
Shy able to play here from ramp, and Louder a long way from the action.
At the very least, Sadhak is able to recover a rifle from that slew of corpses outside of B, and a ton of utility up. His fault line just recharged. He didn't end up using an aftershock or either of the flashes early in the round, so critical on this retake will be that utility, but will he even have a chance to use it?
Shy, the timing didn't favor him.
Oh.
Sadhak wins it out. Kesnet, a little battered here, a little damaged. Paint shells to his name. He's probably going to deal with a high-low setup here from Loud, but he sees Let's first. He swings it. Now the one versus
Why are they?
Kesnet. Fault line comes in. He stands his ground. He will go down with this ship. Crosses down to 15, and he's done it. Sadhak comes up with nothing. And Crew, what an unlikely way to turn the round for a Red Bull clutch.
I'm just stunned. I can't believe they won that round. I can't believe they won it after the initial action. I can't believe Kesnet wins that in the end. I mean, Loud looking a little bit silly there. I mean, you could see Les was jumping down. He was looking like Boostio, and he did have a mouse just jumping around trying to fade out the peak.
Yeah, because he had a no.
And Sadhak just still in heaven, just wasn't.
So he
in the
jumped
right
out
place
with
right
a
now. Just
pistol,
getting a little bit
but
disconnected. Wasn't sure maybe if he wanted to use utility. Cover going on. Oh my god, I can't believe that. Crew fast into B main now, taking control.
Is that Rolling Thunder? Limited chance to play off of it though, as a Snakebite will cover the retreat here for Crew. And they'll add some more util on top just to make sure their pursuers are kept at bay.
gonna allow them to pick up the orb though.
Rolling Thunder. I mean, of course they've lost B main control, but look at how much has been expended here. The nade as well now from QCK. At least he is one away from his ultimate, that showstopper getting online.
The second Rolling Thunder from Sadhak that isn't really used in like a full team situation, an execute one.
And that dog got so much information just then for Heat. Klaus taking advantage of it, posts up all the way into Vent.
And he still has his ultimate, so...
Loud right now. I do like how they're responding to this, playing close to B
yeah,
main.
it's
If they can just
out.
hold that, they can give up the site, but control that crucial area of the map here.
The spike on the Omen,
Pretty illuminating.
when you already have your ultimate, is not optimal, but...
In reserve. Will he wait on the corner to his attention now elsewhere? This is when Shy can pounce. He's trying to keep them interested, and the catnip works out perfectly.
Just win everything, man.
Now, from spawn, Loud have to try and find a way out. Fault line to hopefully pave the way. I mean, there's a lot of bells and whistles here. Loud need to manifest an advantage. And they
They're gonna save? No.
Just no desire to go for that. I mean, you could see the whole time.
Holy
he was
shit.
just,
oh, it's chalked.
He was just sat in vents. And look at the state of the economy.
Those
Crew have
timings.
no problem hunting for this. The wealth disparity is out of control right now on Split. No reason not to hunt for these. Crew. 10-8
And they're
lead
forcing
now,
those
and it just
snake bites
comes down to
out.
that play in B main. I have no problem with how Loud responded to that loss of mid control. They have to take B main and fight there, but they just lose the fights. The Crew players are so skilled, so in
The
that
second timeout
flow
for Lone.
state when it comes to the duels. If one of those just goes the other way, totally different round, but they win them both. And that little bait from Heat was so nice.
At that point, they've got no interest in checking behind them towards Ramen, where Shy was waiting. Crew orchestrate that perfectly. And they're very good at eking out these small advantages that then get snowballed into the later part of the round. And it's not always easy, right, to be grouped up in mid as 5 and sort of create a scenario where you can split. But they left Shy behind, take that heaven control move to the side.
Wait,
And at the start of the
I've
round,
been
you
live
see that
for
rolling
10
thunder from
hours?
Sadhak, but there's no way to capitalize on it. It's an audacious plan. It's again Loud trying to apply some form of pressure to B main. At least it's not swinging smoke.
Yeah,
so
I
losing
mean,
2 versus
5
3.
PM to 3
Didn't work
AM.
either.
An important time for a timeout, frankly, called by Peya, the new Loud coach who joined up with
guess.
the team this year. I think this was the right time for it. They needed to kind of slow things down, figure out what they want to do from here on out after
Can't go
frustrating round to lose, frankly.
I mean, they've lost 5 in a row.
Heads. I mean, yeah, that is tough. I didn't even realize they're kind of just coming so fast, to be honest.
I mean, if I was Peya,
There's still at least one game after that, maybe 2.
That's a long walk.
So yeah, it's gonna be a 12-hour stream.
And now Crew.
Maybe more.
Again, just leaving Klaus over towards A main, gonna control that with the cam, play around the Viper wall, set up in the 1-3-1 here. Standard open to the round, gonna dog through this poison cloud. Fake TP as well, or not even a fake, sorry, just CPing high, yeah, to try and get that angle over into vent.
Could leave Melsa here for a time. And Boombot headed into Mail and was promptly disassembled.
You have a dog, Turek the A main, he's gonna catch the top.
Know anything that's happening
The
down
top
here.
is gonna arm, so...
This is a lot of false info from Cow and Zine. Expecting at this point maybe to just see the Cypher, and only sees the Cypher again. But Les is gonna rotate.
It's gonna kill the Cypher.
Traded.
Traded. Showstopper. He's gonna find someone. Traded. Hit in the still.
Give them that later access to elbow and some of the sight. That's not enough to dissuade Kesset. He still wants to plant. They're going for A.
Crucially though, Melser does have the paranoia right now. That could be a round-winning piece of utility here for Crew.
Showstopper for QCK.
Paranoia.
Where does this go? Kesden is close by, but he's tucked on the right-hand side. QCK has to know about this. Kesden, no way! He gets away with it. Paint shells, he holds his ground. A bit of damage, but no kill. 5 HP left on QCK. And Shy is waiting.
Nice shot. Holy shit.
This Crew post plants. And that's 11 rounds on the docket.
What a transfer. Oh my god. I mean, Shy is a late round player. I love this pickup from in the off season for Crew, bringing him in from Lev. I think a criminally underrated player. I mean, late last year with Lev, when that team
Let's
was,
go, Crew.
struggling, clawing for wins, he was the guy.
They're gonna end 4-0, like... I mean, even if they end 3-1.
And now surrounded by so much other talent, this team just looks electric.
It's just insane.
Taking a win here on Split would be huge and potentially devastating for Loud. They would be out of contention for their first international event. Crew would not be guaranteed to qualify for our playoffs, but they'd be pretty darn close. Fault line here. The little off center for Sardak. He might be a bit exposed and is quickly able to get back to safety.
Decent amount of util used already from the Loud side. Trying to go for a little trap play, potentially in B main, find a pick.
I mean, they're playing King comps.
Retain some control off the one-way for
King
now.
games.
I don't think Crew want to let them have B main indefinitely, but that one
They have the strat, they have the aim.
So mid it is.
Yeah.
Contacting up slowly.
They
now.
deserve those wins.
With
Like,
that cloud going down, they feel pressured to use their info gathering
they've
utility.
been playing really well.
They know QCK's on rafters at the very least. They are looking to challenge this, but the fault line came in from Sardak as he is in spawn. Shy eventually
Nice shot.
B-main control now established. You can
King
now
up
split
where he
on the
left
B.
last round.
Shy will be slow about it, but he'll get there. QCK holds his ground on the site, but he finds him from upper. Melsa here can catch Sardak, but is more concerned about the ropes rotation. Cam removed, Sardak gives away his position. For Melsa, it's all too easy. But Cohen Zine realizes
And you have to
he needs
save.
to get out of dodge. Loud have one more chance to keep this map alive.
Shy is just absolutely cooking in B main. He just can't be stopped. It's another round where he essentially just gets the pivotal impact kill that gives Crew the round win. But I just love, I love the calling right now from Klaus. He's working across the map, getting up into mid, and then they felt a little bit of pressure, and boom, did you the reaction time on just getting the dog, the boom bot out, pressuring into vent and into heaven at the same time. I mean, you can't ask for any more from Shot, man.
It's elementary from that point, right? The trades are good. The defenders have no heaven control. Sardak's late to the party. There you have it. Map point coming up here for Crew.
I just, in no point watching Crew, I feel like I've seen quality
Fucking
attack
7-0,
side rounds like this.
7-1,
At
I
no point
guess.
in their history. At no point have they been this consistent. 3 weeks of wins in a row. About to take another map right now. They've had those flash in the pan moments like at LCQ, at some of the international events. They'll get a big upset win here and there. But this high level of consistency is new to them. On match point now. Gathered up outside of A. They haven't really gone for a lot of big hits. This might be the first time they do it.
Everybody from Crew group there. Sada
Like for
takes the lead
Tiger.
early.
Toxins going up.
Shy here set up to deny Rafters.
Toxin screen down.
And there it is. Snakebite, even some trips being thrown down here at the top of ramps. Crew might just want to push their way through A main, but this aftershock is going to be forcing them to wait. More info in towards Heaven. Crew now making their intentions pretty clear. Paranoia also to catch Rafters. Klaus keeping an eye on ropes now. Tentatively, Crew start to take control of this part of the map.
This mid-round for Crew now is pivotal. They've expended a lot of utility. They know that they've drawn rotates at this point. They've made so much noise. Shadows traveling. What is their response going to be? They're slowing things down.
They finally crossed that Heaven opening. Sarnak wasn't watching the line. Too much pressure for him. Cohen's in is low. Look at how bad the anchors are for Loud. They're barely alive, but they hold their ground for now. QCK chooses his time to come out from ropes. Butter blows up in his face.
He has the spike up in his face. If he kills the Omen, it could be over.
And 2 years is on the outside looking in. Spike isn't even planted yet, and he has to do something truly extraordinary to keep this map alive.
Spike planted.
I believe.
Look at this setup. How can he crack this, man?
Trip behind him. He can't even go down. Revs and Crew.
Just kidding.
A dominant opener to this series. After that halftime, they lost both pistols wired.
I mean, it's one of those games where when you look at the score, it tells you a little bit of a story. I mean, 13-8, that is pretty convincing, sure. But when you watch and you take into account the pistols, I mean, that was on the gun rounds. Domination from Crew. Masterfully, called attack half from Klaus, who's picked up the IGLing for the squad this year. The way that they were working the map, slowing down at pivotal times, re-pushing into other areas, re-clearing mid at crucial times, threatening, are they hitting A, are they hitting B through mid, which side are they splitting? How Shy was playing around main, I mean, masterclass attack side here from Crew.
It's that second half anti-eco for Loud that's going to stick in my head there. Things really started to go south after that. We're going to step away for a moment, and GB and the Atlas stats will break down map 1.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Tranquilo, 1 para 1. Cambio de brasileño. ¡Claro! Por parte de Hit.
Não vai dar tempo, não fez metade, leva de novo, vai ter duelo!
Here with Coach Adam of Crew Visa, a very impressive map 1 win. Y'all look so strong, so rehearsed, so put together. Now, you both talked about, your team talked about in the package before that this was going to be a difficult match. So in your estimation, is this the Loud that you expected and planned for, or was this more an in-server adaptation in real time?
I think Loud is always hard. They have like the top tier quality players. Also, their ability to read the rival and to reposition and restate their game is always hard. So yeah, it was a hard match. We won. It was a hard map, and the match is not done yet. So I think it won't be an easy match. And Loud is always a hard team to beat.
Well, it's Loud's map pick next, so best of luck.
Well, it may not be an easy match, but if anything, Crew, well, they've been looking pretty damn good so far. You got to be happy about that if you're crouping out there. Am I right, Athena? Huh?
No.
No?
Why does he say no?
Thank you.
Wait, why are both
Literally,
you guys
thank you.
knowing him? I'm crouping.
I hate that
Oh, please.
not.
What?
You take one improv class and you're yes-anding all of a sudden?
All right, well, let's go ahead, though, and talk about what we were seeing in that, because it just felt like Loud were just flat out there, man.
Yeah, I mean, after winning the pistol, they fell apart, and a round like this really shows it. Crew do a little bit of a diving and dipping up in towards A heaven, but Loud consistently, especially early on in the half, were putting both of their initiators on the same side of the map, and it just felt like they were overloading into that side and not actually even setting up trap plays around that. Not having the Cypher, they were either using their util really early, right off the rip, and not really connecting, or being in a situation like that where they've still got flashes in hand and getting dove on.
Yeah, I mean, in that second half, when I was watching Loud, it was just so hard to watch because there were so many instances where they would use their Breach util, they would use their Sky util, and no one would capitalize off it. Or there were a lot of rounds where they could have used their util. A lot of the time, the initiators just died, both of them, with all their util, 3/4 of their util fully set. There were even rounds where both Sky and Breach were playing on that A site. It just felt so rough because you have that Raze operator. You cannot set the Raze up to opt towards mid. You're giving up so many lines. You're giving up so much information. And you're not using your util. Like, I'm not sure what the game plan was, but it felt really rough for Loud.
Yeah, it was a struggle for Loud, but Crew did take advantage of that, and I think called a solid attack side, and a big part of that was Heat. And to kind of remind about this guy's history, last year he was on MIBR, worst team in the league, most likely then, right? Maybe besides what was then the Crew roster, but even that MIBR team was falling apart towards the end of the season. He ends up going his separate ways with them amid kind of some internal struggles within the team, and stocks plummeted, right? People were, this guy's a hothead, he's tough to work with on a team after playing on the duelists there. But then he comes into Crew this year, into stage 1, after not even thinking he would be on a team, and he pivots his role. He really, I think, reinvents reinvents himself.
He becomes more of a role player rather than just a star player, which is huge.
And has come back and performed excellently. Pretty much every game that Crew has been winning, this guy has been performing insanely individually. And on top of that, he's so much more of a team player than when you watched him on MIBR. He's so good at setting his teammates up on this initiator. The role looks natural.
I spoke about him previously because I've seen that on every single initiator that he has played, whether it's Info Initiator or Flash Initiator, the Gecko, the Fade, the Breach, the Sky, whatever it is that he's played, he has put up phenomenal numbers. Also, don't you mean heat-headed?
But you won't give me Croup. I don't know if I should even fist bump you. Oh, wait, Mimi's gone. All right, well, let's go ahead and hear what the Loud coach had to say in map 2, and we'll get Mimi back, I think.
Here with the coach of Loud, STK, a very close map, a kind of back and forth brawl, scrappy. We're moving on to your map pick next. And Athena said on the desk that Loud just seemed out of form. On the casting desk, they said that this is a must-win game, and you're treating it like that. As the coach, in your estimation, how do you think your team is performing right now?
I think that in the first half, Seaside was okay. We played okay. And the second half, the fact that we lost the second round, that equal, not make our game more difficult. And the rounds that we have like a good read on the game, we have like the key kills of the round that went to them. So I think that Ascent is a really good map for us and Lotus too. So I'm pretty sure that they're going to come back and win 2 against 2-1.
All right, well, 2-1. See you then.
Well, up next is going to be Ascent here, and of course, this is going to be the Loud pick, but this could very well end up being a 2-0 if Loud continue to play the way that they are. But we're going to Ascent, which is a map that Loud has traditionally been pretty solid at.
Traditionally, in previous iterations of this team, it's
Correct
true, but this year it's been more of a struggle. They started off playing the Breach Phoenix comp, which didn't really work out after the initial time they showed it on this map, and then they switched back over to the default comp, and we've seen QCK struggle on this map. It hasn't been a great record.
Yeah, in 2024, for a team that was our second best team in Americas, there are only 2 out of 5 wins on this map.
Whew. Dang.
That's rough.
Didn't even put that in a. I didn't even.
And remember, this is a map that almost every team in the league is willing to play and can play at a high level. And for Crew, historically, we're talking last year, this was their best map. Haven't seen it as much this year, but they're still good on it.
I feel like with the way that both teams are playing right now, with a lot of these contact plays, a lot of these low util, just trying to get these team kills plays and trying to get these 1v1s, that for Ascent is just so much harder to do that unless you're just fighting mid every round. A lot of these choke points will have to be util heavy. So I'm hoping for both these teams to just see a lot more team play going into it, a lot more util usage, getting those KO knives out. And we do actually have the Viper for Loud.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I think Viper is, I do really like, is especially to deal with an Opper on your attacking side. The ability to bring up and put down either a wall or an orb can shut down so many of those angles.
I think it'll be very helpful against a Kesnet who can take over games on this defensive side.
Mimi, I love watching Kesnet play Ascent. This guy, especially on the attacking side, they let him go crazy because they'll get him up into mid. He'll either be going into tree or into market on his own, completely setting up the macro ideas for Crew.
He's putting the Ascent map into so many weird game states. When he's lurking up mid, when he's in a place you're never expecting. I think he's one of the toughest players stylistically to compete against.
Sometimes he even just runs into spawn and takes his gunfights.
Oh, well, man, this is going to be a tough one here for Loud, without a doubt. They're going to need to pick up the pieces for sure, but Crew could very well shut it down with a 2-0 here in now. Let's send it over to your casters. You got Uber and Wyatt on the call.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy and the desk. You know, looking at this Loud comp, it's not that crazy. You know, it's pretty standard with the Viper included, but for them, they've never played something like this. Last time we saw Ascent from them, they were still on the Breach in Phoenix.
Yeah, they've been running that for a super long time, and previously, before they despised Sentinels, Les would play KJ here a lot. They have ran the Viper before. They've run all these agents in like similar combinations, basically. It's almost the, you know, the bog standard, which is exactly what Crew are going to be running. But you can just expect with the Viper, especially on attack, as I think Ender was saying as well, just trying to use that Viper wall to kind of get free space by contacting up, playing behind it, not having to expend Sova utility using a drone. And you can see right now it is up in mid, right? Threatening that when it's up, they could be walking up there. And it's going to force Crew to kind of re-clear that space. But it's Loud making early presence towards A. Just sort of containing B. This 2E's playing quite far back.
Just fancying that early orb control. Prioritizing Sartag for that. Null command obviously pretty crucial to break open these sentinel-held sites.
There was a recon sent into B main from Klaus, but it fully expired, wasn't broken, didn't get a ping. This could be false info.
They do not know what is headed for them. It's going to clear logs. Push over to a switch room. QCK takes a big amount of damage, also spotted out by the turret. Paranoia catches on the 2. QCK does the dance and comes out on top somehow. Now he's able to back away towards the spite. He finds a second after taking most of his health and damage. 2 huge kills for the duelist. Loud only at a deficit of 1 player and now headed into the plant.
Pretty good setup so far for Loud. The B main position is always incredibly important on the retake, where less is right now.
Oh my! Crew love to fight!
Love this.
And Les has got to make it up from B main. Not even close, baby.
I just love
Damn.
how Crew played that with pace. The smoke was down B main. It's so likely someone is going to be
They just
there.
have more firepower.
Let's just ignore them. We're just sprinting into the site together. They have so much confidence in each other right now as well to swing off of each other, take these fights. I mean, even here early on, they're actually trying to explode out through the smokes before the Loud players even got into the site, but great trading there at the end. I love the decision, again, to just activate with that pace and entirely ignore less. And right now, into this next round, Kesnet is actually picking up the Outlaw. There is going to be a Sheriff bought from QCK on the Loud side. So in the round after this, that's going to potentially throw a wrench in the works as far as the economy, not having a heavy armor, getting one-shotted by it.
Some action here spotted. There is Kesnet.
Nice shots.
Carmenzine left to pick up the pieces. And my god, there are a lot of them. At least has the spike to hand. With his tower between his legs, will give back a main.
Holy. Give him the ace already.
Just knowing there was a gap in mid that they could have been working off the Viper wall in the meantime, which was exactly the case.
Well,
from Kesnet.
look out with the
Making it a
spike.
little easy with the scoped weapon. It's going to be important to check in on that Loud economy in the next one, see what they can actually afford to buy up here. In terms of
It's gonna
again,
peek
just
me in.
dealing with the heavy armors. I love second round Outlaw buys because frankly it has implications for the entire series in my opinion. If you know that the other team is Outlaw friendly, later when you're on an eco round, you're just gonna full classics if you lose the pistol. There's
like another
no
free
reason
round.
to take the risk. Yeah, I really am a big fan of the Outlaw here.
There's your flawless. This is how it all starts. Kesnet holds that heaven angle. Centimeter perfect work.
So close to the knives already, and you can see it has made a bit of a difference where 2E's has been relegated down to the Bulldog, favoring getting the heavy armor as well as full utility.
Less here with an Odin. Spam in the B direction. I guess that. I mean, no one else doesn't like him. Body shot.
Holy. And that's the spike too. He's gonna get traded though. Shy?
He doesn't see any more action, but Loud already decimated. Carmenzine so low. Less not set up to succeed with that Odin either.
The confidence that these guys have in each other right now is just outrageous. Swinging together there. The shots that they're all hitting. This is a crew that we've never seen before. This is a different crew than when we saw them on that LCQ run. It's just incredible.
We've seen peaks from them, right? We've seen these incredible moments, but this is consistency from crew. Consistent excellence over the last few weeks. Unless he's about to get mulched here. Melzer has anything to say.
Bonus round converted from crew. I mean, the play from Kesnet as well. I mean, pushing down Cat with the Outlaw and just the confidence, like, nah, I'm swinging you with the Sheriff.
On a round,
just...
well, you know you won't get insta-kills. You know your opponents have bought that armor up. Still going for it? hair-raising gameplay.
I mean, this is just alpha activity from Kesnet.
He's mogging.
I mean, he's been one of the top duelists in the game for years, making a name for himself back at like Champions 2021. He's been so consistent the entire time, just hasn't really been in a position to get his flowers because crew haven't flourished themselves.
He doesn't have time to water him. He's long since left spawn. He never comes home. Not even for Christmas. Smoke thrown out to imply a potential cross to wine on that A side of crew. They will continue to focus their crosshairs towards mid and catwalk, and Kesnet starting to rotate.
And that alarm bot you're seeing down mid right now. The Kawanzin tried to break with the shock dart.
Missed.
It's going to be an important piece of utility to keep your eyes on as this half progresses. Of course, on this anti-eco, not as much as the full gun rounds, but it's what's going to keep this Viper in check, keep that mid wall in check. To get the info if the Loud players are really lurking up off the back of it, or if it's just being put up to feign presence and they're going elsewhere.
Stealing sight. Paranoid did catch on a QCK there, he's gone straight to Gen. Bit of an awkward position to be in, but he's able to cover Melsa beautifully.
Spike down A.
And the rest, as they say, is history. Once again, it's less.
30 seconds left.
With very little to do here. Crew often playing in a way to negate the Viper wall, to play ahead of it. Here, they just have the right read. They hold down on A. And Melsa has that odd off angle that looks risky, but it pays off.
Look at the economy right now for crew as well. I mean, Les not even able to get one. There's already 3 players with over 4K on crew. Clean sweep on this round. They are rolling on Ascent defense, the favored side. This could just get absolutely out of control.
Are we seeing a blowout in the making?
I don't want to get ahead of myself here. I think this is a great timeout called right now from the coaching staff of Loud. Momentum so firmly in the hands of crew. Ever since when you go back to the second half of map 1, when they lost the second half pistol, won the eco, and just rolled on from there to win the map. You need to take a timeout right now after losing the bonus to reset. Get everyone calmed down. Slow down crew as well, because they are just so in the Mihai's flow right now. You also want them to just kind of have a moment where maybe they get out of that a little bit. Things slow down. That adrenaline that's racing, that's fueling them, kind of calms just
try to ice them out a little bit.
Absolutely. And of course as well, off the back of that eco, of the full buy round here, goes without saying that this is going to be big for Loud. So we'll see what their intentions are when we get out of this timeout and where they're going to gather up here with the barriers. Kawanzin is 1 orb off of his ultimate, so you could keep your eyes on an effort to potentially get him the orb. And I'm sure it's in the minds of crew as well right now, but that's something they could be going for. And they might be set up to try and go for a little play off of that. Try and find the pick when he's actually picking that orb up, something along those lines, but that doesn't seem to be the case right now. It looks like QCK is going to be in position to try and work up mid, maybe a recon close mid or something along those lines. They'll just play off that wall. There's going to be that drone to clear mid.
You're right though, they are looking for that orb on the B side. Already Shy has gotten into B main. Drone behind him. Wanted to check behind that lobby. I don't think though, let's get spotted.
A lot invested from Loud to break that alarm bot, but it is so important with how the mid rounds here are going to play out and how the crew rotations are actually going to operate. It's going to keep them more spread, less confident in being able to stack towards certain sites.
A lot invested in hiding information through the middle part of the map here. It's a defensive knife though that spots a heck of a lot. All of Loud get revealed there. And they're running out of time in this round to make the play.
It is dwindling a bit. But look at the defense, excuse me, right now for crew. They have stacked up massively towards the A side. And all the while, Les has just been containing outside of B, making sure that those crew defenders didn't push all the way out, get the information, and so it's going to allow them to gather up here, go for this full hit. Yeah, QCK making noise over on A as well. This site is going to be more than free, and they're going to have that Hunter's Fury for the post-plant as well.
Shy got lit there.
10 seconds
Knife reveals the killjoy. In towards defender spawn, so Loud get exactly what they wanted, leaving QCK behind to sell the fake at A. Means it is an open B site. Here's a Hunter's Fury. Cohen's in, looking to line it up. Find one tag there, but that is all. Klaus going a little bit low, trying to play through from Market. Knife towards Boathouse. Should also have given a lot of info for the defenders now on this retake attempt. And Kesnet stepping up. Just the one for him for the time being. Sardak trying to drop below the masonry. And on the fight, it's going to be Heat pushing up. QCK here in towards B main, and systematically, Crew have dismantled this site.
QCK could just never find a good timing to get out of the smoke. The peaks from Crew there are just fantastic. The fundamentals from these guys right now absolutely contain QCK. They are playing, I love how they're playing around B main right now. It is such an impactful position in the post plants on that site.
It's just like the pistol wire. This retake on B. They ignore B main, mostly. And they slice up the pie, baby.
Just swinging together. Everything going perfectly for them. And that was off their first timeout as well, Loud. At least, though, with the spike going down, economy just good enough to get a buy in here.
Loud are still looking for answers. 5 rounds to Crew here. Their defense purring along nicely. Oh my goodness! What prescience from Shy! Then Alcommand turned off all his utility, so he instead chooses to get his hands dirty. QCK falls. Sardak sitting inside switch rooms, able to hold his ground, but for how long? It's Tui's. Through tiles from mid. Sets up the 2 versus 2, but the spike is still in B main. Sardak the one most proximate to it, and Tui's is gonna have to do the thing. Ult in, grab the spike, head for A.
1 versus 2. Can't be understated how important this is. Loud, no momentum right now. Everything firmly in Crew's hands. This would be huge for Tui's.
Smoke up to obscure his movements. He doesn't back away. There's gonna have to be a wider poke from Kesnet to see around this. Tui's wants to break these 2v1 into 2 1v1s. Sees the body, can't connect, and there's Kesnet from the top rope. Make it 6 for Crew. Nothing seems to rattle these guys.
You just can't stop him. Kesnet is just an outrageous player. And with this system around him, I mean, this team is absolutely electric right now.
What was that swing in B main, Vi? That was ridiculous.
I need to see that again. I need to see what that was off of, or if that was just pure intuition on that swing from Shy. There was Odin spam coming through as well, perhaps just serving as an ounce of distraction. But I do also just, with that, they knew that the split was coming in and they wanted to fight for one side of that split, not just be routed into sight, forced to stave off the entire hit themselves.
The economy in the dumpster here for Loud. Trying to get what they can. Hero rifles for QCK and Tui's.
Again, drone up mid, alarm bot gonna be popped off.
You said it was important. That's how Crew know it's not just a fake of the wall being thrown up. Now they know there's actual presence here.
Tui's as well over on the A side was spotted by a knife and Shy. Almost in a duel there with QCK. Flash goes over the top for him to try to get a peek. Kesnet just updrafting, continuing to just gain a little bit of information for the team. Is forced to play from spawn though with that alarm bot broken. They have to pick up mid, and now Shy's rotating there. They know he could be close.
Oh, straight into the line though, wasn't quite ready. And that gives QCK enough time behind the cloud burst to head towards market. Cloud suppressed for the time being with the Odin. Doesn't rattle off the shots the way you would have liked. Now Crew trying to encircle here, but it's going to be a while before they are set up to put some pressure back on this post plant.
He does have the null command if they so choose to use it. Melser has a paranoia as well that, frankly, if it goes in that logs area, could catch a lot of players, but somehow Loud on a bad buy are actually about to get their first round. And it really just came down to such an awkward timing with Shy where he did a weapon swap that, I mean, frankly, he just didn't really need to do. He was just pressing his keys. It just caught him at the absolute worst time to open this round up. A little bit unfortunate, but I mean, damn, if you're Loud, you will take absolutely anything at this point to get something on the board.
Nothing easy for Loud. Nothing has been for the entirety of this first stage. 0-2. Staring down the barrel of having to look from the outside in on the playoffs.
And again, similar to map 1, QCK is actually starting off somewhat hot early. He's 7-6 on attack on the previous map. He was top fragging, but as things went on, he wasn't able to keep that up. Again, last map went negative, has not put up a positive map yet with Loud this stage. Just looking for this guy to step up. He's had some maps where he's gone crazy with them, but
it's been here and there, right?
Yeah, here and there, and this has to be one of them.
Toxin screen down.
Cohen's in back on Odin duty. Kesnit! Okay, it's one of those aggressive 4-8s that ends up blowing up in his face this time. Less, a little too canny to be caught out by it. Up mid again, the alarm bot is actually placed further back this time. Spotted out. It does give up the game for QCK.
Close pressure here from Klaus and Shy. Do they really want to just... Oh, they want to try Melser.
They always want it. And they get him. The double swing on QCK pays off for Crew. Now they've got that mid part of the map covered.
And again, so much of this from Crew, it's just so simple, yet well executed. And when the player's in form, it's working time and time again. They just have 2 players swing from Cat. A little bit of a distraction with Melser going wide. And then off that noise, the guys in mid, Klaus and Shy, felt comfortable to peek through market. It's nothing complex, but they're making it work. They're making it look so easy.
And that cross-map knife from Sadak, that late one into Cubby, tells them that the B side is the weakly held one. Spotting 2 players, despite 2 years losing out there. Here is the null command. Sadak wants to try and challenge through this regardless. He gets in behind a flash now. Les making his way towards B main, and the paranoia does not connect on Sadak. The lockdown now is going to be an issue though. Les will have to play from the outside of it here, and he might struggle for time. This angle will be watched by Klaus. Clear locks. Heat now, steps up, sat down. Klaus also. And the 1 versus 2 less from Speedway is caught by Melser for 4. And Crew are back on top.
I mean, it doesn't even feel like Les has really had an opportunity to step up for this team. I mean, we know the kind of quality player he is. I mean, almost anyone would put him in their top 5. You just have to. And look at that again. It's just pure timing. It's just 4 players gathered up, 2 Cat, 2 markets, swinging together, catching those mid players in a pincer, and the confidence to just hit these shots. This team, man, Melser right now, 11-1. He switched off IGL to start having better individual performances so he could feel comfortable contributing to the team in that facet of the game. Absolutely working to a T.
I'm thinking back to round 3, right? I think that was the first gun round. He's still, you know, on a bulldog, I think. Has that sort of off angle, a little bit exposed over on A, and still able to find 2 huge kills there. Suffers that death. He's only one so far, apparently. And then from there on out, consistently been very solid. Very hard to shift away from Tree. We have not seen a split to A at all from Loud. Yes, they've been able to get market control every now and then, but they've really had to work for every inch.
They've been so concerned with pushing up mid and breaking this alarm bot with QCK actually being at the front of the line.
Well, they give the jet up to do it that last round.
And frankly, at this point, it's just send a shock dart over there. It's basically, I mean, it's going up every round.
But Cohen Zing can't quite predict where it is. Yeah, he's missed it, I think.
I think he did on the 1 round, but I think they're just overcommitting a bit on that area of the map, and it's all, because of that, they're just losing the extremities. Oh, great entry though from Sadak. They can just hit the gas here onto the site.
Heat able to keep things slower though over towards Tree. This is unlikely to stop Loud for too long though. Flashing through the smoke comes Heat, catches onto Tui's. But Sadak is going to be there at least. Shire from the rafters. Nicely done by Loud. That one was elementary, my dear Watson.
I mean, listen, Sadak, you just get an entry, you hit the site quickly off the back of it. All right, I mean, again, Loud will take anything they can get. And you don't need a lot of rounds on a Ascent attack to actually win the game.
Yeah.
Sometimes you only need a few and to win the pistol, because the defense side, you can rack the rounds up here. It is favored. And sort of as just a basic thing too. As I was saying before that fast round, I do want to see them fight more for some of the extremities. So much emphasis on mid, constantly losing out on A main. Here again, A main actually lost a wine position taken by Melser, but the majority of the Loud squad there just ready at B here to hit off the back of Sadok's null command.
That might force Shy to try and fight again. Unless he doesn't want to repeat that same behavior. No, it looks like this time he's going to give a bit of ground. Here comes QCK, lead the charge. Kisnet's vision going to be obscured briefly by that smoke, and Cowanzine punishes Shy as he tried to get at the Jet. QCK now gets his way in the market, and Klaus wants to step up, but Cowanzine is on the corner. Kesnet has to wait. Tui's able to TP across the speedway now. All of Loud are embedded in this B site. And with 3 players, Crew have to unravel this.
Viper's Pit available for less 2 if they want to lock this thing up. 4 on 2.
Also, they may be out of sync. Looks to challenger on his own, and Kesnet takes the wallbang damage. The Blade Storm here. Operator to hand, and I think Crew are calling a cancel on this. They're getting out of dodge.
It's taken a long time, but the economy finally broken here for Crew. Forced to save these weapons. 4 players, less than 300 credits each. Loud now with 3 on the board, and frankly, they have recovered this. I mean, that I'm already a bit content just with them having 3. If they can get more than that, obviously, I say this given that they then win the second half pistol, of course, but recovering things.
Pivoting away from mid, being less concerned about it. We saw the prior round, right? They challenge A main. They get a frag, they execute. This time towards B, they're able to come in with the null command.
Keeping it simple. Just winning with these big executes. And the null command, of course, on this map, when you get the opportunity to go for an execute like that, you just kind of have to take it. I mean, your odds of getting into the site, obviously you shut down all that KJ utility. You don't have to worry about getting stuck at the door or your jet dashing in with the rest of the team getting disconnected, all that. It just makes it so simple.
Speaking of which, Crew Visa might have felt like they have allowed Loud to get their foot in this one. 3 rounds for the attackers. Ahead of steam built up, and Crew now on a bit of an awkward buy. It's going to be some permutation of Judge and Bulldog mixed in here. They did maintain that operator though. And that could be crucial, especially now if the action is happening at those extremities in the form of contact plays.
And having that Viper on attack is quite good at nullifying the operator, a lot of the lines, especially obviously in mid where West is setting that up over and over. I mean, if Kesnet's feeling confident, he can try to, find a timing to peek through the wall, dash away, but it just doesn't offer those same simple lines you can take, all the way back mid towards spawn, just looking down, right? Just seeing everything in that fountain area. And Kesnet knowing that, he's not going to bother with mid at all. Once again, it's just going to be that alarm bot there. Les still retaining the Viper's Pit if they can get into sight again, Loud, and get that down to get a 4th on the board. Things finally going their way.
Crew see nothing off that 0 point. Get back to mid. The plan might be here for Loud. Now we already have QCK, Cowanzine both extending here. Aldrone to check these corners. Nothing to see here. Another step further. This time towards defender spawn for QCK. Post up on this angle.
Klaus has to pick this up now. Eyes off B as top mid is exposed. Look at how the Crew defenders are getting dragged around. Heat as well was double stacked towards tree. And now they're so focused on mid.
And that A main is almost uncontested. It's going to be up to Kesnet to hold this. There is a sense though, Heat starting to trend back in that tree direction. We'll be able to intervene in the event of a push towards A main, but Loud are waiting on this. Here's that smoke towards door. 0 point again, probably doesn't see anything at all. They're thinking it might be a fake. But Kesnet is still holding that heaven angle. And QCK gets into the cookie jar. That's Klaus gone. That's the Hunter's Fury off the table.
30 seconds
Kesnet's
left.
going to have to go massive here. He can dodge a flash and then re-peek, dash away, try and get a kill. Look at this distraction from QCK. This is ridiculous.
He lost!
Kesnet lost a duel over on the A side as well. Melser tries to find his timing with the Judge, but fails to do so. Spike going down now. Sadhawk planting.
One enemy remaining.
And there it is. This one, it's just fallen to pieces. I think Kesnet was forced off the angle by the Aldrone, potentially. It's unclear. Either way, he loses hard in that one. And this looks to be a fourth attacking round for Loud now. Exceeding expectations, the ones that we had 5 or so rounds ago. Loud are well and truly establishing a foothold here, and they are pummeling this crew economy.
Nice shot.
Just trying to save his heat. I do really like how Loud played around getting the mid control this time. Just really biding their time, leaving QCK there drawing eyes, and then that full push into A with the rest of the squad. And of course, QCK just finding that. I mean, I say timing pushing out. He was making a hell of a lot of noise. Klaus was looking straight at him, but he just cracks him in this duel. Dashes off.
Oh, what? They just bait the shot from Kesney and then spam him down.
He had an opportunity for a kill as well, but just sprayed through that wall.
Didn't feel like he could get away. Maybe not the combination of Cloudburst and Tailwind that he needed.
And crew are on such a run. 4 now for Loud on a sense attack, looking quite strong. They have that one-way in EMEA, and it's Meltzer, but he's just gonna back off and play this one a little bit safer.
Cover going out.
Kesnit's trying to some info on mid, was updrafting there. Paranoia now for Meltzer too. He is feeling the pressure on account of that drone. TPing further back again.
Right here. Here's that Hunter's Fury. Klaus bringing it into this round. Kamanzine throwing his own first though. Good damage. Oh, Meltzer was never going to get away from that fragment. QCK here, Blade Storm out, punishes Kesnit. This is crew forcing into this round. They still only got 2 players left to work with now. Sardak with the plant here. It's going to be 2 players from Heaven to fight this post plant. And a Viper's Pit. That's going to cover A main and the door. Here we go. Drop down. Klaus good for 1. Shy here in a 1 versus 2 to try and save it. Smoke thrown out in front, but Shy hangs on with 4 HP. The lockdown here to create the space, but Les is lingering close. Almost too close. Spray through the smoke.
Holy shit. Loud was fucking shaky as fuck, man.
I've got to be pleased with that. It was looking absolutely disastrous.
They win 4 rounds, but
so many rounds in a row for crew, 6 of them, and it all spilled out of control. If you remember, there was that first round they got just a small moment where Shy was switching weapons, got caught, and that was the first domino into 5 late rounds for Loud.
Oh man!
All of a sudden, all that good work crew were doing up in smoke. I mean, Loud have worked themselves into a position where they don't even need to win the pistol on this next half. They can win it out here.
SDK feeling the energy. I hope our desk is too, because there's much to discuss here in this halftime. Let's send it over to the gang.
Thank you so much for that. All right, well, in the beginning, we were looking at crew, kind of continuing the success that they found in the first map. But now we're starting to see Loud come online, get alive in this matchup, which is huge for them, and they definitely needed it.
Yeah, Loud had a much better second part to that first half right there, because I think what we were looking at a lot in the start was them losing out in their early fights, some overcommits on the rotates, and this round as well, like they're just getting blown up in mid by crew.
Yeah, I mean, they had a really good start where Les actually getting a pick in that B main, but then this contact play up mid and this other contact play just got them so messed up because they lose these numbers. And then with this ult put down on the round where it was only a 4v2, it feels a little bit like overkill, but crew really secured that.
Yeah, they basically were saying there's absolutely 0% chance we can ever lose a round like this by dropping down those 2 ults. We've also got Melzer coming away with 4 kills inside of that round. He had an absolutely phenomenal first half there.
Yeah, I mean, going into Melzer, he played insane. I feel like every single one of his reactions really made sense. But again, a lot of these Loud contact plays just happen to fall into the hands of Melzer. Walking up Cat, trying to take some sort of mid control. Yeah. But, I will give props to Loud, though. They did bring back a lot of these rounds. And the main reason why is because they found that kind of weakness in mid. They started abusing that. At some point, we saw QCK and Spawn like 2 rounds in a row, just pushing and aggressing.
It was crazy how he was getting kills like in mid where he's like full running. Crew can hear him coming at them, but it didn't matter. Like he was sort of unleashed there, and whatever Loud were saying in the timeout to allow him to do that seemed to work.
Hey, well, let's see if they can continue this one going forward into the second half, or will crew climb their way back in and close this game out? Let's send it back over to Uber and Wyatt.
Well, winning 5 out of the last 6 rounds of the first half definitely represents a shift in momentum in Loud's direction. They've got to be thrilled to take 5 out of the half.
No doubt, that is more than enough on a sense attack. We'll see if Crew can try to do the same on the less favored side. A deep mid push from Loud. Les is just gonna back off here, taking damage through the door, and we're gonna be into a 5-on-5 retake situation now.
Leaving a player back in A main, that's going to be heat here. All of Loud converge upon the situation. The paranoia timing from Melsa, who was stellar in the first half, will be crucial. Aldrome will come out first. Just before the 0 point came through is QCK on the swing, 1-for-1. Hit flashed here, but ready to pounce into the fight as Les can challenge from long range. It's just shy. Who's on the outside looking in? Knows approximately where the spike is, but so risky to make this swing. And yeah, this goose is cooked.
Tripitstone.
Dream start to their defense half.
That's crazy.
So far away. Trying to see if maybe some of those players that had pushed down mid were going to actually go for a full lap through the A spawn side. But that never ended up happening, so he was just way out of the fight.
One enemy.
Really nicely done from Loud, though, spilling out from heaven. Together at good times, Les dropping down. Finally, some positivity from the coaches there on Loud. It was dire, gloomy faces for a long time.
This is their lifeline, already down a map in this series.
Oh my lord.
Kesnet giveth, Kesnet taketh away. This time, a free haircut for Les. Okay, buddy.
To be joking.
QCK gets a new one ripped there. Shy is forced to respect Sadak here.
Shot down.
And the weapon he brings, Cohenzine can't get out of this situation. We'll have to face down 2 here. It does it with a plum.
Spike down.
Beautiful 3 for Cohenzine. And now Shy. Oh my goodness, that was a short outing for Crew.
Loud showing exactly why this is their map pick. I think danger just looking awful for them. A must-win game here against Crew. Their chances at making it through to the playoffs if they lose here would be less than slim.
What an inflection point this would be in the fortunes and story of Loud here in stage 1. All smiles with Cohenzine.
And look at this. Already a glass cannon operator picked up from QCK. Gonna be picking up the line towards A. That's going to allow the other 2 players near him, Omen, 2Es, and Sadhawk, to just double up on Cat. Completely forego B right now. They have the retake wall for it, so they're just content with fighting for the other areas of the map and using that wall for retake if need be.
We saw this from QCK against Cloud9 on Lotus. Just wanted to get the operator in his hands and control one of those lanes. Glass cannon or otherwise.
This wall, such a nuisance from Les. Having to work around that in mid, deal with it in B.
You have to cross it twice to go to Speedway as well. Let's see some action. Happy to fall back to the side. Cohenzine, though, fancies the challenge. Hasn't now brought down. This is the buy here for Crew, and so far not great from them. No one else on the side of Loud has really shifted from those A positions here. Unless we'll buy that time even more.
Crew now, time dwindling, things getting scary. Great knife back sight though. That's going to get the info on both players.
We're going to see Crew wait. They're hoping for a peek here from CT, but eventually they're just going to explode onto the site. Dangerous. Let's get some damage on Melsuri. Starter stepping forward. Cohenzine low. Let's is going to get cleaned out of Boathouse here soon enough.
10 seconds left.
Now QCK and 2Es are grouped up here in CT. And that's going to be smoked off as Crew looks to dig in for a long winter.
Smoke down from 2Es. Paranoia went in as well, just to get this space to cross out over the stairs. And now QCK, that glass cannon operator we were talking about, he's going to have to go absolutely crazy on the retake. It is so tough to use here.
Impossible, man. And they're obsessed with B main, but there's no one there for Crew. The roll here on the side. 2Es now to a hail of bullets.
Do you save the op?
Heat will claim that final one, and Crew are back to business.
Again, doing something on attack that they excelled at on the first map, our crew, where when they're working into that site for a moment, it feels a little bit scary while they're slowing things down. Those loud defenders have gotten themselves digged into back site, but it's their ability to calm things down in the hectic moments on these site execs that have won them so many attack rounds now, taking both maps here into account. I love seeing that from them, a nice layer of play in their game.
Might be an aggressive pop here from Loud. They're considering it. All right, well, they know about the Odin. True, have to be pleased now to start to build a staging ground financially into this attacking half.
And of note, look at QCK, Sheriff in hand because of that glass cannon buy. Tragic for him here, not even particularly close to the knives. So a liability for Loud. The rest of the team gonna have to step up in the fragging department, unless he can hit some sick shots here with that Sheriff.
Sadak, what a great intuition. Looks like he, despite the fragment being used, Sadak still gets a challenge and he wins it out. We are up mid here for Crew once more. Once they get a sight in their clutches, they're very good at sectioning it apart and tearing it to pieces.
Big fight in B main, Les and Kawanzin stacked up here. Crucial trade from him. QCK now in backside. Kawanzin trying to assist with the recon for him.
QCK want to swing off. The contact here for Kawanzin. This could get ugly though. Good great swing with the Sheriff and it's good for 2.
30 seconds left.
Now it's up to Kesnet. The tailwind gonna mean that QCK is awful slippery. With 2 players, the double swing here from CT. Kesnet has to go wild. That's pretty good. QCK down, the smoke's covered, and Tui's will convert. Now it's tit for tat as Loud get their 8th.
Really nice play in B main there from Loud. How they adjusted their setup over towards that site with QCK. Picking up the line on market, which just allows that stack there. Expecting the split to come in. You want to take one part of that split just... I mean, I'm looking at this kill, which is just... I mean, just obscene from Sadak, but... Just cutting that split in 2 by taking control of B main. A really nice decision from Loud. On a map where typically you're expecting fantastic play. They were always so good on it last year with Sadak at the helm.
Dangerous for Sadak here. He holds his ground. Okay. The gun diff may be manifesting there. The weaker buy for Crew. There's an obstacle they have to overcome. Did they get the better of QCK there in B main? Swing off the flash here for Les. And he also falls. Shy says, anybody else? Fragment thrown behind him. He doesn't care. He's got no interest in that S key whatsoever.
Playing anti. Shy behind that box. Really well done to just catch out Les. Now Sadak probably just going to play for his life. Almost certainly. Look at the Loud positioning on the map. They've got them ensnared. Wow, what a first kill.
He's had an extra sensory perception for timing of the last couple of rounds. Freebie. Kawanzin going to step up here with the Odin. A free haircut handed out by Heat.
And the awareness from him to sniff that out.
Again, Spidey senses and all that. Melsa spotted out there on stairs. And there's definitely the suspicion, of course. Suspicion of a player in B main, but again, a great feeling for timing from Melsa. Still with the Guardian now, it's going to be up to Tui's, and Melsa continues his riot through this game. What a powerhouse he's been.
Standout performance from him. 16-9 right now on the board. Him and Shy. What a closeout to the round. I mean, it starts there with Shy again. This guy is the king of B main. Just dodges that flash. Peeks with the Guardian to take out Les, which just opens that site up. Removes the crucial defender piece there.
Such a big round, Wyatt.
Gets rid of the wall. Can't retake off of that.
Look at the economy of Loud. Shambolic. That was an inflection point there. Now his Crew want to try and build a buffer of their own.
Knives pop from QCK, I believe. Try and make a big play happen for his team. He just did on the other with the Sheriff. Guy that we're always looking at right now to step up for Loud. Kesnet on the entry though.
When he come to the king, yeah, best not miss. Les doesn't, even with the smoke in the way. They will be lit, of course, by that recon. There's a pause for thought here for Crew, but they still want to scale in a B. They're committed. Heat again in B main. Loud are going to have to contend with this crossfire.
Shy's doubled up with him as well. It's going to be so hard to get them out of that position. And now just this lockdown for the delay, but it does actually get broken through the wall because of that Guardian from Les. Bit of a misplay there from Shy.
That's massive. Klaus doesn't have much to go off there with the Hunter's Fury either. Louder in a decent position for a retake, but Heat, oh, he's so annoying. Stuck in the corner as QCK's knives come clattering to the ground. Flash from Heat, but not looking to push off of it. It's Les again, and then Crew get involved. Ooh, buddy, that's gonna hurt in the morning.
Lockdown or not, the positioning from Crew there was just sublime. The double up in B main. Heat playing in the corner. The flash is coming out for the other players to play off of who are entrenched in the site. And of course, the better weaponry doesn't really hurt either, does it? Look at that triple face together. Again,
Crew just put these little set pieces together on a dime.
It's the confidence again in their fundamentals. These guys just swinging together. They're not reinventing the wheel here. They're just doing all the little things perfectly, hitting all the right shots.
QCK gets one. Having to back away there in heaven. The TP from Elsa looks like it was cancelled, but Kesnit, he's always there. Smoking towards tree there, but Shy little sectioned off and Les was flanking through mid. Crew got to commit now. Door to come down. Kesnit with a lot to do in managing this pressure from heaven.
Cool positioning here, but because of that drone, Melser forced to go down. Was going to play a crossfire with Kesnit where he could jump up on his contact. This Hunter's Fury could be huge, though.
It is. Kesnit's taken out. But Melser, hang on. Les and Sadak brought down here. It's only going to be Kawanzin. They've got to win this round, Loud. Can you bring Sadak back? They are pre-firing that angle. Kawanzin revealed as the smoke drops. And Crew strikes a mortal blow here.
I mean, 11th. Look at Melser again. Late in the round, 21-9. Never need to see this man IGL another day in his life, Mitch. Not a single damn day. Since the swap with Klaus. Absolutely white hot on the Omen right now.
Oh, that's heartbreaking for STK.
From elation to disappointment on his face.
Whole spectrum of emotions.
This match has just been wild. Loud sent down to the eco, a hero rifle in the hands of 2Es. On the verge of their third straight loss.
Loud now have to clamber out from the doldrums. Two spotted by that 0 point there at Cubby. And Shy will just hold this position. The Spike and the rest of Crew are en route. And that knife told them everything about where to be.
Absolutely. Jiggling main is Kawanzin.
Get out of my way!
No time for that, buddy!
He is in trouble and he needs to back away fast.
Null Command coming up at a beautiful time here. Keston with the knives out, looking to carve. And Kawanzin, the only resistance for Loud in B, has already been excised. Back to the side.
A lot of time to set up this post plant. They have an alarm bot for B main as well, which is going to expose QCK's flank.
Nothing working in Loud's favor here. Having to retake a player down with far weaker weaponry. This is where the magic has to happen for this Brazilian squad. Was their stage? Their hopes of the next international event? They will crumble to dust. Speedway here, Kesnit has eyes for it. Oh, the light! It's so good! 4 players caught off that recon. It's gonna be a trade though. Heat still wants to pressure here from stairs. We'll probably play ahead of this snake bite. No, back to safety. Crew still disciplined even in the heat of this retake. And Loud, they've got nowhere to get in here. They've got no time. They've got no chance. And they've got no players left standing.
All they can do is just try to play for a couple of exits. Ultimately, just irrelevant when you look at the state of the economy. Heat maxed out. Melser damn close to the same. And Loud damn close to their attempts to get to the playoffs, to go to Shanghai, going up in smoke for the first time, not able to make an international land since the dawn of this roster, since Sodhawk has stepped foot onto this team years ago.
They're looking, they've been searching for answers, this Loud squad, but their time has run out.
And perhaps Perhaps the answer is in the hands of QCK with that operator. Almost a chance on the jump peak, but didn't have the reactions for it.
Smoke here at top mid. Crew want to be the ones that decide whether they get revealed on that lane or not.
Deploying drone.
Melsa will be critical here through A main. Whether it's directly or indirectly. All this util being thrown out to try and keep Crew at bay. But they taste the blood in the water. They're salivating for it.
That drone gets a lot of space up tree and off that Loud. Understand they have to control A main with the split coming in.
Here's the dash. Kezen is there. Fearless as always now. Straight into hell. We'll see nothing there. Tui's now pushing up, maybe trying to take that angle, but Melsa has been so patient this round, and is a player in wine. He gets lit by the night. Can he keep them interested here? Steady. Real steady. Loud still have 5 to work with, but there's Melsa coming alive! And Lab now with 2 players up there on Heaven. Cohen's in to spray through's found 1, but less is left on an island. And QCK, often maligned, yet to take the highlights, gets brought down. The game they saw, they conquered. Crew Visa, a 4-0 in stage 1. Unreal.
Couldn't be any more different from last year, Mitch. 4-0 our Crew. And America's last year 0-9. These guys just can't lose. These roster moves that they had heading into this season, not even intended. Heat into the roster had to come in last minute. And looks like the final piece of the puzzle to just bring the magic to this team. The confidence that you're seeing that they have in each other, how they swing for each other in these moments. The fundamentals look immaculate because you can see that they just believe in each other to be there, to swing, to hit the shots when they need to. There's not one player on that team who is not stepping up in individual moments. We have never seen Crew like this. We have seen them with, again, those flash in the pan, those one-off moments like LCQ where for a run, for a week, they're hot, but not like this, not 4 weeks in a row. They've now bested every single team from Brazil. Absolutely slaughtered EG last week. This team is absolutely a new contender and it can't be ignored.
They dropped 1 map so far in stage 1 and it was that odd one there to Furia in their first game. It's a new era for this Crew roster. Kesnet heralds it, talking about how his style has changed, how he plays around his team, how they play around him conversely. And the scoreboard tells the whole story. Shy, 20-13. Melsa, 22-10. Heat, 18-11. Everybody getting a piece of the action here on Crew. And it was looking dicey, right? Midway through that ascent, looked like Lau was starting to put it together with Crew on this attacking side. Unreal.
And it comes down to that man who was crouched in the bottom right, Klaus, their IGL. This swap between him and Melser, it's unlocked Melser's ability to frag. And Klaus's attack side calling is phenomenal. When he calls for a pace change mid-round, it is just absolutely ruined Loud on both maps. They didn't know how to respond in those moments, and Crew would take advantage of them by having a quick prod elsewhere, like on Split, for example, when they'd be in Heaven and then suddenly, boom, pressure and vents, but then they go right back into the site, explode in. On this map, slowing down when they're walking into B, taking their time when necessary. I just love the game that he was calling. I'm so impressed. I mean, not enough credit can be given to that guy for the second half after their entire momentum from the first completely stalled out.
And when one must rise, another must fall. The story for Loud here gets all the more murky. They have been searching for answers. We've just heard from Sadak about the role changes. He even said, look, you guys might see us play some comps that I personally don't agree with, but I'm putting my trust in the coaches. It's a tough story for Loud, but I'm more interested right now in the compelling tale that comes from Crew. So let's send it down to Elizabeth, who's standing by for the Ryzen post-match interview.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Great work as always. And I'm here with Shy, an incredible performance, and some incredibly loud fans who are here for you. Congratulations. So I'm going to bring up something that Wyatt said. And he said that this is a Crew we've never seen before. Why do you think that is?
Primero que te dice felicitaciones y te dice algo que decía el caster Wyatt, es que este es un performance y este es un nivel de Crew que nunca habíamos visto antes. ¿Por qué se debe esto?
O sea, siento que es todo el trabajo que venimos haciendo durante estos 2-3 meses que hemos venido trabajando muy duro, la verdad. Y también el staff, que siento que ha hecho como un cambio radical de la rutina también, que nos ha unido mucho como grupo fuera del juego, y siento que eso se está viendo reflejado como dentro del game y nos está haciendo performear súper bien.
He's saying this is a hard work that we've been putting for about 2-3 months, and it's also a lot of credit to the coaching staff that have been working really hard to make sure that they are connecting not only inside of the game but outside of the game.
Yes, well, you are the only team that has a 0 next to their name on the other side of it. 4-0, an incredible performance. Since the beginning of your career, you're with Leviathan, and then you made this big switch and change to Crew, which was a big risk. You did not know what was going to happen. How does it feel to be standing here right now, knowing that it's paying off pretty well?
Dice que es el único equipo que va invicto, va 4-0 y que se van muy bien. Y hablando un poco desde el inicio de tu carrera, tú solamente habías estado en Leviatán. ¿Qué se siente el hacer este cambio, irte a Crew y ver que los resultados que están dando frutos?
Nada, obviamente me siento muy feliz, porque también tuve una época que tuve mucha incertidumbre dentro de las decisiones que tuve que tomar, y que se vea reflejado ahora que nos esté yendo bien. Me siento como satisfecho de que la decisión fue correcta, y más allá de Leviatán, yo siempre le he dicho que estoy agradecido porque fue el equipo que me abrió las puertas al competitivo. Entonces eso.
He says, I feel really happy that I made the decision. There was a time where I was very unsure of what was going to happen, what the future was going to look like, and now it's really nice to see it paying off. And for Lev, regardless of what happened in the change, he feels very grateful to be part of the team. He learned so much, and now he's onto something different.
And dare I say greater, because you are performing absolutely insane. Shai, now one last question. Coming into this stage, even in the kickoff tournament, there are many people that doubted Crew, a lot of doubters out there. Anything you would like to say to them now?
Desde kickoff hasta lo que ha sido ahora, han habido muchas personas que han estado dudando de Crew. ¿Qué le quieres decir a todas esas personas que dudan?
Nada, obviamente no soy partícipe del beef que hay entre equipos, pero yo siempre le he dicho de que cualquier equipo a esta altura le puede ganar a cualquiera, y si se bajaron, aún están a tiempo de subirse a la cruneta, como le decimos. Entonces nada, espero que nos sigan apoyando, que falta mucho por darle a toda la gente de Lata.
He's saying he's not a fan of teams kind of having beef with each other. He's still saying that if you are not a fan of Crew yet, you still have time to become a Crew fan. You're still in time to get on the cruneta, as we call them.
All right. I mean, if you aren't already on the Crew train, you're not listening or you're not paying attention, because you are an absolute monster. Your team are absolutely insane. So thank you so much. And can we give it up one more time for Shai and all of Crew for an incredible performance? And I don't know if you can hear me over the incredibly loud Crew fans, but we have Klaus from Crew in the post show. So friends, please take it away.
Thanks again for that, Elizabeth. And we are now joined by the leader, the general of Crew. You got Klaus here today. Congratulations, man. It must feel so wonderful to be able to start the season the way that you guys have, but to keep it going. How does it feel to be in this position right now, 4-0?
Yeah, obviously it feels good to be like here. Obviously, if you compare this season with the last season that we played, like 0-9 in the regular season, and now it's a completely different team, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a day and a night. So yeah, I feel good, and I feel like we are like preparing better we prepare better for this tournament, for this league. Yeah, work pay off, I think.
Yeah, it's really showed thus far in the games. But last time you were IGLing for this team, you guys went on the incredible run to champions. It was when Crew was on top of the world. You took a break from the role. Now you've come back to it this year, calling for the team for Crew. What have you as a leader learned in those last 3 years?
Yeah, obviously I learned a lot with the last, the year that we played in champions in 2021. It was like we came like third or fourth in the tournament, and yeah, I think I should leave the IGL role 1 year, and I feel like it's another world. I'm Atom is giving me a lot of things to do. He knows how to make me a better IGL, and I appreciate that about him. And yeah, I feel good. Obviously, we have too many leaders in the teams. It's not just me. It's also Kesnit. Kesnit is also like a leader in the team. He's like more emotionally, but I feel like I'm more like cold and calling the things and
awesome.
You've played with a lot of coaches in your career, just with this crew roster. I want to ask what makes Adam special, because I feel like in a lot of interviews, you and the other players on your team give him a lot of credit for your success.
Yeah, I think the thing with Atom is he's really like versatility. You know, like
versatile.
Versatile. Like he doesn't want to like do one thing. He wants to do like. If one team is weak in, I don't know, like an example is one team is like weak playing A, we abuse that playing A, and that's it. Like we adapt.
So you change your strategy.
Yeah, we adapt every time that we play, and that's it. Like we just adapt, and we don't play like a type of game or like a one strategy or one kind of.
There's no like crew one style. You guys are trying to become a little bit more
because you see like other teams like maybe they play like their game and play like you can maybe like see how they play, you know, like I see how the other team plays, what they do another team do like more fakes, or maybe other teams like to contact more, things like that, and we like adapt very well to other teams, to be honest.
Yeah, well, something that I'm sure a lot of people are wondering is how you as a team after that last season came together, and what were the hard conversations that you guys had to have in order to get to the point where you are right now? Because I know it's been such a journey for all of you guys on this team, I mean, across the board. So what were those conversations like? And did you feel like you can do that with this team? You can have those tough conversations with your team?
Of course, it's like a different team from the last season, because also we came more with the our psychology it is works too much with us, like individually and as a group. So we like try to say things that like maybe other doesn't want to hear, but we say it because it's better for the team, you know.
Yeah.
And we be transparent with that. And I think it's that it's a different team because we can say things to each other more honestly. So
that's good. That's good. Yeah.
Kesnit has been one of the best players in the league. His performance this year has been incredible, but he has a very unique style. He lurks so much more than most of the other duelist players in Americas. And you've talked in interviews, and your teammates have, about how he's taking over some of the calling on defensive side and add some ideas to the team. I wanted to ask, with such a unique player, what is it like as an IGL to play with Kesnit?
It's weird because you have like little timings that he wants to approach, like maybe he has a timing on me, or if he wants to lurk, he looks like, oh, I have this timing, I'm gonna lurk and play without to like.
Do you want to give him a lot of freedom?
Yeah, and also I have calls that I told him, go there or go there, I'm gonna make noise here for you, we're gonna do this to make you space here, and we like each other, we play for, like, it's not an individually thing that he does, but it's like a team prepare. Like we prepare for that moment. Like if he lurks, we're gonna do that with that lurk. You know?
You guys are doing a lot to set him up. Yeah, for sure. Now we did get a question from Twitch chat, and this one's from your mom's mad cute. Okay, that's
great
all right. Well, good for you. Thank you. She's awesome. So what have you guys done to improve so quickly? That's the question, but it feels like it's been such a long journey, so it's not necessarily a quick one, but what have you guys been doing? Has there been anything in particular that you wanted to make sure that you were working on coming into this season?
I think we commit more to our, like, the coach staff is like it's trying to open our minds, like maybe like saying each other things that we don't like to hear, or maybe like the plan of the game is like we commit more in the plan and we are all on the same page. That's the thing that we do better. Like I think we are all on the same page and we know how, like everyone knows how to play for each other. Like we don't play like individually, or maybe in those moments, but every time that we play, we do it with another one. We pick us 2 or 3, even if like it's a crazy play, you know. We do it because it's like what we do. Like we play constantly as a teammate, and we play for each other.
Yeah, it's really shown in the games. You guys have been a tough team for people to deal with thus far. The last question I wanted to ask you was, this is now your second year playing in VCT Americas, away from home, living in Los Angeles, but for your team, it seems like you've developed a pretty big fan base here in LA. You have a really passionate group of fans that comes out for every one of your games. With being so far away from home, playing in a foreign league, what is it like to have those people out supporting you here in person?
Obviously, it feels good to have like people that cheer for you here. Like honestly, we are not local here. We are like from outside. Like maybe you have more people from, I don't know, Sentinels or maybe an American team, you know.
For sure.
But here we have like our cheers, so it's just fine, bro. Like it feels good when you come to the station. You have those guys like yelling like crazy.
No, shout out.
And we hear them, so it's fine. Like,
awesome, man.
Actually good. I like to have them.
That's awesome. I mean, well, they like cheering you on, clearly, because they're always here supporting. I talk with them from time to time. They're such great dudes. Well, we do have one more Twitch chat question. This one's coming from Violet. And how does it feel to shift to IGL, and does it affect your gameplay at all? I know you said before you didn't feel like you performed particularly well here, but honestly, you know, hey, you got the win.
Now, obviously, I don't feel like being at IGL, you have that thing that you cannot kill or you cannot perform well. I feel like it's an excuse, you know. Like it doesn't matter if you are in IGL. Like most people that are
IGL,
I feel like, I don't know, like an example, Sean QT, you know, Sean QT from Sentinel, he performs every time well, you know, and he doesn't matter if he's like IGLing or he needs to have another like thinking of what we gonna do in the next round, or he plays well every time.
Is John someone you take inspiration from?
I don't
As a player?
No, I don't know like an inspiration, but I feel like it's a unique IGL. Like I feel he doesn't matter about like he doesn't matter like using an excuse of IGLing, he doesn't perform. So he feels like, I feel like he thinks like he can perform also an IGL. So that's it.
That's what you gotta
I have
do.
the same mentality. Like I don't care if I'm IGLing, I'm another role. I just want to perform it, and it's not an excuse if you perform bad. Like
yeah, for sure. But hey, you know what? You're performing well, and the results are showing, because you guys are 4-0 right now, which is unbelievable. But folks, we've reached the end of Super Week. That's right, it's over. There's the explosion. We have an explosion sound effect, Klaus. Can you do me a favor? Say Super Week.
Super Week. You like that?
Yeah, you like the explosion? There you go.
Damn, who being 4 is clearly like something unexpected.
Crew sitting at the top of Alpha Group 4.
And they are the second team on championship points in America. Like,
how does it make you feel to see both LATAM teams on top of their groups?
I think it's Latamira. I think.
Yeah, Latamira. I love it. I love it. All about that, man. Well, there you can see how it all shakes out. But my goodness, what an incredible week this has been. We've had such great games across the board. But let's go ahead, though, and take a look at the schedule. We're going to be back on a normal 3-day match, or 3-day schedules, rather. So, you know, no more Super Week, but it's okay. All right, we got G2 and MIBR on the docket, and then it's going to be Sentinels versus Loud. How do you feel about those two matches there, Klaus?
I think they're going to, like, that game, the second one,
Sentinels Loud
is going to be, like, fire. Like, honestly, it's going to be so good to see.
And both those teams at risk of making playoffs. Which
yeah,
is
but this is for Saturday.
Especially with you guys beating Loud today, there's a real chance they're not there, and same for Sen. It's a very important game.
It is going to be awesome.
But tomorrow we have Fnatic Fruit.
But Klaus, thank you so much for your time, my friend. And we
followed by BB and Navi.
Sure.
All right, 3, 2, 1, Super Week.
Oh, sorry.
No, we got to do it again now. 3, 2, 1, Super Week. Thank you all, everyone, for watching. We thank you all so much for all the folks who came down to join us here. It has been an absolute blast, and we'll see you Saturday right here, same time, same place. Thank you so much, everyone. This has been Super Week. do one more.
Thank you so much, Klaus.
Thank you. Appreciate you, brother. Congrats.
Friday. There's Vitality Giant and then there's Casey Koi. It's gonna be a hype game. Even though Casey should be like... Casey is the favorite. Because of like the fan base and shit. Anyways, it's gonna be it for today. It's been 11 hours and 28 minutes of fucking stream here. Yeah, I started at fucking 5 PM and it's almost 5 AM my time, so... Anyways,
This crowd, a bit of damage but no kill. 5 HP left on QCK. And Shy is waiting for him. Beautiful. Crushed under the weights. Trip behind him. He can't even go down. Revs and crew. A dominant opener to this series. Some action here spotted. There is Captain striking true for 2. Nicely. Oh my goodness. Can you bring Sadak back? They are pre-firing that angle. Kawanzin revealed as the smoke drops. Yet to take the highlights. Get brought down. The K they saw, they conquered. Crew Visa are 4-0 in stage 1.
oh. Okay, transition guy. Okay, yeah, so see you tomorrow. For the fucking EMEA games. Bye bye.
Hey, my people. This is EMEA. Unstoppable.
Don't stop the party!
This is that original. This has no identical. You can't hack my digital. Future aboriginal. Get up off my genitals. I stay on that pinnacle. Kill you with my lyricals. Call me verbal criminal. Send you to that clinical. Subscribe you some chemicals. Audio and visual. Can't see me. Invisible. I'm old school like biblical, futuristic next level. Never on that typical. Will I stop? Oh, never know.
I ain't gonna stop until I'm done.
Don't stop it.
I ain't gonna quit until I won.
Now, baby, don't you stop it, stop it. Now, baby, don't you stop it, stop it. Now, baby, don't you stop it, stop it. You cannot stop it now.
I ain't gonna stop until I'm done.
Don't stop
ladies dancing to the jam, acting naughty, man, oh man. Got me in the mood again. After party, partying. Yeah, I keep it happening. Taking shots, whatever, man. Party like a veteran. Music is my medicine. You won't find me settling. Can't be stopped, I'm stepping in. Keep it going till the end. Yeah, that's right, there we go again.
I'm that one that lights it up. We red hot like fire trucks. Burn that roof cause that's what's up. Tell that DJ turn it up. We dropping that music for people all around. Keep rocking, head knocking, cause they can't shut us down. And ain't no stopping, we gon' keep on rocking. Baby, ain't no stopping, you cannot stop us now.